after Xie took the magic fruit spirit potion. Her spirit had problems, but she concealed it. Xie didn't know it at first, but because Xie was crazy about buying high purification value at a high price, many people, including him, noticed her abnormality. When Xie found that 2 male SSS level wood types, who were originally independent, had joined Hengxin Group one after another, and had a close relationship with Xie, this abnormality became stronger. So, when Xie proposed to conceal the itinerary and meet Tang Xian in his name, Xie knew that something was wrong. There must be a conspiracy. Grandma is grandma. But the god of wealth must not be offended. Therefore, Xie would rather take the risk of being discovered and being punished, and remind Tang Ranran. Fortunately, his secret code was secret, and Xie didn't guess that he was the one who tipped off, just thinking that it was bad luck to meet Yan Xian. And now that his physical condition was exposed, Xie was overwhelmed and had no time to take care of this matter. In order to make up for it and get closer, Xie revealed a lot of information to Tang Ranran. The most important of which was that his grandmother Xie would probably fall soon. Most groups then pass down from generation to generation. 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. The shares will become more and more diluted because of the long lifespan and the long reproductive period of men and women. Unless there is no money to raise children, most families start with 2 or 3 children, and it is a routine operation to have 4 or 5 children. Therefore, if there is a group in the family, the shares will gradually disperse. Just like the increasing number of vassal kings in ancient times, the central power was reduced, and the Hengxin Group of the Xie family is a centralized system, a model where there is only one throne and the capable person occupies it. According to the inheritance of the Xie family, every powerful director of the Hengxin Group must retain more than 51% of the group's shares. This part is fixed assets, although it is in the hands of the big directors in the legal sense. It cannot be sold under the supervision of the Xie clan elders. This at least 51% of the shares must be passed on to the next heir. The wealth that the big director can freely dispose of is money-making money, created by himself, and increased by 51% of the shares. Centralization has its advantages, but also disadvantages. What should we do if a tyrant appears? Of course, we should overthrow the tyrant and elect another wise ruler. Now, Xie is a critically ill patient who needs expensive drug treatment. A state of prolonging life with money. Purification value above 80. According to normal market conditions, each unit is at least 1 trillion. But now is a special period of shortage of high purification value. The price is only high, not low, and even hard to find. People can do anything to survive. It is not painful for the son to sell the father's land. But we have to prevent it. The Xie clan elders have intervened and strictly supervised to prevent Xie from selling shares in an unruly manner. In addition to supervision, there are voices within the clan elders, asking Xie to step down and let others do the right thing. Xie babble. And all these Xie family affairs are revealed to Tang Ranran. On the one hand, he informed Xie that he would be forced to advocate by the elders' council, so as to sell Tang Xian out. On the other hand, Xie, help me, help me, help me. After overthrowing the tyrant, must there be another wise ruler? As one of the heirs, Xie was thinking about taking the throne. As for how to take the throne? Of course, it was by making money. Almost all the members of the Elders' Council were shareholders of Hengxin Group. The kind of guys who did nothing and waited for dividends every year. What did they want? A group leader who could bring them more dividends. So what they were competing for was the ability to make money from money. So, one was the actual result. That is, how much money had been made in these years. This was fixed data, which could not be faked, and it would be too late to cram at the last minute. Xie was conscious that his Hengxin investment, because of Tang Xian help and Su Ping Ruixing project, had made a lot of money in the past 2 years, and the financial statements were quite beautiful, absolutely crushing other competitors. Now all that is missing is a planned big money-making project in the future. Xie asked Tang Ranran for help, mainly for the pure fruits and vegetables under Su Ping Ruixing and Shuntang Company. For popular products such as lychees, watermelons, peaches, oranges, grapes, etc., he wanted exclusive patents. That is, monopoly. Monopoly industries are all very profitable. Shiha wanted to use this to issue an extremely beautiful project report with terrifying profits. Once, he successfully took the position of the director. He could make a large concession in related cooperation to ensure that Tang Xian would not suffer any loss. After Shiha finished his endless narration, Tang Ranran was reserved about this huge pie and said, "I think about it." After sending the man away, Tang Ranran turned around and assigned tasks to Wen Yang. Wen Yang immediately gathered a group of economic experts and related personnel to hold a meeting. About 8 hours later, Tang Ranran received the feasibility study report sent by Wen Yang. It specifically elaborated on the benefits and disadvantages they could obtain if they cooperated with Hengxin Group and adopted the exclusive patent model in the later stage. The final conclusion of the report was, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, and the economic benefits are huge. Okay. Since it is beneficial to me, let's do it. Anyway, she doesn't need to do anything. Just give an exclusive patent for pure plants. Of course, they must plant them on Su Pingrui planet. The patent usage rights given before are within the cooperation period, and those cannot be breached. Tang Ranran thought. There are still many good things in the farm. At present, Tang Xi is on Su Dellen Star, and she can use her to create something out of nothing. Yes, move dozens of varieties out. After replying to Shiha with agree, the rest of the follow-up work was thrown to Wen Yang. As for Shentang biology, after Wen Yang found her, the hands-off boss, Tang Ranran said, "I know. Find my aunt?" She didn't even have to show her face. After Tang Chui learned from Wen Yang that it was the intention of the behind-the-scenes boss Tang Xian, she naturally followed the instructions after communicating with Tang Ranran. Wen Yang was the one who ran all the related work. After successfully obtaining the exclusive patent, Shiha started to plant vigorously. Only with ready-made samples can there be enough persuasiveness. Tang Ranran lent Wu Pingyang, the wood element, to Shiha. Then, Tang Ranran secretly read a fortune for herself. The 3 times of reading the fortune were all a kind of wealth rolling in. Sure enough, she was destined to get rich. But this does not mean that Shiha can smoothly get promoted. So after reading the fortune for herself, Tang Ranran also calculated Shiha's source of wealth. As a result, because of his lack of skills, he couldn't calculate anything. Okay. Never mind. On the other side, Shiha, whose skill reading time had passed, was also looking at the source of money. It was Su Pingruishing again. So, even if he couldn't get the inheritance, he could build a business empire with his Hengxin investment alone. Of course, it would be best to be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort by standing on the shoulders of predecessors. Since knowing that the magical vine releases energy when it withers, and the energy can promote the evolution of the alien beasts, most of the major forces have chosen to cultivate alien beasts after successfully cultivating 100 magical fruits. After all, the energy of the magical vine has not yet had a clear purpose. However, since the alien beasts will rebel after their strength exceeds that of the Beastmaster, most of the alien beast cultivation experiments have failed. There are only a few lucky ones who succeed. Then these failed alien beasts were almost all killed on the spot and became research materials. Of course, the ownership of the alien beast corpses still belongs to the original forces, and the research team just extracts some blood and related tissue samples. And with the relationship of Guxia research team, which force wants to cultivate super alien beasts and fails to produce alien beast corpses, Tang Ranran can often get the news at the first time. Although the demon pill is a chicken rib, it is definitely impossible to give it away. But you can buy it. As a big with system, Tang Ranran said, I need the source of alien beasts, which can be exchanged with star diamond ore, marrow washing potion, high purification value fruits and vegetables, etc. With money paving the way, demon pills came one by one. The failed beasts often rebel and try to get rid of their masters when they reach the SSS level, and then they are tragically killed in seconds. Most of them are SSS level demon pills. A few are SS level, and a very few are precious 4S level. Tang Ranran reaped a lot. 3 SS quality spirit feeding pills, 9 SSS quality spirit feeding pills, and 2 top quality 4S level spirit feeding pills. Ares was upgrading by lying down, like a monkey tied to the sky. His strength rose up, and then he reached the SSS level. Ares, it's incredible. He never expected that in just less than 2 years, he would recover to the level of the Black Ghost in his previous life. According to this trend, Breaking through the 4S level is just around the corner. Maybe in a few years, he will be able to seek revenge on Yin Qian. Aries had a beautiful idea. And Tang Ranran also had a good idea. It was super cost-effective to buy demon pills with money. Just when she was happily preparing to continue, the breeding of beasts was urgently stopped by the imperial officials. Why? Because a serious accident happened. The Fu family. Yes, that is Fu Jingyuan family. They have an SS-level alien beast for breeding. After the greenwood spirit of the magic vine parasitized it, it soared and its strength improved by leaps and bounds. At the magical vine planting site, there are often many experts in the breeding experiment of alien beasts. In addition to the main responsible party, who has to pull a super team to guard the site, the planetary military, the Imperial Joint Police, the Advanced Alien Beast Hunting Bureau, and many other departments also have to send experts to the site. In the past, once the alien beasts resisted, the Beast Master would shout, and the alien beasts that attempted to rebel would be strangled in the cradle. But this time, perhaps the greenwood spirit of the magical vine had a higher IQ. Or it might be better talent. The alien beast has been very docile, and it looks like it obeys the orders of its master, until the magic vine completely withered. The SS beast had become a super beast, and its comprehensive strength may even reach 5S level. It looked like a four-winged griffin, as huge as an ancient behemoth, and it was majestic and had its own pressure. It was frightening to look at, just like the feeling of ordinary people seeing a Siberian tiger. After the evolution was over, the super beast four-winged griffin was still controlled by the beast master, and everyone thought it was a success, and was extremely happy. After the beast master took the four-winged griffin into the local research institute of the Fu family on the planet where the magic vine was planted, the masters of other forces naturally went back to their own homes. Then, just after the show, something unexpected happened. This four-winged griffin, his IQ is not low, he pretended, maintaining a contractual relationship to reduce human vigilance. And then after the high-powered ones withdrew one after another, he rebelled. The first to suffer was his Beastmaster, the Fu family talented first Beastmaster, who was mentally disordered because of the backlash of the pet, and then was swallowed by the four-winged griffin. The Fu family impregnable research institute was like paper to the four-winged griffin, and it was knocked over by him in a few moves. More than half of the personnel in the entire research institute were killed or injured. The four-winged griffin disappeared after leaving. The planets where the magical vines are planted are generally free planets. The Fu family planting site is on the Highwaychang planet in the 14-star system, which is also a free planet, although there are no ordinary cities on the planet. There are more than 20 free cities, including the garrison. The total population of the planet is close to 60 million. If the four-winged griffin attacks the city, the consequences will be disastrous. If the four-winged griffin is a star beast, it will be even more doomed if it flies to the densely populated administrative planet next door. Immediately after the accident, all major departments joined forces and immediately launched a hunt for it. Among them, the Fu family, as the instigator, was the main force chasing the four-winged griffin. Fu Jingyuan at the border was urgently dispatched to track the four-winged griffin. Gu Xiao, Zhu Dehai and several other researchers were also on Highwaychang Star at the time, but they had returned before the incident. Fortunately, the griffin did not attack when we were taking samples. Otherwise, we might not be able to come back. Yes. It's terrible. Fortunately, we left early. I didn't expect that the alien beast would have such intelligence. Could it be an alien race? Everyone was very grateful and talked about it. Then, including Tang Ranran, everyone continued to pay attention to the follow-up, watching the official live broadcast of the accident scene across the screen in absolute safety. Fu Jingyuan went to the scene of Highwaychang Star, and then he traced the scene back and quickly tracked down the whereabouts of the four-winged griffin. Tang Ranran big golden armor and green dumplings have the IQ of a 5 or 6-year-old at most. But this four-winged griffin is really a greenwood spirit with high IQ. Of course, the griffin itself may not be low in intelligence. Anyway, it must have the IQ level of a 10-year-old. He ran into the human city very cunningly. The four-winged griffin entered the city, rampaged and destroyed it, causing countless casualties. In order to avoid hurting innocent people, the pursuit troops seemed to be restrained. In the end, it was Yin Qian who stepped in and forced the four-winged griffin to transfer, and then trapped him in a space cage for a few seconds. In just these few seconds, The other pursuit personnel cooperated with the concentrated fire to kill it, and then successfully killed this super beast. As for the demon pill, although Tang Ranran coveted it, because he was afraid that the four-winged griffin would run away again, the firepower on the scene was output with all their strength, and this super beast was almost blasted into a state of slag. Let alone the demon pill. The beast's flesh and blood were almost gone. Only a bunch of charcoal. According to statistics, 70,000 people died in this accident. In addition to the personnel in the Fu Family Research Institute, most of them were residents in the city. The number of injured people reached 800,000. The consequences were very serious. Therefore, for fear of repeating the same mistakes, the official urgently stopped it. Of course, there is another reason. It has been determined that no matter what subject it was before, once it evolves, the exotic beasts must eat pure fruits and vegetables. The consumption of food is not small. Many beast masters can't afford pet food. Successfully cultivated super exotic beasts are all like this, including Tang Ranran big golden armor and green dumplings, which have to eat almost hundreds of millions of pure fruits and vegetables every day. Once hungry, the exotic beasts that were successfully controlled will become restless. Although there are no cases yet, it can be inferred that if the exotic beasts are restless and there is no food to comfort them, they will definitely rebel in the end. Anyway, even if it succeeds, it is highly likely that they can't afford it. Therefore, before new progress is made in the research of magical vine energy, exotic beast breeding experiments are strictly prohibited. Affected by the four-winged griffin accident, the existing super beasts cultivated by the magic vine energy, that is, the successful cases of cultivation, were once again subject to key inspections. Tang Ranran big golden armor and green dumplings were checked again. After confirming that they were completely controlled by the owner, and there was no risk of losing control, Tang Ranran obtained 2 pet certificates. It is really not easy to keep a pet openly. Even if you have a pet certificate, you can only move on the free planet and cannot bring it to the administrative planet. In addition, you must have regular inspections, which are currently scheduled to be once every 3 months. What can you do? You can only act according to the regulations. The four-winged griffin accident had just subsided. Within 2 days, the Super 4S level tentacle monster on Impoi Star, the planet where Sia's magic vine was planted, was finally discovered and killed. Because the tentacle monster was a burrowing beast and had a natural hidden ability, it still escaped for so long when a large army was dispatched to hunt it. But finally, it was strangled, because it was an official action. And the tentacle monster was a wild monster with unclear ownership. The body of the tentacle monster was finally brought back by Gu Xiao. Tang Ranran happily ordered the demon pill. Of course, there was a price. The price was that Gu Xiao gave her a lot of seeds of 60+ high purification value plants. Well, research needs. Let her plant them. Tang Ranran had no doubt that Gu Xiao treated her as free labor. Since the research team led by Gu Xiao drove the starship here and stopped here, they have no plans to move. On the one hand, Suping Ruishing has many pure fruits and vegetables, many delicacies, and good food. On the other hand, if there is any pure plant needed and there is no stock, Tang Xian can plant it. Although Gu Xiao himself is also a wood-type healing system, he is very busy. His mental power has many uses. He is definitely secretly happy that someone helps to share the burden of growing vegetables. Although she was ordered to grow vegetables from time to time, it was mutually beneficial. The research team was here, and Tang Ranran was often the first to know any news. At first, Tang Ranran was worried that Gu Xiao would see something, but it turned out that she was worrying too much. He didn't even think that Tang Xian was a puppet, so he didn't doubt it at all. Therefore, Tang Ranran also liked to hang out on the research starship. Not only is there all kinds of first-hand information, but there is also authoritative knowledge to learn. If Gu Xiao didn't mention leaving, Tang Ranran would certainly not chase him away. At present, Gu Xiao and Tang Ranran both felt that the situation was pretty good, but Yan Qian, who was far away on the border, was not so good. As the old saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. He was anxious, but it was useless to be anxious. Although Gu Xiao was also a military personnel, he was a researcher and was in a different department. Yan Qian racked his brains, but couldn't think of a way to get the research team away from Su Pingruixing. He could only call Tang Ranran whenever he was free. Tang Ranran was a little annoyed by Yan Qian's phone calls. which were like checking up on her. If it weren't for his handsome appearance, she would have blocked him long ago. Really? He is not doing his job all day long. She is very busy. Busy Tang Ranran relied on her skill of growing vegetables to sell her labor. After the tentacle monster was dissected, Tang Ranran successfully obtained the 4S level demon pill. While the master was refining pills on the farm, Tang Xuanhao did not forget to gossip about it. And then he knew that the tentacle monster of this super beast was the most common biting insect at the magical vine planting site on Impui Star. A four-headed earthworm that looks like a plus. Each head is about 20 centimeters long, and has sharp teeth, and feeds on plant roots and stems. It can't be called a beast at all. It can only be said to be a big insect that can bite through human skin. From level 0 to level 4S. The situation is similar to Tang Ranran big golden armor. But even worse. It can be confirmed that it is the energy of the magical vine. Because the experiment of the strange beast was stopped. At present, after the magic vine has produced 100 magic fruits, most of the magic vine energy is collected by the Military Research Institute. Gu Xio led the research team, and is committed to conquering the topic of the magic vine energy. Tang Ranran also participated in the research. But she was a soy sauce person. After the soul-feeding pill was refined, Tang Ranran took advantage of the farm transfer, and the soul-feeding pill went into Aries' stomach again. Unfortunately, he did not get promoted, and Aries is still SSS level. Aries declared ambitiously, as long as there are 10 more such energy pills, I am absolutely sure to be promoted to 4S level. Tang Ranran, haha. Only 10? Super 4S level strange beasts are hard to come by. And their demon pills are even harder to get. So, wait slowly. Growing vegetables, researching, and understanding the latest current affairs of the empire. Tang Xuanhao has a very rich life. While Tang Ranran himself prepares a pile of spirit stones every day and spends money on cultivation. Just like that, the days passed by, and it was the end of the month. On this day, Lu Xiao, who had disappeared for a long time, reappeared. LV Xiao, sorry. Something unexpected happened, so I haven't been online until now. Tang Ranran, who was pretending to sleep, but was actually in a daze, suddenly became alert. Tang Xian, are you okay? LV Xiao, yes. I'm fine now. This time, the harvest is quite rich. In addition to the internal needs of our team, if we can sell you the share, there are 8 A-level C spirit raw materials, 5 S-level C spirit raw materials, 2 SS-level C spirit raw materials, and 1 SSS-level C spirit raw materials. In addition, fortunately, I have successfully hunted a 4S level C spirit. Tang Xian, awesome. LV Xiao, it's just luck. By the way, in addition to the 4S C spirit raw materials, how much do you want? Tang Xian, I want all of them. Okay. LV Xiao, of course. Then the price we agreed on before. Is it convenient for you now? I will send the things to you first. If it takes too long, it will affect the efficacy of the medicine. Tang Xian, the payment may take 2 days. Is that okay? Lu Xiao, it's okay. I believe you. Tang Xian, thank you. I'm here now. At this address. Since the research team moved in, Tang Ranran now spends more time in D4 area. And this time is no exception. Lu Xiao, New address? This is not very convenient. Can I go to your house? Tang Xian, that's okay. But wait a minute. I find a space system to take me back. Lu Xiao, sure. Do you have space system drivers? Tang Xian, not my subordinate. Let me know when we meet. Lu Xiao, okay. Let me know when you get back. I'll be there right away. Tang Xian, okay. After sending the message, Tang Ranran hurried to find a driver. Gu Xio research team naturally has drivers. 2 of them. A SS uncle driver, and an S-class young man driver. Although the young man was a bit weak, he had no problem running around on the planet. In addition, this space-based young man was quite handsome. So Tang Ranran gave him 10 units of lychees today, a large grapefruit tomorrow, and 2 or 3 pounds of grapes the day after tomorrow. After feeding her every day, the driver had already treated her as a rich friend and was very supportive. After calling people over, Tang Ranran returned to her F1 area in a flash. After giving a box of about 4 or 5 units of lychees as travel expenses and letting the driver go back first, Tang Ranran first used her spiritual sense to explore while it was still early. After confirming that there were no criminals invading her F1, she swiped dozens of spiritual fruit trees from the farm and planted them in her own garden. With spiritual fruit trees, wouldn't she have the payment? When Lu Xiao went to the Free Alliance Star region, it was mid-April. And now it is the end of August. Before leaving, he said that it would take at most 3 months. But in reality, more than 4 months have passed. Tang Ranran estimated that something happened during this period, and it was likely that he encountered a strong enemy. After planting more than 10 spiritual fruit trees with a purification value of about 40 to 60, Tang Ranran sent a message to Lu Xiao after returning to the reception room. Obviously waiting for her message, Lu Xiao replied immediately. Lu Xiao, okay. I come over now. I go to the previous reception room. Tang Ranran replied with an okay gesture. And just said it. The light and shadow in the corner of her eyes dimmed. Well, everyone has arrived. Tang Ranran looked up. Lu Xiao was wearing a regular black combat uniform, which looked sharp and aggressive, diluting a bit of his original noble temperament. And the aura of a master was undoubtedly revealed. Obviously, he had not rested yet. Lu Xiao was exhausted after a long journey. Although he was really tired, he immediately became energetic when he saw Tang Xian, the rich buyer. He couldn't help but smile. Tang Xian. Everyone would be happy to see the god of wealth. Long time no see. Tang Ranran smiled and nodded. Did you go well? It's okay. Without saying much, Lu Xiao raised his hand and took off a space buckle from his smart brain wristband. After approaching Tang Ranran, he pinched it with 2 fingers and handed it to her. Look, everything is here. Tang Ranran reached out to take it and took a look. Inside was an appliance like a large refrigerator, a special storage container for medicines, which kept fresh in quality. Take it out and open it. There were many bottles in the refrigerator. It was similar to the bottle she got from Yin Zhenghao. There are handwritten labels on the bottle, which are ASSSSSS and a bottle of 4S stored separately. Previously, she took online classes with Yin Zhenghao. Recently, Tang Ranran has been hanging out with authoritative pharmacists such as Gu Xiao and Zhu Dehai every day. In addition, she has a good foundation and rich experience in alchemy. Tang Ranran level in this aspect of medicine is already above average among pharmacists, so it is no problem to identify a sea spirit energy. She took out the 4S level massive raw material separately, tasted it a little, felt the huge power contained in it, and after confirming that there was basically no problem, Tang Ranran put it back, then closed the refrigerator door, and put the refrigerator back into the space buckle. I accept it. No problem. Tang Ranran nodded, and the inspection was completed. Don't you want to take a closer look? It's okay. In a transaction, honesty is the most important thing. Tang Ranran looked sincere, as if she trusted him very much, and then asked, for payment? I have the original or a star diamond here. LV Xiao shook his head. If possible, I would rather have high-purity fruits and vegetables. The pure sugar water solution you gave me last time is also okay. That's okay. Tang Ranran said it was no problem. And then said, there are several high-purity fruit trees with a value of more than 40 in my yard. If you are not in a hurry, I will arrange to pick them. Just wait a few hours. Okay. Can I go and see the fruit trees? LV Xiao's eyes lit up, full of interest. Of course. I take you there. Yes. They went out one after another, and Tang Ranran acted as a guide, taking Lu Xiao to visit his large garden that looked like a park. Seeing those fruit-laden spiritual fruit trees, after being shocked, Lu Xiao looked strange. No. You just planted them here? Aren't you afraid of being robbed when you're not here? Tang Ranran said nonchalantly. No big problem. I have a trap here. If the criminals come in, how can they get in unimpeded like we do? And if the criminals can really get in unimpeded, it proves that I can't beat them. While his attention is attracted by these fruit trees, I can run away smoothly, which can be regarded as spending money to avoid disaster. Lu Xiao, it makes sense, and there is no way to refute it. He could only say, you are really thoughtful. After seeing the spiritual fruit trees and tasting the ripe spiritual fruits of each variety, Lu Xiao immediately agreed to use these spiritual fruits to pay for the goods. The most important thing is to put the money in your pocket, and other things can be put aside. So Lu Xiao just sits here with Tang Ranran and waits for the money. Purification value above 40. 100 million per unit. Purification value 60 is 10 billion per unit. The total amount of hailing raw materials is about 10 trillion. After deducting the deposit, it is even less. With such a small amount of payment, Tang Ranran directly arranged more than 20 picking robots to pick and pack. The two of them chatted while supervising the robots' work. Lu Xiao elaborated on the itinerary of the Free Alliance Star region. Because he is good at speaking, the whole itinerary is like an adventure, full of ups and downs and exciting. Tang Ranran listened attentively, and finally was shocked. Is there a 5SC Spirit King on that planet? Yes. That 5SC Spirit King is very powerful. He parasitized a giant golden ring dragon with one horn. The comprehensive strength can definitely be rated as a 5S super beast. Later, he also developed many offspring through reproduction, forming a group of giant golden ring dragons with one horn. The total number of dragons is about 100, and each adult dragon has a strength of more than 3S. As he said this, Lu Xiao looked regretful and unwilling. He was 4S level. If he hunted down the Sea Spirit King, he might be promoted to 5S level. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat him. The Sea Spirit King is really powerful. Tang Ranran sighed. They all knew how to develop a parasitic group. This kind of big boss surrounded by younger brothers is definitely hell mode. By the way, I heard that the research on the magic vine has made progress. Time is tight, and I don't have time to inquire. Can you tell me about it? Because he was in a hurry to sell the goods as soon as he came back. Lu Xiao had not yet understood the situation during this period. After telling his group's experience, he naturally asked Tang Ranran about it. Of course, you asked the right person. I know a lot about the magic vine. Tang Ranran babbled, and also told the story about what happened during this period. Lu Xiao, the audience, cooperated very well, and was shocked in his heart. 100 magical fruits? 2 magical fruit potions? Lu Feng and Xie Xinxi were promoted to 5S level successively. Tang Xian exotic beast experiment? Potion side effects? Magic vine energy? My goodness. So many things happened in just 4 months. After listening, Lu Xiao grasped the key points. So, as long as the high purification value is non-excessive, it still has an improvement effect? Not sure. The current statement is that it is safe below 30 trillion. I have only eaten about 20 trillion. And there are no side effects at present. Tang Ranran told everything he knew. In the middle of the month, there were still a few people who had problems. But now, at the end of the month, the number of people who have found side effects has increased to dozens, among which the lowest value of auxiliary consumption of high purification value is 40 trillion. So the original statement that it is safe below 100 trillion has been overturned. And the current statement is that it is safe below 30 trillion. People who have side effects, without exception, either age too quickly or their mental power shows an aging decline. The more high purification value is consumed, the more severe the symptoms. All related symptoms can only be temporarily alleviated by a high purification value of 80 or above. After listening to Tang Ranran's story about the magical vine, Lu Xiao was thankful that he was away during this period. Otherwise, he might have become one of the side effects. He had mental weakness at such a young age, and could only rely on 80 grams of sugar to maintain himself. This was really terrifying. In this way, it was a bit like exchanging information. The two talked for more than 3 hours. The robots worked diligently, and all the spiritual fruits used to pay for the goods had been packed. Tang Ranran was always generous, so the payment was over the amount. For her, it was almost free since it was made on the farm. For Lu Xiao, it was definitely a pleasant surprise. Although he didn't count the specific amount, he knew it was at least 5% more. Tang Xian was really generous. He was really the god of wealth. He liked such a generous rich friend. After happily receiving the payment and saying a few polite words, Lu Xiao said goodbye. Although he wanted to stay with Tang Xian to eat and drink, his teammates were waiting for him to share the money. He could only go back first. Watching Lu Xiao leave, Tang Ranran immediately entered her secret room after the F1 protective shield was closed, and then began to refine the sea spirit potion. She had prepared the auxiliary raw materials a month ago, and her farm had already planted ready-made products, so she just needed to pick them. After picking 3 A-level sea spirit potion auxiliary raw materials and reviewing the refining process, Tang Ranran, who knew it well, began to actually operate. Then, the refining process was not smooth, a little bumpy, but it was successful in the end. Although it was successfully refined, just like the quality of elixirs, Tang Ranran estimated that the effect of this A-level C spirit might be worse. And it was probably the lowest inferior grade. It's okay. It's the first time. I'm not very skilled. The inferior grade is also very powerful. After putting on the label and writing the notes, Tang Ranran continued. The first time is new. The second time is familiar. This second A-level C spirit. Tang Ranran felt pretty good about herself. It should be perfect. Then, the third A-level C spirit was also successfully refined. The success rate was 100%. Tang Ranran was a little proud. She was really amazing. After self-affirmation and self-praise, Tang Ranran began to think about it. Now that we have the potion, who should we give it to? There are 8 A-level potions in total. Well, Yanxing must have one. As the company's turnover increases day by day, there are countless monsters and demons secretly watching Sheng Tang. It's just that Kong Chen is the umbrella of protection. No other forces dare to take action except the Bai family. However, you need to be strong to forge iron. Low mental power level is very disadvantageous at the negotiation table in the mall. For Sheng Tang, compared with Tang Chui, Tang Ranran naturally prefers to cultivate Yanxing. It's only 10 billion. A small investment. Tang Ranran doesn't need to change the contract. What's more, Yanxing is loyal to her. He is definitely a loyal minister. Tang Ranran is very relieved. Then Fan Ling will have one. Although Tang Ranran has special care and lives a rich life, the gap from S level to no mental power is too big. Even after 4 months, Fan Ling is still unable to accept the reality of depression and decadence. The whole person is lifeless like a zombie. Ever since he learned that the planet's magical vines had been successfully cultivated. Especially after the news of Tang Xian Big Black Rabbit's strange beast experiment spread. Fan Ling had begged Tang Xuanhao to use him for human medicine experiments. But Fan Ling was now equivalent to level 0. And Tang Ranran was afraid that he would eat people to death. So she was determined not to agree. The Sea Spirit Potion only had a success rate, no side effects, and could be used with confidence. Tang Ranran decided to give him a chance and experiment whether the Sea Spirit Potion had a repairing effect on the wounded, whose mental power was scrapped due to injuries. There were 6 portions left, which was quite a lot. Tang Ranran decided to open a convenient door and arrange one for Tang Chui. As for who Tang Chui gave it to, she didn't care. Then, Wen Yang could also arrange one. There were 4 portions left, thrown into the basement of the farm. Anyway, time stopped in the basement, so there was no need to worry about the loss of drug efficacy. Continue to refine the potion. Refine the potion. All 8 A-level C spirits were completed, and Tang Ranran called Wen Yang and Fan Ling. Fan Ling was infused Xianting, close, and arrived in half an hour. Still in the reception room, Tang Ranran gave him the potion. This is an A-level C spirit potion. You try it. But I'm not sure if it works. The potency lasts for 5 hours. Fan Ling's face was full of emotion. His eyes, which had been gray due to the haze, became bright again after the clouds and mist cleared. And he was full of hope, great kindness, thousands of words, completely unable to express. In the end, he could only choke and say, "Thank you. Think positively. There is always hope." Tang Ranran encouraged by patting his shoulder like a leader. In addition to the potion, Tang Ranran also served a few fruit plates. But they were all ordinary crops with a purification value of less than 10. After all, Fan Ling was in his current state, and she was afraid that the purification value was too high and he would eat him to death. After Fan Ling took the potion, he waited for the effect in the reception room. Tang Ranran showed the research spirit of a pharmacist, asking questions from time to time, recording the feeling after taking the potion, and checking Fan Ling's physical condition every quarter of an hour. About 2 hours later, Wen Yang also arrived, after being taken to the reception room by the reception robot. Tang Ranran was also an A-level C spirit, and the same leadership style reward. Secretary 1. You have worked hard recently. Thank you, leader. Wen Yang was so excited that he almost knelt down to Tang Ranran. Originally, he was a D-level, and he got a marrow cleansing potion by relying on nepotism and was promoted to C-level. If it weren't for Tang Xian, a leader, a D-level like him would never have access to a marrow cleansing potion in his life. And now, A-level. There is a chance for mental power to be promoted again. It must be that the ancestors' graves are always smoking. After Wen Yang took the A-level C spirit, Tang Ranran also gave him a fruit plate to pass the time. And then he turned into a research observer and recorded various data. Fan Ling's 5-hour effect of the potion was the first to pass. The result was disappointing. Fan Ling still had no mental power. What can be done? Tang Ranran could only comfort him. Don't be discouraged. There is always a way. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Yeah. As if his spine was bent again. When Fan Ling left, he looked lonely and depressed. In this regard, Tang Ranran had no choice but to feel sorry and sympathize. After a moment of sympathy, Tang Ranran continued to pay attention. Halfway through the 4 hours, Wen Yang, who was originally anxious and nervous, suddenly jumped up from his seat, unable to hide his excitement, and was so happy that he danced with joy. Leader, my mental power has become stronger. Don't be excited. Test it first. After using the mental power detection instrument, Wen Yang mental power level changed from C to B. Tang Ranran, congratulations. Thank you for your cultivation. The leader's great kindness to me. I will never forget it. And I will always remember it in my heart. With excitement, Wen Yang expressed his loyalty. Tang Ranran leadership style of painting cakes. The central idea is, as long as you work hard, your future will be limitless. After the leader praised Wen Yang promotion and made promises, Tang Ranran asked a few questions about official business in a formal manner, and finally said, I still have 3 A-level C spirit potions here. You can hold an internal auction and open the purchase rights to those who have made significant contributions to the planet among the planetary residents and permanent personnel. The cost price is about 10 billion. Yes. Wen Yang carefully took the 3 A-level C spirit potions and kept them properly. Tang Ranran pretended to have suddenly thought of it and asked casually, what is the mental power level of Kong Chen girlfriend? I remember there is no A level. Right? Yes. Miss Tang, the girlfriend of the Star Master, is currently a B-level mental power. Wen Yang answered seriously. Well, then ask her first if she wants to buy it. Yes. Tang Ranran, who was waiting in front of the intelligent brain, received a call from Wen Yang when he left the F1 area. Miss Tang, it's like this. Wen Yang elaborated, playing the role of a curious baby. After asking about the effect and price of the A-level C spirit potion, Tang Ranran played the role of a willful and capricious young lady. Anyway, I want them all. Wen Yang had a headache, but no matter how he tried to persuade her, Tang Ranran kept saying, I want them all. I want them all. There was no other way. Wen Yang, who had no way to deal with her, finally called Tang Xuanhao again to ask for instructions from the leader. Tang Ranran directed and acted by herself, and said in a nonchalant tone, then give her all at cost price. The payment will be remitted to the charity bureau, and Wu Lihua will take care of the arrangements. Wen Yang, yes. He directed and acted in a play by himself. Well, at a price of 30 billion, 3 A-level C spirit potions passed the Ming Road and reached Tang Ranran hands. After 30 billion was remitted from Shuntang Biology's account to the Planet Charity Bureau, the money was confirmed to have been received and delivered to Wen Yang in Fuse Lingjing. After getting the medicine, Tang Ranran took one on the spot in front of Wen Yang. In fact, she drank a fake one in exchange for a prince. The real A-level hailing medicine was thrown into the farm. After the goods were delivered, Wen Yang said goodbye, and Tang Ranran waited for the results, which was actually a daze for 5 hours. When the time came, although there was no audience, Tang Ranran still performed his self-performance of I'm upgraded. Very seriously. Then, Tang Ranran, a lazy home, rarely went out and went to the hospital here. Then, after a physical examination, her mental power was successfully promoted from B level to A level. Tang Ranran carefully completed the whole set of procedures, and then left the hospital happily. During the period, she did not forget to call Yan Xing and Tang Chui. Both of them knew about the transfer of 30 billion, but they did not know the specific effect. Tang Ranran said, good news. Come quickly. And the two of them rushed to Fuse Spirit Realm at the fastest speed. Using the quota of her villa, Yan Xing and Tang Chui opened a temporary access right for the two, and they successfully entered Fuse Fairyland. After the two entered the door and sat down on the big sofa in the small villa, Tang Ranran, who was sitting on the big sofa in the main seat, spoke. I spent 30 billion. You know? Yan Xing nodded. Tang Chui directly advised. Ranran, the planet is currently financially prosperous, and our donation is just icing on the cake. It is better to put it into our Shuntang charity fund. At least it can offset personal income tax. Auntie. It's not a donation. But I bought something. Bang bang bang. Look! Tang Ranran showed her authoritative mental power appraisal certificate. Ah! Grade A. Your mental power is a grade. After reading it, Tang Chui was shocked. And then very happy. Mr. Tang. Congratulations. Yin Xing congratulated immediately. Is it related to what you bought? After being happy for her niece, Tang Chui mind turned quickly. Yes. Tang Ranran responded. And then explained. I bought it from Secretary Wen. It was originally going to be auctioned. It was definitely sold to me, for Kong Chen's sake. It is a mental power enhancement potion. Tang Ranran continued. 10 billion per bottle. A total of 3 bottles. I took 1 bottle, and my mental power was promoted to A level. According to Secretary Wen's retelling, B-level personnel have a more than 10% chance of being promoted to A level after taking it. For C-level personnel, the probability of being promoted to B level will exceed 10%. But the possibility of being promoted to A level will be reduced. The success rate is higher for those under 30 years old. Hearing this, Yin Xing and Tang Chui both breathed harder and could not hide their excitement. There are still 2. So, in the eyes of the 2 people who are looking forward to it, Tang Ranran said, the remaining 2 will be treated as shareholder benefits. 1 for each of you. Uncle Lin is old, so I won't give him medicine anymore. But in return, I plan to open a 10 billion pure fruit and vegetable quota for him. What do you think? Sheng Tang has only 4 shareholders, so naturally they can't favor one over the other. Manager Lin is a person who is sincere to the original owner, so Tang Ranran doesn't mind taking care of him in his old age. As for the elderly, eating more pure fruits and vegetables will keep them healthy and long-lived. I agree. I have no objection either. The 2 immediately expressed their opinions. After receiving the potion, Yin Xing took it on the spot, while Tang Chui saved it. At her age, of course, she wanted to leave it to her children. But she has a son and a daughter. So Tang Chui was in a dilemma. 1 potion was not enough. So she had to make up for it with another one. It was a rare trip to Fu Xianting. Feeling the pure atmosphere here, Tang Chui couldn't help but ask Tang Ranran for help through the back door. Ranran, ask Kong Chen if he can help me get a house purchase quota? It's okay if the price is a little more expensive, as long as I can buy it. The cheapest high-rise apartment in Fu Xianting is about 10 billion yuan. Tang Chui can still buy one with gritted teeth. But there is no house purchase quota. Tang Ranran hesitated and said, Aunt, it's troublesome if you want to buy it. But if you buy it in the name of your cousin, it will be more convenient and more flexible. After all, they are public officials. Relying on nepotism, Tang Ranran arranged civil servants for Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian. And it was more convenient for people in the system to buy houses. That's fine. Is it for your cousin or your cousin? Or should I write both of their names? Tang Ranran asked. Let me think about it. After the matter was over, Yin Xing stayed in Tang Ranran's large living room to wait for the result, while Tang Chui went to find her children, although they didn't buy a house. Thanks to Tang Ranran relationship, Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian lived in a high-rise apartment in Fu Xianting in the form of renting a house. Tang Chui went to the small apartment where the 2 lived. After get off work, the 3 of them sat together at home and held a family meeting. Tang Qianqian was under 30, so she had a greater chance of promotion. In addition, Tang Chui considered that it would be easier for her son to find a girlfriend if he had a house. And it would be easier for her daughter to marry a higher class if she had high spiritual power, thus achieving class crossing. So in the end, she bought a house for her son Tang Shuhuai, and gave the potion to Tang Qianqian. Tang Xuanhao continued to refine potions. The difficulty increased slightly due to the different grades, but it was not a big problem. It was just a difference in the quality of the potion. Tang Ranran, who had already refined 8 A-grade potions, would not fail. Tang Ranran successfully refined an S-grade C spirit potion. Yin Xing, who was squatting in Tang Ranran's living room, had the result. Maybe it was because he was not young enough, or because of his low talent. Even with an A-grade potion, Yin Xing, who was only C-grade, still failed to be promoted and was still a C-grade. What a unlucky guy. Tang Ranran shook his head with regret, and then hesitated. How about giving him an S-grade potion? There are 5 S-grade potions. On the surface, one is left for the original body, But actually for Yin Xing? That's fine. But it's better to upgrade step by step. It's too wasteful to go directly to S grade. So let's get another A grade potion first. After 9 tests with 3 instruments, all of them were C-level mental strength. Yin Xing was extremely frustrated. Tang Ranran encouraged him by patting him on the shoulder like a leader, saying, "I go find Secretary Wen and get another one. Don't tell anyone that you failed." Yin Xing was shocked, and then said with gratitude, "Boss Tang, if there is one, the money will be directly deducted from my dividends. I won't let you spend money. It's okay. It's just a few dollars." Tang Ranran didn't care about the mere 10 billion. It was another self-directed and self-acted performance. Tang Ranran made a series of fatal calls to Wen Yang, who was working overtime. Faced with Tang Ranran unreasonable troubles, Wen Yang had a headache and could only agree. I asked the leader. After the communication ended, Tang Ranran waited for a call at Tang Xuanhao. 5 minutes later, Tang Xuanhao didn't answer the call. But Wen Yang called back to Tang Ranran. Wen Yang said seriously, I asked. The leader said there is no more. Tang Ranran, you are talking nonsense. I didn't say that. Good guy. This is just perfunctory to her. Tang Ranran immediately said. I don't believe it. There must be. So, you give me the contact number of boss Tang Xian. Or create a group. And I will talk to him myself. Wen Yang, Auntie. You have already taken 3. Can you stop tossing? Fearing that the leader would cut her, Wen Yang advised earnestly. That is a mental power enhancement potion. Not cabbage. How can there be so much? It's dinner time now. It's not appropriate to disturb the leader again. He will be cut. No. It's really important. Anyway, I don't care. If you don't help, I will go to the door of the F1 protective shield and knock on the door myself. Tang Ranran didn't listen at all and continued to make trouble. After a dozen or so back and forth tugs, Wen Yang could only compromise. Okay. I go ask for instructions again. This time, Wen Yang didn't perfunctorily answer, but really went to Tang Xuanhao and explained the cause and effect. Wen Yang was ready to be scolded, but he never expected it. Tang Ranran, who was carrying Tang Xuanhao, was naturally easy to talk to. After a short silence, he said, Okay, it's just a small matter. Did you fail? No. Miss Tang's mental power has been successfully promoted to Class A. She should want to give it to others. Wen Yang answered cautiously, and he didn't dare to look directly at the communication screen. He only dared to use his peripheral vision to guess the leader's expression. Mr. Tang was really too much. He didn't dare to make such a request to the leader. Poor him. Wen Yang thought the leader would definitely be a little angry, but it was beyond his expectation. Tang Xian responded casually. Oh! There was no sign of anger at all. Instead, Tang Xian said, I have refined the S-level C spirit potion. Similarly, the success rate of 10% can be promoted from A level to S level. Ask her if she wants it. If she wants it, the cost price is 36 billion. Wen Yang, no. Why is the leader so easy to talk to? It's a precious potion. Not cabbage. Yes, I know. Wen Yang turned around and asked. And Tang Ranran naturally said, Yes. Of course. It's only 36 billion. And she, Tang Ranran, can afford it with her own financial resources. And with the S-level C spirit, she can openly enter the ranks of S-level superpowers. However, the wood system is too eye-catching. For safety reasons, the fire system. Yes, she is a little fire system. After passing the message in the middle and reaching an agreement, Wen Yang, who also lived in Fuxianting and was working overtime at home, went out to pick up the goods without complaint, and then came back to deliver them. On the way back and forth, Wen Yang's imagination was full of ideas, and he drove to Java. Is the big boss Tang Xian so easy to talk to? Or is it because it's little Tang, the big boss's girlfriend, Miss Tang Shi, is supervising mining work in Sitalin? They have been separated for a long time. Could it be that she has fallen in love with someone else? The big boss has fallen in love with little Tang. I have to say, little Tang is really beautiful. This possibility is very high. If the big boss, Tang Xian, really wants to steal his own boss, Kong Chen? Wen Yang's eyebrows were twisted into knots, and he was in a dilemma. Should he remind his leader? Kong Chen saved his life and helped him. But leader Tang Xian was also his adopted parent. And his kindness was greater than heaven. Beauty is a disaster. He has a hard time. Finally, in extreme embarrassment, Wen Yang suddenly realized that he was just a small follower. Why should he worry about the love and hatred of leaders? Life's great truth, it's rare to be confused. Yes, he is a fool. He knows nothing. Arriving at Tang Ranran Villa number 2, Wen Yang figured it out completely. After transferring 46 billion from her personal account to the Planet Charity Bureau, Tang Ranran successfully got 2 potions from Wen Yang. However, she felt that Wen Yang looked at her a little strangely. Did he give away his true colors? Definitely not. That must be because she is beautiful. Yes, that's it. Without thinking too much, Tang Ranran returned to the living room and took a potion with Yin Xing. Tang Ranran pretended to drink the potion, and Yin Xing were eating fruit while waiting for the potion results. About 2 hours later, Yin Xing said excitedly, I feel that my mental power has changed. And it seems to be stronger. The instrument measured it. Mental power, B. After confirming that Yin Xing had been promoted, Tang Ranran did not stop. Secretly hypnotized him, and then put on a mental power shield, and injected him with S-level C spirit when he was unconscious. Double superposition. Maybe it will be A-level? As for S-level, with Yin Xing qualifications, she didn't expect it. Tang Ranran did it secretly, and it was a trance for Yin Xing, who didn't notice anything. He was still immersed in the joy and excitement of his mental power promotion. At 3 hours, Tang Ranran acted and also upgraded. Then because of a time difference problem of the drug effect, Tang Ranran secretly gave him a sleep for fear that Yin Xing would notice something unusual. The sleeping state does not affect the drug effect. A naughty robot was left for him. Tang Ranran had just returned upstairs and was about to pretend to sleep when Tang Chui came. Tang Qianqian is clearly an excellent student, quite different from Yin Xing, a poor student. Look, she has only taken the medicine for 2 hours, and her mental power has been promoted. Although the mental power detection instrument identified her as B-level, Tang Chui was still worried. So the mother and her 2 children came together to consult Tang Ranran, an experienced person, since everyone was here. Tang Ranran could only entertain them. After a series of questions and answers, Tang Chui and the other 2 felt relieved, and the effect of Tang Qianqian medicine had also passed. There was no miracle of A-level, but it was very good to be promoted to B-level, because it was already late at night. Seeing Yin Xing sleeping like a dead pig on the sofa, Tang Chui was worried and wanted to stay with Tang Ranran. It was a villa with many rooms, so Tang Ranran naturally didn't care. The next day, when the sky brightened, after a hearty breakfast, the 5 people went to the hospital together in a hovercraft. After a detailed test at the hospital, Tang Ranran was controlled at S-level, without any increase in growth. Tang Ranran had already explained that she had taken S-level C spirit again. But when they really saw this result, the 4 of them were stunned and shocked. And then, there was a sound of congratulations. Next came Tang Qianqian report. Mental power level, B++. At Tang Qianqian current age of 24. It is very likely that her mental power has reached a level. Tang Chui and the other 2 were very happy. After being happy for a while, Tang Chui asked Tang Ranran to keep it secret. If she was too ostentatious, it would arouse jealousy. So she couldn't tell other people in the Tang family about the sea spirit potion. The 3 of them unanimously did not tell the Tang family group. And even Tang Qianqian, who was very excited, held back. Tang Chui's plan was to keep it a secret first, and then announce it after 10 days or half a month. And then say that her daughter Tang Qianqian was promoted naturally. Although Tang Chui's ex-husband was a bit of a scumbag, his mental power was actually B-level. So it was normal for Tang Qianqian to be promoted to B-level. The eldest, Tang Shenwu. The second, Tang Fei. And the 4th, Tang Shenwen, had a hard time in Sutter. So they would make trouble from time to time. They wanted to come to Suping Ruishing for development. But Tang Chui blocked them all. So now she dared not show off her wealth at all, but kept crying poor. Tang Ranran, who did not show off her wealth and was afraid of trouble, naturally had no objection. She did not plan to update her citizen information in the near future. Anyway, her S-level strength was well documented, because her daughter's mental power was promoted. Tang Chui's excitement lasted until Yin Xing report came out, and then she turned jealous. Yin Xing, mental power level, A-level. Although he was not in good condition, he was a real A-level. Tang Ranran, who had smashed 2 A-level C spirits and 1 S-level C spirit, breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Xing results finally passed the passing line. If he did not even have an A-level, it would be a real loss. Not knowing the inside story, they only thought that he was an A-level C spirit with a small probability of miracle. Tang Shui and the other two were so envious, even jealous. Although Yin Xing didn't know about S-level C spirits, Mr. Tang definitely gave him 2 A-level C spirits. Yin Xing felt a little guilty. He was also very lucky. Although he was very excited, he didn't dare to show off too much. He could only hold back his ecstasy in his heart. Ran, can you talk to Secretary Wen and buy 2 more? Or just 1 will do. Her daughter was just a little bit away from promotion, while her son didn't even get the edge of the potion. After comparing her daughter to Yin Xing, who was A-level, Tang Shui was so envious that she couldn't accept it and felt unbalanced. That won't work. Secretary Wen is not easy to talk to. Tang Ranran lied with her eyes open. At the beginning, because of her own will, Tang Ranran didn't force Tang Shui to contract. She didn't even try Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian. They were not her younger brothers. Giving one was already a favor. More? No. Tang Ranran was unwilling. For the sake of her 2 children, Tang Shui shamelessly contacted Wen Yang, but was naturally met with a cold face from Wen Yang. Wen Yang only had 2 words. No. Wen Yang did not dare to offend Tang Ranran, because Tang Ranran was Kong Chen's girlfriend, and he was afraid that she would whisper in his boss's ear. But Tang Shui? Wen Yang did not give her face at all. Of course, it was also related to Tang Ranran's stubbornness yesterday. Tang Shui was angered to a certain extent. After asking for trouble, Tang Shui sighed. Auntie, you are a little greedy. Qianqian has already had AB+. It's time to celebrate, Tang Ranran said with a little warning. Tang Qianqian was in a good mood and was also very confident. Yes, Mom, I'm still young, and there are great opportunities. Tang Shuhuai chimed in. Yes, Mom, we are now living in Fu Xianting, bathing in the pure air every day, and there are great opportunities. With Tang Ranran advice and the comfort of her children, Tang Shui adjusted her mentality and was happy for her daughter again. After a few more words, the 5 people parted ways. Tang Shui and Yin Xing went back to Shengtang Company together. Tang Shuhuai drove another car and took Tang Ranran and Tang Qianqian back to Fu Xianting. After returning to Fu Xianting, Tang Shuhuai first sent Tang Ranran back to Villa Number 2 in the villa area. Looking at Villa Number 2 from a distance, Tang Shuhuai asked in surprise. Ranran, do you have guests? Huh? Tang Ranran was surprised. Is that your Villa Number 2? Why is there a car parked outside the yard? Is it that Kong Xingju has returned? No. He didn't contact me. It shouldn't be him, Tang Ranran said. And at the same time, he stuck his head out of the car window to take a look. There really was a floating car parked outside the fence of her Villa Number 2. It looked like a high-end private floating car that was very expensive. Who was it? Don't worry. Maybe they were just passing by. Cousin, just park it in the yard. Don't turn off the engine. You can go to work, Tang Ranran said. Thanks to her connections, these 2 half-baked guys who passed the mecha exams are now in the security system of Fu Xianting. Okay. Tang Shuhuai slowed down and landed in the yard of Villa Number 2. The fence did not block the line of sight. As they landed, the parked hovercraft made a sound. As the car door opened, a tall figure walked out of the cab. Seeing the person clearly, Tang Ranran's heart skipped a beat, and even his eyelids jumped. How could it be him? Tang Qianqian screamed like a groundhog in the car. Wow! So handsome! Cousin Ranran, you are so amazing! Qianqian, don't talk nonsense. Tang Shuhuai scolded lightly, turned to Tang Ranran and asked, Looking for you? Do you know him? No. I probably went the wrong way. Tang Ranran shook his head and said nonsense. The person who got off the car had fair skin, delicate features, a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, and a gorgeous and beautiful appearance. It was Xia Yin. Tang Xian knew Xia Yin. But she, Tang Ranran, did not. Villa Number 3 next door was Xia Xia. The villas here were all of the same specifications, and the shells were exactly the same. So, did they go to the wrong place? Tang Ranran was self-deceiving with luck. Went to the wrong place. Tang Shuhuai was a little unconvinced. I go ask. Facing the handsome guy, Tang Qianqian was very active. Don't make trouble. I get off the car. No need. Tang Ranran interrupted Tang Shuhuai before he finished speaking. You go to work. Don't be late. This? Tang Shuhuai was a little hesitant. Tang Qianqian, who was sitting behind him, immediately kicked the driver's seat and sent a text message. Tang Qianqian, brother, can you show some respect? Don't be a light bulb. Tang Ranran said again. It's okay. You guys go first. Tang Shuhuai understood a little after seeing his sister's message. Okay. Call me if you have anything. Cousin Ranran. We're leaving then. Hee. Yeah. Realizing that Tang Qianqian had misunderstood, Tang Ranran didn't explain anything. She had a bad feeling. Hey. Qi Xingyuan was in charge of entry and exit. So a few hours ago, Tang Xuanhao received the news that Xie Yin and Xie Shihe entered the planet together. Xie Shihe has been busy fighting for the throne recently, and often runs back and forth between the project area of Shanhua City and the clan land of the Xie family in the First Galaxy. He was very busy leaving and entering the country. Xie Yin came with him. Tang Ranran, who received the news, just thought that Xie Yin was a helper found by Xie Shihe, and didn't pay much attention to it. She never expected that he was coming for her. No. Calm down. Maybe he really went the wrong way. Tang Ranran got out of the car and pretended to look at Xie Yin standing at the gate of the yard with a puzzled look. It was not a foregone conclusion yet, so she had to act. Then, in her strange eyes, Xie Yin smiled at her and raised his hand to press the doorbell. Tang Ranran, okay. She admitted that this guy was really good looking, but he really didn't go to the wrong door, but came for her. Damn it! 80% of the time, he was exposed. Another 20% was that he recognized that the person who was with Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan when Su Xinrong was on the stage was her. Anyway, no matter which possibility it was not a good thing. The hovercraft started again, but Tang Shuhuai, who was still a little worried, did not leave. The hovercraft was suspended in the air above the yard. Tang Ranran waved in the direction of the car, signaling him to leave, and then walked over to open the door resignedly. It is a blessing, not a disaster. And it is a disaster that cannot be avoided. She is a wood element. Who is she afraid of? Yes, she is not afraid of anything. Thinking quite arrogantly in her heart, Tang Ranran continued to act on the surface. She walked to the gate of the yard and asked through the iron gate of the fence, pretending to be confused. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Tang. Xie Yin did not speak the word Xian at the end, but made a mouth shape. Xie Yin's face was full of affirmation, and his smile was tinged with a sense of accomplishment of seeing through the truth. At the same time, his beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. When he first met Tang Xian, Xie Yin had doubts in his heart and started an investigation. However, because he hunted high-level monsters and later went to hunt down the burrowing tentacle monster, the investigation was delayed. After killing the burrowing tentacle monster, Xie Yin ran around again because of the side effects of his mother Xie Xinxi's medicine. In the case of the increasing shortage of 80 high purification value pure food as medicine, Xie Yin naturally thought of Tang Xian again. After another in-depth investigation, through the voices in various video materials, after checking the surrounding people related to Tang Xian, Xie Yin found Tang Ranran. In the Zheng family incident in Sutter, Tang Ranran had appeared on Li Tian's live broadcast. Xie Yin found the information and confirmed with his supernatural power that it was this voice data. The same person, Tang Xian and Tang Shi. Although the surface information of the two was perfect, a thorough investigation by a high-powered person like Xie Yin would reveal that both of them were of unknown origin and had fake information. But Tang Ranran information was that he was born and raised there, and could be traced back to the hospital where he was born. It was real information that could withstand repeated investigations. He was a real, native imperial person. Tang Ranran was the real person. Tang Xian and Tang Shi were both incarnations, or puppets, probably with special supernatural powers. At first, Xie Yin was extremely shocked and somewhat skeptical about the results he found. But after a deeper investigation, it was found that Tang Xian first appeared on Baiki Star, and Tang Ranran was on Baiki Star at the time. The two had a lot of overlap in their itineraries. Anyway, the more Xie Yin investigated, the more he believed that this was the truth. Then, He came over. When Tang Ranran spoke and heard her voice, the last bit of doubt in Xie Yin's heart disappeared. And he was absolutely sure it was her. Tang Xian. Tang Ranran remained silent in the face of Xie Yin's extremely confident expression. She knew it. She knew that the vest was exposed. But why? Special tracking ability? Soul tracking like Yanni Juan? But she didn't feel that someone was tracking her. Admit or deny. This is a problem. Tang Ranran's brain was working rapidly. And the CPU was running fast. So, what to do? A trick of forgetting? Killing to silence? Well, if you fight, you may be able to win. But it is definitely impossible to kill instantly. If you can't kill instantly, you will attract the old ones by hitting the younger ones. Hey. After weighing it for 3 seconds, Tang Ranran chose to default. And then tentatively said, "Ah, this is my house? Did you go to the wrong door?" After that, Tang Ranran glanced in the direction of F1 area. Xie Yin understood immediately and acted out a scene. "Sorry, I got the wrong door." Getting back in the car, Xie Yin started the car and went directly to the F1 area. Tang Ranran pretended to be a small episode and entered her small villa without any abnormality. He came to her house, but didn't expose her. So he must have something to ask of her. "What are you asking for?" "High purification value." There is no Xie Yin in the current list of side effects of the magic fruit potion. So it is likely that he came for Xie Xinxi. Tang Ranran was very clear in her mind. Tang Xuanhao, who was planting auxiliary materials for the Sea Spirit Potion and preparing to continue to refine the Sea Spirit Potion, could only suspend the vegetable planting work at hand. She left her secret room as soon as possible and went to the large square outside the house. It only took a few dozen minutes from Fu Xianting to F1 area. Tang Ranran did not have Xie Yin communication friends, and did not know where he was now. She could only time and open the access to the gate of F1 area. During this operation, Tang Ranran suddenly thought that since her base guards were wiped out, she had not recruited guards. There was no security guard at the door, and she had to open and close the door by herself, which was a bit annoying. But everyone knew that her Tang Xian F1 Tang House garden was full of high purification values, and the vase guards could not hold it. If a thief came, it would be over. She needs a high-powered security guard. But there seems to be no one who is both high-powered and handsome, and who can guard the gate and work as a driver part-time. Standing in the square, thinking about recruiting a few high-powered handsome men as personal security guards, Tang Ranran came to her senses and found that several minutes had passed. Hey, where is Xie Yin? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Was he in a car accident on the way? That shouldn't be the case. After waiting for another 5 minutes, there was still no sign of the hovercraft. Tang Ranran simply flew into the air, taking advantage of the air. While looking for someone, she flew towards the gate. Then, from a distance, Tang Ranran found someone on the cobblestone road in her own garden, as if strolling in his own garden and enjoying the flowers. Xie Yin walked slowly, enjoying the scenery with a leisurely and contented look. This guy actually walked in. Tang Ranran immediately guessed whether he was coveting her flowers and plants. It has to be said that Tang Ranran was true. Entering the F1 area, seeing many pure plants, Xie Yin couldn't help but walk slowly to see if there were any 80+ top-quality plants. At this moment, Tang Ranran saw him. Feeling a little guilty, Xie Yin immediately left the garden, came to the air, and said to Tang Ranran politely, "Excuse me for disturbing you. Since you know it's intrusive, why don't you just pretend you don't know and leave now?" Xie Yin, He was just being polite. How could he respond to this? Now that people are here, it is definitely not that easy to get rid of them. So Tang Ranran was still in the reception room and treated them with courtesy and served them a fruit plate. After all, Xie Yin did not seem to be hostile, and Tang Ranran would not be stupid enough to create an enemy for herself. Well, the main reason was because of his face. Although Xie Yin was not Tang Ranran's favorite type, he was good-looking. A little better looking than Xie Xia. However, although he was polite on the surface, Tang Ranran was secretly highly alert, as if he was facing a great enemy. The original number in Villa Number 2 was covered with layers of soul-based defensive formations, and he was still silently reciting the heart-clearing mantra. If Xie Yin inherited Xie Xinxi's ability to bewitch her, and used that trick on her, she would be finished. Definitely finished. We must be on guard. After a moment of silence, Xie Yin took the lead and said, I can pretend not to know about your affairs, and I will never leak a word to the outside world. Hearing this, Tang Ranran immediately created a mental barrier to cover both of them. Do a good job of privacy. Then raised an eyebrow and asked, how do you know? It has something to do with my auxiliary ability. Xie Yin simply explained. It's impossible to have two completely identical voices. Ah? Tang Ranran was strangely confused. Isn't it obviously different? Her voice is female, and the puppet has a male voice. This is the technology of cultivating immortals. You can see through this? The essence is the same. Oh! Tang Ranran guessed that it was probably the voice of the soul? Anyway, she revealed her vest. It is confirmed that Xie Yin is a real hammer. Tang Ranran is playing bad. So let her do whatever she wants. Anyway, she can't quibble. Back then on the planet Su Xinrong, Xie Yin paused and asked, so Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan, they all knew? As we all know, Tang Xian has a good relationship with Yin Qian, Fu Jingyuan and Lu Chuaping. Now that I think about it, he must know the real Tang Ranran. And given the situation at that time, Xie Yin had reason to believe that Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were both pursuing her. Right? Yes. They also know. So your threat doesn't have much effect on me. Tang Ranran looked calm and didn't care at all. She didn't want to be exposed. Partly because of safety issues. But the bigger reason was that she was lazy and homebody. And she was most afraid of trouble. In fact, revealing her identity was not very threatening to her. I didn't threaten you with this, Xie Yin corrected seriously. And then with a hint of pleading. I just want to discuss a deal with you. Tell me about it. Tang Ranran guessed that it was related to the high purification value. With a bit of sadness on his face, Xie Yin helplessly narrated. You should also know about my mother's situation. She needs a high purification value of 80 to maintain the dual weakness of her body and mental strength. High purification values above 80 are extremely rare. And now it is even more difficult to find. The sugar crystal powder I bought from you at the beginning is only enough to maintain it for another 4 days. Oh, I'm sorry to hear this. But I can't help. I think you should have found out that Lu Guohui also used the sugar crystal powder I bought from here. Your Xie family and their Lu family bought out my sugar crystal powder. Tang Ranran refused without thinking. It has been 2 months since you and the Lu family made the deal. You must have it in your hands. Xie Yin stared at Tang Ranran with a very sure look. No. Tang Ranran didn't admit it. And said seriously without changing her expression. I got the sugar crystal powder from Su Xinrong. At the beginning, you were in charge of Su Xinrong. You should know that the ant breeding plan is still under exploration and has not been successful. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan have been paying attention to the follow-up of the ants. So Tang Ranran would hear some news from them from time to time. Good things like sugar crystal powder naturally attract much attention. So after the situation was reported, a team of experts and animal masters were dispatched to try to achieve artificial breeding of ants and build a sugar-producing biological factory. However, there has been no progress so far. On the mountain of Su Xinrong, the population of special sugar-producing ants has not expanded. But because of human disturbance, the population size has decreased. You can just lie to others. Xie Yin gave her a look that said, just lie. He stretched out his hand to her, spread his palm, and asked, then tell me what this is. On the way in, Xie Yin not only looked at plants, but also observed animals. Others may not recognize it. But he, who has followed up the ant breeding and sugar production project in detail, can recognize it at a glance. It's the same species. In Xie Yin palm, there are several flying soldier ants with wings. Looking at those small black dots, Tang Ranran frowned. With such sharp eyes. Is she a scout? It was confirmed again. And she couldn't quibble again. Okay. I admit that I breed ants. But you also know how difficult it is to breed this ant colony. 1 unit of 80 sugar water solution per day. The demand is too large. I really can't supply it. After being exposed for lying, Tang Ranran shamelessly continued to talk nonsense. And then bluntly pointed out the objective reality. Besides, your mother condition. 1 unit of 80 yuan a day. No matter how much money you have, you can't afford it. Xie Xinxi's current situation is like a terminal cancer patient. She can only spend money to maintain her health. If she spends all the money, she may end up with nothing. After all, 1 trillion a day is really scary. What's more, no one can guarantee that the condition will not worsen. I know. Xie Yin smiled bitterly, and then said, as long as you are willing to sell, we will never default on the payment. And the issue of money is exactly the deal I want to discuss with you. Tang Ranran showed an interested look, willing to hear more. According to what she knew from Xie Shihe, apart from the shares of Hengsheng and some fixed assets, Xie Xinci should not have much liquid funds on hand. Our Xie family Hengsheng group, after asset evaluation last quarter, had a total market value of nearly 500 trillion. My mother holds 53.86% of the shares, with a total value of nearly 270 trillion. She is willing to transfer all the shares to you at a low price of 150 trillion in exchange for a high purification value. Of course, you can pay in installments. Xie Yin's words were shocking, and he threw a bomb. Tang Ranran was a little dizzy. Hengsheng Group is a behemoth. Tang Ranran has always known it. But what she didn't know was that it was so valuable. 50,000. The unit is trillion. And 270 trillion is only sold for 150 trillion. What a great thing. Of course, there is also a pit behind this. Tang Ranran took a deep breath and carefully considered the situation. It is definitely that the Xie family elders have begun to force the palace. And Xie Xinci is unwilling to surrender. So he chose to tear his face off by selling the shares in a package. Oh, it's really like the son selling his father's land. From a legal perspective, buying and selling shares is absolutely legal. But it will cause a lot of trouble later. Just like buying a problematic foreclosed house. 27,000 for only 15,000. Absolutely a bargain price. Although it is very tempting. Tang Ranran is not short of money. So naturally she is unwilling to wade into this muddy water. It is quite tempting. But the pit behind it is a bit deep. Tang Ranran commented objectively. Knowing that Tang Ranran and Xie Shihe have a good relationship, Xie Yin guessed that she should know about the elders' meeting, and did not hide it. Although the elders will interfere, it is legally legal. As long as the legal procedures are passed, the elders can't do anything. You say it easily. Tang Ranran rolled her eyes, and said with a little complaint, if I buy it, won't I become the public enemy of your Xie family? If you ask Yin Qian to mediate, there will be absolutely no problem. Xie Yin gave a very thoughtful suggestion. No money. Can't afford it. Tang Ranran refused without thinking. She hates trouble, and will not ask for trouble. If the sale of Hengsheng shares was really that simple, Xie Xinci would have opened a share auction long ago. Why do you need to look for buyers so secretly? Or you can sell them all at a loss. The water behind it is deep. You can pay in installments. As long as my mother can get 1 unit of 80 high purification value every day. Xie Yin continued to persuade unwillingly. Really? As long as you become a major shareholder and find Yin Qian to support you, the elders will not dare to do anything. At that time, whether you take over Hengsheng or sell it for the second time, it will be a big profit for you. If I really believe you, I will be stupid. Tang Ranran complained directly and refused firmly. Even if you say something wonderful, I still say this, I won't buy it. Seeing Tang Ranran's firm attitude, Xie Yin became anxious. As for the price, we can still negotiate. 1 unit of 80 pure sugar water solution every day is not a problem for you at all. Tang Ranran resolutely refused to admit. Do you think 80 is a street product? 1 unit a day? What are you thinking? No. I don't believe it. You must have it. Xie Yin insisted. Tang Ranran sold 120 trillion yuan to her mother alone. A full 12 kilograms of sugar crystal powder. And Lugua we must have no less. A total of 15 kilograms is the minimum. And it has been about 20 months since she left Su Xinrong. Comprehensively calculated, the ant's sugar production is definitely 20 grams per day. This is still a conservative estimate. And the reality is definitely far more than that. If you don't believe it, forget it. I just don't have it. Tang Ranran refused to give in. You have it. No. After several confrontations, Tang Ranran insisted that she didn't have that much sugar powder. She couldn't afford it. And she was unwilling to buy the shares in Xie Xinci's hands. It was impossible to force a sale. Tang Ranran was unwilling. So Xie Yin could only make the next best thing helplessly. And said with a wry smile, then I want to buy some more sugar crystal powder from last time. Is that okay? After all, the other party was holding her back, based on the principle of leaving a way out for others. Tang Ranran thought about it and agreed. Okay, but I don't have much left. Only about 10 units. How many do you want? Xie Yin said without hesitation. I want them all. Now 80 plus high purification value is almost out of stock. And it is almost impossible to find it on the market. As more and more people have side effects, the situation will only get worse. Xie Yin will of course buy as much as he can. After proposing to buy the whole thing, Xie Yin was a little embarrassed. And his words were a little stuttering. Can you make the price cheaper? Thinking back to the past, Xie Yin was also a person who never bargained when buying things. But now, the situation is pressing. And he has to care about this money. Xie Yin's wealth is a thing of the past. Now he has to increase income and reduce expenditure. He can save a little bit. After all, the future is still long. Without Xie Shihe as the middleman this time, Tang Ranran actually got more. So she didn't mind a cheaper price. For your filial piety, I give you a 9.8% discount. 9.8 trillion per unit of sugar powder. Xie Yin's eyes lit up. And he cut the price directly. 8 trillion. Including tax. Tang Ranran frowned and talked nonsense seriously. You cut it too hard. I will lose money. Please help. It's really difficult now. Xie Yin's pleasant voice was tinged with a hint of begging. And his beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed to be shining with autumn water. Full of hope. That bright color that seemed to be where hope was. Making people completely unwilling to extinguish it. Tang Ranran couldn't help avoiding her gaze. Shook her head and insisted. Go out and ask. In this situation, so many people rely on 80 plus to treat diseases. Which wood system will sell 80 plus to the family now? It's me. And my solution is 85% pure sugar water solution at the maximum configuration. 8 trillion including tax. It's definitely not possible. Tang Ranran said this with gritted teeth. Rejecting the handsome man and extinguishing hope. She felt so guilty. Although Tang Ranran said firmly, Xie Yin saw hope in her slight movements. It was said that Tang Xian was always generous. So, keep up the good work. With a sad face, Xie Yin sighed and began to play the victim. I didn't mean to lower your price. But I'm really in financial difficulty now. The elders are watching closely. Not to mention the shares. Almost all the fixed assets under my mother name have been blocked by the elders. And my father, at this time, is adding insult to injury and asking for a divorce and division of the couple's property. They all want my mother to give up treatment and let the side effects of the medicine get worse. They even hope that my mother will die. As a son, I can't watch my mother die. Really, there is really no other way. At this point, Xie Yin was sad from the bottom of his heart, and felt sad with true feelings. His voice was choked with sobs, and his originally clear eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, looking dark and sad. Tang Ranran listened silently, and had only 2 words in her mind. So miserable. How did that saying go? A gambling-addicted father. A seriously ill mother. A sister who studies. And a broken man. At this moment, the lonely and helpless Xie Yin was a broken handsome man. Oh! Although it was a little different. His father was not addicted to gambling. But he was obviously going to abandon his wife and children. He had no sister who studied, but had a nephew who was ambitious and attempted to usurp the throne. And a group of clan elders who were eyeing him covetously. Which was even more miserable. Tang Ranran knew in her heart that Xie Yin was playing the victim. But the handsome man was silently sad. She couldn't stand this broken feeling. Or, wait! Was she affected by her mental power or her superpowers? But, was there anything abnormal? Even if the 4S superpower, who had a mental power 1 level higher than hers, used mental power and superpowers, she could still have some intuitive perception. She didn't feel anything abnormal. And it was likely that she didn't use her skills. Okay. She admitted that she was simply fooled by a beauty trap. Think about it. Xie Shihe made more than 300 trillion yuan by being a middleman. And now it's just 10 units of sugar powder. Right? How much is that? Give it away for free. Oh! No. It can't be given away for free. I can't open this door. Okay. Considering your miserable situation. 8 trillion is 8 trillion. Tang Ranran didn't stand firm in her position and lowered the price. Thank you. Xie Yin smiled happily, and his originally beautiful face was like a crabapple blossom. Even more gorgeous. Tang Ranran couldn't help being dazzled again. Then when Tang Ranran tried hard to resist the male beauty, she only heard Xie Yin looking at her with bright eyes and said, Can I buy it on credit first? Tang Ranran, shocked. Good guy. He's pushing it. Regarding credit, Tang Ranran firmly said, "No. This time, even the beauty trap is useless." Tang Ranran has discovered that Xie Yin, who appears to be polite and gentlemanly, is actually deep-minded and thick-skinned. If she takes a step back, he will take a step forward. If she agrees to credit, the next step will be to give it away for free. So, this time, Tang Ranran stood firm. One hand pays the other hand, and the money and goods are settled. There is no room for negotiation. She took advantage of her appearance and tried to continue to fight for it with her face. But she failed no matter how she tried. Xie Yin understood that this was Tang Ranran's bottom line, and he could not cross it for the time being. This is the only way for now. The price including tax is 8 trillion. But it is much cheaper than the second-hand price of his good nephew. Xie Yin is not stupid. He understood at once that Xie Shi and his good nephew made a lot of money by taking kickbacks. After getting these 10 units of sugar crystal powder at a low price, Xie Yin was very tactful and returned the favor. And once again solemnly swore, "I haven't even told my mother about your affairs. I promise that I will never tell anyone else." Oh! Tang Ranran didn't seem to care about it. It would not be good for Xie Yin to tell others about this. Unless he was stupid, he would not spread the news everywhere. Finally, he added a communication friend and agreed to trade in 2 days. Xie Yinshan left in a hurry to collect the payment for the goods, as if he was afraid that Tang Ranran would regret it. After confirming that Xie Yin had left the F1 area, Tang Ranran looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with melancholy. She thought she was not fooled by the little white flower. But it was just a gender mismatch. A little white flower with a male gender came. So she was not firm. After being depressed for half a minute, Tang Ranran returned to reality and began to think that she felt that her F1 area was not safe. Xie Yin knew that she was breeding sugar ants here. What if he found a space-based helper to steal her sugar powder secretly? She couldn't defend against a 4S space-based one. Besides Yanxian, there are several 4S space-based ones in the Empire. Right? Oh! Fu Jingyuan said last time that the Gu family has a 4S space-based one. What's it called? I forgot. It is certain that there is more than one 4S space-based one. As far as 11 knows, Xie Weiman of the Xie family is a 4S space-based one. It is urgent to improve the comprehensive defense of her old nest. Tang Ranran decided to move the green ball back. Compared to the huge size of the big golden armor, the green ball is of moderate size, and it is not crowded to keep it in her F1 area. Yes, the 4S Super Beast is the most suitable for guarding the house. That is, if a thief really sneaks in and a fight breaks out, the flowers and plants in her garden will suffer. It would be best to update the hardware defense. Tang Ranran's wallet is already very rich at this moment, full of spirit stones. However, it is still not cost-effective to set up a continuous spirit-consuming formation. Of course, buy a protective shield. Buy a defensive plus version of the golden bell cover. Why spend spirit stones on something that can be solved with money? Tang Ranran took action immediately and went to the military's special commodity warehouse to take a look. Soon, Tang Ranran selected a high-defense defensive shield with various defensive functions. Even if an SSS-level superpower came, he would have to fight with mental disorder to break it. Just 3 trillion. Cheap. Buy. After placing the order, Tang Ranran immediately called the driver. After being teleported to D4 by the space driver, Tang Ranran took the green ball and flew back to her F1 area. The house-guarding beast entered the scene, and Tang Ranran finally felt relieved. After moving 1 kilogram of sugar crystal powder from the basement of the farm, Tang Ranran continued to refine the potion. She had already refined 3S level C spirits. After catalyzing the relevant auxiliary materials with spiritual power, Tang Ranran refined the potion again. The 4th one. Tang Ranran worked hard to refine the potion, improve her proficiency, and ensure that the 4SC spirit must be successful. On the other hand, after Xie Yin left F1 area, he contacted Xie Xinxi as soon as possible. Tang Xian had the goods and was willing to sell them. This was definitely great news. But Xie Xinxi, who never worried about money, was in trouble this time, because she was unwilling to give up her position. The Xie clan elders imposed sanctions on Xie Xinxi, using unconventional means to block Xie Xinxi's finances, making it impossible for her to cash out her assets. All the accounts under Xie Xinxi's name were in an abnormal frozen state. Xie Xinxi had less than 50 trillion yuan in cash available, such as the original or of the Star Diamond. She still needed 30 trillion yuan in payment for goods. And privately, Xie Xinxi was unwilling to use up all the life-saving money in her hands. Xie Xinxi immediately called on her extended family group to ask her children and grandchildren to raise the payment for her goods. Unfortunately, the result was not satisfactory. Although everyone contributed money, many of them were in the hundreds of millions, and the total amount was only about 10 trillion yuan. In Xie Xinxi's eyes, this amount of money was like sending beggars. Xie Xinxi was furious, but she had no choice. When the tree fell, the monkeys scattered. This was reality. Although Xie Yin had the intention, he really had no money. Xie Yin was a soldier with a fixed salary. He used Xie Xinxi's relative card to pay for his daily expenses. As a favored rich second generation, Xie Yin had no habit of saving money. Now that Xie Xinxi's economy was blocked, he also had no economy. For a while, all he had was about 2 trillion. What should I do if the payment for the goods is insufficient? Xie Xinxi was silent for a long time, and finally said to Xie Yin through the intelligent brain, "Fine, Shihe. He has money." Xie Shihe collected 3 trillion yuan, and among all of Xie Xinxi's descendants, he contributed the most money, and she knew that this grandson should be the richest one. What's more, this good grandson made a lot of money with her. Xie Xinxi knew that the middleman made a profit, but she used to be rich and didn't care about this small price difference. Moreover, as a businessman, in her opinion, being able to make a profit from the price difference was also Xie Shihe's ability. She didn't care about it before, but now, it's time to spit it out a little. After ending the communication, Xie Yin drove to Shanghua City and found Xie Shihe sitting in Xie Shihe's office as the chief director. Xie Yin got straight to the point. "You pay for the 80 trillion yuan to buy goods from Tang Xian this time." "Ah?" Xie Shihe opened his mouth wide and was completely stunned. "No. You asked me for 80 trillion right away? Is that appropriate? Uncle, what are you kidding? Where can I get so much money?" When Xie Xinxi asked for money in the group, Xie Shihe had a bad feeling. Unexpectedly, he was really asked to pay. Although Xie Shihe had money, he was not happy. How could a grandmother ask her grandson for medical treatment? His father, uncle, aunt, his grandmother, many children are not dead. "Oh, you don't have money?" Xie Yin sneered and pointed out. "Don't think I don't know the tricks of your star diamond mine." Xie Shihe's heart skipped a beat, and he fell silent. Kickbacks must be laundered before they can be used. How to launder? Of course, he found a small star diamond mine on Free Star. Xie Shihe has laundered the 370 trillion price difference very efficiently. Now it has become a perfect fortune on the group's financial statements. Although Xie Shihe Hengxing Investment is under the name of Hengxing, it is independent of Hengxing Group. So Xie Xinxi's economic blockade has little to do with him. And Xie Shihe is still financially free. Of course, he can take out 80 trillion. However, up to now, even if Xie Shihe has the ability to cheat and has a relationship with Tang Xian, he is a rising star after all. And the time is still short. The total assets and market value of Hengxing Investment are only about 200 trillion. 80 trillion is 4%. Uncle, what did you say? You can't let me pay just because I found a mine? Xie Shihe pretended to be confused and didn't admit it. But he compromised in the end. Well, what I mean is that it is right to pay for grandma's treatment. But you can't catch me alone to fleece the wool. Right? How about this? I will personally pay 30 trillion. When saying this number, Xie Shihe gritted his teeth and cried out in great pain. The kickback issue cannot be exposed. After all, it is 370 trillion. It will be bad for your reputation if you make money from your family. And if you lose your reputation in business, others will not trust you. So who will associate with you? And if the people in the elders' meeting know about it, it will be a very negative impression. Xie Shihe could only reluctantly spit out that little bit. As a hush money. Not enough. You pay 70 trillion. Compared to the soft words he said to Tang Ranran, Xie Yin was unusually cold at this moment. With a bit of aggressive meaning. Facing Xie Yin's exorbitant price, Xie Shihe took a deep breath and then complained. It's really not that much. My projects have all been laid out. And they need funds. Once the capital chain is broken, it's over. Don't talk nonsense. It's 70 trillion. Xie Yin did not give in. And pointed out bluntly. Your last price was 10 trillion per unit. And Tang Xian only asked me 8 trillion. Including tax. You know how much you have earned. Although he got this 8 trillion including tax price by soft and hard. Since Tang Ranran could give him this price, the price she gave to Xie Shihe must be not much different. After a detailed investigation and the brief contact after confirming the true identity, Xie Yin has determined that Tang Ranran is soft and not hard. And she is very interested in appearance. Yan Qian, Fu Jingyuan, and Lu Chuanping on the border. Kong Chun and Qi Xingyuan on the planet. Who is not good looking. Although he was not sure whether Xie Shihe knew that Tang Xian was just a pseudonym, he was sure that Xie Shihe must have gotten a lot of benefits with his face. Hearing this, Xie Shihe eyelids jumped. When collecting money, Xie Xinzi only said that he had found the source of goods. Although he guessed that the seller might be Tang Xian, he really didn't know the price. 8 trillion including tax? Although it was a little higher than the price given to him. His uncle and Tang Xian were not familiar with each other. So how could he get such a low price? Having said this, Xie Shihe could only take a step back. Really? Then, I will collect more and try to collect 40 trillion. 65 trillion. No less. I really can't collect it for a while. Just like buying vegetables in the market. The uncle and nephew had a fierce bargaining, and finally concluded that Xie Shihe paid 50 trillion. After the share was determined, Xie Yin did not leave, but followed Xie Shihe, as if he would follow him wherever he went. Xie Shihe originally wanted to go to Tang Xian, but Xie Yin stared at him the whole time, and his standard was that he would not leave unless he was paid. Xie Shihe could only be extremely reluctant, as if he had eaten a whole rhizome of cactus, and asked Tao Xin to prepare the money. After 7 or 8 hours, 50 trillion star diamond ore was collected, and the money was collected, and Xie Yin left. Su Sun from the Space Department sent the remaining payment, and Xie Yin contacted Tang Xuanhao, and then received a Tang Xian, busy. Leave a message if you have something, and reply later. It was an automatic reply. Fearing that Tang Ranran would go back on her word, Xie Yin was anxious and hesitated whether to go directly to Tang Ranran. But there were still more than 50 hours before the agreed transaction time, and fearing that he would really not sell if he angered her, Xie Yin finally chose to wait for a reply. Here, Tang Ranran was immersed in refining medicine. All S-Class C spirits were successful. Then came the SS-Class C spirits. The difficulty increased again, but it did not stump Tang Ranran, who succeeded again and again. After getting 2 SSC spirits, he followed up with the SSSC spirit potion, which was also successful. All of them were 100% successful without exception. Tang Ranran was full of confidence and worked hard to focus on the final 4 S-Class C spirit, for fear that this state of successful medicine refining would be interrupted. Tang Ranran put aside all trivial matters and focused on refining medicine without paying attention to anything else. Tang Shi was sleeping and offline, and the original body was in sleep mode, concentrating on Tang Xian. With such a full effort, the 4SC spirit was successfully obtained without any surprises. Looking at the blue potion in his hand, which looked as beautiful as the blue sea, Tang Ranran, who was still sleeping, got up excitedly. A good ironsmith must have a strong body. Improving one's own strength is the most reliable. Cultivation cannot be achieved overnight, but she can first raise her mental power level, taking advantage of a farm transfer. With a beautiful vision of upgrading, Tang Ranran finished this 4S healing potion, and then started to drink sugar water. Although there is no scientific basis, eating more high purification value will always have some effect. Drink, drink, drink. If it's too sweet, just chew a few fairy grass, and continue to drink sugar water when the taste in the mouth is light. I didn't feel any change in mental power. As time passed by, no feeling, still no feeling. Seeing that more and more time passed, Tang Ranran was anxious. Finally, 5 hours passed. Tang Ranran, who still didn't feel anything, was overwhelmed by the huge disappointment, and the whole person was sad. Holding a lucky heart, Tang Ranran tested herself with a mental power detection instrument. After 3 tests, it was still SSS++. She actually didn't get promoted. This is so unscientific. It's unscientific. Unscientific. She drank so much 85% sugar water. She almost choked herself to death. And she was in the SSS peak ++ state at the beginning. How could she fail? Why did she fail? After wailing inwardly for a while, Tang Ranran suddenly thought, is it because of the limitation of cultivation? Jin Dan can only correspond to SSS level? Only by breaking through Yuanian can you be promoted to 4S level? If this is true, Tang Ranran wants to cry even more. Although Tang Ranran has achieved financial freedom and Krypton gold cultivation every day, after all, the upgrade experience is there, and her current cultivation has only increased by a small realm, reaching the level of the middle stage of Jin Dan. Yuanian can drive the mental power to 4S level? Then won't she be stuck at SSS level for at least decades? So sad. This is not the result I want. Time is not subject to human will. Even if she failed to use the potion and did not get promoted, she still had to live her life. After mourning for herself for 2 hours, Tang Ranran cheered up. She was still young, and youth was her greatest asset. Yes, youth has no limit. So, practice hard. Prepare a bunch of spirit stones, and Tang Ranran started to practice again. After entering the practice mode of automatically burning spirit stones, Tang Xuanhao started to work. The first thing was to turn off the automatic reply of the intelligent brain and check the pile of affairs piled up on the intelligent brain. In other words, she disappeared for less than 2 days. And there were a lot of things. At a glance, there was nothing big. The only serious thing was that her newly purchased Golden Bell protective cover was shipped, which would arrive in about 4 days. As for the rest, it was all nonsense. The most nonsense was the younger brother's boss. Do you have potions? When Yang mental power was promoted and he became a B-level personnel, this matter spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Then a group of younger brothers asked Wen Yang. And then the matter of the Sea Spirit potion could not be concealed. Although Wen Yang only knew about the A-level Sea Spirit, Tang Ranran brothers were smart and well-informed. So they knew that she must have more than just the A-level. The magic fruit potion has side effects, and the dosage is not clear at present. All the major forces in the Empire have suspended the magic vine planting project, and are now in a wait-and-see state. So knowing that the boss has the magic fruit, a group of people also stopped thinking because the side effects are unclear. But after inquiring about the Sea Spirit potion, for the sake of strength, a group of brothers became active again. Among them, Qi Xingyuan is the most active. This shameless guy has been squatting at the gate of her house for a day and a night. Qi Xingyuan has the authority of the F1 area and can enter and exit on his own. However, because the message has not been replied, without the boss's permission, he squatted at the gate of the protective shield very consciously. At this moment, he found that Tang Ranran was online, and Qi Xingyuan immediately sent a message. Boss, I'm coming in to find you. Tang Ranran was a little helpless about his shamelessness. After replying with "Oh," Tang Ranran called Wu Pingyang and asked him to come over. There was only one SSSC spirit, and she had not yet decided whether to give it to Qi Xingyuan or Kongchen. But there were 2 SSC spirits, and Wu Pingyang, who had signed a death contract with the Wu department, must be trained as a priority. Qi Xingyuan, who was at the gate of F1, arrived at the fastest speed. After finding Tang Ranran in the lobby, he immediately turned into a lackey. Boss, you are wise and brave. You have true insights. You are far-sighted. You are courageous. You are invincible. And you are powerful in all directions. Tang Ranran was very disgusted with his flattery. Stop. Skip the nonsense. And get to the point. Qi Xingyuan smiled with shining eyes after a sudden break. The point is, boss, you see, I have almost cleared all the relationships. And I just lack strength. If my strength reaches SSS level, I can immediately improve it. Look. Hailing potion. You are well informed. Tang Ranran rolled his eyes, and then said, Wait. Taking out his divination suit, Tang Ranran used fantasy theology, summarizing the lessons of failure and learning from them. Tang Ranran understood, before taking the medicine, you must do divination first. She was too excited and forgot to do a divination, which led to her failure. Take a divination and choose an auspicious day. Maybe you will succeed? So, to maximize the use of the medicine, you must do a divination first. Tang Ranran looked at Qi Xingyuan and began to divination whether he would succeed if he took the SSS hailing potion. Then, probably because Qi Xingyuan was SS strength, not a random scumbag, and Tang Ranran was really a superficial skill in divination. This first time, nothing was divinated. Tang Ranran ordered, Give me a blood sample. Qi Xingyuan did as he was told. Cut a hole on the back of his hand. took half a tube of blood and handed it over, and asked curiously, "Boss, what are you doing?" "Calculate the success rate." "Ah?" He was quite surprised, but seeing Tang Ranran's unwillingness to say more, Qi Xingyuan was very tactful, and did not continue asking. With his own blood as a primer, Tang Ranran once again divined. And this time there was a result. Failure. Ah. This? Tang Ranran did not believe in evil, and poured some sample blood for divination for the third time. Still failed. Okay. She understood, putting away her divination suit. Tang Ranran looked at Qi Xingyuan with disdain, waved her hand and drove him away. "You go, boss." Qi Xingyuan was full of astonishment, and his face was filled with disappointment. He probably guessed that the test results were non-ideal, but he was unwilling to accept it. "Maybe it will succeed? It's not that I don't believe you, but the probability of success is almost equal to 0. Tang Ranran cruelly stated the reality. "Boss, everything depends on human effort." "Maybe." Qi Xingyuan didn't dare to say that Tang Ranran's calculations were inaccurate, but he was unwilling to give up without even touching the edge of the potion. "There is only one SSSC spirit. I want to maximize the success rate. I have given you a chance. No need to say more." Tang Ranran's face was stern, and his tone was serious, and could not tolerate any difference. "Yes." Knowing that the matter was a foregone conclusion, Qi Xingyuan was discouraged all of a sudden, and the whole person looked extremely depressed. Tang Ranran patted his shoulder and encouraged him with a bit of reluctance. "If it doesn't work this time, there will be next time. There will be opportunities. You go and get busy first." "Yes." Qi Xingyuan forced a smile and then left. "Then I won't bother you, boss." Sending Qi Xingyuan away, Tang Ranran sat and waited for Wu Pingyang, because it would take more than an hour for Wu Pingyang to come over in the D4 area. During the waiting period, Tang Xian was half idle. Tang Ranran switched to Tang Shi, quietly asked Kong Chen for a blood sample, and then tested it again. Failed. Failed. Success. Ah. This? Does it mean a 30% success rate? Although 3 times is not enough. Tang Ranran decided to continue after a moment of hesitation. Then, failed. 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 Good guy. The next 7 times were all failures. For this result, Tang Ranran was a little amused and helpless. 1 out of 10. It really is a 10% success rate. After in-depth analysis, Tang Ranran estimated that it was probably 3 in a row, and the third one was successful. If this is the case, the problem is here. She only has 1 SSS hailing. Alas, Kong Chen can't do it either. There are only 3 SS level brothers. Tang Ranran simply asked Kong Chen to ask Li Zheng for a blood sample, and then tested it again. Failure. 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 Success. Failure. 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 Success. Oh! It was 2 successes. 20% probability. But it still didn't work. No wonder the Sea Spirit Potion is rare and inexpensive, but the success rate is not high, especially for the first potion. Tang Ranran was disappointed, but also a little relieved. She was able to face her failure calmly. After divination, she looked at the mine again. Since the blind box was opened, no rare species have been produced, and the daily output of spirit stones is getting less and less. And now it has dropped to about 1,500. The density of spirit stones is decreasing. I'm afraid there is not much left in this spirit vein mine. This is really bad news. After being sentimental on Tang Shi's account, Tang Ranran switched to Tang Xian account and received new messages. During the short time she was offline, Xia Yin sent several messages. Xia Yin, excuse me. Are you done? Since he got an automatic reply, Xia Yin would send a message like this every hour. Without an automatic reply, the anxious Xia Yin immediately sent a series of messages. Xia Yin, the payment for the goods is ready. Is it convenient for the transaction? Xia Yin, are you infused Ling Jing? Xia Yin, can you reply? Xia Yin, please reply if you see it. Xia Yin. It was obvious that he was anxious because Tang Ranran ignored him. There were 3 missed calls. Tang Xian, come on. Come on. I was busy just now. After reading it quickly, Tang Ranran replied immediately, and then checked his space button again. 1 kilogram of powdered sugar was packed in 5 top-grade fresh-keeping food boxes. The message was sent, and replied almost instantly. Xie Yin, finished? Is it convenient to trade now? Tang Ranran replied. Tang Xian, finished. I'm at home. You can come to pick up the goods. Xie Yin, come over from the space system. Please open the shield permission. Tang Xian, okay. Tang Xian, okay. After sending the message, almost 2 minutes later, Tang Ranran noticed something unusual, as if there were traces of mental fluctuations. Before she could investigate, an SSS-level mental power came, similar to asking, where? Here. Tang Ranran responded to the mental power. Then within a few seconds, a space crack appeared in front of her. One of the people was Xie Yin, and the other was Xie Xinxi's driver Su Sun, whom she had met once. Tang Xian. Seeing the people, Xie Yin felt relieved and showed a sincere smile. Before Tang Ranran replied to him, he was really worried that she would regret and not sell. And now, it's finally settled. The seemingly innocent and sincere smile was very contagious, making people feel friendly for no reason. Just like Tang Ranran at this moment. She couldn't hate Xie Yin at all. No matter how beautiful the smile is, you still have to pay. Tang Ranran muttered to herself and asked, is the payment ready? Yes. 80 trillion. Including Xie Shiha 50 trillion. Our all-star diamond Oregon. Taking 2 steps closer, Xie Yin took out a small bag from his pocket and handed it to Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran took it and took a look. There were 10 space buckles in the small pocket. She picked one at random and took a simple glance. The space buckle was almost full of star diamond Oregon. After checking only one, Tang Ranran threw it back into the small pocket, tied the bag mouth, and handed it to the robot behind him. Then he took out the 5 top-grade food boxes filled with powdered sugar from his own space buckle. The goods you want. Xie Yin took them one by one and placed them on the tea table beside him. With his own perception of high purification value, Xie Yin simply checked the goods. After confirming that there was no problem, he handed it to Su Sun behind him and said, take it back to your mother. Su Sun nodded. Then I go back first. Xie Yin, yes. Su Sun's space system took the sugar crystal powder and left. But Xie Yin stayed. Tang Ranran was a little dumbfounded and asked him, do you have anything else? Shouldn't we go back together? Yes. Xie Yin nodded seriously, with a sincere face full of guilt, and his eyes were also very clear. The price of these sugar crystal powders is indeed too low. You are losing too much. I feel bad. So I decided to stay and work for you. And work to pay back the money. Xie Yin's voice was not loud, and his soft words deliberately slowed down, which was very pleasant to hear. Tang Ranran's mind was full of alarm bells. Men's words are deceiving. It sounds nice. Is this guy trying to scout the place, so that he can steal her sugar powder later? This guy must not be left. But when it comes to work, Tang Ranran remembered something. Because of the side effects of the miracle fruit, everyone is waiting and watching. And Lu Xiao naturally dares not to take risks. So he is more concerned about the 5SC Spirit King over there. Just 2 days after returning, Lu Xiao was wandering around to pull up his teammates in the high-level battle, preparing to form a team to hunt the sea spirits again. As for how Tang Ranran knew, because she is a sponsor again. Tang Ranran doesn't count on that sea spirit king. But she wants a 4SC spirit. According to Lu Xiao's words, there are still several 4SC spirits on that planet. It's those 4SC spirits that are more cunning. All of them have built populations. And there are a lot of small monsters. Without enough firepower, they can't be taken down. 4S level? Isn't it just ready-made firepower? Tang Ranran raised her eyebrows and deliberately asked, are you short of money? Of course. I'm very short of money. I know there is a job that pays a lot of money. But there are great risks. Do you want to do it? How big is the great risk? Xie Yin was puzzled and stated his principles on the spot. I only work, not risk my life. Tang Ranran continued. You should know Lu Xiao. Right? You mean hunting sea spirits? Xie Yin understood immediately. Because of the marrow cleansing potion and the magic fruit potion, the Empire has a lot more 4S during this period. But there are only a few high-level 4S. Although Xie Yin is a newly promoted 4S, Lu Xiao has also contacted him. So he knows about this. Looking at his expression, Tang Ranran knew that he probably rejected Lu Xiao's team. But she still said, well, I need sea spirit potion. This is not possible. Not to mention the danger. And the itinerary is uncertain. With my position, it is not convenient. Xie Yin shook his head and refused. Are you still the person in charge of Su Xinrong? Tang Ranran was a little surprised. Yes. Originally, Xie Yin could have been promoted. But because of the major accident at Qingling College, he had no hope of promotion in the short term and is still in Su Xinrong. Then I see you are quite free. I took a long vacation because of family matters. I still have 10 days of vacation. Oh! Without saying anything more, Tang Ranran drove him away. Since you don't want to, forget it. I don't have much work here, so I won't bother you. I have something else to do, so I'm sorry I can't entertain you. Xie Yin looked regretful and could only say, sorry for bothering you. I leave first. Goodbye. Tang Ranran's mental power moved, and a guide robot that was originally standing at the door of the room started to move and made a gesture of invitation to Xie Yin. Standard farewell. Thank you for this time. A small gift. I hope you like it. Take out a large wooden box of about 400 milliliters from the space buckle. And before Tang Ranran refuses, Xie Yin uses mental power to send the box to the tea table next to her. Looking forward to seeing you next time. With a bright smile, Xie Yin turned and left after saying that. He easily sent people away. But Tang Ranran was a little suspicious. After watching the guide robot take Xie Yin out of the room, Tang Ranran looked at the box beside her with a little curiosity. It was an ordinary wooden box. Nothing special. Tang Ranran reached out and picked it up, shaking it gently, based on the feel and the dull thumping sound coming from inside. There seemed to be some hard objects with high density in the box. What was it? Tang Ranran curiously opened it and took a look. Then she was no longer calm. It was a spirit stone. Tang Ranran 3 favorites, beauty, food, and spirit stones. She could resist the first 2 if she was firm. But she had no resistance to spirit stones. There were more than 20 pieces of stones in the big wooden box. And there were 5 spirit stones among them. Xie Yin, this guy, actually used spirit stones to seduce her. This is not a conspiracy. It's an open conspiracy. But she couldn't resist the temptation of spirit stones. She knew there was a pit ahead. But she could only jump in. Spirit stones? It's spirit stones. Although Tang Ranran didn't know why he knew about spirit stones and had spirit stones in his hands, she couldn't let go of any news about spirit stones. So, after a brief weighing, Tang Ranran immediately connected the guide robot, and the perspective of the guide robot immediately jumped out on the intelligent brain light screen. 1 person and 1 robot, still in the corridor, didn't even walk out of the gate of the house. Hey, wait! Wait! Tang Ranran hurriedly called out to the guide robot, calling it to stop and recall. Xie Yin, come back. Ah, you're looking for me. He paused, staring at the robot's eyes, which were the camera, and tilted his head, his expression showing innocence and confusion. Tang Ranran, damn! He asks even though he knows the answer. This guy is really a fool. So-and-so is right. The more handsome a man is, the more likely he is to lie. Tang Ranran was a little angry, gnashing her teeth, and said, yes, I'm looking for you. Didn't you say you had something to do? With a slight smile in his words, Xie Yin's eyes turned. His eyebrows and eyes were smiling, and he looked like he was in a good mood. You're making fun of her. Tang Ranran was angry. But when she thought about the possibility of a spirit stone mine, she lost her temper again. Tang Ranran snorted and said threateningly, pretend? Keep pretending. I give you 10 seconds. If you don't roll back, this transaction will be our last one. Voiceover, brother. Figure it out. You need my help. Xie Yin was caught in the trap and didn't dare to be complacent. He turned around and rolled back as fast as he could. Before 10 seconds, he was back in the hall. Stepping in here again, Xie Yin was relieved. Before, when he had collected the money and waited for Tang Ranran to go online, Xie Yin had been reviewing the information. Tang Ranran obviously didn't care much about the vest. After using it once, he was afraid that it would not be useful in the future. And the trick of selling appearance doesn't work every time. So he had to find another way out. Preferably to please him. What does Tang Ranran like? Reviewing the information over and over again without missing a single clue. Xie Yin grasped 2 key points. First, Su Pingrui Xingfang was mining in Sitalin. Although Yin Qian had tampered with the data and he could not find out the specific information, the mine must exist. And that kind of, or must be what Tang Ranran needed. Then, Xie Yin also found out that after Su Xinrong expedition, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan had sent a stone to the research room. Regarding that stone, the current progress of the institute is through the feeling of special ability people. It can be determined that there is energy in the stone, but it is a very stable inner energy. With the current technology, they cannot use the energy in it for the time being. After connecting the two, Xie Yin guessed that the stone was exactly what Tang Ranran needed. Xie Yin retrieved the relevant information, observed the stone in detail, and then felt that it was somewhat familiar. Taking Su Sun's car, he returned to Su Xinrong and looked in the military's or sample museum. Xie Yin packed all the stones that looked like he wants to take a gamble. Confirming that he won the gamble, the big stone that had been weighing on Xie Yin's heart for days finally lightened. It seems that he doesn't have to worry about the high purification value in the short term. Thinking of this, Xie Yin smiled lightly, his eyes sparkling. I'm back in less than 10 seconds. Tang Ranran rolled his eyes speechlessly, holding up the spirit stone and asked him, Tell me, where did this stone come from? I found it in Su Xinrong Mineral Museum. Xie Yin answered quickly. It's not a product of Tianjing Star Lake. Tang Ranran became more and more excited, but he continued to ask without showing any joy or anger on his face. How did you know I was looking for this stone? Actually, I'm not sure. I guessed. More to try my luck. Xie Yin briefly talked about his investigation and speculation. These are not the main points. Tang Ranran just listened and passed by, and then got to the main point. So this is ore? Can you find the source of the ore? One mine or multiple mines? Are they all in Su Xinrong? I'm sure it's in Su Xinrong, but I'm not sure about the specific mines. If you check in detail, you will definitely find them. Tang Ranran was overjoyed and went straight to the point without any detours. As long as you can find this kind of ore, you can trade it with me. I can only help you find the source of the ore. As for mining, you must go through the process yourself and apply for mining rights. That's fine. She mined by herself, which was more to Tang Ranran liking. But, isn't Su Xinrong a special free planet that doesn't accept ordinary people? Apply for mining rights in your name, Tang Xian, and then I give you the green light. Then there will be no problem. But the mining team must be a military unit, and you can directly recruit people from Su Xinrong troops, or arrange them from your Su Pingrui's garrison. That's fine too. Tang Ranran was very happy, which meant that Li Zhang could still be responsible for mining. Then my mother treatment. Xie Yin proposed the exchange conditions at the right time, when he was in a good mood. Tang Ranran was very easy to talk to. How about this? As long as you find a mine, I will give you sugar crystal powder worth 10 trillion. In the later stage, according to the output of the ore, I will give you additional sugar crystal powder. This condition is definitely very generous. Xie Yin nodded and thanked sincerely. Thank you very much. After thinking for a while, Xie Yin added one more thing, and pleaded very humbly. If there is progress in the research in the future, and a pure medicine that can treat side effects is produced, I hope you can help grow the raw materials. Okay. If I can grow it, no problem. Thank you very much. I am very grateful. No need. Tang Ranran waved her hand and said, Just take what you need. If there is no spirit stone mine, Tang Ranran originally did not plan to have the next transaction after this one. After all, because of that sneak attack, Xie Xinxi has been on her blacklist. It's all for the sake of the spirit stone. Thank you very much. After thanking him again, Xie Yin asked with curiosity, By the way, excuse me, is there anything special about this stone? If you can't tell me, just pretend I didn't ask. It's like a star diamond organ. There is energy in the stone. I can use it to grow vegetables. A big tree attracts the wind. Her Tang Xuanhao vegetable growing speed is indeed too fast. So Tang Ranran doesn't mind this rumor spreading. The question is, special ability. At this stage, Tang Ranran will definitely not actively spread the cultivation method. But if the people in the research institute develop the use of spirit stones on their own, or even practice the method, she will also be happy to see it happen. There is energy. Grow vegetables? Xie Yin was surprised. Well, it's a special ability, similar to energy exchange. Xie Yin understood. No wonder Tang Xian is so good at growing vegetables. However, what exactly is this Tang Xian? Puppet? Incarnation? I'm very curious. But since we just met, Xie Yin knows very well what to ask and what not to ask. The deal was done, and both parties were very satisfied. Xie Yin did not leave with a careful thought. Because of the Lingshire mine, this time Tang Ranran did not drive him away, but served the fruit plate, and the two entered the chat mode. You are really good at growing vegetables. I heard that you have 2 of the few successful cases of exotic beast breeding in the Empire. Luck? No. This is clearly strength. At your age, you have unlimited potential. You will definitely be better than your predecessors in the future. You deserve to be the first grower in the Empire. Gu Xiao and Lu Feng are completely inferior to you in growing vegetables. You are really amazing. When Xie Yin praised people, his face was full of sincerity, and his beautiful eyes were full of sincerity. His eyes were clear and bright, just like the warm sun in spring, making people feel warm all over. Very comfortable, and extremely useful. Although Tang Ranran knew clearly in her heart that this was a method of exaggeration, a kind of flattery with a purpose, but she couldn't help but enjoy it. Tang Ranran had no choice. She just fell for it, especially when the other party was a handsome man. Not to mention Xie Yin's profound skills. If T has a level, LV Chuanping is definitely a novice bronze T. But Xie Yin is definitely a senior diamond T. Tang Ranran seriously suspected that this guy was a love expert who had been through many flowers. It makes sense. He is good looking. A second-generation rich man. Has high strength. And is in a high position. With many advantages. He doesn't need to take the initiative to flirt. Right? Anyway, Xie Yin is good looking. Has a nice voice. And can talk. He chatted happily. So much so that Tang Ranran was a little intoxicated by the tea. The two talked happily until Wu Pingyang arrived. Knowing that Wu Pingyang was Tang Ranran's subordinate, Xie Yin, an outsider, tactfully said goodbye, guessing that the two had something serious to discuss. After leaving Tang Ranran F1 area, Xie Yin immediately contacted Su Sun, who sent him back to Su Xinrong as soon as possible. He has definitely left a good impression by brushing many favors. Now hurry up and check the information of the ore. In the hall, a robot was arranged to serve Wu Pingyang a fruit plate, and Tang Ranran also asked him for a tube of blood. After getting the blood sample, Tang Ranran began to divination again. It is a SSC spirit potion. Failure. 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 Success. Failure. 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 10 times. No more. No less. 10% success rate. What if 2 SSC spirit potions are given to him? Success. Failure. Failure. Success. Failure. 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 Success. Failure. Failure. Yo. 30% success rate. Continue. Change 1. Assuming that the SSSC spirit potion is given to him. Failure. Success. Success. Failure. 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 Success. Failure. 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 The same 30% success rate. Finally. What if she smashed 2 SSC spirits and an SSSC spirit? Success. Success. Failure. Success. Failure. Success. 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 Failure. Success. Incredible. A full 70% success rate. Conclusion. The more C spirit potions she choose, the higher the success rate. So, if she gets another 4S and a 5S, she should have a 70% success rate. Right? Well, she was thinking too much. You can't buy a 5SC spirit even if you have money. Even if Lu Xiao succeeds in taking down the C Spirit King, he will definitely keep it for himself. Alas, you can only rely on spirit stones. Back to reality. Facing Wu Pingyang, Tang Ranran thought about the assumption of 2 potions, and the first hexagram showed success. So she decided to give him a chance. This is SSC Spirit. Boss, I will never forget your kindness to me. Wu Pingyang was excited and grateful. We are all family. Come on. Tang Ranran encouraged in a leadership manner. After Wu Pingyang drank the potion, Tang Ranran proposed to go to D4 area because the potency lasted for 5 hours. Wu Pingyang drove the car, and the two went to D4 area together. When they arrived at D4 area, Wu Pingyang found a rest stop and ate some fruit, while Tang Ranran went to the big starship. She hadn't been to the institute for several days, so she wanted to update the latest events of the past few days. When she met someone on the starship, she asked, and Tang Ranran knew that Gu Xiao and Zhu Dehai, 2 research madmen, were in the potion laboratory again. When Tang Ranran entered the laboratory, the two were having a heated discussion. Tang Xian, you came just in time. Come and take a look. Seeing her, Gu Xiao immediately called for someone. What's wrong? There has been some progress in the research on the energy of the magic vine. Lao Zhu said that he would use the Del grass solvent. But I think the Yi Shuefen solvent is more suitable. What do you think? Let me see. Tang Ranran carefully felt the half cost of the two people's medicines, and finally said, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The Del grass solvent obviously has a high conversion rate, but it is not stable enough. The Yi Shuefen solvent is stable enough, but the conversion rate is not high enough. You said something nonsense. Gu Xia was speechless. Maybe there is a better solvent, but we haven't found it, Zhu Dehai said, then looked at Tang Ranran. Your mental power seems to be SSS? Did you not use it or failed? Both knew that Tang Ranran had obtained the raw materials of the sea spirit, and these days, he was refining potions to prepare for promotion. I haven't used it yet. Tang Ranran was worried. I feel that my condition has not been good recently. I plan to refine potions again after a while. Having his own concerns, Tang Ranran did not tell the truth. Indeed, the condition is very important. Zhu Dehai. Yes. It is best when you are in a good mood and everything goes smoothly. After all, metaphysics is quite magical. Although the two were surprised, they believed Eleven's words. Well, let's adjust our state first. Tang Ranran pretended to be relaxed. By the way, have you made any research progress in the past few days? Any new news from the treatment center? As for the magical vine energy, as you can see, we are selecting a stable solvent, and we should be able to quantify it in a while. I estimate that the finished product is a mental power enhancing potion full of mental power energy. But the details still need to be further studied. Zhu Dehai said with a smile. Great progress. Tang Ranran praised. There's still a long way to go. Gu Xia was very realistic and a little pessimistic. I don't know if it will have the same side effects as the magic fruit potion. As for the sanatorium, there is no new news. It's still the same. Are there any news about super beasts recently? Gu Xiao. At this time, the official has strictly prohibited it. Which organization dares to conduct experiments on beasts against the wind? Several major families in the first galaxy, including our Gu family, don't even grow magic vines. This means that there are no super beasts. Tang Ranran was very disappointed. And then? What's the latest gossip? I know that. Zhu Dehai smiled and put on a gossipy expression. Come on. Let me tell you. There are several big melons in the past 2 days. Tell me about it. Turning into a civet in the melon field, Tang Ranran pricked up his ears and prepared to eat melons. The scene immediately entered the gossip time, and Zhu Dehai shared several big melons of the empire in a vivid way. The first melon is, the Nth Mecha S1 competition, which was a national carnival, has officially ended. The champion is a guy that few people are optimistic about. Now the internet is clamoring that there are inside stories in the competition, questioning whether the game is fake, and asking relevant units to conduct a thorough investigation. The second is, a rich man with a good man personality on the Empire Wealth list. His personality collapsed, and it was revealed that he had N lovers and N illegitimate children. The third melon is, the Nth melon. The rich woman Xia Xinxi and her current husband Xia Heng are getting divorced. Xia Heng revealed that he was a cuckold in court. There are pictures and facts to prove that Xia Xinxi cheated on his mistresses, Xiao In. Tang Ranran, this? Xia Yin parents actually quarreled so shockingly? It's even on the gossip headlines. The time of eating melons passed quickly. 5 hours passed in a flash. Wu Ping'an called, and seeing the sad face in the video that seemed to be about to cry, Tang Ranran knew that it was a failure. Boss, I am ashamed of your cultivation. Wu Ping'an's face was bald and dejected, and he looked like a bereaved parent. Okay. It was indeed a failure. It's okay. One failure doesn't mean anything. Tang Ranran comforted him and asked, Are you still at the rest stop? Yes. Wait. I come over. The melons were almost eaten, and the information was updated. Tang Ranran said goodbye to Gu Xiao and Zhu Dehai, and left the laboratory. Before leaving the starship, she was very good at being a human being, and went to the logistics department of the institute to send a bunch of planetary specialty fruits, which were less than 10 produced by the farm. Everyone has worked hard. I treat you. You're welcome. The generous treat naturally won a lot of praise. The money of pure fruits and vegetables opened the way, which was also a big reason why Tang Xian, a non-staff member, could enter the starship of the research institute belonging to the Empire's secrets without any obstacles. Then, without Tang Ranran asking, the driver who was drinking tea in the logistics department was very attentive to send her. Although it was only 2 or 3 kilometers away, there was a space system, so of course he was hitchhiking. After giving a coordinate and teleporting, Tang Ranran arrived at the rest stop where Wu Pingyang was. The driver left happily with 10 units of fruit as the fare. And Tang Ranran, who rewarded the handsome boy, was also in a good mood. But this good mood disappeared when she saw Wu Pingyang, because this guy looked too depressed. Negative emotions are contagious, and this has affected her. Failure is the mother of success. I believe in you. After encouraging her, Tang Ranran gave another SS level C spirit. Boss, what is this? Wu Pingyang couldn't believe his eyes, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. Another one? For him? Oh my god. I've seen your performance since you arrived on the planet. Tang Ranran showed a sincere trust and leadership. I believe in you. Work hard. And I rely on you to take on the big task of planting in the future. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it with grass. Boss, I will always remember your cultivation of me. In the future, I will work harder to contribute to the construction of the planet, and will never let you down. Wu Pingyang was moved to tears. He must be the boss's most trusted subordinate. 2SS hailing. Who has this treatment? As far as he knows, Qi Xingyuan returned empty-handed this time, and didn't even get a hailing. Full of morale, Wu Pingyang drank the second SS hailing with a belief that he would succeed. Tang Ranran, who had nothing to do, was ready to go out for a walk and plant some vegetables. Big golden armor and green ball. 2 gold-eating beasts. Affected by primitive creatures, Big golden armor eats a variety of foods. Currently, his main food is the dead magic vine. Like termites, he eats wood. As for green ball, his staple food is meat. But it is not limited to pure meat, as long as it is not a radioactive beast. Tang Ranran has already raised some herbivorous beasts in the garden, which is enough for her in the short term. But in addition to the staple food, these two must be paired with small snacks of pure fruits and vegetables. Otherwise, wow. Master, master, master. Just like a child looking for mother to drink milk. Crying loudly, Tang Ranran is lazy. So she planted a lot of vegetables in the D4 area. Wu Pingyang usually takes care of them for them to eat. Although Green Ball moved to F1, Big Golden Armor's appetite is not small. Here in the D4 area, since the death of the largest 100 magic vines, Tang Ranran has not planted magic vines. So a large area of vegetable fields has been opened up in a place far away from the dead magic vines. Green and lush. Tang Ranran simply used her supernatural powers to grow vegetables. Grass, radish, cabbage, lettuce, rapeseed, pak choi. Grow vegetables. Grow vegetables. Grow vegetables. All of them were vegetables with a purification value of less than 5 on the farm. Because the big golden armor would eat 1 or 2 tons at a time. And the speed of artificial planting was not enough. So she or Wu Pingyang could only use supernatural powers to replenish them from time to time. While growing vegetables, a phone call came. Tang Ranran took a look and saw that it was Xieshihe, who she had forgotten about. Xieshihe had called her many times, but all of them were blocked by automatic replies before. Tang Ranran saw it and wanted to call him back after the transaction with Xie Yin, but because of the spiritual stone, she completely forgot about it. When the call was connected, Xieshihe looked bitter in the video call, as if he had been scammed by a telecom scam. Tang Xian, you are finally online. Are you done with your work? Xieshihe's voice was weak and full of sadness. Well, I'm done with my work. What happened? Tang Ranran guessed it was related to Xie Yin. Then I come find you. Is that convenient? It's not convenient to say more on the phone. Tang Ranran didn't refuse. Okay. I'm in D4 area. I asked the space system to send me over and give me permission to enter the protective shield. Okay. Tang Ranran gave the coordinates and permission, and then continued to grow vegetables. About a quarter of an hour later, an unfamiliar S-level space system brought Xieshihe to Tang Ranran. After sending the driver away with a few words, Xieshihe jumped to Tang Ranran's side in 3 or 2 steps. And immediately a mental barrier enveloped the two of them. with a little tearful wailing. Tang Xian. I'm so sad. Men don't shed tears easily. Just because they haven't reached the point of being sad. 50 trillion. I'm crying so hard. What's wrong? Tang Ranran's eyes were full of sympathy. TSK. So pitiful. Xie Shihe's wet expression looked like a stray dog abandoned by its owner. Tang Ranran guessed. A dark horse emerged. You failed in the competition. And the power fell into someone else's hands? Besides this, she couldn't think of any other sad things. No. My grandma hasn't agreed to give up power yet. Xie Shihe shook his head. And then with a hint of complaining to his parents. It's not my uncle. He should have traded with you. Right? Bought 80 trillion? Yes. Tang Ranran nodded in acknowledgement. I paid 50 trillion of it. Xie Shihe was like a cat with its fur blown up. Gritting his teeth and looking ashen. A full 50 trillion. He is still so distressed that he has not recovered yet. Ah. You paid? Tang Ranran was surprised. She didn't know about this. She thought Xie Yin had emptied the family property. It turned out that he was fleecing his nephew. How bad. I don't know how he found out that I took kickbacks. And used it as a threat to dig 50 trillion from me. Xie Shihe continued to complain. It's really outrageous. How can there be such an elder? Besides, your grandma's treatment. The money should be paid by the children. Right? You are asked to pay the most. Despite your generation gap? It's too bullying. Tang Ranran condemned it with a face full of hatred. However, what she thought in her heart was that the uncle and nephew looked about 5 or 6 points similar. But in terms of IQ, there is a huge difference. Xie Yin is definitely a cunning and treacherous person. And this one in front of me? A pretty girl with an empty head? As a woman, Tang Ranran is very gossipy. She enjoys hearing other people's family affairs. So, under Tang Ranran persuasion, Xie Shihe, who treated her as a brother, complained to her like a grudge, and revealed all the things at home. Of course, Xie Shihe also had selfish motives. Xie Yin, his uncle, got 8 trillion yuan including tax, which made him very worried, fearing that his god of wealth would be snatched away by Xie Yin. So, Xie Shihe secretly put on eye drops in front of Tang Ranran with a little thought. Knowing that Tang Xian was disgusted by his grandmother's unkind sneak attack, Xie Shihe made a big fuss about this. Xie Shihe, my relationship with my grandmother is not good. And my uncle is my grandmother's favorite youngest son. When there are many children, it is not fair to treat them equally. For a person like Xie Xinxi, who has a lot of descendants, it is even more unfair. It is said that Xie Xinxi loved the eldest son the most at the beginning. Then the eldest grandson was favored. And finally the youngest son Xie Yin came to power, and was the most favored. Xie Shihe's father Xie Yifeng was a marginal person. When Xie Shihe was born, his grandfather and Xie Xinxi had been divorced for many years. So his grandson was even more marginal. Later, he relied on his supernatural powers to show his talent for business. And then he won the favor of Xie Xinxi. Therefore, Xie Shihe really didn't have much affection for Xie Xinxi, and was more concerned about her money. In summary, Xie Shihe, Xie Yin and Grandma are in the same group. But I am not. I am in the same group with you. In addition, Xie Shihe deeply revealed the divorce melon that Tang Ranran was most interested in. The moral bottom line is sometimes guarded by the word poor. After getting rich, most people are not good things. The same is true for Xie Xinxi. As a rich woman, what's wrong with being a little fickle? Is it wrong to be a little more philanthropic? Is it illegal to keep a handsome man? Rich women can be willful. So Xie Xinxi's 6 ex-husbands all exploded after they could no longer tolerate the cuckold and ended up in divorce. The current husband Xie Heng, who is getting divorced, has been in office the longest. It may be because he can tolerate it. Or it may be because when he married Xie Xinxi was an old cow eating young grass. She was old and could not be romantic anymore. However, because of the magic fruit longevity potion, after regaining her youth, Xie Xinxi became a playboy again. It may be because of her appearance. It may be because of her money. Or it may be because she was bewitched by her supernatural powers. Anyway, Xie Xinxi has a lot of lovers. Xie Heng might be secretly collecting evidence. Or he might be pretending to be ignorant for the sake of money. Anyway, before the side effects broke out, he did not take any action. But when the miracle fruit potion exploded and Xie Xinxi's building was about to collapse, He used his actions to interpret the saying, husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. Divorce. List the other party's faults, and strive for a larger division of property. Xie Hong's actions were just neat and tidy. Xie had described it vividly and in detail. The central idea is, Xie Hong is a man with corrupt morals, deep thoughts, and kicking someone when he is down. He is not a good person. His son must be of the same lineage. Summary: Xie Yin is not a good person. Don't associate with him. Tang Ranran was very happy to hear the gossip. But as for Xie Shihe, little thoughts. I'm afraid they will be in vain. After all, Xie Yin went to find a spirit stone mine. If there is a spirit stone mine, she wants to mine spirit stones. So she will have to deal with him. After the gossip, there were some discussions on projects. The big project, the nutritional supplement with the main ingredient of 100-year-old ginseng, has been on the right track, and the first batch of products has sold very well. Then, the pure fruit and vegetable varieties that are exclusively represented are also selling well. In summary, Xie Shihe, plant vegetables. Plant vegetables. Please plant vegetables. According to Tang Ranran research, the survival rate of pure plants is roughly like this: artificial planting, wild survival, wood planting, spiritual planting, farm production. The first generation of seeds produced by the farm has the highest survival rate when planted outside. Then it is her spiritual power farming. Anyway, the first generation produced by Tang Xian has a high survival rate. So Xie Shihe, who has been engaged in the planting industry recently, will find her whenever he is free. No matter what, it will eventually become, please plant vegetables. After agreeing to cultivate several tons of seeds of low purification value crops, Tang Ranran sent him away. Looking back at the time, nearly 4 hours have passed. Tang Ranran checked the Smart Brain address book again. Until now, Wu Pingyang has not given her good news. She estimated that it is a bit uncertain. While planting vegetables in reality, Tang Ranran was also farming the farm. At this moment, Tang Ranran already had nearly 300 fields, and was definitely a landlady who owned a lot of land. Facing the 3 empty plots left specially, Tang Ranran began to farm seeds, sowing seeds on the computer, and then a bag of fertilizer catalyzed to a mature state. Those that can be used for seeds are directly picked by the picking robot, and those that are not in the seed state are processed by the Tang Shi in the farm. That is, a wave of spiritual power is released to ripen, and then the picking robot is also used to work. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Wu Pingyang called. Boss, I am ashamed of your trust. Wu Pingyang is a grown man. His voice was choked with sobs, and he almost cried. Tang Ranran sighed inwardly. This useless little Karami. A useless guy. Both medicines were not pulled up. He was disgusted in his heart. But on the surface, Tang Ranran was still a tolerant and good boss, comforting him with a sincere voice. It's okay. There will still be opportunities. Wu Pingyang was moved and felt extremely guilty, thinking that he was really too disappointing. After being depressed for a while, Wu Pingyang, who turned failure into strength and felt that he had failed the boss's cultivation, was now in a state of going through fire and water for the boss, and he had to repay the boss. So Wu Pingyang worked hard and joined the vegetable planting team. After planting vegetables for a few hours, it was estimated that the vegetables would be enough for the big golden armor to eat for 10 days, or half a month. Tang Ranran gave Wu Pingyang a few more instructions, and then called it a day. Tang Ranran did not return to her own F1 area, and she directly stayed in the leadership building of D4 area. Tang Xian pretended to sleep, and Tang Ranran switched to Tang Xian Silin mine area. First, she wandered around the huge mine. Since mining, nothing has been found except spiritual stones. Today, there is nothing good, which is quite disappointing. Not finding anything good, Tang Ranran looked for someone and found Kong Chen, who was busy. With a look, Kong Chen understood immediately and walked towards her with a serious expression on his face. Miss Tangxi, all the ore from yesterday has been counted and is all in the warehouse. A total of 980 pieces. Do you think it is better to send it back after inspection? Kong Chen formal report. Tang Ranran handed him a space buckle openly and ordered. No need to check. Just pack it and send it to me. After that, Tang Ranran lowered his voice and said very quickly, use the potion when the time is right. Okay. I go collect the ore now. Kong Chen looked at the potion in the space buckle with his mental power, and asked with his eyes. What is this? SSS Heidling. Tang Ranran's voice was still very low. Kong Chen's heart was shocked, and he was very excited. But before he could say anything, Tang Ranran said in a normal voice, Go! Yes! On the surface, Kong Chen was calm, but his heart was very excited. And his steps, when he left, were as light as stepping on clouds. SSS Heidling. Mr. Tang was really good to him. He knew that he must be Mr. Tang's favorite subordinate. Nothing else. After all the calculations showed that they all failed. Tang Ranran chose Kong Chen. Maybe there is a small probability of success? After all, Kong Chen had taken one SSS hailing before. 2. Even if the time interval is a little long. Maybe there is a 30% success rate? With the mentality of artificially creating miracles. Tang Ranran silently cheered for Kong Chen. Then, Tang Ranran bah. This disappointing thing. Yes, Kong Chen failed. Tang Ranran didn't want to say anything. The 10% success rate of hailing potion is really low. So far, there are only 3 A-level and 4 S-level hailing left in the batch of hailing that Tang Ranran bought from Lu Xiao. There is no point in keeping them. So Tang Ranran simply took out 2 A-level and 2 S-level. And then came to a planetary excellent employee evaluation, including the garrison and the personnel in the planetary system. Each person has 1 vote to select those who have made significant contributions to the planet, excluding her Tang Xian, Kong Chen, Shi Xingyuan and others, and only limited to those below S level. The results of the 24-hour online voting came out soon. To Tang Ranran's surprise, but also reasonable. The one who got the most votes was Wu Liuhua, the director of the Charity Bureau. The second one was Sherhaud, an old doctor who was similar to a doctor who was kind and generous. Anyway, he was the kind with a very good reputation and good medical skills. But he was just an ordinary doctor. He is currently in charge of the medical system, and is Kong Chen confidant. The third one is Wen Yang. The 4th place in the number of votes is He Xiangtian, a general in the local planetary security, and a very handsome guy. As for the planetary contribution, Tang Ranran did not find that He Xiangtian had made any outstanding deeds of major contributions, and he was completely inferior to the 5th and 6th places. Tang Ranran estimated that the reason why he could enter the 4th place was largely because of that face. Appearance is definitely an advantage. After a closer look, Tang Ranran also thought that this guy was really handsome. But how come she had never seen such a handsome guy before? After reading the character information in detail, Tang Ranran knew that this He Xiangtian was originally a general in the garrison, and was poached to the planet by her younger brother Shinshin. Shinshin, the younger brother who jumped from the garrison, not only jumped himself, but also has been committed to poaching people from the military. And he has poached many people to the planet. Although Shinshin's goal is to develop his own power, and then to be equal to Kong Chen or even seize Kong Chen power. Tang Ranran doesn't mind it very much. It's all a small fight, and the overall strength of the planet has improved. Anyway, this He Xiangtian is Shinshin's younger brother. So, although these 4 people are not her younger brothers, they are younger brothers of her younger brother, so they are also considered her own people. Tang Ranran held an internal award ceremony and solemnly awarded potions to the 4 people. Tang Xian, as long as everyone works hard, there will be opportunities in the future. When you draw too many cakes, sometimes you have to release a few of them so that the advanced elements can eat them. When others see them, won't they roll them up more vigorously? As a boss, Tang Ranran likes the people below to roll up. After awarding potion rewards, the one who drew the big cake was given chicken soup, and the scene was handed over to Wen Yang. Tang Ranran left. There is also an A-level and 2 S-level. Taking advantage of the night, Tang Ranran took a trip and went to Shangtang. The 2 S-levels were all quietly given to Yanqing. If Xie Shihe successfully inherits Hengxin Group, then as a partner, her Shangtang will definitely take off and make great progress. There is not even an S-level superpower in the entire group? It's unacceptable. Oh! Although Tang Ranran is already an S-level who has passed the Minglu, she likes to keep a low profile and doesn't want to work. So, she still has to pull Yanqing. 2 S-class. 30% probability. Quite high. Right? A secret move to force growth. Tang Ranran finished work, and there was still an A-class sea spirit. Coincidentally, Kong Chen had to go back to the city to purchase daily necessities in Su Delin's mining area. After Tang Ranran secretly gave instructions, the script was ready, directed and acted by himself. Kong Chen went back to the city to purchase, and after the intelligent brain went online, he made various contacts, listened to reports from subordinates, and reported to the boss Tang Xian. 5 hours had passed, and when Yang, the unlucky one, did not seize the 10% chance and failed, he was still a B class, but in a B+ state. After reporting the recent situation to Kong Chen with a dejected look, Wen Yang ended the communication and continued to be depressed. It's so sad. He is just a little bit away from A class. If he had known earlier, he should have taken out all his savings and exchanged them for S-class potions from Director Wu or Minister Shi. Just when Wen Yang was frustrated and sad, the big leader Tang Xian sent a message. Then take a look. Tang Xian, I have the last A-level C spirit. Kong Chen said he wants it. When you are free, come to D4 area to get it. Seeing the news, Wen Yang was shocked. His own leader asked the big boss for an A-level C spirit? What does an SS-level person need an A-level for? Is it for him? Thinking of this possibility, Wen Yang's little heart started beating wildly with excitement. But before he could wait for 2 minutes to feel happy, the news came. Kong Chen, I asked the boss for a potion. You go get it, and help me send it to Ran Ran. Wen Yang, a bucket of ice water in winter. Ice cold. Chilling. Wen Yang, leader. Miss Tang has already reached S-level mental power. Don't you know? Although Tang Ranran did not update her information, Wen Yang could not hide the mental power examination records in the hospital. So he was an insider. Wen Yang reported truthfully, trying to fight for himself. His meaning was very clear. Miss Tang was S-level. She didn't need it. Look at me. Look at me. Kong Chen, I know. You just take it to her. A ruthless knife. Wen Yang was chilled. The leader knew that he had no hope. Alas, the pillow talk was really powerful. Fortunately, he did not offend Miss Tang. The next day, Wen Yang arrived at D4 just after dawn. Tang Ranran, who pretended to be still asleep, asked him to wait for half an hour before meeting him. In addition to taking the medicine, Wen Yang also reported the subsequent effects of the medicine. First, he failed. Then, because Shirhoud was old, he gave the SC spirit to his youngest son, who was a C-level mecha soldier, who was not yet 30 years old. And then, the boy was lucky enough to be promoted to B-level. Tang Ranran was reserved about the word lucky. After all, it was a C-level taking SC spirit, and the spam was so large that the success rate must be very high. Then, He Xiangtian didn't know what conditions he used to impress Wu Lihua, and the two exchanged medicines. Wu Lihua herself took the A-level C spirit. She was originally just AD, and successfully promoted to C-level. Finally, He Xiangtian, who was originally A-level, failed despite taking the S-level C spirit. After reporting, Wen Yang left E4 area and returned directly to Fu Xianting. And then Tang Ranran, who had been waiting secretly, got the potion. Taking the potion at the door, Tang Ranran smiled happily. I just told Kong Chen. I didn't expect him to really ask for one for me. Wen Yang, who was dazzled by the beauty, sighed secretly after coming to his senses. It's hard for a hero to resist a beauty. There must be a reason why his own leader was so dazzled. So, did the big boss steal his own leader's girlfriend? Has the big boss broken up with Miss Tangxi? I'm quite curious. Completely unaware that Wen Yang had already imagined the love, hatred and vengeance between the four people, Tang Ranran immediately called Tang Chui after she had passed the medicine. The central idea was, I have worked so hard to get another A-level one. I am going to give it to you. You must not tell anyone else. Tang Chui was so moved that her eyes were red, and she felt that she could not repay her niece's kindness even if she worked like a cow or a horse. Then, after all kinds of entanglements and hesitations, Tang Chui decided to give the medicine to her son Tang Shuhui. According to the current trend of Shantang, relying on dividends, she would only need a few years to buy a second house in Fu Xianting. But the medicine, if it is missed, it will probably be gone. So one for each of the two children. Tang Chui tried her best to treat everyone equally. When it was time to get off work, Tang Shuhui hurried to Tang Ranran Villa number 2. Obviously Tang Chui had already told him. As soon as they met, Tang Shuhui was excited and eager, and at the same time nervous and expectant. Ranran? That? Come in and tell me. Tang Ranran led the person into the door, and then took out the potion. Here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Tang Shuai took it with excitement, and thanked him again and again. Ran, I really thank you so much this time. If you have anything in the future, just call me. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. We are all family. Why are you saying these things? Cousin, drink it quickly, and then go back and wait for the potion to work. Okay. I drink it now. After drinking it in one gulp, he said a few more words of thanks. Tang Shuai looked forward to it again and again. With a man's romantic fantasy, he imagined a beautiful future with Tang Ranran lofty ambitions. Yes, in the mind of Tang Shuai, the cousin, he is younger than Yin Xing, and his qualifications are even less likely to be worse than his. Yin Xing can jump from sea level to a level, and he can definitely do it too. Tang Ranran, who knew the truth, just, quite simple. Not to spoil the fun, Tang Ranran echoed him a few words, and finally agreed to go back to Shuntang Company together tomorrow. When Tang Shuai left, he had a beautiful fantasy of the future, and his steps were heroic and heroic. Then, the next day, reality proved that Tang Shuai's cousin was a loser. Sea level taking A level sea spirit. A full 30% success rate. He failed. It can only be described as a bad word. Because of the failure, the mental power was still sea level, and Tang Shuai was hit like entering the palace. Although he was heartbroken, he couldn't break the promise. The sad Tang Shuai acted as a driver and took Tang Ranran from Fuse Xiating to Shuntang Biology. After a few hours of driving, they returned to Shuntang Company. As soon as they entered the company gate, Tang Ranran saw the second loser, Yin Xing. This unpromising thing has 2 SC spirits, but is still A level. For this reality, Tang Ranran felt very heavy. One god drags in legs. Can't drag. These unpromising things. Really can't drag. Oh! She has it too hard. Although the main purpose is to come to see if Yin Xing has been promoted. But since she came, Tang Ranran, the director of Shuntang, who rarely shows up, held a high-level meeting. The meeting didn't have much substantive content. She just painted cakes, poured chicken soup, encouraged everyone to work hard and create a better tomorrow. After the meeting, Tang Ranran went to hang out in the seed warehouse. While no one was paying attention, Tang Ranran quietly made a few farm crops out of nothing. After doing all this, Tang Ranran went to have a meal with housekeeper Lin. And then because it was late, she stayed directly in her top-floor apartment, pretending to sleep. But actually Krypton gold cultivation. Now that the Empire has more and more 4S and 5S, Tang Ranran is trying his best to spend money and work hard. The Sea Spirit Potion on hand has been used up. And because Lu Xiao can't find enough powerful teammates, the hunting plan is temporarily shelved. Tang Ranran can only focus on cultivation. But the daily output of spirit stones in the Sudlin mining area is getting less and less. Day after day, the number of spirit stones produced is decreasing. Tang Ranran knows very well that this spirit vein mine was originally a small one, and most of it was eaten by the rock dragon. Now it is afraid that it will run out of money. In mid-September, there is a bad news and a good news. Bad news: the number of spirit stones in the mining area has dropped sharply to less than 100. After digging a large area, only a few spirit stones were produced. The distribution density of spirit stones is already extremely low. This mine will only take a few days. Good news: there has been a huge breakthrough in the research on the energy of the magic vine. The research team headed by Gu Xiao has developed a new type of potion with the energy of the magic vine as the main material, and has determined that this is an auxiliary enhancement potion that does not directly enhance mental power, but can break through the realm barriers. Therefore, the potion is currently temporarily named the Magical Realm Breaking Agent. To explain it in game terms, it is like this: 100% experience at level N and 0% experience at level N+1 have the same experience value data. But in some cases, such as when an upgrade task is required, the upgrade will be stuck. When you are stuck at full experience, you can get a Magical Vine Breakthrough Potion, and as long as the amount is enough, you will be upgraded immediately. Of course, it is still theoretical at present, and human clinical trials are needed to verify it. The Research Institute has publicly issued a notice to recruit volunteers. Based on the principle of voluntariness, qualified personnel can sign up on their own. Taking advantage of the proximity, Tang Ranran got the first-hand news. and then she forwarded it to Fan Ling. In theory, the magical breakthrough potion can allow people without mental power to stimulate mental power. So Gu Xiao needs 3 people without mental power on his recruitment list. Human clinical trials have risks, but they are also opportunities. Tang Ranran gave the choice to Fan Ling himself. Fan Ling chose to sign up without hesitation. And then Tang Ranran took a back door. And he successfully signed up. Because of the side effects of the magic potion, it needs a high purification value to maintain. And any beast that successfully evolves with the energy of the magic vine needs a huge amount of purification value food as daily needs. Considering these 2 points, most of the superpowers are all discouraged and maintain a wait-and-see attitude. The volunteer recruitment is not smooth. During the 3-day recruitment period, most of them are S-level and below who can't afford the potion and choose to try their luck. There are only 3 S-level applicants in total, and only one of them is a superpower. The finished potion has come out. Although Tang Ranran has not taken it, she has studied it. It is also a product of the magic vine. But she did not feel any intuitive abnormality with this realm-breaking potion, which is quite normal. Otherwise, let the younger brothers try it. As for herself, it is definitely not possible. Most pharmacists have the experimental spirit of Shinong tasting hundreds of herbs. Gu Xiao is very confident about the new medicine he participated in developing. So he experimented on his own before recruiting volunteers. The effect of the medicine lasted for about 2 hours. And nothing happened. Zhu Dahating had also taken the medicine. But nothing happened. The general process was like taking a shot of chicken blood. Excited and full of power for 2 hours. And then it was gone. Which means that the power contained in the medicine did not break through the shackles of level. The 2 persuaded Tang Ranran with their own examples. And Tang Ranran was very moved. But then ruthlessly refused. Why? Because she is a puppet. On weekdays, there is no flaw. But after trying the medicine, detailed tracking will be carried out later. That is, detailed physical and mental examinations. Behind people's backs. She could make up some fake data to fool people. But how could she fake it in front of Gu Xiao? She could only refuse with great pain. Although Tang Ranran herself did not participate, she actively encouraged her younger brothers and their younger brothers to sign up. Of course, she did not force them. And everything was voluntary. After Tang Xuanhao call, many people signed up. However, Gu Xiao did not want all of them. After careful selection, most of them were eliminated. And only dozens of people were successfully selected, including Qi Xingyuan, who was an SS+, Wu Pingyang, who was an S+, and Wen Yang, who was an B+. The next day, Tang Ranran made relevant progress. Qi Xingyuan was not motivated and did not get promoted. Wu Pingyang, who had not performed well in the previous few times, finally performed well this time and was successfully promoted to SS level. For now, this is definitely good news. But whether there will be side effects in the later stage remains to be proven by time. Afterwards, Wen Yang, who was in B+, was also promoted and entered the ranks of a level. There is also a young man named Li Qing, Qi Xingyuan's younger brother, whose original B-level spiritual power was promoted to A-level. Finally, Fan Ling, who had no spiritual power, formed spiritual power again after taking the medicine. Of course, it was only the lowest level E-level. After waiting for another 3 days, Zhu Dahai happily shared the latest clinical trial data and the preliminary conclusions summarized so far with Tang Ranran. The magical breakthrough medicine is divided into 5 grades in jewel units, corresponding to 5 different qualities: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The first potion can assist those without spiritual power to generate spiritual power, and assist E-level personnel to be promoted. The second potion can assist C-level personnel, and below to be promoted. The third potion can assist A-level personnel, and below to be promoted. The fourth potion can assist the promotion of personnel in S++ state, and below ++ state. In theory, it can also assist the promotion of personnel in SS++ state. However, because there are no volunteers and no successful cases to support it, it cannot be concluded for the time being. At present, it can be confirmed that the magical breakthrough agent can only assist breakthroughs for those without mental power and ++ state personnel. There is no success case for those without state or just plus state personnel without exception. Finally, the fifth potion with the most powerful energy can theoretically assist the promotion of personnel in SSS++, 4S++ state, and below plus plus state. Of course, in theory, there is no successful case. But there is a failure case. Gu Xia took the 5th potion. And he, a person in 4S plus plus state, failed. For his own example, Gu Xia was unwilling to believe that it was a theoretical error, but proposed 3 possibilities. The first possibility is a probability problem. The magical breakthrough agent is not 100% successful. The second possibility is that the potion energy is insufficient. The energy of the number 5 potion can only assist SSS Jejia to break through. The energy currently captured by a magical vine can only produce a number 5 potion at most. And a number 5 potion can be decomposed into 2 number 4 potions. And a number 4 potion can be decomposed into 2 number 3 potions. And so on. At present, the energy captured by different magical vines is not compatible. The maximum amount is tentatively set as number 5 potion. The last possibility, Gu Xia thinks that he is probably in a pseudo-Jejia state. Under the detection of the mental power instrument, Gu Xia mental power is still in the 4S Jejia state. But he has already felt abnormal. The normal Jejia state. The mental power state should be a vigorous upward. Upstream. Like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. With its own nuclear power. It is the self that is exerting force upward. Gu Xia feels that his current state is more like a piece of driftwood. He has no upward power of his own. But there is an external force. An invisible energy pushing him. Just like a propeller engine pushing the driftwood upstream. Therefore, his mental strength is in a vigorous and upward state. If this external force disappears, his Jia state will basically not exist. Combined with the current situation of many side effect personnel in the hospital, Gu Xia has put forward a preliminary inference of pseudo-promotion. The magic fruit potion is definitely effective. But the amount of auxiliary pure food is different for each person according to their own physique, talent, and mental level. Once this amount is exceeded, the power in the pure food will still be absorbed under the action of the magic fruit potion and gathered in the body, forming an invisible external force. This external force can drive the body or mental state to continue to move forward, and then reach a peak state that the body can withstand, which is probably the upper limit. And this upper limit is pseudo-strength, which needs this external force to maintain. Once the pure energy in the body is exhausted, the body or mental strength will begin to decline, and finally return to the original form, or even be lower than the initial state because of the exhaustion of potential. Unless the high purification value is continuously supplemented, it can be maintained. Because a group of side effect personnel are actively rescuing themselves, there is no actual case of strength returning to the original form. Pseudo-promotion is still a theory, but it has been accepted by most people. Anyway, there are not many major forces planting magical vines recently, and most wood-based forces have started to plant raw materials for marrow-cleansing potions. I have gone off topic. Anyway, after reading the latest relevant conclusions, Tang Ranran was a little annoyed and wanted to slap her thigh. She is SSS Jejia. This realm-breaking potion is useful to her. But, hey, the potion from the Research Institute is not taken for free. And she can't escape the inspection if she cooperates with the inspection. Can she be inspected? No. What to do? She can only grow it herself. Tang Ranran has been hanging around on the starship of the Research Institute. How to capture the energy of the magical vine, and how to refine this realm-breaking potion. Not only does she know it clearly, but she has also refined it herself. So, she can do it. At this stage, Tang Ranran is not only rich, but she also has a high purification value of 80 that everyone is vying for. So, after Tang Xian released the news that he would buy the energy of the magic vine at a high price, 2 sellers came to the door soon. The first seller is the Shui family, a big family in the 3rd galaxy. The Shui family is a second-tier family. The progress of the magic vine planting is a bit slow. After finally planting the magic vine to about 98, the side effects of the magic fruit potion broke out. Because of the fear of side effects, the planting of the magic vine stopped. Although the purification value of the vine did not increase, it was necessary to maintain sufficient food. Otherwise, the purification value will drop. Money and energy have been invested, and it is about to mature. How can it be allowed to drop? They can only grit their teeth and maintain the value of 98 and wait and see. However, the side effects have not been clear until now, and the Shui family is just anxious. Now that Tang Ranran was asking for it, he immediately came up with a package that included the magic vine energy and 100 magic fruits. all in one package, with a total price of 200 trillion. Tang Ranran, too damn shady. No! The second seller was the Dong family from the second galaxy. Their magic vines were expected to be ready for harvest in a few days. As for the magic vine energy, they didn't want to be charged at a low price by the research institute. And they didn't have enough energy and money to carry out research and development. So they were just looking for a buyer. For the sale of the magic vine energy alone, the Dong family offered a reasonable price of 10 trillion. They also delivered the goods to the door and supported acceptance after receipt. Compared with the first shady seller, Tang Ranran felt that it was extremely cost-effective and immediately finalized it. Pay a deposit of 100 billion in advance, and within 10 days, the Dong family space system will deliver the goods to the door, and Tang Ranran can ask an authoritative pharmacist to inspect the goods. With the Dong family supply, Tang Ranran from the Shui family naturally ignored them. And then, they got anxious and started to lower the price. From the initial package price of 200 trillion, they gradually gave in, and finally sold the magic vine energy separately for 20 trillion. At this point, there was no movement. Tang Ranran estimated that it was the bottom price of the Shui family. Although it was twice as high as the Dong family, it was not much. Just when Tang Ranran was hesitating whether to buy a double batch to be on the safe side, Yin Qian came to the door first. Yin Qian, are you there? Is it free? I will be on your planet in about 3 hours. Tang Qian, huh? Tang Ranran was full of questions when he suddenly received such a message. If he was on vacation, Yin Qian would have told him in advance. It was so sudden. What was going on? Tang Ranran didn't think much about it. After replying, he simply called and asked directly, Tang Ranran, what happened? So suddenly, it's my dad. Yin Qian's face was a little heavy, with an expression that was hard to describe, and at the same time a little worried. It's like this. Yin Qian father, Yen Linghua, participated in the Yin family 5S plan. Although it failed, his mental power was in the 4S++ state, because he was just one step away from success. Yen Linghua was always upset. And then, because of the side effects of the magic fruit potion, he would go for mental power tests from time to time. At present, although Yen Linghua did not have any side effects, the chief doctor of the Yin family told him in the most recent physical examination that his ++ state was a little abnormal. And it seemed to be the pseudo ++ state in Gu Xia magic fruit potion pseudo promotion theory. Coincidentally, at this time, Gu Xia contacted Yen Linghua and invited him to participate in the clinical trial of the breakthrough agent. The opportunity to be promoted to 5S was in front of him, and Yen Linghua naturally wanted to fight for it. So it was Yen Linghua who came to Gu Xia, and Yin Qian was the driver. After understanding the purpose of the visit, Tang Ranran briefly explained what she knew. In summary, she did not take the realm-breaking potion due to special reasons, puppet body, but she felt that there was nothing wrong with the realm-breaking potion. After hearing what Tang Ranran said, Yin Qian felt relieved, and then asked about Gu Xia's pseudo-promotion theory. Go ask him in person, Tang Ranran complained in her heart. But Tang Ranran, who was very concerned about her appearance, stared at Yin Qian's handsome face on the intelligent brain communication screen and told him everything she knew. After more than an hour of continuous call, Yin Qian had to go back to the first galaxy to pick up his old father, so he could only end it reluctantly. After hanging up the phone, Tang Ranran, who was still in D4 area, planted vegetables. In order to fight for equity, Xie Shiho was like a clockwork, absolutely working hard, and the batch of several tons of crop seeds not long ago had all been planted. These 2 days, he came to bother her again. Xie Shiho, please plant some vegetables. You can be mad at anyone, but you can never be mad at money. So Tang Ranran plants vegetables whenever she has time. The seeds produced by planting vegetables with spiritual power in reality are then mixed into the seeds on the farm. After all, there has to be an open process. Planting seeds, planting food for the big golden armor, and checking the strength of Wu Pingyang, the newly promoted SS level with system. After comprehensive comparison, Tang Ranran can only say that she is still very powerful. When she was SS, she was better than Wu Pingyang simply by relying on supernatural powers. While planting vegetables and guiding the younger brother, Qi Xingyuan sent a report that the 2 big guys, Yin Qian and Yen Linghua, applied for entry. Tang Ranran replied with one word, approved. Then within 10 minutes, Yanqian call came in. As soon as he arrived at Su Pingrui, Yanqian sent his old father to the Starship Research Institute in District D4, and immediately left his people, and couldn't wait to find Tang Ranran. As soon as the communication was connected, Yanqian opened his mouth. Where is it? I'm here to find you. Here. Tang Ranran threw him the current coordinate address. That is, a distance of tens of kilometers. Within a minute after the coordinates were sent, Yanqian appeared in Tang Ranran's sight. Tang Xian. In front of others, Yanqian's expression was restrained, but the raised corners of his mouth fully exposed his joy. Long time no see. Tang Ranran nodded politely, and stopped planting vegetables. I leave it to you here. Pack the harvested seeds, and send them to Xie Shihe after counting. After instructing Wu Pingyang, Tang Ranran walked towards Yanqian. Then the two walked side by side, chatting as they walked. Tang Ranran was a little surprised. Aren't you waiting for the results at the Research Institute? My dad is so old. It's no problem. Between his father and his wife. Yanqian chose his wife. Oh. Then, shall I take you to dinner? Or wait for your dad to come together? It's noontime now. Just in time to go to dinner. My dad is used to drinking nutrient solution. Don't worry about him. Yanqian arranged it for his old father on his own initiative. And then climbed up the ladder. I want to eat what you cook. Okay. Recently, not many people have been eating for free. And Tang Ranran meals are mostly fruits and vegetables that don't need to be processed. So she has a lot of lunch boxes in stock. Although most of them are in the basement of the farm. There are still some in her space buckle. With Yanqian big space. Traveling is particularly convenient. The two returned to F1 together. And then Tang Ranran carefully checked and confirmed that there was no one else in the entire F1 area. Yanqian went to Villa number 2 and secretly picked him up. Tang Xuanhao threw it aside. And Tang Ranran found some dishes that Yanqian liked from the lunch box in her space. In fact, there is no need to pick. As long as it is meat. Yanqian likes almost all of them. A sumptuous lunch. Because there are no other annoying light bulbs. And because he eats with Tang Ranran. Yanqian eats this meal very comfortably and slowly. Because no one grabs it. You can chat while eating. During the meal, they talked about the magical breakthrough potion. And Tang Ranran mentioned that he was buying the magical vine energy. Then, by coincidence, the magical vine of the Yin family will reach 100 in a few days. Yanqian contacted the relevant person in charge on the spot and acted as a matchmaker. Tang Ranran and the person in charge of the Yin family finalized the deal. The price was also 10 trillion. And the delivery was also done to the door. However, the person in charge of the Yin family proposed that he would like to pay with pure fruits and vegetables. With a purification value of more than 30. No limit on the variety. As long as the taste is not strange. Tang Ranran readily agreed. Another energy was obtained. And the high price of 20 trillion of the Shui family was completely ruled out by Tang Ranran. Although her fruits and vegetables are almost free. She can't be a sucker. If there are cheaper ones. Of course she will choose the ones with lower prices. While eating and chatting, the atmosphere was harmonious. But before the meal was finished, Yan Linghua called Yanqian. Yanqian, this dragging father. I'd be there later. After dealing with it, Yanqian continued to eat. But he did speed up. Finally, because Tang Ranran prepared 12 dishes, Yanqian was so full that he couldn't eat any more. In order not to waste it, Tang Ranran simply packed it for him to take away. And gave him all the lunch boxes that she had stored in her space buckle as snacks. Because Yanqian's space buckle was full, Tang Ranran gave him all her space buckle. In addition to the lunch box. Thinking that Yanqian's old father might have side effects. Tang Ranran simply took him to her big garden to dig sugar powder. Most of Tang Ranran's sugar powder and 80 sugar water solution were stored in the basement of the farm. In front of Yanqian. She didn't dare to take things out of the farm. So she went to the garden to dig and deliver it immediately. Recently, Tang Ranran's sugar consumption is a bit large. And the supply of the ant sugar factory is not so sufficient. So Tang Ranran only dug about 2 kilograms. After simply packing it in a box, Tang Ranran gave it all to Yanqian. As for whether he uses it himself or gives it to his old father, it's up to him. Since there was still some space in the space buckle, Tang Ranran took Yanqian to pick fruits and experience the picking of farmhouses. About 30 to 60 spiritual fruits filled the space buckle. And then they stopped. It was still Yanqian who sent it back. After secretly sending the main account back to Villa Number 2, Tang Ranran took Tang Xian and Yin Qian to D5 area and went straight to the largest fresh-keeping warehouse. After finding the person in charge, Tang Ranran directly took the goods of 100 space buckles. 100 space buckles? It sounds like a lot. In fact, it is only 1,000 cubic meters of space. It can only hold about 800 tons of fruit. All of them have low purification values below 10. And the most valuable ones do not exceed 1 billion per ton. And the worthless ones are even less than 200 million per ton. On average, it is about 500 billion, which is not as expensive as a tube of 80 sugar water solution. A whole bag of space buckles. Like sugar beans, Tang Ranran stuffed them all to Yin Qian. Of course, not all of them were for Yin Qian. He couldn't finish so many. 10 were given separately. In addition to Yin Qian, Tang Ranran also reminded him to give 2 each to Lu Chuanping and Fu Jingyuan. The other 90 were considered Tang Xian donations to the military district, and she had to record them as military industry. Anyway, Yin Qian always came back with a full load every time, and this time was no exception. After the things were packed, because Yin Linghua was a 4S level and had a long experience, Tang Ranran was afraid that some flaws would be discovered, so she didn't move forward. After reluctantly saying goodbye, Yin Qian returned to the Research Institute starship in D4 area. Before taking the medicine, Gu Xiao did a detailed mental examination for Yin Linghua, and then concluded that his Jia state was indeed more inclined to a pseudo-state. Then, it was still a number 5 potion with the largest energy. Result, failure. Yes, Yin Linghua failed to be promoted. With this result, Gu Xiao can basically confirm that the realm-breaking agent only has an auxiliary promotion effect on the real Jia state. After the effect of the drug ended, Gu Xiao checked Yin Linghua's body again and confirmed that he was only in a pseudo-promotion state, and it was not a negative state with side effects for the time being. Yin Linghua temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to recover to the peak of 4S because of the marrow cleansing potion. If it fell below 4S again because of the side effects of the potion, it would be really unacceptable. After the matter came to an end, Yin Linghua proposed to meet Tang Xian, since he had arrived at Su Ping Ruishing. It was a routine communication and polite to visit the host. In addition, Yin Linghua was quite curious about Tang Xian. Yin Linghua knew that Yin Qian's son had a good relationship with Tang Xian, but after seeing him with his own eyes, he tasted a little weird. No one knows a son better than his father. Yin Linghua knew Yin Qian. His son always had a stern face like a killing god on weekdays, who would not retreat when seeing him. But when he arrived at Su Ping Ruishing, the boy's expression was a little rippling. He left as soon as he arrived here. He was impatient and had a little joyful expression, as if he was going to meet his ideal person. And the ideal person? Tang Xian? The gender did not match. Because of this abnormality, Yin Linghua wanted to meet Tang Xian himself even more. However, his proposal was directly rejected by Yin Qian. Yin Qian, he is busy. Don't make trouble. Yin Linghua, rebellious son. Because Yin Qian has not returned for a long time, Yin Linghua can only stay on the starship and chat with Gu Xiao and others to learn about the latest progress of the research. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Yin Qian finally came back. The happy look of spring breeze quickly disappeared when Yin Qian arrived at the scene. And then, he had a serious face with no expression. Hey, what is it? Space buckles cannot be thrown. Space buckles are quite a lot, so they are packed into a bulging pocket. The pockets of clothes can't fit, so Yin Qian took it directly in his hand. Gu Xiao saw it at a glance and couldn't help asking. Space buckle? Yin Qian gave him a look of asking knowingly. Pure fruits and vegetables. Given by Tang Xian? Gu Xiao confirmed. Donate to the military district. Oh! After getting this answer, Gu Xiao didn't ask any more questions. Tang Xian was always generous, and donating some fruits and vegetables to the military district was just a routine operation. By the way, when will your research group go back? Yin Qian asked in return. What does it have to do with you? Thinking this in his heart, Gu Xiao casually said 2 words. To be determined. Su Ping Ruishing defense level is too low. You should go back earlier. Yin Qian reasons are sufficient and well reasoned. And in essence, he is just trying to drive people away. Hearing this, Gu Xiao sneered twice. Ha ha. He thought, I ate and took. And now you want to chase me away? Tang Xian, the host, hasn't said anything yet? You're the first one to feel sorry for me. The army has donations. And their research institute is also affiliated with the military. Why should I be despised by others, outsiders? Especially Yan Qian, for eating some low purification value fruits? After deeply experiencing Tang Xian hospitality, Gu Xiao had already decided that if it is not necessary, the research institute starship will not move, and he will stay here with his team. Yan Qian was depressed by Gu Xiao's obvious intention to stay in Su Pingerwei Star for a long time, but he could not do anything about it, so he could only comfort himself secretly. Gu Xiao is a guy who knows nothing, because he is not aware of it. This guy is not threatening for the time being. Gu Xiao was also very unhappy because Yan Qian's behavior of driving people away was beyond his authority. And then you are unkind and I am unjust? So I also drive people away, without wasting time reminiscing about the past. Gu Xiao waved his hand, then turned his body and put his hands behind his back, leading Yan Qian with a back view. I'm busy. I won't entertain you. Yan Linghua, who originally wanted to learn more about the situation from Gu Xiao, was completely caught in an unexpected disaster and could only glare at him fiercely. Stupid son. I really want to throw him away. A space crack. The father and son returned to the first star system. After returning to his own small courtyard, Yan Qian did not rush to leave, but wanted to restore his mental strength, running around, which consumed a lot of energy. After entering his own front door, Yan Qian picked out the space buckle on the smart wristband that Tang Ranran had given him. Entering the kitchen, he casually took a basin, took out a lot of spiritual fruits, and then washed them. Freshly picked fruits are not dirty, but if conditions permit, you still have to pay attention to hygiene. Soon, Yan Qian came out with a fruit plate. The pure scent of the spiritual fruit came to his face. Yan Linghua in the living room couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then his eyes were fixed on the fruit plate. This rich pure scent had a purification value of at least 50. My son actually ate so well. With envy in his eyes, Yan Linghua couldn't help but ask, did Tang Xian send it? Yeah. After answering, Yan Qian realized it later and cared about his old father. Dad? What did Gu Xiao say? From his expression, it was clear that he failed. If he was promoted to 5S level, the old man would have jumped up excitedly. So it was a fake promotion? Wouldn't there really be side effects? Thinking of this, Yan Qian's heart sank, and he couldn't help but worry. Just like what Ah Feng said, my situation is indeed a fake promotion. Yan Linghua sighed faintly. He was old and couldn't refuse to admit defeat. In Yan Qian's worried eyes, Yan Linghua waved his hand and continued. But don't worry too much. It's not serious enough to cause side effects. Well, then remember to have a physical examination on time. Passing his old father, Yan Qian walked to the sofa in a few steps, put the fruit plate on the coffee table, and sat down on the sofa with great determination. Before starting, Yan Qian respected the old and loved the young and did not forget to greet them. Do you want to eat? No. I didn't use my mental power much just now. The fruit looked delicious. But Yan Linghua always opposed extravagance and waste. He was not mentally exhausted, so he didn't waste these high purification value fruits. He was reluctant to eat it. But seeing Yan Qian eating it happily, Yan Linghua couldn't help but preach. Don't waste it either. Just eat a few, and you can go back. Oh! Yan Qian responded without even looking at him. Obviously perfunctory. Is he eating fruit? It's his wife's love. By the way, did Tang Xian donate fruits and vegetables to your military region again this time? Walking to the main seat of the sofa and sitting down, Yan Linghua couldn't help asking when he saw the bag full of space buckles placed by Yan Qian next to the fruit plate. Well, these are all. There are many varieties. About hundreds of billions. So many? Tang Xian planting ability is really strong. Yan Linghua exclaimed in surprise, and praised Tang Ranran with an appreciative tone. Amazing. It's a great blessing for the Empire to have such an outstanding planting master as him who is kind, generous and has a big picture. Of course, Yan Qian was even happier than being praised, and he looked proud. After showing off, he took out 2 space buckles from the small bag and placed them on the coffee table. Yan Qian pushed the 2 space buckles in front of Yan Linghua with his mental power. These 2. Keep one for yourself, and give the other to your grandparents. Employed? Yan Linghua was stunned, and looked at Yan Qian with a bad face. What are you thinking? Am I such a person as your son? Yin Qian was a little speechless, and immediately explained, "This is a gift from Tang Xian to me alone. A total of 100 space buckles, of which 90 were donated to the military district." "That's good." After responding, Yinlinghua's face changed immediately, and the bad look in his eyes turned into a simple greed. "The fruits of Su Pingruixing are all delicious, and it's hard to buy. So, son, look, you are alone. But how many people are there in our family? How many people are there on your grandparents' side? And your uncles, aunts, great-grandparents? There are so many people. You have 10. But you only honor 2. Do you think this is reasonable?" Yin Qian, After 2 seconds of silence, Yin Qian silently took out another space buckle, pushed it over, and lied with a bit of resentment. "Not all 10 are mine. They have to be divided among others. I only have 4 space buckles for myself. So I keep 1. Isn't that too much?" Believing his words, knowing that it was impossible to stop while he was ahead and not leave any for his son, Yinlinghua quickly collected 3 space buckles. He suddenly understood why his son behaved out of character when he arrived at Su Pingruixing. If a rich friend would warmly entertain him and give him so much, he would also be excited, and he couldn't wait to meet him. However, "So, you ate and took from Tang Xian? And took so much? Is this really okay?" Yinlinghua was a little suspicious. Could it be that he did something to abuse his power for personal gain? However, he couldn't think of what his son could do for Tang Xian. After all, Tang Xian made his fortune by growing vegetables, and he didn't need to rely on the military. Instead, the military needed him to supply goods. "We have a good relationship. Is there any problem?" Yin Qian raised his eyelids and looked at him. His expression was very righteous. His wife is willing to support him. He is so happy. Ran gave him so much. She must love him the most. If one day Fu Jingyuan gets more than him, it will be really over. Just keep it in mind. Just when Yinlinghua was sighing in his heart that it was really good to have a big wood brother, Yin Qian took out a fresh food box from the space buckle again. A fresh food box with the best effect of preventing purification value loss. The things inside are a little unclear, but they must be valuable. After eating the spiritual fruit, the mental power is almost in the best state. Before leaving, Yin Qian did not forget to share some sugar crystal powder. After all, he is his father. "Dad, although you haven't had any side effects yet, your situation is not optimistic. I give you half. You keep it just in case." Yin Qian opened the box and found an empty fresh food box to pack. Seeing the white crystals inside, Yinlinghua's eyes were shocked. He knew about the sugar crystal powder, which came from Su Pingruixing. Lu Guohui and Xie Xinxi currently rely on this pure sugar water solution to control side effects. Both of them purchased it from Tang Xian. Pure sugar powder set by Tang Xian. This is a sky-high price of more than 10 trillion per unit. You can find any pharmacist to prepare it. The highest is 85. But don't waste it if you have nothing to do. If there are side effects, consult a doctor for the dosage. In Yinlinghua's shock, Yin Qian continued to explain as if he was used to it. Finally, he said with a little ridicule, "Oh, if you think the value is too high and it is embezzlement and bribery, then forget it. I keep it for myself." Yinlinghua, It's really that sugar powder. This looks like at least a dozen units. Good boy. 100 trillion. He guessed too conservatively. With so many, is there any illicit relationship between his son and Tang Xian? The life of rich people is very boring. For example, Tang Ran. His main account is Krypton Gold Training, and his secondary account is continuing to grow vegetables. After a few days, finally, the Dong family shipped the goods. Since the space station of the planet has been built, Tang Ran chose to hand over at the space station. 10 trillion is nothing to Tang Ran. But for others, it is a huge fortune. And things like murder and robbery must be prevented. After all, it is the first transaction. So it is better to be cautious. To pay the Dong family payment, half of the star diamond ore and half of the high purification value of fruits and vegetables above 30. Tang Ran has already prepared a bag of space buckles for easy carrying. Tang Ran took Qixing Yuan to receive the goods. 5 minutes before the agreed time, the delivery staff of the Dong family arrived at the space station. An SS-level space system and 2 SSS-level superpowers. Obviously, the other party also had some concerns for the first transaction. So the high-level fighter escorted The whole process was recorded, and both parties turned on the surveillance. Tang Ranran first inspected the goods, opening the special jade bottle containing energy and feeling it for a few seconds. Tang Ranran felt that it was about right. No problem. Nodding, Tang Ranran waved her hand and threw the payment over. Star diamond ore only needs to be weighed, while pure fruits and vegetables need to be sampled and tested. After more than an hour, the three people from the Dong family checked the payment and said, "No problem." The payment was settled and the transaction was over. "Next time there is business," they continued. After a few polite greetings, they dispersed. On the way back to the planet on the starship, Tang Ranran couldn't wait to refine the potion. The magical realm-breaking potion. Under the name of voluntary labor. She had already refined several of them at the Research Institute. Although the energy is different, the refining process is just a difference in quantity, which is similar. Tang Ranran, who has rich successful experience, was no exception to the success of the refining. Tang Ranran returned to her F1 area, then threw the potion into the farm. And Tang Xian was half hung up and entered the farm by himself. Holding back her excitement, Tang Ranran first read a fortune for herself. Then, it was quite sudden. The first fortune showed, all wishes come true. Everything goes smoothly. That is, success. Promoted to 4S? Full of expectations, Tang Ranran took the medicine. Less than 2 hours. 1 hour later, Tang Ranran felt something unusual. A feeling of vigorous mental power. Continuous strengthening. Breaking through her own limits. It was like the end of an 800-meter long-distance race. The body used up the last bit of strength and struggled to cross the finish line. The feeling of exhaustion. The mental power was a little weak, but it couldn't cover up the strength of a higher level. Her mental power was promoted. Although she guessed it, Tang Ranran still measured it with a mental power detection instrument for double insurance. It's really 4S level. She really stepped into 4S level. So, what about the cultivation? Full of expectations, Tang Ranran circulated the spiritual power around her body to check her own status. And then, quite disappointed. It's a daydream to break through to the nascent soul stage in one fell swoop. Tang Ranran cultivation is still at the level of the middle stage of the golden core. The improvement of her mental power has not led to the improvement of her cultivation. Tang Ranran was a little confused again. Her set of mental power and cultivation correspondence table was overturned. So, in fact, there is not much connection between the two. Cultivation and mental power are two unrelated power systems. After thinking for a while, Tang Ranran put this question behind her. After all, this answer cannot be figured out, but depends on experiments. At this stage, she will not teach others to cultivate immortals by teaching the method just to experiment with the corresponding mental power of cultivation. After the original body is a real 4S level, Tang Ranran switched to Tang Xian, facing the mental power detection instrument, repeatedly adjusted, and once again adjusted the mental power to SSS level, as both are 4S level. As long as she is careful, she should be able to deceive Gu Xiao. Because of the clinical trial, the energy consumption of the magic vine is very large, and the Research Institute has been paying attention to the magic vine planting of major forces. It is clear which family magic vine has grown to 100 fruits. The Dong family sold the magic vine energy to Tang Xian, and Gu Xiao knew it on the same day. As soon as Tang Ranran adjusted her mental strength, he called to ask. Tang Ranran dealt with it sincerely. My Jia should be a pseudostate. Failed. Gu Xiao was a little worried because he really believed her words. Then come quickly. I will check you. Can Tang Ranran go? Of course not. It's okay. It's okay. I know my situation. I just feel a little hit. And I feel uncomfortable. With an attitude of I'm hit. I'm in a bad mood now. Don't pay attention to me. Tang Ranran finally fooled Gu Xiao. Because of guilty conscience? Tang Ranran looked depressed and in a bad mood for several days, busy with the project of growing vegetables. After a few days of peace, the Yin family delivered goods to the door. The one who came was an old acquaintance, Yen Ming. Tang Ranran had already prepared 10 trillion fruits and vegetables with a purity of more than 30. And she generously gave a little more. The total amount was about 10.5 trillion. They were all old acquaintances, and Yen Ming trusted them very much and skipped the procedure of checking the goods and the payment. The transaction was completed, and after a few simple greetings, Yen Ming hurriedly said goodbye because of official business. Before leaving, Tang Ranran stuffed him with a space buckle. There were about 50 billion fruits and vegetables inside. Some spiritual fruits with a purification value of 30 to 50. And more fruits with low purification values. Yin Ning was so happy that he almost jumped up. After sending the deliverman away, Tang Ranran immediately made a potion. This time, it was not the number 5 potion, but a 1 for 2. A number 5 potion was decomposed into 2 number 4 potions. According to theory, number 4 can assist S-Jia and SS-Jia status personnel to be promoted. After the preparation of the potion was completed, Tang Ranran mobilized his S and SS level brothers to conduct a detailed examination of their mental power, and then found to his disappointment that none of them were in the Jia state. So, the magic fruit potion, combined with the breakthrough potion? At present, the magic fruit potion, whether it is for mental power promotion or life extension, is temporarily set to be taken by one person, and only one. Repeated use will increase the probability of side effects. At present, for the 2 magic fruit potions, the official has issued a more authoritative comparison table of pure auxiliary foods. S level, love trillion. SS level less than 12 trillion. SSS level less than 20 trillion. 4S level less than 50 trillion. Of course, it is just a comparison table, and there will be some deviations due to different personal constitutions. Anyway, this amount is probably safe. Shi Xingyuan and Wu Pingyang have already taken it. Pass. And for the rest, Tang Ranran first thought of Kongchen. When she thought of Kongchen, she remembered that she had dug out 15 spiritual stones yesterday. In the mining area, half a day had passed today, and only 3 pieces were found so far. These spiritual stones are really going to be gone. Forget it. When Kongchen reports online next time, she will make a clear plan and let the mining team come back. I wonder if Xie Yin has found anything. If there is no new spiritual vein mine, it is not a good experience to eat up all the resources. After acting depressed for a few days, Tang Ranran announced a good news in a small circle. She was promoted to 4S level. As for why she was promoted, it was because she took 4S Hailing Potion. Yes, because Tang Xuanhao data was over 30 years old. Self-promotion was a bit unscientific, so she attributed it to Hailing Potion. After a word, congratulations, Gu Xia proposed to check her. Of course, Tang Ranran rejected his kindness, and based on her mental power data, she made a mental power related data after a slight modification and sent it to him for a look. Seeing that her relevant data was very normal, Gu Xia did not insist on checking her, but just reminded her to remember to check regularly to prevent mental power abnormalities. And because of Tang Ranran misleading, Gu Xia had a new research direction. Can the corresponding level of Hailing Potion cover the pseudo-promotion status of the Magic Fruit Potion? Or even cover the side effects? With an idea, he wanted to verify it. However, the Sea Spirit Potion is a special potion, and the raw materials are scarce. Gu Xia found Lu Xiao. Tang Ranran, who had made a fake data to fool people, didn't know that he had misled people. This is just a small improvement in mental strength. Don't be proud. Keep working hard. That is to say, Krypton gold cultivation. However, the spiritual stones produced in the mining area are getting less and less, and are already in the single digit. Although Tang Ranran still has a lot of inventory, she consumes a lot of Krypton gold cultivation every day. Tang Ranran couldn't wait any longer, so she pulled out Xie Yin communication friends and took the initiative to contact him. But she didn't get in touch with him. Xie Yin was in a signalless state. Well, I don't know which mountain valley with no signal. 2 days later. On this day, Su Delin's mining area dug a large area of stone layers in all directions, but didn't find a single spiritual stone. Tang Ranran knew that this spiritual vein mine was really gone. With one sentence, I stay here to find something. The Tangxi disappeared, and Kongchen and Li Zheng, with a few small leaders, returned to the city first. As soon as they came online, the two reported to Tang Xian. Kongchen, who was in the know, just went through the surface process, while Li Zheng, who was not in the know, really reported a lot of content, no matter how big or small. Pretending to listen carefully, Tang Ranran was actually just looking at the face and appreciating the male beauty, and finally said, I know. You guys come back. The two returned with the mining team and the starship. With the evacuation of the mining team, the 2 starships belonging to Su Pingrui left. Tang Ranran, Riding the Tang, she watched the group leave in the dark, and immediately called Ares. After the two met, Ares opened the space channel, and then a space shuttle. The two went from the satellite of Su Dellen to the planet Su Fomao, to which it belongs. Back then, Tang Ranran thought that there might be spiritual veins in the 10 no-entry special protection areas on Sufan Mao planet. But she never had the chance to take action. And now that she has a space driver, she naturally took action. Because it was an illegal invasion. The intelligence brains of Tang Ranran and Ares were both closed and signalless. But it doesn't matter. As an old man, Tang Ranran naturally had already prepared the relevant information. Long ago, Tang Ranran used Tang Xian to check the situation of the 10 major protection areas on Sufan Mao planet and downloaded it, taking out the standalone version of the thin and light IP-80. Tang Ranran first determined the direction, finding a landmark reference. After some research, the two finally figured out their current approximate location. Tang Ranran first chose the Tianyin Green Valley that she had seen from afar, to determine the relative position and relative distance on the map. Tang Ranran first used the hidden compass to turn on the invisible state. And then Ares opened the space channel again. Then a teleportation. The sky is blue. The water is blue. And the fresh air is full of the smell of spiritual energy. Tang Ranran couldn't help but take a deep breath. This rich spiritual energy. It's comparable to her F1 area. You know, her F1 area is kept full of spiritual energy, and thriving by her throwing fairy grass in the secret room every now and then and constantly replenishing spiritual energy. What's more, how big is her F1 area? According to the information, the Tianyin Green Valley, a special protection area, has an area of 600 square kilometers. Such a large area. Such abundant spiritual energy. It is likely that there are natural treasures like the Hongming Qi, a pure spiritual energy source. Tang Ranran is eager to try. But before taking action, she must explain clearly. Ares, be careful. Once we detect a strong enemy, we must run. If you encounter a space system that is stronger than you and cannot escape, please remind me in time. Tang Ranran ordered. If the situation is special, and we are both dead, you must not expose me. Your master. It doesn't matter if my puppet is useless. I can come back to pick you up if you die. But if I am exposed, you are finished. Do you understand? Although there are not many 4S space systems, if you are unlucky and meet one, you can only abandon the car to save the king. Throw Ares into the fairy cave. Throw the fairy cave into the farm. And then her standard puppet will self-destruct and destroy the body. Of course, Tang Ranran has already told herself a fortune. Although the fortune is not very auspicious, it is not very bad. Which means that the luck is average and not so unlucky. Understand? I swear to protect the master to the death. I will never reveal the secret. Ares answered loudly, and then said very confidently, Master, don't worry. With my strength, even if the 4S space system comes, I can take you away with me, and guarantee that your puppet will be unharmed. Tang Ranran didn't believe this and questioned. Then you, and was killed by Yin Qian, because of your blue bottle. Master, Yin Qian is so shameless that he burned blue. When mentioning this, Ares couldn't help but grind his teeth, and when he looked at Tang Ranran, he was particularly resentful. He died unjustly. You deserve it. Who told you to catch me? Master, Ares chuckled, forced quibbling and flattering. This is destined. I want to meet you. Master, it's fate. Although he felt that he died unjustly. But fortune and misfortune are interdependent. If he hadn't died once, how could he meet the master? How could he have no worries about food and drink now? And eat high purification value every day? For a moment, I didn't know whether to say it was unfortunate or lucky. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Get to work. I'm looking for something. You are responsible for vigilance. Don't be careless. The garrison general of this planet is an SSS level. And he is also a space system. I promise to carry out the mission seriously, and not neglect it for a moment. Just like that. With a hidden compass on her head, Tang Ranran began to search. Well, the spiritual energy in the south is quite rich. And it seems to be quite rich in the west as well. And it is not thin in the east either. Tang Ranran, who relies on the concentration of spiritual energy to find treasures, is a little confused. She needs a treasure hunting mouse. Tang Ranran's treasure hunt was like a headless fly, mainly relying on luck and divination. Holding her divination suit, Tang Ranran would test from time to time. Divination where there are natural treasures is a high-level knowledge like advanced mathematics, which she doesn't know. So she can only tell her luck. Which way to go? We'll have better luck? Where there is good luck, there are probably treasures. In this way, Tang Ranran looked for treasures by guessing. After working for an afternoon, she didn't find any treasures. But she did find a bunch of pure plants, the highest of which was 350 plus plants. And there was also a tree-like fruit variety. On the other side, the mining team had returned to Supingrui Star, and Tang Ranran, who had to go to work on the Tangxian, had to suspend the treasure search this time. In line with the cautious style of being cautious, Tangxi hid back to the farm, and the task of finding the treasure was handed over to Ares. And he was seriously explained that the 3 principles must be strictly implemented: no killing of innocent people, no trouble, and most importantly, no exposure of the master. Tang Ranran's current plan is to leave the address of a Tangxi on Supingrui Star to facilitate treasure hunting. Tangxi, who returned to the farm, went offline, and it was time for Tangxian again. At present, among Tang Ranran's subordinates, there are only 4 SS-level people: Kong Chen, Qi Xingyuan, Li Zheng, and Wu Pingong. And Qi Xingyuan and Wu Pingong have taken the magic fruit potion. The current conclusion is that the magic fruit potion, even if it is 2 different varieties of mental power and longevity, can only choose one, and it cannot be repeated. This time it is naturally Kong Chen and Li Zheng. As soon as the 2 came back, Tang Ranran went directly to talk to Li Zheng, and it was still the voluntary choice of the soul death contract. After all, a single number 4 potion costs 5 trillion. Not to mention the magic fruit potion used in combination. This investment is really huge. Even though Li Zheng is handsome, Tang Ranran has to consolidate his own interests. On the way back, Li Zheng already knew that Wu Pingong, who was originally S-level, had been promoted to SS level. Although the inside story is still unclear, it is clear that it was the boss Tangxian who gave him resources. After asking a few questions, and knowing that Qi Xingyuan and Wu Pingong had signed a death contract and received trillions of resources, Li Zheng didn't need to think much at all and immediately agreed. There is still a difference between loyal ministers and diehards. In the future, the boss's resources will definitely only be biased towards his subordinates, who are loyal to him. So he can't be marginalized. After changing Li Zheng to a more solid soul death contract, Tang Ranran sent him back to rest. As for Kong Chen, he has already run to Tang Ranran Villa number 2. Tang Ranran simply explained her plan of pulling up the seedlings to help them grow, and then sent him back to rest and adjust his own state. Tang Ranran did not change the contract with Kong Chen. After all, if she died in an accident someday, for example, being struck to death by thunder, although this is a low probability event with a probability of less than 1 in 10,000, she still has to keep a hand. She has to leave a subordinate to inherit the property. So she will not take Kong Chen with her. If one day Kong Chen betrays her trust and dares to stab her in the back after breaking the contract, then she will kill him with a sword. Let her know how powerful sword cultivators are. Of course, Tang Ranran feels that her master-servant contract is still quite solid. For example, the parasitic breaking of the contract by the Sea Spirit clan is definitely a low-probability special event. Anyway, the 2 subordinates talked, and then Tang Ranran went to Gu Xiu to talk about her experimental plan. Facts have proved that maintaining personal connections is a very useful thing. Look, Gu Xiu was very interested in her plan when he heard it. And then, he opened the door of convenience and directly approved 2 number 4 potions. The public funds were reimbursed, and Tang Ranran saved the 2 number 4 guns in his hand. The price was, he needed to cooperate in a detailed physical and mental examination. It was not him who was doing the examination, but Kong Chen and Li Zheng. So of course, there was no problem. Tang Ranran made the decision and readily agreed. The next day, the driver picked them up, and they met on the starship of the Institute, and then entered a special laboratory. First, there were comprehensive related tests. There was absolutely no problem with the physical condition of Kong Chen and Li Zheng, and there was no problem with their mental state. Li Zheng was SS, and Kong Chen had taken SSS hailing not long ago. And although he failed to be promoted, he was currently in the state of SS+. The raw data came out, and the next step was clinical trials. Tang Ranran provided 2 magic fruit mental power promotion potions, one for each person to take. After taking the medicine, there were various tests again. Then, Tang Ranran still paid out of his own pocket to provide high purification value, because they announced that they had no more sugar crystal powder, and there really wasn't much left. Tang Ranran used chrysanthemum tea this time. 1 bottle of chrysanthemum tea solution, with a purification value of 70, is worth 100 billion. Tang Ranran prepared the chrysanthemum tea solution on the spot. Li Zhang and Kong Chen continued to pour water into each bottle. And then for about 10 minutes, they conducted simple mental strength tests. In this way, under continuous monitoring, after drinking nearly 40 bottles of chrysanthemum tea, which is about 4 trillion, Kong Chen mental strength state became SS+. Stopped drinking chrysanthemum tea. Kong Chen conducted many inspections. A group of authoritative appraisals, including Gu Xiao, said that Kong Chen current state should be normal SS+, not a false promotion. After the inspection, Kong Chen got the number 4 potion, and then waited for the potion for 2 hours, and still conducted mental strength tests every 10 minutes. On Li Zheng's side, a full 80 bottles of chrysanthemum tea, which is 8 trillion, came out of the SS+ state, and then into 120 bottles, which is 12 trillion. This is currently considered SS level safe dosage. Li Zheng mental strength state is still SS+. Stop taking high purification values, and the expert group will discuss. Gu Xiao. For SS level, if the amount exceeds this, theoretically, there is a high probability that it will enter a pseudo-promotion state. Of course, it varies from person to person. Tang Ranran. People who have pseudo-promotions will most likely become weaker over time. Right? Zhu Dehai. Yes, but according to existing data, before the pseudo-promotion state, the initial period after taking the medicine is a normal promotion state. If we seize this normal state and combine it with the number 4 potion, what if the promotion is successful? This is also one of our research points. Gu Xiao. In theory, a successful promotion can cover the pseudo-promotion state, but the actual situation depends on experimental data. Practice tests the truth, and the key is to look at clinical trial data. Gu Xiao. An authority. Explained in detail to the person involved. Li Zheng. The current research progress on the side effects of the miracle fruit mental power potion. So far, there has been no death case due to the side effects of the magic fruit potion. In terms of mental strength enhancers, most people with side effects are in a negative state similar to mental weakness. Without the 80+ high purification value to alleviate the condition, there will be a state of continuous mental weakness, with different speeds and durations. For some people, the plus state disappears, and the weakness of the negative state disappears. For some people, the plus state disappears, and the weakness of the negative state disappears. Of course, these people, whether they are plus or plus, are all beaten out by the magic fruit potion. At present, this kind of person, who is just beaten back to his original form, is defined as a mild case. If there is a mild case, there is naturally a severe case. The severe case is that after the plus state disappears, after returning to the original mental state before taking the medicine, it is still in a continuous weakening state, and the minus state that only the elderly have appears, or even the minus state. There are currently 2 critical cases in the empire. One was promoted from SS to SSS, and now is SS-, and is still weakening. Another was promoted from SSS to 4S, and now is SSS-, and is still weakening. These 2 cases are critical, and it is very likely that their strength will fall below the original level. According to the current level-by-level high purification value table, these severe and critical illnesses are all caused by excessive use of high purification values. The more excessive, the more serious the situation. After listening to the relevant situation, and knowing that 12 trillion is the current SS level safe dosage standard, Li Zheng, the person involved, gritted his teeth and decided to continue. If you want to gain something, you have to take risks. If he misses this opportunity, he may miss the SSS level forever. Tang Ranran is a very wise boss. If Li Zheng voluntarily chooses to continue, then she is willing to give material support. So, continue to serve chrysanthemum tea. One after another, Li Zheng was still drinking chrysanthemum tea, while Kong Chen, who had been taking the tea for 1.6 hours, was shocked and jumped up from the rest chair. His eyes were bright, and his pupils were filled with great surprise. He was so excited that he couldn't speak properly. He felt the feeling of his mental power breaking through the barrier and becoming stronger. Promoted? The researchers, led by Gu Xiao, immediately surrounded him. Yes. Yes. Kong Chen's voice was filled with an indescribable excitement. Release your mental power, and we will check it out. Okay. After a check, Gu Xiao concluded, it is indeed an SSS level mental power fluctuation. Tang Ranran also felt it, and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it should be SSS level. After receiving the affirmation of the authorities, the last trace of tension disappeared, and Kong Chen's excitement could not be described in words. SSS level. That was something he had never dared to dream of. Kong Chen stared at Tang Ranran with burning eyes. His face was filled with the most ardent gratitude. He wanted to say something, but he had no idea what words to use to express his gratitude at the moment. Little Tang Dong was like his second parent. The only way to repay such a great favor is to work like a cow and a horse. Congratulations. Tang Ranran usually patted his shoulder to encourage him. Congratulations. Gu Xiao also congratulated him, and then said, don't be too excited. Calm down. And then we will conduct a detailed mental and physical examination. The first experimental result came out, and Gu Xiao naturally had to study it carefully. So a large set of examinations was waiting for Kong Chen. Oh, okay. Kong Chen was so happy that he was like a fool. Different from Kong Chen's smugness. Li Zheng, who witnessed Kong Chen's successful promotion, held his breath in his heart. A sense of unwillingness to admit defeat. He knew that Kong Chen was originally a level, and he was promoted to that level only because of the resources invested by the boss. While he was originally S level, and his initial talent was better than his, how could he lose to him? So, drink tea. Li Zheng drank tea vigorously. However, after several checks, it was still SS+. 15 trillion, 18 trillion, 20 trillion. When the amount of tea reached 20 trillion, Li Zheng's mental state was still SS+ under the test, and Tang Ranran called a halt. Tang Ranran couldn't help asking Gu Xiao, 20 trillion? A little dangerous? If you continue, there will definitely be a pseudo-promotion state in the later stage. Gu Xiao, who was checking Kong Chen's inspection report, glanced at Li Zheng, frowned and nodded. If you can't be promoted in the later stage, Tang Ranran was a little worried. Don't lose your strength. It's not easy to pull up to SS level. I don't know. Gu Xiao shrugged and spread his hands. Boss, I can do it. I volunteer to continue. Li Zheng made a firm statement. His voice was extremely loud, and the look in his eyes looking at Tang Ranran was a determination to die if he didn't succeed. Seeing his determination, Tang Ranran could only say, it's up to you. In most cases, she would not interfere with the cause and effect of others. Continue to serve tea. Li Zheng once again began to drink tea violently. And then, after nearly 320 chrysanthemum teas, that is, 32 trillion. Finally, SS Jia state. Gu Xiao and others conducted a detailed mental examination of Li Zheng, and finally concluded that at present, this SS Jia is currently in a normal promotion state, not a pseudo-promotion. It is also possible to continue to drink chrysanthemum tea and break through to the SSS level, but there is a high probability that side effects will occur after a while, and being beaten back to the original form is the least. So according to the plan, use the number 4 solution. After drinking the number 4 solution, just wait for the effect. As time went by, Li Zheng, the person involved, became more and more anxious and nervous. His face was as ugly as the teacher announcing that there would be an exam in the next class. Finally, just 10 minutes before the countdown, Li Zheng was promoted as the drug effect time was about to end. Li Zheng was also extremely excited, just like Kong Chen, and laughed silly. Tang Ranran suddenly thought, did she also laugh silly when she was promoted? It shouldn't be. Right? Next, Kong Chen and Li Zheng will continue to stay in the institute and cooperate with the institute's relevant inspections. Tang Ranran, who had nothing to do, was going to plant vegetables. But before planting vegetables, she called Gu Xiao to talk to her. Tang Ranran still had a lot of 100 magic fruits, so she wanted to do the same and raise the strength of her younger brothers by 1 level. This requires a realm-breaking agent. Thank you for this time. With a mental barrier, Tang Ranran secretly gave Gu Xiu a gift. She understood the worldly ways of giving back a favor. 2 number 4 potions, not counting auxiliary materials, would cost 10 trillion. So Tang Ranran simply gave Gu Xiu a gift worth 2 trillion. A space buckle, with chrysanthemums and some spiritual fruits inside. Gu Xiu took it directly, checked it on the spot without any hesitation, and then said, I don't need it for the time being. These can be regarded as your research fee donated to the Institute, because the magic fruit potion is not reusable. Gu Xiu no longer needs to prepare high purification values, and he is now in a state of not lacking fruits and vegetables. Although he is not as good as Tang Ranran cheating device, Gu Xiu vegetable planting level is definitely one of the best. The title of the Empire's first planter was not exaggerated. Oh! Now the Empire's first planter is Lu Feng. Although the heart did not go into Gu Xiu's pocket, it went into the Research Institute, and Tang Ranran estimated that it was about the same. So, Tang Ranran asked tentatively, for example, for an experiment with 2 medicines like this, do we need clinical trials? Gu Xiu understood immediately, nodded slightly, and said, if you are willing, I can fight for a quota. There are currently 5 number 4 medicines, 3 of which can be used for clinical trials, and I can arrange 2 quotas for you. The 2 successful cases of Kong Chun and Li Zheng are good signs. Maybe the magic fruit medicine is used in this way. Gu Xiu was happy to see Tang Ranran plan, and he also wanted more clinical data. Tang Ranran also understood, and this was done. Then I will find 2 S-level subordinates to sign up. Yes. By the way, what is the price of the magic vine energy you received? I received 2. 10 trillion each. How much? Gu Xiu unconsciously raised his voice. Tang Ranran's heart skipped a beat, and she realized that she must have disrupted the market. 10 trillion. Tang Ranran felt a little guilty and lacked confidence. Looking at her steadily, Gu Xiu's eyes were hard to describe. After being silent for several seconds, he said faintly, next time you want to buy something, let me know in advance. If there is any in the Institute, and I can approve it for you. Don't buy it outside. So what is the price collected by the Institute? 1 plant is 100 billion. Gu Xiu looked at Tang Ranran with the standard of you are a sucker. Tang Ranran, Okay. The Institute's collection is really a symbolic amount of money. It's 100 times more than hers. She really disrupted the market. This behavior is unacceptable. I won't buy it anymore. Tang Ranran sincerely admitted her mistake, and then worried. If the combination of the magic fruit spirit power enhancement and the realm-breaking agent is established, it is likely that people can be promoted to the next level. No one will sell this magic vine energy in the future. Right? Who knows what will happen in the future? But for now, there are too few clinical data to support the promotion theory of this combination set. Moreover, do you think everyone is the same as you? Really? You have too much inventory in your hands. Right? Gu Xiu really couldn't guess how much high purification value Tang Xian had stored. Just for 2 subordinates, he spent 40 trillion. This big deal is really scary. I have special abilities, and I'm just lucky. Huh? Gu Xiu was curious. In fact, he had suspected that Tang Xian had special abilities a long time ago. And it was true. I can absorb other energies, and convert them into the same planting power as the wood ability. Tang Ranran explained simply. She has been too high profile recently, so she could only give this reason. No wonder. After chatting privately for a while, and finalizing 2 places, Tang Ranran was in the vegetable field of D4 area, planting vegetables and thinking. Who should I choose? List of available younger brothers. Liang Chongquan, ordinary S level. Shinshin, ordinary S level. Chu Hao, water type S level. Yan Shouliang, ordinary S level. Yu Yu, ordinary S level. Zhou Zhou, ordinary S level. Li Weixue, ordinary S level. The 5 younger brothers behind are still in the army and belong to the garrison. They are more about communication on weekdays. Tang Ranran only has a little impression of Chu Hao, a water-type superpower. He has no superpowers and is not handsome. He can't make her eyes light up, so she doesn't have much impression. 7 choose 2. After struggling for 2 minutes, Tang Ranran finally decided, look at the face. Appearance is the king. She is such a superficial woman. So she chose 1 Shinshin, 1 Zhuo Zhou. Shinshin is a handsome guy, but unfortunately he is married. so Tang Ranran prefers Li Zheng in terms of appearance. But now, for the sake of that handsome face, give him a chance. As for Zhuozhou, he can't be called a handsome guy. But in a place like the military, a 5-point appearance can be increased to 7 points. After looking at his ID photo a few more times, Tang Ranran unexpectedly found that the young man is quite attractive, with a peaceful and righteous temperament, and he feels very comfortable to look at. Moreover, he is single and young, only 27 years old this year. After the selection, they immediately contacted and pulled the two into the chat group. After briefly explaining the death contract theory, Tang Ranran said, "I give you 1 hour to think about it. After the time is up, it will be considered as giving up automatically, and I find someone else." They had been thinking about the magic fruit potion every day, especially when they knew that Qi Xingyuan and Wu Pingyang had already taken it. They were looking forward to it. Now that they finally got this opportunity, they didn't think about it at all and just, "Shinshin, I am willing to follow the leader until death. Zhuozhou, boss, I will also follow you until death." It was quite late today, and everyone except her had to go to bed. So Tang Ranran decided to let the two go to D4 area early tomorrow morning. Continuing to plant vegetables, Tang Ranran finished work and pretended to sleep when night fell. She was practicing with Krypton Gold, and she hardly had to worry about it. While Tang Xian was idle, Tang Xian Su Fengmao started to move again. Tang Ranran called Aries first when she left the farm with a hidden compass. After the two of them met, Aries said excitedly without waiting for Tang Ranran to ask, "Master, I found an SSS monster. Let's go kill it together." In Aries' many previous lives, SSS was his peak. This time it was a favorable situation. So he was eager to create a new historical high and step into the ranks of 4S level. The high purification value is definitely enough. The key is that there is no 4S super monster, so he can only find an SSS monster of the same level as a second choice. Tang Ranran? No. Tang Xiao is a weakling. Also, I asked you to find treasures. You find me an SSS beast? Master, there are treasures in the nests of high-level beasts. I am looking for treasures very seriously. Tang Ranran rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about? This is the administrative planet. Do you know the administrative planet? Believe it or not, as long as the fight starts, the monitoring satellite will take pictures within 1 minute. Aries was speechless. I almost forgot that this place is under the control of humans. It is definitely unrealistic to fight beasts. But you can sneak into the opponent's nest and see if there are any treasures. Then, the thief searched everywhere all night. But in the end, there was nothing except a few large fruit trees with a high purification value of 50+. Tang Ranran, who had no shortage of high purification values, could only sigh at the moon. Alas, the next day, before the red sun rose in the D4 area, Shinshin and Zhuozhou arrived. Tang Ranran got up and left the lounge of his exclusive 5-star hotel presidential suite. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw the two big door gods on his left and right. Well, when it comes to strength, these little brothers are all very active. In the case of a master-servant contract, it was relatively easy to change it to a soul death contract, plus the level difference and non-resistant submission. So it was very smooth again. Tang Ranran changed the contract between the two. After waiting for more than 2 hours, it was almost time for the institute to go to work, and Tang Ranran contacted Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao went through a procedure. Yesterday, Gu Xiao had handed in the 2 trillion high purification value given by Tang Ranran. Because of this 2 trillion research fund donation, the 2 clinical trial quotas were successfully passed without any obstacles. In less than an hour, Gu Xiao notified Tang Ranran that he could bring people over. Although it was only a few dozen kilometers, Tang Ranran was too lazy to walk, so he called the driver. After 2 trips back and forth, the driver took the 3 people directly to the laboratory yesterday. This time, Tang Ranran gave him a big watermelon. Holding the big watermelon, the driver happily went to eat watermelon with his colleagues. In the laboratory, Gu Xiao, Zhu Haisheng and other researchers have already arrived. Tang Ranran has arrived, and Shinshin and Zhuozhou, who are the experimental guinea pigs, have also arrived. Everything is ready. Let's start. First of all, a detailed examination is required. Soon, the examination is completed and the initial data is obtained. Both of them are in good physical condition. And in terms of mental power, Shinshin is S. while Zhuozhou is S+. Tang Ranran was a little surprised about Zhuozhou's mental power status. Zhuozhou, this little brother, is a marginal person in Tang Ranran place, so he has never received any special treatment. But he has not missed a portion of pure fruits and vegetables in the basic package. Just eating pure fruits and vegetables, he has reached the plus state. Combined with his age of 27, Tang Ranran estimated that there is a lot of hope. The initial data is available, and the medicine is started. Miracle Fruit Mental Power Enhancement Potion. One for each person. Both of them are excited. Tang Ranran still sells chrysanthemum tea, because the S-level quota is only 3 trillion. Therefore, after drinking a unit of 70 chrysanthemum tea, there will be a mental strength check every 10 minutes. After getting the data, drink another unit of chrysanthemum tea. The 72-hour efficacy of the Miracle Fruit Potion is more than enough. It is about 15 minutes for 1 unit of chrysanthemum tea. Just like this. 1 unit. 1 unit. After drinking only 7 units, Zhuozhou reached the S+ state during the 7th test. Gu Xiao, who had already taken out the number 4 potion, suddenly had an idea. He did not give it to Zhuozhou immediately, but said to Tang Ranran, Tang Xian, your subordinate has only taken 700 billion. If you continue to take it, I think there is a high probability that you can be promoted directly. Yesterday, we have confirmed that the number 4 potion can assist SSJJ's status promotion, and the success rate is very high. Then, if you have good talent, can you be promoted directly by 2 levels? This, Tang Ranran was silent for a few seconds, and finally shook his head. It's not appropriate. There are cases that people who have been promoted by 2 levels have side effects, and most of them are serious. But they didn't take the realm-breaking agent. Didn't we discuss it before? The realm-breaking agent may be able to cover the pseudo-state and achieve real promotion. It's just a guess. So, clinical data is needed to prove it. Gu Xiao continued to persuade him a little unwillingly. Or, let's let him decide. Zhuozhou, what do you think? Tang Xian asked for his opinion. I listen to you, boss, and I won't take this risk. Although it sounds tempting to be promoted from S level to SSS. Haste makes waste. Zhuozhou was not overwhelmed by this huge temptation. He prefers to take steady steps. Yeah. Tang Ranran admired him more. She felt that this little brother looked more pleasing to the eye. He was calm and rational, and had her style. If it was Qi Xingyuan, he would probably continue to drink tea regardless of anything. Okay then. The parties had made their choices. Gu Xiao didn't say much. He took 2 steps over and gave him the number 4 potion. Zhuozhou drank the potion and waited for the result. It was still as state. Shinshin, who was far behind in progress, began to get anxious. However, it was useless for him to be anxious. He followed the routine and still drank 1 unit of tea every 15 minutes. When the 10th unit was reached, Shinshin had an S+ state. At the 12th unit, Zhuozhou was promoted. Zhuozhou was successfully promoted to SS level. Before he could get excited for a while, Gu Xiao arranged a lot of examinations for him. Shinshin, who was still drinking chrysanthemum tea, became even more anxious. Then, at the 30th unit, this person was still in the S+ state. Tang Ranran was slightly disgusted. His appearance and talent were not proportional. His handsome face was wasted. Gu Xiao asked, do you want to continue? Chief, I volunteer to continue. Even if there are side effects in the future, I have no regrets. Please give me this opportunity. Without waiting for Tang Ranran to speak, Shinshin, the person involved, made a strong request. Okay. Then add 10 more units and see the result. Respecting personal wishes, Tang Ranran added 1 trillion. Then, it was S+. At Shinshin's strong request, Tang Ranran continued to add 1 trillion. Here, Shinshin was still drinking chrysanthemum tea with the determination to die. On the other side, Zhuozhou had completed a full set of examinations. He had recovered from the great joy of promotion, and was now working hard to exercise his mental strength. After being promoted to S level 2 years ago, Zhuozhou began to collect information and learn various folk remedies to stimulate superpowers. Unfortunately, 2 years have passed, and he still has not stimulated superpowers. Just when he was about to give up, he met the boss Tang Xian and took the sky-high price of marrow washing potion. Unfortunately, he still did not stimulate superpowers. Now, after being promoted to SS level, he once again had great hope. So after completing various examinations, he had nothing to do, just to exercise his mental strength and try to stimulate superpowers. Exercise. Exercise. Then, with a stunned expression, Suizhou looked at Shinshin, who was a few meters away from him. Strangely, after all, everyone was S level. He was promoted, and Shinshin, his former colleague, was S+. Suizhou couldn't help feeling a little proud. So while training his mental power, he paid more attention to Shinshin. At this moment, Shinshin's original position and original person appeared in a strange state in his eyes. A disassembled layered state. Clothes, skin, flesh, bones, internal organs. This? Suizhou rubbed his eyes in astonishment and looked over again. This time it was a normal state. A living person. Blurred? Wait. Suizhou was shocked and thought of something. He used his mental power again. And then he saw Shinshin and his eyes began to decompose again. Clothes, skin, flesh. It's a superpower. Overjoyed, Suizhou subconsciously looked at the data recorder beside him. White coat, skin, flesh, layer by layer, began to decompose and became a multi-layer state. After analyzing the recorder, Suizhou's eyes moved and fell on Tang Ranran. And then, Tang Ranran also. A strange feeling of being peeped. As soon as the alarm bell sounded, Tang Ranran immediately looked for the source. And then, their eyes met. Suizhou, surprise. Tang Ranran, surprise. Life is full of surprises and accidents. Here comes a big surprise. As soon as he found out that the spying came from his little brother, and saw the obvious shock in his eyes, Tang Ranran realized that something was wrong. Tang Ranran shook his head slightly at him, and Suizhou suddenly woke up. Immediately lowered his head, hiding the shock in his eyes, and his face returned to normal. Looking around secretly to make sure that no one noticed the abnormality, Tang Ranran strode over, and then openly used a mental power privacy barrier to cover the two of them tightly. What's wrong? Tang Ranran asked. That expression was obviously wrong. Boss, I think I have awakened my superpowers. Suizhou's expression was slightly excited, sharing the joy. Well, not bad. Not bad. It's a good thing. Then, the joy on his face faded, and turned into a dilemma. Not knowing what to say, Suizhou considered the wording and continued. My ability should be a special ability. Probably similar to perspective decomposition? So, you saw it? Tang Ranran understood. No wonder she was so shocked. She found that Tang Xuanhao was not a flesh and blood body. Others are flesh and blood. I saw you. Boss. Suizhou hesitated and dared not say. Go ahead. It's okay. It's a lot of strange metal materials and a lot of complex patterns. And the patterns seem to be flowing with energy? Patterns with energy? Array. Debts are not a worry. Tang Ranran has lost a lot of vests. And now he is very calm. Not to mention that the person in front of him is a die-hard fan. There is no need to worry at all. Without Tang Ranran saying anything, Suizhou immediately raised his hand and swore. Don't worry. Boss, I promise to keep it to myself. Yes. After 2 days, tell us about the activation of superpowers. And then let Gu Xia check it for you. Yes. After the conversation, Tang Ranran removed the mental barrier and paid attention to Shinshin's situation again. Gu Xia came over with a little curiosity. What's wrong? Nothing. Just a little private matter. Tang Ranran didn't want to say it. And although Gu Xia was curious, he could only hold back and not ask more. How is it? Tang Ranran asked about Shinshin's condition. Still S+ status. Gu Xia couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This is not very good. It is estimated that his talent is too poor. Oh! Tang Ranran was also disappointed. And then he thought about it. It was almost 5 trillion. If it continued, there would be a high probability of side effects in the future. If it is a mild case, it is not bad. But it will be troublesome if it is a severe case. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran decided not to add more. Then, Shinshin was still doing well. At the 49th unit, that is, 4.9 trillion. The mental state test showed the result of S++. Then it was the 4th potion. At 1 hour and 20 minutes, Shinshin was successfully promoted. And the whole person was excited. Not bad. Congratulations on the promotion. Keep it up. Tang Ranran also gave leadership encouragement. Next, of course, it was the inspection process. After the preliminary data came out, Gu Xiao and Tang Ranran discussed a few words. Li Zhang and Xinshan both took excessive amounts of high purification values. According to the current theory, after 2 or 3 months, the two will most likely enter a pseudo-promotion state. And then they will have a negative state of mental weakness, which may be a mild or severe disease. If this situation does not occur, it can be proved that the realm-breaking agent can indeed cover the side effects. This set of potion combinations produced by the magical vine is established. Of course, more clinical cases are needed as a basis. Gu Xiao has planned to select ordinary personnel of E and D levels, as well as low-strength personnel of C and B levels, for clinical trials. Of course, the development of relevant clinical trials will require various meetings and discussions. This is the Research Institute's business, and Tang Ranran will naturally not participate. After discussing for more than an hour, Tang Ranran said goodbye and left. As for Zhuo and Xinshan, they had to stay to cooperate with the research. Before leaving the Research Institute, Tang Ranran went to the logistics department again, and after delivering a large number of ordinary low evolution value fruits, Tang Ranran donated 2 chrysanthemums to the Research Institute. Gu Xiao opened the door for her, so of course she had to return the favor, which was much more cost-effective than going outside to purchase. Standing on the open deck cabin of the Research Institute starship, just as Tang Ranran was about to plant vegetables, the intelligent brain beeped and took a casual look. Tang Ranran's eyes were immediately shocked, and he stopped leaving and couldn't wait to click on the message. It's Xia Yin. This guy finally showed up. I hope it's good news. Xia Yin, are you there? After this universal opening remark, Xia Yin said dozens of messages in a row, either pictures or videos. Obviously, they were all information about minerals. Although he had seen spirit stones, Xia Yin could only distinguish them by appearance. And there were no special type psychics who could sense energy on Su Xinrong planet. So Xia Yin took photos of all the stones he found in the ore area that were suspected to be spirit stones and sent them to Tang Ranran. Based on the pictures and short videos, Tang Ranran could only say that this one looked like it. That one looked like it. Everything she saw looked like a spirit stone. Oh my god. It was dazzling. If they were all, I'd made a fortune. After a bunch of pictures and videos, Xia Yin spoke. Xia Yin, I have found 7 mining areas so far. I think they are all similar in appearance, but I am not sure whether they are the energy stones you need. If you have time in the near future, it is best to come to Su Xinrong, and I will take you to the site to have a look. It is indeed very similar. Wait a minute. I will make arrangements here and come as soon as possible. Tang Ranran replied him immediately. In addition, I have to go through the formal process. Right? I apply for entry now? Xia Yin, after you have completed the application process, let me know, and I will give you the green light to save time. Okay. Although Su Xinrong is not open to the public, Tang Xian is already an honorary general, and does not belong to the category of ordinary people. He is also a senior military general. Tang Ranran immediately went through the process and applied. Today, September 27th, Imperial Time, Tang Ranran, who wished he could fly over with wings, directly applied for entry on the 28th tomorrow. As for the length of stay, he wrote 1 month first. Anyway, he could change it at any time after arriving. As for the reason, it was exploration. Tang Ranran submitted the application after filling out the form casually. Then, Tang Xian, I applied. Xia Yin, yes. In just 2 minutes, Tang Ranran received the approval reply. At the same time, Xia Yin, it's ready. When will you come tomorrow? I send a space department to pick you up? Tang Xian, okay. I contact you 1 hour before I leave. You should be online tomorrow. Right? Xia Yin, yes. Then it's settled. Tang Xian, okay. Before going on a long journey, you have to explain something. Thinking that Xia Yin had lost contact for a while before, Tang Ranran estimated that the spiritual veins and mines were distributed in the valleys without signals, and the Tang Xian was afraid that it would be out of contact for 10 days or half a month. Tang Ranran made a few calls and gave instructions to several younger brothers, especially Kong Chen. Having just returned from Su Delin, Kong Chen was still in a state of only knowing the surface of the recent development of the planet. Now he had to cooperate with the research room and was very busy. After informing her that she was going out, Tang Ranran finally reminded her. If there is any emergency or major incident that you can't handle, find me in time. This I of course refers to Tang Ranran. Understood. Kong Chun understood. In addition, Shin Shin and Zhuo Zhou, who are still in the research institute, have both been promoted to SS level. Among them, Zhuo Zhou has awakened his superpowers. His superpower is most likely perspective. So, in the communication, Tang Ranran spoke vaguely. This kind of thing has happened 3 times. The first time was Yin Yijuan. The second time was Xie Yin. And the third time was Zhuo Zhou. There are really thousands of superpowers, and it is hard to guard against them. Fortunately, she is already 4S level. Tang Ranran estimates that she can at least enter the top 10 of the Empire Master list. Facing the intelligent computer screen, Kong Chun understood it at once. Ah? He also knows? Then? It's okay. I just want to tell you. I know. All that should be explained has been explained. And all that should be ordered has been ordered. Tang Ranran called the driver again and asked him to take a ride and return to her F1 area. Before going out, you have to pack your luggage. Who knows if Xie Yin has a powerful space system? Tang Ranran moved things from the basement of the farm. Pure fruits and vegetables. Spiritual fruits. Elixirs. Various seeds. Sugar water solution. Large chrysanthemums. Etc. The most important thing is to bring sugar crystal powder. Before, she promised Xie Yin that she would exchange 1 spiritual stone mine for 10 trillion. If calculated at 8 trillion per unit, it would be 125 grams of powdered sugar. Tang Ranran packed 7 top-grade fresh-keeping food boxes, each containing more than 125 grams and less than 130 grams, and then put them into the space buckle she often used. Organizing the luggage. Tang Ranran didn't finish her work until each of the circle of space buckles on her smart brain wristband was full. After checking and confirming that the luggage was complete and nothing was missing, Tang Ranran suddenly thought that she had to open the authority. Yes, authority. Her F1 protective shield has been updated to the Golden Bell cover, which is the newly purchased Defense Plus version of the protective shield. At present, in addition to her main authority, only Qi Xingyuan, Wu Ping'an, and Wen Yang have access authority. Now that Kong Chun is back, she naturally has to open one for him. Wait. Green Dumpling doesn't know Kong Chun yet. I almost forgot about this. So, Tang Ranran thought for a moment and decided to release Tang Shi. Anyway, she had 2 standard puppets. One Tang Shi was stealing in Su Fengmao, which was shameful. The other one appeared in F1 area, which was no problem at all. Even if Su Fengmao's Tang Shi was exposed, others would not suspect Tang Shi. As for Tang Shi's sudden appearance in F1 area from Su Delan, it was sent back by the mercenary Dahe. She had money and a space driver. Just like a taxi. She would come when she waved. She was so smart. Tang Ranran released Tang Shi with the intelligent brain from the farm on the spot. After upgrading the shield authority of Tang Shi on the intelligent brain, she switched to Tang Shi. After finding Green Dumpling, Tang Ranran got familiar with her while holding Tang Shi. Although Green Dumpling's IQ was not high, she had a contractual connection and soon became familiar with and remembered Tang Shi. Green Tansy can grow vegetables by herself, and Wu Pingyan is growing food for the big golden armor. In addition, she can also deliver vegetables on the Tamshi. Nothing is missed. Tang Ranran waits for time to pass. As soon as the early morning of the 27th, it was the 28th, and Tang Ranran immediately contacted Xie Yin. Tang Xian, I'm ready and can come anytime. Is your space system convenient? If not, I will find a driver myself. Xie Yin, it's convenient. But, are you alone? Xie Yin's message was meaningful. Tang Xian, yes. I'm alone. Xie Yin on the other end understood, and was surprised. This control ability is so strong that it can even cross planets. Xie Yin, wait a minute. I contact him. About 3 minutes later, Xie Yin invited a person named Xie Xingyun to join the message chat. Xie Xingyun at Tang Xian, hello. Chief, I'm Xie Xingyun. I'm here to pick you up now. Can you send an exact coordinate? Tang Xian, sure. Tang Ranran, who was in the square in front of the mansion, directly sent an accurate coordinate and opened the shield permission. After waiting for about 5 minutes, she felt an SS-level mental power fluctuation dozens of meters in front of her. and then a space crack was formed at that location. Soon, a figure in military uniform emerged from the crowd. Staring at the man, Tang Ranran's eyes lit up. He was a handsome guy with handsome features. Arriving at the destination, after seeing Tang Ranran, Xie Xingyin first saluted her in a standard way, saying, "Hello, Chief." Then, he immediately showed a bright smile. The sunshine breath came to her face, just like the morning sun, vigorous and bright. A young and energetic, sunny and cheerful boy. She liked him. So Tang Ranran waved her hand. No need to be polite when you are out. After that, she took out a fresh food box from the space buckle. With a mental power, the fresh food box flew over and arrived in front of Xie Xingyin. Ah! Xie Xingyin took the fresh food box and looked at Tang Ranran with a little doubt and a little surprise. Traveling through the universe is very exhausting. Eat something first to recover your energy. Tang Ranran likes to reward handsome guys. Besides, the guy is handsome, but I don't know how good his skills are. After all, he is SS level. Don't fall into the cracks of the universe halfway. You must ensure that your energy is sufficient. Thank you, Chief. After thanking with a smile, Xie Xingyin opened the box without hesitation. The pure breath that came to his face made his eyes light up instantly, and his face full of surprise. After eating such a red jade fruit, Xie Xingyin sighed sincerely in his heart. It must be more than 30. This box weighs at least 4 units. It is said that Chief Tang Xian is generous. And he is really generous. Are you also from the Xie family? Are you a relative of Xie Hian? Tang Ranran asked casually. Yes, I'm from the Xie family. Commander Xie Yin's father is my second uncle. My grandmother cousin. Xie Xingyin scratched his head and smiled innocently. Well, the relationship is a bit complicated. According to seniority, Commander Xie Yan is my uncle. Oh! Tang Ranran understood. It was indeed a bit complicated. Commander? Are you on good terms with the commander? It's okay. The commander is really too much. Since he is your friend, he should have invited you to Su Xinrong to play. We all warmly welcome you. Xie Xingyin's eyes were full of passion. Tang Ranran, young man. Your eyes betrayed you. You are warmly welcoming fruits and vegetables. It was only SS level. After Xie Xingyin ate 3 dates from the Xiaoxian world, his mental power was restored to its best condition. However, I secretly ate another one. Would Chief Tang mind? Xie Xingyin ate one more, and then returned it with reluctance, as if he was parting with his beloved girl. Thank you, Chief. My mental power has been restored to its best condition. Tang Ranran waved her hand carelessly. It's not a valuable thing. You can keep it for later. She never took back the things she rewarded. Xie Xingyin, shock. After the shock, he was overjoyed. And then he felt distressed. So he just wasted his own fruit. Thank you, Chief. After shouting, Xie Xingyin, who received the things, had a silly smile on his face. Tang Ranran, what a simple guy with rich expressions. It was still that space crack. Xie Xingyin deepened and reinforced it before setting off. Tang Ranran could only say, it's okay. Not as good as an experienced driver. But at least there is no danger. The two of them arrived at the other end of the space channel smoothly. The exit at this end is high in the sky, outside the protective shield of the military base. Obviously, they are afraid of damaging the environment. This military camp is located in a vast desert, suspended in the air, looking down from a high place. Inside the protective shield, there are many warships and military floating bases, and outside the protective shield, it is full of yellow, and the yellow sand is endless. It has a kind of artistic conception of a lonely smoke in the desert. Just quite desolate. Tang Ranran, TSK. It's really hard. After standing in the sky for 2 minutes, Xie Xingyin sent a message and took Tang Ranran to teleport, and the two arrived at the gate of the protective shield. After standing at the gate for another 2 minutes, a small suspended armored military vehicle drove out and hovered 1 meter in front of the two. The car door opened. Xie Yin got down from the driver's seat, took 2 steps, and opened the back door very gentlemanly, saying to Tang Ranran, get in the car. We drive over. Xingyun, you drive. Yes. Tang Ranran got in the car, and then found that there was another person in the passenger seat. Tang Ranran couldn't help but look at him. From the side view, he looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Xie Yin walked around to the other door, also sat in the back seat, and then introduced him. He is my deputy general, Chen Jingjun, an Earth-type mutant. Chen Jingjun, who was in the passenger seat, tilted his body, revealing a serious face with clear edges and corners but little expression, and nodded slightly to Tang Ranran. General Tang. Oh, I remember. I met him once before. That cool and handsome guy following Xie Yin. Deputy General Chen. Tang Ranran nodded slightly, as if to say hello. After getting to know each other, Xie Yin began to take out a wooden box from the space buckle and handed it to Tang Ranran. I found a total of 7 places. Take a look. This is the stone dug out from the first location. Tang Ranran opened the box. From the outside, it really looked like a spiritual stone. But when you actually handled it, it just looked like one. No. Tang Ranran shook her head in disappointment. Xie Yin was also disappointed. And then, there was another box number 2 of the same model. What about this one? Tang Ranran opened it again with hope, and was disappointed again. It's not either. Xie Yin, who was very disappointed, smiled bitterly and handed over box number 3. He silently said 3 times in his heart, I am a big red hand. And Tang Ranran opened it. When he handled it, Spirit Stone? Tang Ranran's eyes lit up, and he did not hide his surprise in his heart. He looked happy. It's this, an energy stone. Tang Ranran began to pick. This one, and this one. There were a total of 9 stones in the box, including 7 spiritual stones. That's good. Xie Yin was also happy, and he was relieved. These stones were found in the Wolf Peak Valley. While speaking, Xie Yin moved to the middle of the back seat, next to Tang Ranran, then reached out, pulled out the Smart Brain screen, and clicked on the information. This is the relevant information of the Wolf Peak Valley. The Wolf Peak Valley covers an area of 120 square kilometers and is dotted with many peaks. Xie Yin spoke softly and described in detail, combined with the knowledge about the spiritual vein mine in his mind. Tang Ranran listened carefully. In front, Chen Jingjun, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked at his nose and his heart, as if he didn't exist. Xie Xingyun, who was sitting in the driving seat, had a strange and shocked look in his eyes at the scene behind. Everyone in the army didn't know that the commander had the face of an angel and the heart of a devil, and he treated his soldiers with the ruthlessness of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The man behind them speaking softly, is he their army commander? Well, in order to leave a good impression on Commander Tang Xian, his uncle is really working hard. Silently cheering in his heart, Xie Xingyun took out the fresh food box again, picked a white jade fruit from it, and started to eat it. Then he looked satisfied. It was juicy and sweet. Really delicious. After dozens of minutes, Xie Yin introduced the situation of Wolf Peak Valley and asked, Do you want to go to the scene? Of course. Okay. Xie Yin said to Xie Xingyun in the driving position. Let's go to Wolf Peak Valley first. Xingyun, can you still use space shuttle? Sure. Swallowing the fruit in his mouth, Xie Xingyun nodded seriously. It's almost back to the best condition. Hee. I have to thank Chief Tang Xian for the high purification value pure fruits and vegetables. Tang Ranran. It should be. I can't let you pay for the blue bottle yourself. Then shuttle to the vicinity of Wolf Peak Valley first. Xie Yin said. Yes. Xie Xingyun said loudly. Everyone is seated. It's time to go. Start the vehicle. Enter idle speed, and then take off. After driving a distance of 100 meters and away from the protective cover gate, the vehicle was suspended in the air. In the air ahead, a space crack slowly formed and gradually expanded. When the space channel was large enough for the floating car to enter, Xie Xingyun drove the car and plunged in. It was like passing through dense speed bumps quickly. It was so bumpy that Tang Ranran could only say that he had to sit tight. Otherwise he would fly out. After 2 or 3 seconds of bumps, it suddenly became bright, and the outside of the car window turned into a desert mountain area. It was very desolate, with bare peaks, not very high, only about 200 or 300 meters, and the terrain was somewhat similar to the Tiandao Fengmai. The difference is that the peaks of the Tiandao Fengmai are like big kitchen knives, flat and thin, while the peaks here are thick and conical. The hovercraft entered a slow-moving state. Tang Ranran opened the window and frowned slightly when he felt it. He felt that there was no spiritual energy. Tang Ranran asked, Is there a specific mountain? Yes. Xingyu knows. We've been there before. Yes. I know the direction. Xingyu increased the speed a little. 20 minutes at most. Yes. It was really desolate driving all the way. With few plants. After dozens of minutes, Tang Ranran saw an area in front of him that was out of tune with the overall terrain. A lake area with many large and small lakes. Entering the lake area, the hovercraft began to slow down. And finally stopped. Floating on the surface of a lake. Is it here? Tang Ranran asked curiously. She thought it was in the mountain. Yes. This used to be the black gold mining area. After the mining was completed 25 years ago, it was abandoned and then formed into a lake area. Xie Yin explained slowly. When mining black gold, in addition to the black gold mine, some special stones similar to ores were also found. But they were not studied for any use. And finally collected in the ore museum. Among the stones I gave you, 3 are old stones in the ore museum. And the other 6 were just dug here a few days ago. Where were these pieces dug? Can you still recognize them? Tang Ranran pointed out several spiritual stones to him one by one. One piece is from the mineral museum. And the other pieces were dug in 2 places. I take you there. Okay. Xie Yin added. Jingjun. You come too. Yes. The 3 of them got out of the hovercraft one after another, and suspended in the air with their mental power. When Tang Ranran used her mental power, Xie Yin felt her mental power fluctuations at close range. His eyes were shocked, and his face was full of disbelief. You got promoted? Tang Ranran smiled and nodded. Yes. Awesome. Congratulations. A single woman under 30 with 4S level strength. Shocked in his heart, Xie Yin smiled and congratulated with sparkling eyes. It's just luck. I borrowed the power of the Sea Spirit Potion. Tang Ranran evaded the question and pointed out the reason. It was smashed by the potion. No. The success rate of Sea Spirit Potion is generally recognized to be low. You are obviously strong and talented. And your future is limitless. Xie Yin praised, sincerely complimenting. It is possible to reach 5S level in the future. Thank you for your good words. Let's not talk about this. Where did you dig the energy stone? It's just below. Knowing that Tang Ranran was anxious, Xie Yin did not delay any longer and led the way to a lake. These 3 pieces should be here. Xie Yin pointed to the muddy lakeshore below and confirmed to Chen Jingjun. Am I right? Yes. It was produced about 80 meters underground. Chen Jingjun answered rigorously. He was in charge of digging, and was very impressed by the round and smooth spiritual stone similar to jade. Although she was promoted, Tang Ranran was still a little afraid of Xie Yin, who was at the same level. So she didn't use her spiritual sense to explore in front of others. Tang Ranran said to Chen Jingjun, I want to go underground to have a look. After that, she decisively found a fresh-keeping food box from the space buckle. A special specification of water solution fresh-keeping food box. Inside which is 1230 sugar water solutions. This is the blue bottle. Please. As long as she does something for her, Tang Ranran will never treat the blue bottle badly. Chen Jingjuan's expression was calm. And he carried his facial paralysis to the extreme. He nodded and said, Thank you. It should be. Holding the water solution food box in one hand, Chen Jingjun activated the earth-related supernatural power. And then a thin earth yellow halo enveloped the 3 people. In the circular light curtain, a space was formed, just like an air bubble entering the water. And it began to sneak under the ground unimpeded. Under the supernatural power. It was yellow and dim. And it was not very real. There was nothing but mud and rocks. And occasionally some plant roots could be seen. Then, about 5 minutes later, they arrived at a rocky layer. And Chen Jingjun said, We're here, 80 meters underground. Can you see such a stone? Tang Ranran asked with a try-it-out attitude. Li Zheng, a new earth type, couldn't see the spiritual stones in the special stone layer. Although Chen Jingjun was also SS level, he was obviously a senior earth type. Maybe he could do it? Tang Ranran had a good idea. But the facts proved that it didn't work. Chen Jingjun. No. The energy stone you mentioned has a special stone layer on the surface, which will create a deceptive effect. Even supernatural powers can't see through the inside, and can only see a complete stone. So, Tang Ranran was disappointed and could only say, Please randomly select a few different places and dig some samples. Okay. Then Chen Jingjun began to dig samples. About half a cubic meter of large stones each time. Tang Ranran took out her flying sword and used it as a spiritual hoe for mining. Then she handed Xie Yan an ordinary flying sword she had made and asked him to chop together. Since they were all here together, they would do hard labor for her. They chopped stones together. After a few chops, Xie Yan was surprised. What is this sword made of? It's so sharp? It's better than a laser sword. Although it's not a special stone. It's made of stone after all. It's unusual to be able to chop stones with a cold weapon without spiritual power. Did you know that there are special metal-eating vines on the planet Sudaran? I've heard of it. It's made with that vine. It's no exaggeration to say that you are a master of alchemy with this skill. Amazing. I admire you. Tang Xian. You are really versatile. In front of you, poor students like us really feel inferior. So ashamed. Although he knew that this guy was flattering, he still felt very useful. Tang Ranran couldn't help but feel good and modest with a little pride. Luck. Messing around. This is not something that can be summarized by luck. You are just too modest. While chatting and chopping stones, Tang Ranran soon dug out a spiritual stone from the second sample stone. Although it was a low-grade spiritual stone, it was enough to prove that there was a spiritual stone mine here. So excited? 2 of the 3 large sample stones had spiritual stones. One had 2 pieces, and the other had 4 pieces. Tang Ranran was completely sure that it must be a spiritual stone mine. As for the specific scale, detailed exploration is still needed. After returning to the ground and marking the location and the approximate depth, the prospecting operation here came to a successful conclusion. The 3 returned to the hovercraft. Tang Ranran and Xie Yan were still in the back seat. She directly set up a mental barrier to isolate the 2 people in the front row. After the privacy work was done, Tang Ranran took out a box of sugar crystal powder from the space buckle, which was less than 130 grams. According to the agreement, this is yours. Thank you. Thanked gratefully. Xie Yan looked trusting. Put it into his space buckle without even looking at it, and then held another wooden box number 4 of the same style. Look at this. Is there an energy stone inside? Huh? Tang Ranran looked at him strangely, took the box, and said casually, Give it all to me? Aren't you afraid that I will destroy the bridge after crossing the river? No. I believe you. The warm and clear voice was full of trust. Xie Yan's eyes were unusually cool, with a layer of light smile at the bottom of his eyes. And his autumn water peach blossom eyes looked particularly beautiful. Amorous glances. Tang Ranran couldn't hold back and quickly turned her eyes away. Her gaze fell on the stone in the wooden box. Humph. This guy must be trying to tease her. Is she so easy to fool? Okay. Considering his good looks, as long as the emotional value is in place, Tang Ranran doesn't mind a huge reward to be his number 1 brother on the list. But speaking of it, is Xie Xinzi really going to fall? Xie Yan, the top 2nd-generation rich man, has to sell his smiles to make a living? Has Xie Xinzi not succeeded in usurping the throne yet? After thinking for a few more seconds, Tang Ranran's attention was attracted by the stone in the box. This blind box has opened another spiritual stone. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 3 won the prize and found the spiritual vein mine. And then this blind box number 4 opened a spiritual stone. What a big surprise. Seeing that Tang Ranran liked it very much, Xie Yan simply gave her the remaining 3 boxes. Number 5. No. It's just a stone that looks like a spiritual stone. Number 6 won the prize again. Number 7. Also a spiritual stone. 4 out of 7 won, which exceeded the 50% winning rate. Tang Ranran was just overjoyed. Oh my god. Oh my god. She is really a big hit. Tang Ranran confirmed that the boxes of number 4, number 6 and number 7 were all spiritual stones. Xie Yan told the corresponding places of these 3 boxes clearly, with an attitude of absolute trust. One of them is an old place. Box number 7 was accidentally found by Xie Yan from the body of a big white worm, and thus found the Tianjingsing Lake and fished it out from the bottom of the lake. Because the military hunted the giant white worms, the ecology of Tianjing Star Lake has been destroyed. So the spiritual stones there will only become less and less. Without going to the scene, Tang Ranran ruled out Tianjing Star Lake. Number 4 is inside the Dahu mountain range, and number 5 is in the Changhe River basin. Xie Yan told her all the places where the spiritual stone mines were suspected to exist without reservation. Tang Ranran was not stingy either. According to the previous promise, She once again fulfilled 3 portions of sugar crystal powder, including the portion of Tianjing Star Lake. The next step is naturally another field investigation. When the 3 of them went underground to find the spiritual stone mine, Xie Xingyun, who stayed in the car, was very conscious of eating fruits, and was always on standby with the best mental state. Although the Dahu Mountains are 108,000 miles away from here, space travel is just one word: fast. The suspension car passed through the space channel, and the scene switched, and there was a lush deep mountain forest in front of him. Before Tang Ranran could take a few more glances, a large black object shot out from the crown of the towering ancient trees below, rushing towards them like a small cannonball. Finally, with a clang, it hit the mental barrier that Xie Xingyun had covered outside the hovercraft. Oh! It's a big guy! Xie Xingyun obviously didn't take the flying beast that attacked them seriously, and said with a little teasing, "I don't know if it's a pure meat beast." "Still a pure meat beast? It's a Ted-spiked pterosaur. It lives in groups. You've entered their nest." Xie Yin's eyes were like looking at a fool, full of disgust. "What are you doing? Run! It's not that he can't beat it, but it will destroy the ecology. And why waste this energy?" Oh. In response, Xie Xingyun immediately shuttled again, and with the hovercraft, he jumped several kilometers away. There was another bump like a speed bump, still in this piece of deep mountains and old forests. The Dahu Mountains are deep and filled with various exotic beasts, including many high-level ones. There are also many pure crops here, and the ecological protection level is high. The location of this mine is not very good. I can handle the mining procedures here, but the risk factor here is relatively high, which is quite a headache. Yeah. Tang Ranran basically knew that if he wanted to mine at this location, Xie Yin would have to do it, and there would have to be a highly capable person guarding here. Although it was a little troublesome, the Lingshire mine, of course, could not be given up. Tang Ranran asked again, "Where is the specific location?" "In the deciduous forest." Xie Yin looked around the environment below, thought for a few seconds, and said, "Probably in the west." For fear of damaging the environment, there is no satellite signal in this deep mountain forest to identify the direction. You can only rely on reference objects. Hearing this, Xie Xingyun immediately drove the car and slowly went west. After floating in the air for more than an hour and encountering several waves of flying beasts, the 4 finally reached the deciduous forest. Deciduous forests are very tall trees with trees that look a bit like sycamores. They shed their leaves all year round, so they are called deciduous trees. Finding an open space to land, Xie Yin explained in detail, "I got this location from my subordinates." He picked it up while collecting deciduous fruits. "I think it was brought up by some underground creature. The energy stone in the box was found in the sample stone layer that Jing Jun and I dug out from the underground. I want to go down and take a look." "Okay. There are many high-level beasts in the mountains. It is not safe to leave Xie Xingyun alone on the ground." So the 4 simply went down together. Jing Jun is familiar with the route and took the 3 people to the depth of the stratum where the stone was dug out. This time, without Tang Ranran asking, he took the initiative to dig a large sample stone in. There are 2 laborers. Tang Ranran is too lazy to do it, and directs Xie Xingyun and Xie Yin, the uncle and nephew, to work. Xie Xingyun, holding the blue bottle, was very proud. He used his fingers as blades and chopped with the space blade. After chopping 3 times, he explained, "Hey, I hit something hard. Even the space blade can't cut it. Cut off the stone layer around the hard object," Tang Ranran said. And he was convinced that the spiritual stone containing spiritual power was extremely solid. Okay. Xie Xingyun worked hard, and soon he dug out a spiritual stone. "Chief Tang, is this it?" After taking it, Tang Ranran nodded immediately. Yes. There is no doubt that there must be spiritual veins here. But, Tang Ranran frowned and asked Xie Yin specifically, "The deciduous tree above is a pure plant, right? What is the fruit purification value?" "Yes. It bears fruit in May every year in the Empire time. The fruit purification value is not high. About 7. But the output of the entire deciduous forest is large. And the annual fruit harvest is about 100 tons. 100 tons of purification value 7. The value is 70 billion per year. Of course, it can't be calculated like this. After all, the deciduous forest is the chicken that lays eggs. And the price of the eggs can't be calculated alone. If I apply for mining here, you will be in a difficult situation. Right? Tang Ranran is still clear about the ecological environment protection system. And it is not allowed to destroy the pure plant growth area. Don't worry about this. As long as you apply, I will definitely approve it for you. Well, after thinking for a while, Tang Ranran said, when the time comes, I will donate 2 trillion pure fruits and vegetables below 10 to your planet's military, so that you won't be criticized. How much? Xie Xingyun, who was squatting and cutting stones and digging spiritual stones, suddenly jumped up. The huge movement caused the yellow soil bubbles to shake. Stabilizing the soil bubbles, Qin Jingjun gave him a cold look. Sorry. Scratching his head, Xie Xingyun smiled awkwardly at him, then immediately looked at Tang Ranran, his eyes burning. Captain Tang, how much did you say just now? 2 trillion. I will plant it for you when I mine. You can plant any fruit you like. Captain Tang, you are really a living bodhisattva who saves the suffering. You are here to save us. Xie Xingyun looked exaggerated, almost crying with joy. Will we be able to eat whatever we want in the future? What are you thinking about? Military supplies. Xie Yin glared at him seriously, and when he turned to face Tang Ranran, he was smiling again. I thank you in advance on behalf of the bad boys in the army. You're welcome. The location of the second spiritual stone mine was determined. Next, the 4 of them went straight to the Changhe River basin. In the middle of the southwest continent, there is a grassland. At the end of the grassland is a snow-capped mountain. The Changhe River originates from the snow-capped mountain and flows northward through most of the grassland. It is the longest river in the entire grassland, so it is called the Changhe River. The last spiritual stone comes from the riverbed of the Changhe River. Xie Yin said frankly, there is a special rare mineral in the sand and stone layer at the bottom of the Changhe River basin. Sand mining will be carried out in that section, and the energy stone was accidentally dug out. This place is not easy to find. We have been looking for dozens of days, but still haven't found it, so we can only return empty-handed. Sorry. You have to find the specific location yourself. Let's go to the place where the sand mining is done first. Okay. After listening to Xie Yin's introduction to the Changhe River basin, Tang Ranran felt a little mysterious in his heart. The mine in this river may not be found. But after all, we have to go to the site for investigation. 10,000 8,000 miles. Only need a space shuttle. With the space system, life is better. After arriving at the central grassland of the southwest continent, Xie Xingyun drove for another half an hour. And then a huge sand mining plant came into view. It is a military factory that is not allowed to be entered by idle people. With Xie Yin relationship, it is naturally unimpeded. The last spiritual stone was found in the waste stones that were removed during the sand mining operation. Dozens of waste stone pestles, like mountains, are full of various stones of different sizes, most of which are pebbles. It is obviously a bit laborious to find spiritual stones from them without using spiritual consciousness to explore. Tang Ranran is not going to find it himself. The ready-made labor force is not wasted. So, in front of the person in charge of the sand mining site, Tang Ranran made a big tree and planted 3 trees in 3 minutes. A lychee tree, a grapefruit tree, and an apple tree. All of them were trees with trunks as thick as an adult's waist, huge crowns, and full of fruits. With a smile on his face, Tang Ranran seemed very kind. Everyone has worked hard. These are given to the soldiers to improve their meals. Money can do everything. The person in charge was very considerate, and after a few words of thanks, he said, if there is anything I can help with, General Tang, just let me know. Waiting for this sentence, Tang Ranran sent him a picture of a spiritual stone, and then said, if you find a stone like this in the waste stone, please stay. I can exchange it with pure fruit. Waste stone for fruits and vegetables. Such a cost-effective deal. The person in charge would certainly not refuse. Leaving the quarry and going upstream along the long river, the 4-person team searched for 3 consecutive days, digging a lot of sample stone layers, but only found dozens of spiritual stones in the silt layer under the riverbed. It can be guessed that either it was brought up by the movement of the Earth's crust, or there is a spiritual stone mine somewhere at the bottom of the river, and these were washed out from the surface stone layer. Anyway, the exact location of the spirit stone mine cannot be determined for the time being. Tang Ranran was not in a hurry to find the spirit stone mine. She already knew the location of the long river. When she was alone, she could use her spiritual sense to explore, and she might find it. Moreover, she had just got a treasure-hunting mouse. Zhuozhou. Decomposition and perspective. This ability is very useful. Tang Ranran announced that she would give up temporarily. The 4-day mine search activity was over. And then she returned to the largest military base in the desert, entering the protective shield of the base. Tang Ranran first thing was to ask Xia Yin for the wife password. On Su Xinrong, there was no civilian signal. Only the military satellite signal. The kind with a password. Sorry. My negligence. Xia Yin, who had forgotten about this, of course, opened up the signal permission for her as soon as she spoke. Tang Xian's intelligent brain connected to the signal, and a series of information came in with a beep. Tang Ranran decided to take a look at the information first, and then decide whether to go back to Su Pingrui. If there is nothing important, she will not go back. After all, running around is tiring, and it would be terrible if there is a car accident, because she has to spend money to practice. Tang Ranran told Kong Chen not to disturb her unless necessary. In the past few days, Kong Chen, who lives next door, did not come to her house to find her, although he has been leaving messages for her. They are all insignificant daily life. I think there is nothing serious. After a simple review of the information, it is indeed nothing serious. Gu Xia sent her several data, which are the physical and mental examination reports of Kong Chen, Li Zheng, Shen Shen, and Zhuozhou. Everything is normal. Zhuozhou has awakened his superpowers, which can be roughly determined to be a special system of perspective. In addition, just yesterday, Shen Shen also activated his superpowers, which is the wind system in the ordinary 5-element system. Only Kong Chen and Li Zheng are still dual systems and have no new superpowers. There is also a lot of news about the younger brothers. Kong Chen had the most information, all of which were official reports. But they were all trivial matters. Nothing important. Then, there was Qi Xingyuan. Qi Xingyuan was just crying miserably. Originally, Qi Xingyuan, who was SS level, was the strongest among her younger brothers. But now, he had 2 SSS level people above him. Kong Chen and Li Zheng, Wu Ping'an, Shen Shen, and Zhuozhou were also SS level people. Qi Xingyuan's position as the head of the garrison was in jeopardy. Facing this cruel reality, Qi Xingyuan was vomiting blood. In this regard, Tang Ranran could only say, "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." She had told him not to be anxious. Not to be anxious. But he was in a hurry to take the magic fruit potion. Now it's okay. Right? Others have been promoted. But he was left behind. If he had waited a little, Tang Ranran would definitely have given him an SSS level. Perhaps because of stimulation. Or maybe because Gu Xiu said something. Qi Xingyuan sent her a message and applied for a second chance to take the magic fruit potion. He wanted to try the second magic fruit potion, and then use the number 4 realm-breaking potion when he was in the Jia state. Tang Ranran rejected this plan directly without any discussion. Currently, Xie Xinxi is the only one in the Empire who takes 2 magic fruit potions. Although her situation is more due to excessive intake of high purification value. The theory that 2 magic fruit potions will cause side effects with a greater probability has been proposed. However, there are still a lot of people who hold a fluke idea that the theory may be wrong. And Gu Xiao is one of them. Especially after the 4 clinical trials of the potion combination. Gu Xiao had hit the Jia state at the beginning. If the realm-breaking potion had come out earlier, he would have probably reached the 5S level. Therefore, from his words and deeds, Tang Ranran could guess that he was so regretful. Once it is proved that the realm-breaking potion can cover up false promotion and weakness, Gu Xiao's next research direction will definitely be the feasibility of taking the second magic fruit potion. So, there is no rush. You can wait for the exact research results. In addition, there is also some information about goods you want to buy. The most common message on the Tang Xian was "I want to buy goods." Then, there were a lot of messages from the friends at the border. Among them was Yin Qian. After finding out that she was out of contact, "Yin Qian, where are you?" After that, there was no movement. Tang Ranran guessed that Yin Qian already knew her movements. Tang Xian's visit to Su Xinrong was a normal process, and others would know it after checking. Moreover, Lu Chuanping had contacted Tang Xi, and she had already said so. Tang Ranran checked the information, and the hovercraft entered the base. The night sky of the desert was full of stars. Except for the night duty, The other personnel were resting, and the huge base seemed quiet. After penetrating the vast night, the hovercraft flew slowly for dozens of minutes, and stopped at the top parking lot of a huge military floating base in the central area of the base. Captain Tang, you see? It's so late. Why don't you stay here? After stopping the car, Xie Xingyun, who was driving, turned his head and smiled at Tang Ranran with a mouthful of white teeth. In these few days, he deeply felt the generosity of Chief Tang. As a driver, he received 5 boxes of fruits and vegetables with a purification value of nearly more than 30 units, with a value of nearly 300 million. Not to mention the many fruits and vegetables with low purification values. He could eat as much as he wanted, and even filled up his space. Being a driver for Chief Tang, he could eat and take things, and it was a happy life like a fairy. When he thought of Chief Tang going back, he felt like a knife was stabbing his heart, and it hurt all the time. Yeah. Nodding at him, Tang Ranran said to Xie Yin, there's nothing going on the planet, so I won't go back. I'm afraid I have to disturb you for a while. Oh yeah. Xie Xingyun cheered directly. You are most welcome. Xie Yin's eyebrows were smiling, like the bright crescent moon in the night sky. Your arrival is definitely great news for the soldiers in the military region. Yes, great news. When the brothers know about it, they will be so happy. Xie Xingyun echoed again. Thank you very much. Just arrange a guest house. The room next to my dormitory is empty, so we can discuss mining tomorrow morning. Okay. Xie Yin got off the car first, and the 3 of them left one after another. As soon as he got off the car, Tang Ranran felt a chill coming towards him, with a unique night chill in the desert. Huh? Your protective shield is not constant temperature? Tang Ranran asked curiously. Chief, you are rich, but don't know the hardship of being poor. Xie Yin frowned, complaining a little. The base is so big, and the constant temperature is turned on. The energy consumption is terrifying. On weekdays, this protective cover is just a decoration, and it is used when there is a sandstorm. Is the military budget so tight? Tang Ranran was surprised. A little. Xie Yin nodded and complained to himself. It has always been poor. Isn't this a pure food collection planet? Why didn't Su Xinrong open it to the outside world? It's because there are many pure plants and pure meat beasts on the planet, and the military keeps it as its own vegetable garden and breeding farm. The collected pure food does not belong to us. It must be counted and handed over, and charged to the General Military Supply Department of the galaxy, and then distributed. We are just poor vegetable pickers. We can't eat vegetables. It's so miserable. Xie Xingyun exaggeratedly complained. His expression was like a miserable husky craving for chicken legs. Tang Ranran was inexplicably infected, full of sympathy and recognition. It was really hard. It's pretty miserable. Tang Ranran expressed deep sympathy, and then said naturally, after we finish the business tomorrow, I will grow some vegetables to give you a snack. Long live Commander Tang. The bitterness on his face disappeared instantly. Xie Xingyun cheered, and then asked attentively and servilely, it's still a long way to the general's dormitory area. I open a space channel. No need. Xie Yin waved his hand to organize him. I take Tang Xian to find the way. You go back first. Xie Xingyun blurted out without thinking. Then I go with you. Xie Yin, you have no sense of taste. Commander Tang, add me as a communication friend, and call me directly wherever you want to go in the future. Xie Xingyun didn't feel the disgust from Xie Yin at all, and continued to get close to Tang Ranran. Now that there is a signal, it is natural to add friends. Okay. Ares is not convenient to show up, and mining here in the future will inevitably require a driver. Tang Ranran readily agreed. Tang Ranran had just added Xie Xingyun, and Shen Jingjun stepped forward, squeezed next to Tang Ranran, and showed his communication number. General Tang. Is it convenient to add? Although his personality is a bit cold, he is not stupid. If he can get to know the bigwig system, he will naturally seize the opportunity. After all, Tang Xian is really generous. Okay. Adding 1 is also adding, and 2 is also adding, and they are all handsome guys. Why not add? With their friends, the 4 of them walked and talked. Mainly Xie Xingyun, who was talking a lot. They walked around the huge military floating base for nearly half an hour, and the 4 of them arrived at the general dormitory area. The long corridor, the layout of a hotel, with rooms on both sides. Xie Yin opened the door of A13 and introduced it at the door. This place has been empty. If you don't mind, you can live here. Do you need me to send a set of daily necessities? The bare room seemed to have just been renovated, with only a few simple furniture such as a bed and a cabinet. It's good. No. I bring my own luggage. Well, I live in A10 opposite. Xie Yin pointed to his residence. Chief Tang. I'm in A65. You can call me directly if you have anything. Xie Xingyin said immediately. I'm in A24. Chen Jingjun also reported a room number. Okay. Everyone go to bed early. Tang Ranran smiled and said goodbye to the three people. Xie Yin, tomorrow morning. It's 3 o'clock here. Planet time. Dawn. And I find you at 4 o'clock. Okay? No problem. Well, that's it for now. Go to bed early. After entering the room and closing the door, Tang Ranran took out a Nani robot and ordered it to tidy up the room after making sure that the three people had left. Tang Ranran herself sat on the rest stool in the room and began to reply to messages one by one. And as soon as her Tang Xian number 1 started to make noises, communication came in soon. Tang Ranran dealt with them one by one, and it took almost an hour for the intelligent brain to calm down. It was done. Pretending to sleep, Tang Xian number 1 was half hanging, and Tang Ranran switched to Tang Shi number 1 in F1 area, refining pills, growing vegetables, brushing spiritual energy, playing with pets. The next day, Tang Ranran stood at the door of A10 at 4 o'clock planet time according to the agreed time and rang the doorbell. After waiting for 2 minutes, no one opened the door, but Tang Ranran's intelligent brain rang instead. Video call from Yan Qian? Tang Ranran simply answered it. And before she could say anything, the door opened. Xie Yin, who opened the door, looked like he had just finished a shower. He held the door handle with one hand and wiped his hair with a towel. His short hair was wet, and the water drops that had not been wiped off dripped down the ends of his hair, along his neck, over his delicate collarbone, all the way down, and finally disappeared into his black bathrobe. The belt of the bath towel was tied loosely, causing the collar of the bathrobe to be wide open. As he wiped his hair, one could even see the lines of his seductive abdominal muscles. Tang Ranran, shock. Damn. Shock. What a mess this is early in the morning. On the other side of the intelligent brain, Yan Qian, shock. A few days ago, Yan Qian discovered that Tang Ranran Tang Xian was out of contact with no signal. Where did she go? Then, he learned from LV Chuan Ping that Tang Ranran went to Su Xinrong on the Tang Xian to find the energy stone she needed. Su Xinrong, the person in charge, is Xie Yin. In Yan Qian mind, Xie Yin and Tang Ranran should not know each other. But Xie Yin is a pretty boy of the same type as Xie Shihe. He was always a little confused. After returning from the wild without signal, Yan Qian found a reply from Tang Xian as soon as the smart brain received the signal. Then, he found that Tang Ranran was online, and Yan Qian immediately called her. Then, he didn't say anything. The communication video gave him a critical hit, because Tang Ranran was not facing the door, but half sideways. The man in a black bathrobe just entered the edge of the video screen as the door opened. Yan Qian pupils trembled. But before he could take a closer look at who the bastard was, the screen went black. The communication was over. Yan Qian, shock. He gnashed his teeth and lost control. The smart brain on his wrist was scrapped because of the overload of mental power. The moment she saw Xie Yin, Tang Ranran inexplicably felt like she was caught meeting her lover. Feeling guilty, she subconsciously turned off the smart brain communication with her mental power. Then, what was she guilty about? She was single. Yes. A single girl. Male models can touch you at will. Tang Ranran's eyes immediately returned to Xie Yin. Xie Yin's gorgeous face showed a sleepy look. When he saw Tang Ranran, he paused in wiping his hair. His watery peach eyes looked extremely confused. He blinked, and his expression was so stunned. He was surprised for less than a second, and then suddenly realized, as if he had just remembered something. Sorry. Xie Yin smiled apologetically. His expression was very sincere, and his voice was also full of sincerity. I handled some official business last night and slept a little late. Lack of sleep caused my brain to short-circuit, and I forgot about you. Tang Ranran couldn't help but take a deep breath. Why are the flowers so red? Why is this man so handsome? She suspected that this guy was deliberately seducing her, but she had no evidence. After all, this looked really innocent. Then I go back to the room first, and contact me when you're ready. Without stopping, Tang Ranran turned around and left. Her steps were hurried, as if she was running away. The handsome man came out of the bath. She couldn't hold it. She was a lustful person. She was afraid that she couldn't help but stretch out her claws. But, intuitively, Tang Ranran knew that things were not that simple. If she really touched him, she would be finished. And there would be big trouble. There was a high probability that she would lose money. And it was not a small fortune. So, it was better to slip away first. Seeing Tang Ranran slipping away quickly, like a rabbit, she jumped back to the room opposite where she lived, and then slammed the door shut. Xie Yin was stunned for a moment, leaning against the door, his eyes drooping, full of thoughts. Based on the observations of the past few days, Tang Ranran obviously likes handsome men, and she is obsessed with appearance. He is like this. Why doesn't he give any reaction? Is it because it is inconvenient to be a male? However, it is obvious that Tang Ranran herself is very low-key, and it is likely that she does not want to attract attention from the outside world. If he approaches rashly and brings exposure, it will only cause the other party to hate her. It is a bit difficult, so he can only take it slowly. After closing the door, Xie Yin began to pack up slowly. He is very confident in his appearance, but he cannot lose the bonus of clothes. After returning to the room and closing the door with his backhand, Tang Ranran silently recited the Qingxin mantra. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. The most urgent task is the spirit stone mine. Yes, men are just floating clouds. And the spirit stone mine is true love. After calming down, Tang Ranran suddenly remembered that she had just hung up Yin Qian, and she didn't know if he saw anything. On second thought, Tang Ranran comforted herself. Even if he saw it, so what? Yin Qian is not her husband, not her boyfriend, and not her father. Why should he care so much? Yes, 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 he can't care. Tang Ranran called back, and then a mechanical voice came out. Sorry. The friend you are contacting is in an abnormal state. You can't contact. Tang Ranran was instantly confused. Abnormal state? What's going on? She really hasn't met a friend with an abnormal state. If you don't understand, just ask. Tang Ranran humbly asked the interstellar version of Baidu, and then got a communication friend with an abnormal state, which is likely to be his smart brain broken. Yin Qian brain is broken? A brain shouldn't break easily. Right? Could it be that the Zerg attacked and Yin Qian was besieged and injured? Tang Ranran quickly contacted Lu Chuanping. In less than 3 seconds, Lu Chuanping answered the call. But on the brain screen, there was a head, and Lu Chuanping was lying on the bed, looking so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. Ah, Tang Xian, you're looking for me. Are you sleeping? Yes. It's late at night. He must be sleeping. No war. Lu Chuanping opened his eyes and asked curiously. War? Who said that? No. There's a big internal fight over there recently, and we're very peaceful here. What about Yin Qian? Old Yin? He should have gone to the mountain valley for actual combat exercises. If there's no signal, he shouldn't have come back yet. Do you have something to do with him? Just tell me. The same. Oh, nothing. Hang up. You can go back to sleep. Tang Ranran ended the call neatly. I guess there's nothing wrong. Yin Qian is probably repairing his brain. Tang Ranran looked at the time difference between the two planets, and estimated that it was daytime over there. So he called. Boss, did you find him? Kong Chen asked when the call was connected. Yeah, Tang Ranran responded, and then asked a few questions with concern. How are the examination reports these days? Are they normal? Gu Xiu didn't say anything abnormal. Right? Normal. Everything is fine. But I haven't activated my superpowers yet. Zhuozhou and Xinshin activated their superpowers one after another. Kong Chen was a little discouraged. But when he thought that he had already reached 2 systems, he was relieved soon. No hurry. Take your time. Yeah. After a few simple sentences, he got to the point. Tang Ranran said that she had discovered 2 energy stone mines in Su Xinrong. Blah blah. She hadn't discussed it with Kong Chen yet. And the doorbell rang. Tang Ranran guessed it was Xie Yin. Let's do this first. I discuss it with Xie Yin first. And I contact you after a specific plan is out here. Okay. After ending the communication, Tang Ranran opened the door with her mental power. Sorry. I was confused before. After entering the door, Xie Yin smiled at Tang Ranran. A little embarrassed. That apologetic smile made him look particularly innocent and kind. Xie Yin's appearance was definitely delicate and beautiful. But under the cold and hard military uniform of the black shirt, he looked more upright and strong. Gorgeous and masculine. Two completely different temperaments. Perfectly combined together. Forming a kind of... I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, it's good looking. For good looking men, Tang Ranran is always very tolerant and has no principles. So whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally, Tang Ranran doesn't care at all. It's okay. It doesn't matter how much time it takes. Tang Ranran asked. Well, don't you need a morning meeting or morning training in the morning? No. There is still some freedom. Then let's discuss the mining now. Okay. It is Tang Ranran routine to serve guests with a fruit plate. So, a fruit plate. Of course. She is a puppet, and she doesn't eat. Facing Xie Yin, who knows the inside story, Tang Ranran doesn't need to pretend. A mental barrier was set up around them to ensure privacy. The two of them discussed the issue of mining in the simple rest area with a table and 3 small chairs, which was a set of furniture that Tang Ranran bought by herself. Because Su Xinrong is a military planet, Tang Ranran wants to mine here, and there are many relevant rules and regulations. However, on the one hand, it is because of Tang Xuanhao honorary admiral rank, and on the other hand, because Xie Yin, the person in charge, can open the door to convenience. So Tang Ranran's side is very easy and simple. Basically, she only needs to submit an application, plus pay money, and the rest is Xie Yin work. Submitting an application is very simple. Just fill in a few forms and it's done. Then pay money. Sugar crystal powder. That is the benefit fee that Tang Ranran gave to Xie Yin privately. On the surface, she also has to pay a mining fee to Su Xinrong Planetary Quartermaster. According to the regulations, it is 40% of the total value of the minerals mined. But Tang Ranran mine is special, and the role of the spirit stone has not yet been studied, which means that for others, it is just waste stone. Xie Yin abused his power for personal gain and wanted to arrange a price for her stone. Yes, it was the price of ordinary stone, which was almost the same as giving it away for free. In this regard, Tang Ranran rejected this kindness. She was embarrassed to fleece the military. Tang Ranran had also heard about the high mortality rate of the military's pure food collection and hunting troops. Once the army on Su Xinrong planet goes on a mission, it is really a matter of life and death. The soldiers sweat and bleed. Can she take advantage of this? No. However, Tang Ranran calculated the value of the spirit stone according to her current strength. At the beginning, when she was still in the qi refining stage, she could create about 56 billion by planting 50 plus with the spiritual power of a pure glass crystal. Now that her strength has improved, her cultivation method is naturally more awesome. However, pure glass crystal is a special spiritual stone of the same grade as the upper grade spiritual stone. And most of the spiritual vein mines are the lowest grade spiritual stones. Tang Ranran made a simple estimate. With her current strength, she can at least produce 10 billion pure fruits and vegetables below 10 for a piece of lower grade spiritual stone. If it is a high purification value, because the unit price is higher, the value is far more than 10 billion. After a simple weighing, Tang Ranran gave the following price. The 2 trillion donation she promised is not included. Then, the planet will provide people to mine, which is equivalent to her paying for the labor force. And she will only send a few people to supervise the work. Labor plus mining fees. For each energy stone, she will provide 200 million pure fruits and vegetables. Pure fruits and vegetables below 50. Any variety. As long as she can grow it. Tang Ranran felt that he had given a nearly cheap price, like a black-hearted capitalist. After all, there were not only low-grade spirit stones, but also medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones, and even a blind box of rare items. But to Xie Yin, this value was simply a donation to the military of their planet for nothing. After all, in addition to the apparent price, Tang Ranran also promised him that for 10,000 energy stones, he would privately give him 1 unit of sugar crystal powder, which was equivalent to about 800 million for each stone. A total of 1 billion for 1 energy stone? Will you lose money in this way? Xie Yin hesitated and remained silent for a long time, but finally couldn't help asking. He also knew that he took the lion's share, which was excessive. But when he thought of his mother Xie Xinzi's situation, he couldn't refuse this reward. Well, if I planted all of them, it would still be a bit difficult. But you know, I don't need me to plant them extra for what I give you. Tang Ranran was talking nonsense very sincerely. It's just that little. She made a lot. Well, thank you very much. After the discussion of the top priority of the spiritual vein mine, a steady stream of spiritual stones will flow into her pocket. Tang Ranran can only feel relieved. In a good mood, Tang Ranran was too lazy to care about the little grudges in the past, and asked casually, "By the way, how is your mother now?" "Not very good." When this topic was mentioned, Xie Yin's heart sank inevitably, and his face was slightly gloomy. It's still the same, relying on 80+ to maintain the status quo. A little bit of pity, but more of a sigh. Xie Yin's tone was depressed. The elders are really aggressive. My mother has basically decided to give up power, and she is just negotiating with the elders to strive for the greatest benefits for herself. Are you sure you want to give up power? Tang Ranran was surprised. She thought that with her sugar crystal powder, the stalemate would last for a while. 51% of Hengshan Group's shares are worth nearly 25,000 trillion yuan. It's like the throne. Which emperor is willing to abdicate? Wouldn't he fight back? Then who will be the next successor? It has not been confirmed yet, but Shiha has a great chance of winning. Most of the elders like him very much. His business ability is indeed obvious to all. Xie Yin looked at Tang Ranran and said with envy in his eyes, "Hasn't he been cooperating with you recently? With your help. He has vigorously entered the plantation property and has developed rapidly with a strong momentum. Business is business. Cooperation is win-win." Tang Ranran was a little embarrassed. Was he saying that she secretly supported Xie Shiha's usurpation of the throne? Why didn't you participate in the competition for succession? Me? I have been a prodigal since I was a child, and I don't have the talent for business. If I start a business, I am afraid that my family fortune will be squandered. With a bit of cold humor, Xie Yin ridiculed himself. What Xie Yin said was true, but he didn't say it all. He joined the army instead of doing business. On the one hand, because he didn't like doing business, but more importantly, he felt that wealth was not as good as power. When he stood at the pinnacle of power, the family money and resources were available to him at will. Why could the elders suppress his mother? Isn't it because they were all in high positions and had great power? And, look, isn't this the best example? He just gave Tang Ranran a convenience and solved the problem of his mother's sky-high medical expenses. Although it was temporary. In the short term, there was no need to worry about the purification value of 80+. This is power. That's true. After hearing this superficial remark, Tang Ranran nodded in agreement. He was not afraid that the second generation would rely on the old, but was afraid that the second generation would want to start a business. Just like this, with a few words of idle chatter, Tang Ranran's smart brain rang. After taking a look, he found that it was a communication from Yan Qian. Tang Ranran subconsciously raised his eyes and glanced at Xie Yin. Do you need me to avoid you? Tang Ranran hesitated, but finally reminded him, "You might get into some trouble." It's Yan Qian. He's chasing me. Because of the mental barrier, Tang Ranran explained. When you opened the door just now, I was video chatting with him. Xie Yin was stunned, then understood in a second, and then fell into thought. Tang Ranran is a wood element, so it's natural that Yan Qian would chase her. He had already imagined this situation. However, now he hasn't gained much favor, and he was discovered by Yan Qian. If he intervened and did something, it's a bit tricky. Tang Ranran was also a little embarrassed. Weighing in her heart, Yan Qian would definitely ask, so should she tell the truth or hide it? But if she told the truth about the exposure, with the example of Fu Jingyuan, she was afraid that Yan Qian would do something bad in secret and transfer Xie Yin away. She hasn't even dug this mine yet. The person in charge of this planet has changed, which is always inconvenient. Although it was difficult, he still had to answer the phone. Tang Ranran had just connected the call, and the communication screen popped up, and he heard Yan Qian say, "Are you and Su Xinrong?" The voice was full of anger, and there was a hint of impending storm. An hour ago, because he was too excited and couldn't control his mental power, the brain broke down, and Yin Qian hurried to replace the brain. Replacing the brain is like changing an ID card. There must be a process. Even if Yin Qian gave himself a green light all the way, he didn't get the new brain until now. As soon as the new brain was in hand, the first thing he did was to call Tang Ranran. Then, ring, ring. Yin Qian was so anxious that he wanted to crawl along the network cable. He didn't answer the call for so long. What was he doing? It can't be a dry firewood. No. It's impossible. With a puppet number, nothing will happen. Although he comforted himself like this, Yin Qian was still very anxious. It seemed like several centuries had passed. But in fact it was only about 10 seconds. When the communication was connected, Yin Qian could not wait to ask. While speaking, Yin Qian's dark eyes, as dark as the abyss, stared at the communication screen that only showed Tang Ranran. His sharp eyes wanted to poke a hole in the video screen. Not in the screen. Definitely outside the video. Below the video, there was a fruit plate. He knew that Tang Ranran puppet did not need to eat. So, that person was in the room. Yin Qian was shocked and angry. He was so angry that he wanted to follow the network cable to kill the bastard who dared to seduce his wife. Tang Ranran felt a little guilty. Of course only a little. After all, she was still a single girl. Tang Ranran's expression was normal. And her tone was even more normal as she replied. Yeah. Something happened. I'm with Su Xinrong now. What happened just now? When I called back, it showed that your smart brain was abnormal. Nothing. A small accident caused the smart brain to break down. So I applied for a new one, Yin Qian said, although he was very angry. But facing Tang Ranran, he still tried his best to restrain himself and soften his tone. Oh, do you have something to talk to me about? Nothing. Originally, there was nothing to do. Yin Qian just found out that Tang Ranran was online and called to keep in touch. But he didn't expect to encounter a critical hit. Now he really has something to do. Unconsciously grinding his teeth. His words revealed a hint of gnashing teeth. Yin Qian asked, was that person just now Xia Yin? Yes. After hesitating for a while, Tang Ranran finally nodded, and then explained without waiting for him to ask. I just went to discuss something with him. But I went too early, and he just got up. Oh. Yin Qian responded and asked directly, is he across from you now? Yes. We are discussing the mining business. Tang Ranran simply tilted the smart brain. And then Xia Yin across from her entered the video screen. Facing the video, Xia Yin nodded slightly and greeted with a decent smile. Long time no see. Indeed. Long time no see. Yin Qian sneered twice, cursing in his heart. Laughing. 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 Don't think he didn't see it. Provoking. Yin Qian's heart sank to the bottom. After Tang Ranran turned back to the screen and faced him again, he confirmed with her. Does he know? Men understand men. What's more, they are in the military camp. Who the hell is wearing a black bathrobe so coquettishly? This bastard must have done it on purpose. If they are all men, it is impossible to seduce Tang Qian. So Xia Yin must have seen through it. Others don't know. Yin Qian knows very well that Xia Yin is good at chasing fugitives. His special ability should be able to identify disguised prisoners. That is, to identify disguises. Tang Ranran understood. And after a little hesitation, he admitted, After nodding, Tang Ranran immediately said, Su Xinrong has 2 energy stone mines with clear locations, which are very important to me. Now I want to mine here. And it's more convenient to have him here. The meaning of Tang Ranran's words was very clear. Don't use tricks to transfer him away. Yin Qian is not stupid. Of course he understood. He even protected him. He protected him. He was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. But as a suitor without a name, what could he do? Yin Qian could only hold back and resist the urge to jump over and kill Xia Yin, and echoed Tang Ranran's words. I know. With him looking after you, it is indeed much more convenient for you to mine on the planet. Then, without saying a few words, Tang Ranran found an excuse and ended the communication. On this side, the communication was hung up. The video screen went black. And Yin Qian's originally gentle face immediately turned murderous and stormy. Xia Yin. That bastard. He is looking for death. He angrily rehearsed 18 ways to kill Xia Yin in his mind. After calming down a little, Yin Qian began to analyze calmly. because of Xie Xinzi's sneak attack. Ran definitely doesn't like people related to Xie Xinzi. Why did she suddenly get close to Xie Yin? It must be because of the energy stone mine. After Su Delin's prospecting, Yin Qian also knew that Tang Ran liked the energy stone that had no clear usage. He remembered this and took action to find this kind of energy ore. It's just that maybe he was unlucky. So far, there has been no discovery. Unexpectedly, Xie Yin actually knew about this, and he was so shite that he found 2 mines in Su Xinrong. What should I do now? Xie Yin, that guy, not only looks like a vixen, but also behaves like a male vixen. Although he is a puppet, if he develops feelings after being together day and night, it's over. If he uses the same old trick to transfer people away, thinking about Tang Ran words, Yin Qian estimated that if he took action, it would be a negative score. Damn. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Finally. No. He couldn't stand this. He had to beat him up. Dare to steal his girlfriend? Don't you think you have the ability to do it? Here, in the A13 guest room, watching Tang Ran in the call, Xie Yin put on a polite smile. But his eyes were a little dim, and his voice was a little nervous. Excuse me. What is your relationship? He is pursuing you. Did you agree? No. Tang Ran shook her head without hesitation. We are just good friends now. The magic skill has not yet been fully developed. She just occasionally appreciates male beauty. Men are just a tonic when her practice is boring. Tang Ran knows clearly what is the main and what is the secondary. But Xie Yin wants to be her fish. Definitely. So, put it in the fish pond first. After getting this answer, Xie Yin's expression relaxed. His eyes became bright. And then he obviously changed his expression. Ah? Just an ordinary friend. Then he is a bit too lenient. Tang Ran didn't say anything, but he actually agreed in his heart. Indeed, Yin Qian is too controlling. If he really becomes her boyfriend, wouldn't he be even more controlling? It's really scary to think about it. Seeing that Tang Ran took his words to heart and successfully winked at him, Xie Yin was in a good mood. And then continued, if you ask me, he really doesn't know what's good for him. You donated so much to their military region, and he's not grateful. But he actually interferes with your right to make friends? He's not your boyfriend. This is too much. Xie Yin was actually a little worried about the bad intention I drops. Yin Qian, that guy, will definitely not let it go. After all, no man can tolerate poaching. The matter of the Lingshire mine had been discussed. Tang Ran was just chatting. But because of Yin Qian communication, she was no longer in the mood to chat. After listening to Xie Yin drops, Tang Ran was afraid that Yin Qian would interfere and cause twists and turns. So she immediately urged him to go through the procedures and approve the mining rights for her as quickly as possible. And it would be best if she could start work immediately. There was no point in talking more. Only by doing things beautifully could you gain more favor. After giving a don't worry, it will be done. Xie Yin left and went through the relevant procedures. Staying in the room was a bit boring. Thinking about the fruits and vegetables she promised, Tang Ran simply called Xie Xingyun. After asking, Xie Xingyun went out for morning exercises. With a high position, he had privileges. Look! When Tang Xian asked him, Xie Xingyun was late and left early, and left the morning training team happily. He appeared outside the door with a space teleportation. At the meeting, Tang Ran said that she wanted to find a place to grow vegetables. Xie Xingyun excitedly took her to teleport again, and then the two appeared above the base. As soon as she left the indoor base, Tang Ran felt the heat wave rolling, and immediately a constant temperature barrier came to her, sending her a cool feeling. At this time, this area was still early in the morning. However, the sun in this desert, even in the early morning, is not a red sun, but a dazzling white scorch. Like its color, the sunlight is only called a venomous and powerful one. Just like the heating lamp in the oven. The temperature outside, Tang Ran estimated that it was at least 35 degrees. Glancing at the sun, complaining in her heart that the environment was really harsh, Tang Ran looked down, trying to find a suitable vegetable plot. And when she looked, she saw, in the connecting area of the two military floating bases, in that large desert open space, there were large groups of soldiers in training. This is not the point. The point is the high temperature. So the sweaty soldiers are either wearing work vests or shirtless. Tang Ran eagle-like vision is used to the extreme. The soldiers who are training are most likely in good shape. Almost every military floating base has an open-air training ground. And every training ground has a group of men sweating and releasing hormones. Tang ran, shock. Oh my god. The military camp is really a good place. There is no need to choose a site. Tang ran immediately stretched out his hand and pointed to an empty sandy land just a few meters away from the training ground below. Let's go there. Ah? This sand? Xie Xingyun looked puzzled and continued to ask. Do you want to go to the artificial vegetable garden? They also have wood elements here. So there are vegetable gardens similar to greenhouses. But several wood elements are relatively green. And most of them are used to grow medicinal herbs for military hospitals. Don't think they are pure food collection stars. They really can't eat much themselves. It's okay. It won't have much impact. Tang Ran waved his hand and said indifferently. I don't have high requirements for soil quality. If the soil is suitable, you can get twice the result with half the effort. If the soil is not suitable, you can get half the result with twice the effort. However, for Tang Ran's strength, the impact of the external soil environment is just a small matter. Commander, I know that your strength is top-notch. Xie Xingyun smiled and flattered him. And then, they landed with a teleportation. Stepping on the sand, Tang Ran didn't feel hot because of the mental barrier. But the temperature was not low. In such a hot environment, you should eat watermelon. If it's iced, it would be even better. Tang Ran found a fresh food box with a fruit plate in his space buckle. Yes, I treat you to it. And spit out the green-skinned big red melon seeds. Thank you, Commander. Happily took it. Xie Xingyun opened it, picked up the red watermelon pieces with 2 fingers, and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, poo, like a pea shooter, the black watermelon seeds fell onto the golden sand. Chief, can this be planted? After finishing the seed-spitting work, Xie Xingyun asked naively. The longer the seeds are kept in a fresh-keeping food box, the lower the activity of the seeds. Fresh ones should be able to be planted. Tang Ran kept glancing at the soldier in the training ground next to him, and perfunctorily said something, and then urged the seeds to be planted. For Tang Ran, a watermelon with a purification value of only 2.8. Even if it was just ordinary supernatural vegetable planting, it would be a big piece of it with a wave of his hand. Dozens of watermelon seeds sprouted and grew roots. Soon they turned from small black seeds into a large piece of green vines. As the yellow flowers withered, one by one, the watermelons expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon grew bigger than an adult's head. Chief is awesome. Chief is mighty. Chief is a great vegetable planter. Xie Xingyun really set off the atmosphere and shouted 666 with all his strength. In just 2 minutes, with the 2 of them as the center, there appeared a large field of vines and countless round watermelons, numbering at least 3 digits. Because of the noise here, the soldiers who were training enthusiastically in the nearest training ground next door all saluted this place. Due to the venue, Tang Ran stopped planting melons. Captain, then, shall I ask someone to pick them? Yes. Have someone send them to the military supply department and give them to the soldiers. Tang Ran said generously, and then asked, by the way, how many troops are there on the planet? How many are there in your barracks? The total number of troops on the planet is 38 million. And there are a total of 100 military districts. We are the #1 general military district, with a total of 600,000 soldiers. At present, excluding the troops on missions outside, there should be 200,000 soldiers in the military district. Oh! Tang Ran quickly calculated in his mind. There are 200,000 people at the moment, according to 1 unit per person. That is only 20 tons. But there are inedible melon rinds. The total is 30 tons. And a melon is almost dozens of kilograms. If we count 100 of them, there are at least 500 kilograms. Arrange people to pick them. I continue planting. Okay. Right away. Laughing from ear to ear, Xie Xingyun immediately shouted at the soldiers who were eagerly waiting on the training ground next to him. Who are you over there? Does the commander have any good eyesight? Hurry up and come to work. Line up, disband on the spot. The commander on the training ground said that. Here we come. Brothers. Charge. Ah. It's a big red melon with green skin. Wood. It's a big wood. Just like countless huskies out of their cages. A group of men came running wildly. A group of men's eyes lit up when they saw the watermelon. And Tang Ranran's eyes lit up when she saw a group of men. All of them are muscular men with abdominal muscles. And most of them are not wearing clothes. Faced with this scene, Tang Ranran can only say that it is fortunate that she is a single girl. If she were a married woman, wouldn't she be anxious in the living room? Next, the scene is that Tang Ranran grows melons. And everyone picks melons, eats melons, and delivers melons to the military supply department. Busy and full of laughter, Tang Ranran maintained the efficiency of hundreds of watermelons in 2 minutes. After more than 2 hours, her small goal of 30 tons was completed. Well, anyway, I am idle. Amid the shouts of, Chief Tang! Chief Tang! Tang Ranran lost herself a little and decided to grow another variety. It's you. Hami melon. Eat a hami melon. You and I are sweet, haha. Hami melon is definitely a good thing. Tang Ranran likes it very much. But it is too sweet if you eat too much. After pulling out the watermelon vines, oh, they were not thrown away. In order to fully carry forward the virtue of thriftiness, Xie Xingyin packed up the vines that were pulled out with roots and sent them to the artificial vegetable field. Regardless of whether they can be planted or not, the main point is to make use of waste and not waste it. After throwing away a handful of hami melon seeds, Tang Ranran continued to plant melons. The planting scene was like a star concert, full of enthusiasm. Most of the mining procedures can be done on the intelligent computer, but some procedures require Xie Yin to go to the relevant departments on site. After all, only when people go there and stick to it will the relevant personnel handle it without delay. Xie Yin ran around, busying around, and then, just as he left a department and was about to go to the next place, suddenly, his eyes were shaking. It was like a light reflected by a mirror that dazzled his eyes. He closed his eyes subconsciously, and then the scene in front of him was still an empty corridor with only him. On the surface, there was nothing unusual, but Xie Yin's heart was alarmed. Although he did not feel the fluctuation of mental power, he intuitively felt that the space was abnormal. Here it comes! It's Yin Qian! Almost instantly, Xie Yin made a judgment in his heart, knowing that he would definitely be beaten. Xie Yin pretended to be indifferent. We are old friends. Since you are here, why hide? Hee. Hear the voice before seeing the person. Yin Qian sneered, and then appeared out of thin air in this alien space he created. Yin Qian's face was as gloomy as iron, and he looked like he was seeking revenge. What wind brought you here? Xie Yin smiled, and looked relaxed on the surface. But in fact, he had already been on guard as if facing a great enemy. You ask even though you know it. The cold light in his eyes shot over like a knife. And Yin Qian stopped talking nonsense and punched him. Xie Yin, who had been prepared for a long time, dodged, and then the two of them started fighting back and forth. It was very consistent. Just pure fist and kick skills. Then the fist shadows intertwined for several rounds. And with a bang, Xie Yin's cheek was hit by a solid iron fist. Hiss! Because of the huge pain, Xie Yin, who was beaten back several steps, took a breath of cold air, and his mouth was sweet. Yin Qian's attack was ruthless, swallowing the blood in his mouth. Xie Yin cursed. Fuck. Slap in the face? You've gone too far. Oh, I went too far. Is it too far for you to seduce my wife? Yin Qian maintained a murderous sneer on his face. But he stopped attacking and did not pursue the victory. Yin Qian threatened. I warn you. Stay away from my wife. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a punch next time. Your wife. Do you have a legitimate status? Xie Yin complained in his heart. But he was afraid of being beaten again and didn't dare to anger Yin Qian. After all, he knew himself. Not only was his mental strength lower than his, but he couldn't beat him in terms of boxing and kicking skills. Of course, it wasn't because he was weak, but because his opponent was too strong. Yin Qian's title as the best master in the empire was definitely not blown, but earned through real fighting. Who can beat him? If you don't want to be beaten, you have to control your mouth, Xie Yin explained. We are normal friends. Please don't make assumptions. Normal friends? Yin Qian gritted his teeth. Do you think I'm stupid? Don't believe it. Xie Yin continued with a wry smile. You are not stupid. And neither am I. If her strength is exposed one day, not to mention the Federation, the Zerg will definitely be moved. I am not strong enough to protect her. I know myself. Yin Qian's anger dissipated a little bit at Xie Yin's sad look of I am not worthy of her. Of course. Only a little bit. When he thought of one rival. 2 rivals. There will be rivals everywhere in the future. He was anxious. He has no status yet. Thinking of this, Yin Qian's mood, which had been relieved a little, became bad again. With a cold look in his eyes, Yin Qian took action again. Or more precisely, he used his mental power. Suddenly, Xie Yin felt an extremely strong breath sweeping over him, which was indescribable. Like a huge underwater whirlpool. His mental power was immediately hit into this vortex under the sea, and was dragged into the dark and bottomless abyss by the huge suction force. Terrified, Xie Yin immediately gritted his teeth to resist, trying to resist with a mental barrier. Then, he was horrified to find that his mental power was completely unable to break free from the release of this vortex. After several attempts, Xie Yin still couldn't use his mental power, let alone his superpowers. But his mental power was being consumed at a rapid rate. Absorbing blue. These 2 words suddenly exploded in Xie Yin's mind. His head was buzzing, and he felt that he was on the verge of mental disorder. Xie Yin shouted anxiously and angrily. Yin Qian, stop it! He continued to ignore him until Xie Yin covered his head and confirmed that he had entered a mental disorder. And Yin Qian stopped. You? After calming down for a while, Xie Yin's eyes turned red with anger, and he glared at him. He almost had a mental disorder. The ability I just activated recently can crush opponents of the same level. It can make the opponent's mental disorder, or even collapse his mental power and cripple him, as if it was not him who just attacked. Yin Qian boasted and said meaningfully with a victorious attitude. Su Xinrong is quite dangerous. Xie Yin, you must pay attention to safety. Don't let anything happen to you one day. The threat in these words was self-evident. After hearing it clearly, Xie Yin suppressed his anger and did not reply. Seeing his silence, knowing that he was unwilling to give up, Yin Qian took 2 steps forward to Xie Yin, patted his shoulder like a leader with a completely overwhelming aura, and said, You said you are just ordinary friends. I believe you. Don't let me down. Otherwise, ha ha. After knocking for a while, the purpose was achieved, and Yin Qian moved neatly. Originally, he wanted to find Tang Ranran, but seeing that she was planting melons in full swing, Yin Qian thought about it, and finally did not disturb her. Except Xie Yin. No one knew that he had been here. The abnormal feeling in the corridor disappeared, and Xie Yin understood that Yin Qian had really left. Damn! Cursing in his heart, Xie Yin raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes full of coldness. Oh! Do you really think he grew up scared? With Tang Ranran's current strength, it's no exaggeration to say that she is the top planner in the empire. Once her identity is exposed, the bees and butterflies will form an army. Can Yin Qian cripple them one by one? However, if someone gets Tang Ranran public recognition, Yin Qian may really cripple that person. Oh! Kong Chen from Su Ping Ruixing doesn't count. After all, you don't have to guess that he is just a shield. It's really dangerous to want to be Tang Ranran's real boyfriend or even husband. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has never thought about taking a position and taking a name. After all, that is hellish difficulty. Therefore, his goal is just to be a lover. Well, that kind of underground lover. The position of lover is safe and comfortable, and there is no need to worry about turning from a red rose into a mosquito blood on the corner. As for the immorality of knowing the third party, not to mention that Tang Ranran is single, it doesn't matter even if she is married. Anyway, he has no morals, as long as he doesn't break the law. However, what if Tang Ranran's husband is Yin Qian in the future? It's not easy to deal with. Cuckolding Yin Qian will really make you die in a rhythmic way. Well, who knows what will happen in the future? The important thing is the present. By the way, how could it be such a coincidence? How come they were just video chatting at that time? As he thought about it, he pulled the corner of his mouth unconsciously, and Xie Yin hissed again. It hurts so much. This cheek is probably bruised and swollen. Since he was beaten, he certainly couldn't take this punch in vain. So, go and complain. Surrounded by a group of soldiers, Tang Ranran followed the joy of Zhu Beiji in the Kingdom of Daughters. The mental power is endless. Absolutely endless. Such a big sun. Such a hot temperature. It is really scorching. And training is still required under such harsh conditions. And drinking the most basic version zero ordinary nutrient solution. The soldiers are so hardworking. She must plant more melons so that everyone can eat melons. Watermelon and Hami melon. Tang Ranran has identified these two brands. After achieving the small goal of 30 tons of Hami melon, she once again switched back to watermelon. Watermelon is a must-have for cooling down the summer heat. 1 unit is not enough to fill the gap between her teeth. On weekdays, she has to eat half of it herself. So, plant more. Must plant more watermelons. Plant melons. 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 The busy vegetable planting scene lasted until the sunset in the Sand Sea. Although it was still early before dark, it had been planted for a whole day. Even if she is now a top 4S level master, it should be almost done. I have to pretend to be weak. Moreover, Tang Ranran received a message from Xie Yin. He had returned to his residence and wanted to talk to her about today's situation. The Lingshire mine is the most important. That's it for today. I'm a little tired. I have to go back and rest for a night to slow down my mental strength, Tang Ranran said to Xie Xingyun, who had been circling around her and playing the role of the chief steward. Ah? Oh. Good. Good. Since Tang Ranran started to grow melons, Xie Xingyun's mouth has never dropped. He was completely grinning all day, which shows that he is really happy. Still with a silly smile, Xie Xingyun immediately shouted to the person in charge of picking at the scene. Chief Tang is going back to rest now. Clean up the scene quickly. Don't forget to send the melon vines to the vegetable garden. Hurry up. Don't let them die halfway. After giving the order, when he turned to face Tang Ranran, Xie Xingyun had a flattering face again. A standard lackey expression. Commander, I take you back right away. Yes. With a teleportation, the two returned to the door of room A13. Commander, do you have anything else to do? If you have any, please let me know. Xie Xingyun was very respectful, and he definitely played the role of Tang Xian guard. Nothing. You should go back and rest too. Tang Ranran waved his hand and sent him away. Yes. Then I go back first. Xie Xingyun, who had been eating melons and whose mental strength was always in the best state, teleported without sparing, and disappeared in a flash. As soon as Xie Xingyun disappeared, Tang Ranran immediately walked to the opposite door, stood at the door of A10, and was about to knock on the door, when Xie Yin door opened. It was very similar to the scene in the morning. Xie Yin still held a towel in one hand, but this time, he was still wearing the summer military uniform in the morning, and the towel was not used to wipe his hair, but to apply on his face. When I heard the sound, I guessed that you guys were back, and it turned out to be true. Xie Yin smiled, but because his cheek was involved, he couldn't help but hissing. Under the towel, there was a little bruise on his cheek. Huh? What happened to your face? It was so obvious. Tang Ranran was not blind. Of course she saw it. I was beaten. Xie Yin played the victim innocently, with a completely wronged attitude. Ah? Tang Ranran was stunned. And then he knew it. Yan Qian beat me? Yeah. With moist eyes, Xie Yin looked like he was bullied, because of the bruises on his face. The originally beautiful person looked a little pitiful. Tang Ranran, such a pretty face. Yan Qian was so cruel that he could do that. Xie Yin continued to make progress and said faintly, he can beat me today, but he might beat his wife in the future. Tang Ranran, shock. For some reason, a sentence popped up in Tang Ranran's mind. If he beats him, he can't beat me. If he beats his wife, Yan Qian shouldn't do that. Right? Because of Xie Yin's words, Tang Ranran couldn't help but be led into it, and couldn't help but associate it. She is a moral person, and she thinks that she will stick to her principles and not cross the line after getting married. But after all, she has never been married. Who knows? What if she cheats? There are so many temptations outside. She is so rich. Even if she is not unfaithful, handsome guys will shamelessly seduce her. She is afraid that if she accidentally loses control, she will make a mistake that all men in the world will make. Then, facing his cheating wife, Yan Qian would take action. Right? Tang Ranran was startled and said Pa. In her heart. What are you thinking? Who said she was going to marry Yan Qian? As a cultivator with a golden finger, she can't get married. Otherwise, what will she do if the golden finger is exposed? Benefits are attractive. Yes. Yes. Being single is a life-saving measure. After imagining for a few seconds in silence, Tang Ranran said speechlessly, how about you go to the treatment cabin and lie down first? Scheming guy. Tang Ranran complained in her heart. Xia Yin is really a tease. This injury can be recovered in a few minutes in the treatment cabin. He had to wait for her to see it. He even put eye drops on her, which made her think of such a terrible thing as marriage. This minor injury is not a big deal. Xia Yin waved his hand and continued to talk Tili. It's mainly because my head still hurts a little, and my mental power is a little disordered. You don't know how much Yin Qian is. He has just awakened a special ability that can absorb mental power. My mental power almost went crazy. You say, if you make him unhappy in the future, he will do this. Stop. Tang Ranran rolled her eyes. It's not over yet. The world is big, and the spiritual stone is the biggest. Tang Ranran stopped the topic and asked about the business instead. How is the mining procedure for the ore going? Everything is going well. Knowing that he had gone too far, Xia Yin immediately put away his overused eye drops, switched to business mode, and said seriously, come in and sit down. There are some situations that need to be discussed with you. Yes. On this day, there were naturally no problems with the procedures. Xia Yin said that the first mine, that is, the mine in the Wolf Peak Valley Lake area, would be approved the day after tomorrow at the latest. After the procedures are approved, he will arrange the team to conduct on-site surveys as soon as possible. And then, there is a problem. If it is a regular survey, it will take a long time. And if it is done by the relevant superpowers, it will save a lot of time. However, if the superpowers do it, they have to get the blue bottle. The money for the blue bottle has to be calculated extra, which is inevitable. Tang Ranran, who is not short of money, of course, will use a superpower. It's just a blue bottle. The same is true for mining after surveying, Earth system assistance, space system transportation, the miners and warriors who go to mine. The higher the mental power, the better. And the more people, the better. Anyway, Tang Ranran's attitude is, money is not a problem. I want efficiency. The sun was scorching. But in Su Xinrong First Army Camp, there was joy and laughter, because of the friendly sponsorship of Chief Tang Xian. Everyone in the army camp was given a watermelon that day. And it was a watermelon for 2 units. I have heard of the green-skinned big red melon for a long time. But only a few people in this army camp have really eaten watermelon. Thanks to Tang Ranran, everyone tasted it. So, wherever Tang Ranran went, whenever she met a soldier, she would get a respectful military salute, plus a loud, hello, Chief Tang. Tang Ranran, oh, she is really loved by everyone. And flowers bloom when she sees them. In a good mood and full of energy, Tang Ranran continued to grow melons. After growing watermelons and hominy melons for 2 days, Tang Ranran donated nearly 300 tons of melons to the entire 1st Military Region. Then, I couldn't grow melons that day. I had to do business. The main thing is that Xie Xingyan is the driver, taking Tang Ranran with him, and also bringing a big bag. That is, an auxiliary storage space. The trio set out from Su Xinrong and arrived safely at Su Pingrui Star. Tang Ranran gave an address, and then teleported within the planet. And the 3 of them arrived at the largest fresh-keeping warehouse in D5 area. Li Zhang and Zhuozhou had been waiting there for a long time. Li Zhang of SSS can be said to be a big Earth system, so he is a backbone member of the mining. As for Zhuozhou, he is even more indispensable. After a few days of training, Zhuozhou's ability is completely confirmed. Perspective, and he can see through the surface of the spirit stone. When the mining team came back before, they also brought back a lot of waste stones, which are the special stone layers wrapped around the spirit stones. After conducting some experiments with it as a research object, Zhuozhou found a few spirit stones that slipped through the net. He can see it. It can penetrate the special stone layer outside the spirit stone. It's confirmed. It's a treasure hunting rat. Because of this ability, Zhuozhou's status in Tang Ranran heart has risen several levels at once. And he is definitely her confidant and right-hand man. After arriving at the place, Tang Ranran waved her hand. Pick whatever you want. Fill it. Fill it up. Bringing a bag, of course, is to load goods, in addition to the pockets from Su Xinrong, which need to be filled. Li Zhang, who also has the ability of storage space, also filled it up. The former is about 1,200 cubic meters of space, and the latter is about 1,500 cubic meters of space, excluding the sundries stored by the 2 people in the space. The space that can be used to store fruits and vegetables is a total of 2,200 cubic meters. Because Tang Ranran was away these days, there was a trend of shortage in the fresh-keeping warehouse. Of course, it's not a big problem. Now that 2 mines have been found, there is no need to be so stingy when using spirit stones. Tang Ranran was extravagant and used the skills to grow vegetables. Tang Ranran wandered around the D5 area. The fruit forests in the entire area, no matter what variety, were full of fruits. The person in charge of the D5 area was very happy and anxious. What he was happy about was that there were so many fruits. What he was anxious about was that there were not enough people to pick them. The person in charge immediately contacted and urgently mobilized troops from the nearby military district to serve as temporary pickers. The entire D5 area was busy and full of joy of a good harvest. After spending a few hours, the 2 storage spaces were full. Tang Ranran was afraid of a car accident on the road, so he asked Xie Xingyun to run twice, taking 2 people at a time. The burden was lighter and safer. After going back and forth, the group returned to the first military district. First, they went to the general quartermaster office to unload the goods. There were nearly 2,200 cubic meters of fruits. The quartermaster office was surprised and happy. They were happy because there were so many fruits. They were surprised that there were no boxes. The entire quartermaster office was busy, and even urgently mobilized several regiments of troops nearby to serve as labor. While counting, they packed the boxes to keep them fresh. After that, Tang Ranran took Li Zhang and Zhuozhou, and Xie Xingyun was still the driver. Then they teleported and reunited with Xie Yin. Xie Yin's side included Chen Jingjun of the Earth system, and several other Earth systems, rock systems, other superpowers, geological researchers, etc. There were about 50 people in total. There were so many people that they directly used 2 buses. One of the drivers was Xie Xingyun, and the other was an SS Space superpower seconded from the 2nd Military Region. With the supply of Tang Ranran Blue Bottle, the group arrived at Langfeng Valley smoothly and came to the lake. Mining was related, and Tang Ranran didn't understand it. Of course, Xie Yin was responsible for geological surveys and mining plans. When Tang Ranran arrived at the place, he immediately found the reference mark they left last time. And then, he couldn't wait to pull Li Zhang and Zhuozhou. Pointing at the sign, he said, "Li Zhang, take us down together. This location is about 80 meters underground." Yes. Li Zhang used his supernatural power, which was already SSS level. He was already very good at the Earth-based Earth escape technique. Very easily, Li Zhang led Tang Ranran and Zhuozhou into the ground, and soon reached a position 80 meters underground. "Zhuozhou, use your supernatural power to see how many energy stones there are around here, and draw a rough distribution map of the stone mines." After knowing that Zhuozhou was a treasure hunter, Tang Ranran gave him a detailed popular science about spirit stones in the communication. Of course, she didn't say it was spirit stones, but only said that she needed such energy stones. Zhuozhou's supernatural power is not just perspective, but also has some special features. For example, when he looks at Tang Xuanhao, he can see the runes of the formation. And when he looks at the spirit stone, he can not only see through the special stone on the surface of the spirit stone, but also see the huge power contained in the spirit stone. Under the supernatural power, the spirit stone is a light source that flashes with huge energy for him. Yes. In response, Zhuozhou first took out a special 3-dimensional space simulator. That is, a 3-dimensional plotter, from the space buckle, and then used his supernatural power. As his mental power surged, the thick stone layer gradually turned into a virtual color in his eyes, and clusters of spiritual stone energy bodies appeared in his sight. Taking the current position of the 3 people as the center point, Zhuozhou began to mark the distribution of spiritual stones on the plotter. Left, a little below, and forward. While marking, Zhuozhou pointed out the direction to Li Zhang. Zhuozhou's ability obviously consumes a lot of mental power. It may also be because he is still a newbie and has a low control of his ability. He only explored a small area and started drinking blue bottles. In the end, even with the support of Tang Ranran unlimited blue bottles, the exploration operation ended after 4 hours. Li Zhang was still at ease, but Zhuozhou's head was buzzing, and he was close to the critical line of mental disorder. Blue bottles are not infinitely effective. For ordinary mentalists, the first blue bottle can be filled to 100%, but the second time may only be filled to 95%. And so on. The upper limit gradually decreases. This is why ordinary people cannot keep their mental energy from being exhausted even if they have unlimited blue bottles. The first geological survey, although it was a little short, was also a perfect end. According to preliminary inference, this spiritual stone mine is very, very, very large. How big is this? Let's put it this way. Su Delin's spiritual stone mine was dug for almost 3 months, and a total of 120,000 spiritual stones were dug out. According to Zhuozhou, this mine is like a sky full of stars, vast and boundless, with no end in sight. The area surveyed today has about 30,000 to 50,000 spiritual stones, and such a place only accounts for 1/10 at most. The minimum amount of spiritual stones can be 300,000. However, there is one thing that is not so good: the distribution of spiritual stones in this spiritual stone mine. That is, the density is relatively small. In the most densely populated area of Su Delin's mine, dozens of spiritual stones can be dug out per cubic meter, while in this mine, where Zhuozhou found the highest density, there are only a few spiritual stones per cubic meter, and, similarly, most of them are low-grade spiritual stones. Yes, Zhuozhou, the treasure-hunting rat, can not only see the spirit stones, but also judge the quality of the spirit stones according to the strength of the energy group: low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and even top-grade. Just now, when we were underground, after 2 hours of exploration, Zhuozhou said, "Boss, there is a very, very strong energy group," pointed out the direction, and Li Zheng, an earth element, dug down a large piece of rock layer, and then after knocking and splitting the outer layer of the rock, it turned out to be a top-grade spirit stone. You know, 1 middle grade is equal to 10 low grade. 1 high grade is equal to 10 middle grade. By analogy, a top-grade spirit stone is equal to 1,000 low grade. This is how the quantity is converted. But in fact, there is a huge difference between absorbing a top-grade spirit stone and absorbing and refining 100 middle-grade spirit stones. It is definitely that a high-grade spirit stone can better assist cultivation and improve the cultivation of the cultivator. Anyway, after getting a rough idea, Tang Ranran was in a very happy mood, and kept humming in his heart, "Today is a good day." After sharing the survey results with Xie Yin, because the treasure-hunting mouse Zhuozhou ran out of power, and needed to rest and recharge, Tang Ranran also pretended to rest in his RV in the temporary camp, keeping the same schedule as most people. In the next few days, Tang Ranran took the two of them to conduct underground surveys, with Zhuozhou cheating device. Tang Ranran didn't even need to open the blind box to know what was in the box. Unfortunately, there is no collection. The 5-day survey only dug nearly 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. At the end of the survey, the self-taught Zhuozhou drew a 3-dimensional energy stone distribution map. Although it was not professional, it looked good. The entire spirit vein mine, like a real dragon, grew into a snake shape, with a length of about 1,200 meters and a cross-section of 200 square meters. That is to say, a full 240,000 cubic meters of stone must be dug, especially at the edge of the mine. It takes several cubic meters to produce a spiritual stone. Under normal circumstances, this project is really huge. But it doesn't matter. With Zhuozhou cheating device, it can accurately find the location of the spiritual stone. Tang Ranran must keep him here to take charge of the mining work. As early as when she was exploring underground, Tang Ranran had a sudden idea. Although she claims to be versatile, some superpowers are really beyond her cultivation skills. She should develop more brothers with special superpowers. Of course, special powers are just like opening a blind box. You can't draw SR just by wanting to. But if you draw a few more blind boxes, you can always get some unexpected surprises. Well, when she is free, she will pick a few brothers, improve her strength, and strive to produce another treasure-hunting mouse with another function. Of course, this is not urgent. The most important thing at the moment is the spiritual stone mine, relying on his special powers. After completing your map, Tang Ranran shared the relevant data with Xie Yin, and then discussed the mining work. Unconventional mining. A mine cave is constructed below to carry out quarrying work, and then transported to the upper ground, where the ore is mined. Li Zheng, who is an Earth system and storage space system, and an S-level space system, work as transporters. Of course, Zhuo also stayed here to verify the location of the energy stone to prevent deviations during the mining process. And dig to other places. Xie proposed to finish digging this mine first, and then go to the next one. Although Tang Ranran was thinking about Duo's spiritual stones, she also tended to dig a mine first. Anyway, she was paid by volume, not by day. Moreover, Xie would bring a mining force of 20,000 people over. With this scale, the mining speed is absolutely great. After the basic discussion, Tang Ranran had nothing to do with this or site. In the early stage, we have to fill the lake, build the site, and wait for the personnel to enter the site to officially mine the spirit stones, which will take at least another week. Tang Ranran, who was free, let Xie take her back to the first military region. After a security check at the door of the protective shield, Xie took her to the artificial vegetable field of the military region at Tang Ranran request. The melons she had given away before were free of charge and did not count. But she had promised to donate 2 trillion yuan. So she had to work. The director of the quartermaster here was a middle-aged man. He had jumped out to show his presence and tried to curry favor with her when she was planting melons a few days ago. Because he was not a handsome guy. Tang Ranran did not ignore him and politely rejected the friend request of the middle-aged quartermaster. When they arrived at the artificial greenhouse, Tang Ranran first asked Xie to contact the quartermaster. The watermelons and cantaloupes planted before were just for the soldiers to have a snack. A small benefit in the category of snacks. The 2 trillion yuan donated to the military region naturally had to consider practicality. After a few words, a planting list and a value table were set over there. Tang Ranran understood it with just a simple glance. Most of them are pure medicinal materials. 60% are raw materials for red potion. 30% are raw materials for blue potion. And the other 10% are some special medicinal materials. The purification value is almost below 10. And the planting difficulty is not high. Xie actively ran a trip and brought back the relevant seeds or plant seedlings. Tang Ranran started to grow vegetables. And Xie once again became a guard, busy coordinating the picking, counting, and packing. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. 2 trillion. When this small goal is to be exchanged for a low purification value, the unit price is low, and the quantity will go up. What's more, the 2 trillion that Tang Ranran agreed to was calculated according to the purchase price of the military supply department, which was at least 20% lower than the market price outside. 1 ton of purification value 10, which is equivalent to about 800 million. The most expensive purification value 10 also requires 2,500 tons to reach 2 trillion. Time was limited. So Tang Ranran decided to make a quick decision. Because she had already secretly spread the news that Tang Xian could grow vegetables with special energy stones, including star diamond ore. Tang Ranran was unscrupulous in growing vegetables, preparing to catalyze 500 tons a day. Then, she decided to let it go in a high-profile manner. In the end, she only grew 50 tons and had no fresh food boxes. Tang Ranran, really? It was a bummer. With a daily output ranging from 50 to 100 tons. Tang Ranran daily routine is to grow vegetables in the greenhouse. When the food boxes are used up, he goes back to rest. Every other day, Tang Ranran sends Xie to the mining site in Langfeng Valley to take a look around and learn about the progress. Because he is quite free, Tang Ranran considers opening a blind box of supernatural powers. After finding a time after get off work to contact Gu Xiao, the two chatted for a while. And after learning about the latest research progress and the latest news about the magic fruit potion, Tang Ranran asked about the clinical trial quota. Unfortunately, he got one. There is no quota for the 5th and 4th potions. At present, the main research direction of the institute is whether there will be side effects when low-level spiritualists take the realm-breaking agent after continuous promotion, especially after 2 levels or more. So there is only the 2nd potion, which is a clinical trial quota for spiritualists of level C and below. And the competition for this guinea pig quota is fierce, almost reaching the level of 1 in 10,000, which is no less than the civil service examination. Although it is generally recognized that the magic fruit potion has side effects when the purification value exceeds the limit. For most low-level spiritualists, the magic fruit with a purification value of 100 is far away and unattainable. Now that there is a chance to get in touch with it, even if it means death, it is worth it. People, especially men, are crazy about strength. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will rush to it. Currently, 2 clinical trials of the magic fruit spiritual potion combined with the number 2 potion have been conducted. Little White Mouse number 1. Gu Xiu family. Gu family is called Gu Tao, a young man under 30 years old, with an original spiritual power state of E++. After a magic fruit spiritual power enhancer and 1.2 billion pure food, Gu Tao was promoted to D level. And with 80 billion pure food, Gu Tao was promoted to C level. And finally with 1.2 trillion pure food, he reached the state of C++. At this time, a number 2 realm-breaking potion was taken. And finally, Gu Tao successfully promoted to Class B. Mouse number 2, from the Qin family, is called Qin Liang, also a young man under 30 years old. And his original mental power is also E++. He is probably a little better than Gu Tao in talent. He was promoted to Class D with 800 million, Class C with 40 billion, and then to Class C++ with 680 billion. Finally, with the help of number 2 potion, he was promoted to Class B. These 2 people, relative to their own levels, definitely overdosed on high purification value. At present, number 1 Gu Tao is on the 3rd day of clinical trial, and number 2 Qin Liang is on the 5th day of clinical trial. Both of them are not in abnormal state. At the end of the chat, Gu Xiao, dear, donate some high purification value. The realm-breaking agent is all picked up from the bargain, and the cost is not high. But the magic fruit is also frighteningly expensive. Even if the Institute collects the price, it is very high. Not to mention the high purification value consumed. The clinical trials during this period are definitely burning funds. Even though Gu Xiao has spent his own mental energy to grow vegetables, he is still stretched. The Research Institute is short of funds and poor. Gu Xiao has heard that Tang Xian recently donated a lot of pure fruits and vegetables to the troops on Su Xinrong planet. He also has to raise some funds for the Research Institute. Gu Xiao deeply understood the feelings of Yan Qian and Lu Chuanping at this moment. Tang Xian was really a wealthy man who loved to do good and was generous. If he didn't raise funds, the funds would be taken away by others. Faced with Gu Xiao raising funds, Tang Ranran was a little stunned. Zhu Dehai would cry about being poor and miserable every now and then on the communication. Now even Gu Xiao started to cry about being poor? No. Not long ago. You were the number 1 planner in the empire. Is the Research Institute really that poor? Because of the Lingshire mine, Tang Ranran was in a good mood every day. So Gu Xiao cried about being poor. Tang Xian, help me. The laboratory is short of high purification value stocks. There are no materials, and clinical trials cannot be carried out. When you are free, please help plant some. Please. After a few words, Tang Ranran agreed, and said casually, then I will donate 2 trillion. After all, the Research Institute is also her source of information. It is reasonable to pay some intelligence fees. What the Research Institute needs is a purification value of 30 or above. And there is no limit on the variety. Tang Ranran doesn't need to grow vegetables at all. Just spend a little money and get them directly from the farm. Gu Xiao didn't expect it to be so smooth. Surprise! Because he is a great doctor and can grow vegetables. Gu Xiao always thinks that his wealth creation ability is quite powerful. But now? Hey! The little witch meets the big witch. Tang Xian is really awesome. After the communication, another 2 trillion task was pressed. Tang Ranran simply used Tang Xi's account to get fruits on the farm. Just get 56 white jade mysterious fruits. 1 unit is worth 5 billion. 2 trillion is 400 units. Which means 40 kilograms are enough. You know, a white jade fruit tree on the farm can bear at least 300 gene of fruit. Or 150 kilograms. Tang Ranran simply picked 10 trees. And after the fruit was picked and packed by the picking robot, there was no waste. All the spiritual fruit trees were transplanted from the farm and planted in her own big garden. After planting the trees, Tang Ranran was a little worried, since she always moved the trees out after picking the fruit without wasting it. And because the farm produced all towering ancient trees, it occupied a large area. Her garden, which was so big, seemed a little crowded. What to do? Of course, find another place. Tang Ranran called Kong Chen with the Tang Xian number and arranged a task to build a planetary military planting area. T2 area. Then, Tang Ranran began to select. There were quite a lot of magical fruits. And the number 4 potion was still there. S level. 1 superpower appeared in 100 miles. But if it was SS level, 9 out of 10 could stimulate superpowers. So, 2 chances to open a blind box. As for her S level younger brother, there is also Liang Chongquan, ordinary S level. Chu Hao, water type S level. Yan Shouliang, ordinary S level. Yu Yu, ordinary S level. Li Weixue, ordinary S level. Chu Hao is already a superpower, and the probability of activating dual system superpowers is low, so he is directly pass. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran decided to give Liang Chongquan a place. Although his ability is not very good, this guy is an old minister after all. Then, if she had to choose from the other 3, Tang Ranran would choose Li Weixue. In terms of appearance, these 3 people are ordinary, but the other 2 are married people, and Tang Ranran prefers to promote single guys. After selecting the people, Tang Ranran directly pulled a call group and pulled the 2 people in. According to the process, the soul death contract was explained, and the efficacy and uncertain factors of the potion combination were explained. And then the 2 people made their own choices. Li Weixue had already asked the colleagues who were promoted. Now it was finally his turn. He didn't even think about it. Boss, I am willing to follow you to death. Please give me this opportunity. Liang Chongquan hesitated and said hesitantly, Boss, please wait a moment. I will discuss it with my wife. Then, vague male and female voices came from his side. After a while, it seemed that a quarrel broke out, and a child's cry was added to the duet of men and women. About dozens of minutes later, Liang Chongquan returned again and stammered. The gist of the conversation was, considering that his son was too young, if he, the pillar of the family, had an accident, his family would collapse. So he didn't want to take risks, and took a conservative route to maintain the status quo. Tang Ranran heard that on the one hand. He was worried that the clinical trial was unsafe. And on the other hand, he was worried that she would be buried with him after her death. Clinically, there may indeed be some unknown risks. But being buried with him? No. He is an S-level weakling. How could he have the illusion that a 4S boss like me would die before him? So, she doesn't like married people. Married people have to consider their families. The next day, after planting vegetables for half a day and adjusting the time difference, Tang Ranran finished work when it was almost the morning working time in Supingrui D4 area, and then called the driver Xie Xingyun to take her back to Supingrui Star. The 2 went directly to D4 area where the research institute was located, and then Xie Xingyun returned to Su Xinrong by himself. He also had to pick up Li Zhang and Zhuizhou. The 2 people had to have a physical examination at Guxiu Place today. Tang Ranran went to the starship of the research institute first, and then met Li Weixue and Yu Yu, who had been waiting there on the deck cabin facing the starship. Liang Chongquan did not change it to a death contract because of his concerns. If he was a super handsome single handsome guy, Tang Ranran might be flexible. But who made him a married and not handsome old man? So she naturally would not throw trillions of resources at him in vain. 1 quota. And 2 options. Among Yan Shouliang and Yu Yu, 2 ordinary S-level, Tang Ranran chose to use the immortal theology. Then after a round of divination, the result was not bad, and it should be possible to successfully activate the superpower. But it is not clear whether the superpower is practical. Since theology cannot be selected, then we can only point out whoever is chosen. Well, Yu Yu was chosen. Although Yu Yu is also married, he immediately agreed to the opportunity, because of the example of Liang Chongquan. Tang Ranran asked casually, What if there is an accident? What will happen to your wife and children? Yu Yu was very open-minded and thought clearly. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by heaven. And high returns are often accompanied by high risks. If I die in an accident, the inheritance I leave behind is enough for them, and their children to be rich and prosperous for a lifetime. And if I successfully become a superpower, it will be a qualitative leap. My future children will have better qualifications. Talent is definitely the best gift that parents can give to their children. This call made Tang Ranran very satisfied. This kid is conscious and can be trained in the future. In this way, Li Weixue and Yu Yu, the 3 of them met on the deck of the Research Institute starship, and Tang Ranran changed the contract for them. Because the 2 people agreed subjectively, Tang Ranran switched the contract very smoothly. Very good. There are 2 more loyal party members. The death contract was finalized. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Xie Xingyun showed up on the deck with Li Zhang on his left hand and Zhuozhou on his right hand. Tang Ranran sent a message to Gu Xiu saying we're here. And then the 6 of them entered the starship together. After walking for half an hour, the 6 of them arrived at the specific clinical trial laboratory. Gu Xiao, Zhu Dehai and several other researchers were already waiting in the clinical laboratory. Li Zhang and Zhuozhou were just doing routine physical examinations. After Gu Xiu used his supernatural powers to make a preliminary examination to confirm that there were no problems with the two, a researcher took them to the inspection instrument area. Li Weixue and Yu were doing clinical trials. The miracle fruit potion, number 4 potion, and the high purification value, white jade fruit, required for promotion were all paid for by Tang Ranran himself. For the research institute, it was just 2 more clinical research materials for nothing. First of all, the routine is to conduct various examinations to confirm that Li Weixue and Yu are both physically and mentally normal. And then the experiment begins. After the miracle fruit potion, it is the high purification value. It may be because of his young age or good qualifications. With less than 1 trillion, Li Weixue's mental state has reached S++. Gu Xiu objective suggestion. With his current dosage, there is a high probability that he can be promoted without relying on number 4 potion. So far, there have been no cases of side effects at the initial level of S level with a dosage of less than 3 trillion. Tang Ranran couldn't make up his mind. So he simply gave the choice to Li Weixue himself. You choose. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Weixue gritted his teeth. Boss, I want to try. Continue. And then at the high purification value of 2 trillion, Li Weixue is successfully promoted to SS level. At 3 trillion, it was still SS state, and the plus state did not appear. Gu Xiao, based on the existing data, at least 15 trillion is needed for him to reach the SS plus state. Let's stop here. This time, Tang Ranran did not give Li Weixue a choice, but directly called a halt. Another 15 trillion would definitely be excessive. I currently only have about 10 trillion high purification value in my hand. Tang Ranran found an excuse, which blocked Gu Xiao's mouth at once. And the words he wanted to persuade him to say were swallowed directly. No money. A hard injury. Li Weixue was very promising to save her a number 4 potion. While Yu, this guy, was a bit disappointing. After eating 3 trillion pears, it was still an S+ state. Tang Ranran, who made the excuse of only 10 trillion, was a little confused. It shouldn't be. The hexagram showed that it was quite good. Did she make a mistake in divination? Yu, who believed Tang Ranran I only have 10 trillion, was anxious and nervous, fearing that he would not be able to get promoted. Fortunately, after another 3 trillion, Zhuozhou finally appeared. Then a number 4 potion, followed by waiting for the effect. Tang Ranran estimated that there was a high probability that he could be promoted. Li Zhang and Zhuozhou had already completed the physical examination and were sent back to the Lingshire mining area of Langfeng Valley by Xie Xingyun. The rest of the waiting for the results did not require Tang Ranran to watch over her, so she simply decided to go back to Su Xinrong first. She called for 10 trillion and spent 9 trillion. Tang Ranran donated the remaining 1 trillion white jade fruit to the research institute without blinking an eye, and said, I will plant the rest when I have time. Gu Xiu, thank you very much. Tang Ranran, I have something else to do at Su Xinrong, so I go back first. I trouble you to take care of my 2 subordinates. Gu Xiu, no problem. I send you a message as soon as the results come out. Tang Ranran, yes. Xie Xingyun was still the driver. Tang Ranran returned to Su Xinrong military area. Here, it was already dark. Tang Ranran went back to her room and pretended to sleep. There was also a number 4 potion, and her direct younger brothers were Chu Hao and Yin Shouliang. Everyone must have one of the miracle fruit spiritual power enhancement potion. But this number 4 potion, a younger brother like Li Weixue, is definitely rare. So to be on the safe side, we still have to find a way to get one from the research institute. Just in case. Gu Xiu only said that there are no quotas. Not that there are no potions. As long as the donations are in place, there will definitely be number 4 potion. Of course, a wave of 10 trillion was issued today, so we should keep a low profile for 10 days and a half months. Tang Ranran thought a lot. After growing military medicinal herbs in the greenhouse for 3 days, Xie Xingyun brought her good news that day. Everything in the mining area is in place. And there will be a groundbreaking ceremony tomorrow. And then we can start mining. Tang Ranran, there must be applause here. Early in the morning of the next day, Tang Ranran asked Xie Xingyun to take her to the ore area. The groundbreaking ceremony was mainly a speech by the leader. After Xie Yin spoke briefly, Tang Ranran came on stage and gave a leader-style chicken soup, saying, "Work hard. I Tang Xian will never treat you unfairly." Because of Tang Xian's well-known generosity, the atmosphere on the scene was full of enthusiasm, and a group of mining soldiers were eager to work immediately. After the groundbreaking ceremony of about an hour, the site began to work in an orderly manner. Tang Ranran chose to stay at the mining site. In the underground exploration some time ago, Zhuozhou did not find anything except the top-grade spiritual stones. But Tang Ranran still had a little luck in his heart. Maybe his ability can't be discovered? Maybe a rare SSR is opened? She has to stay in the mining area to supervise online. On the first day, Tang Ranran watched the whole process of underground mining in the mine below. But unfortunately, there was no surprise. And there was no blind box rare item. Semi-mechanized mining uses more machinery, most of which require mental control. And mining soldiers cannot work continuously. In addition, at night, there will be strange beasts in the Wolf Peak Valley. If there is a large-scale strange beast, it will be unsafe underground. So the underground operation time is limited to 8 hours during the day. And the gravel work on the ground is also 8 hours. Patrols should be strengthened at night to ensure safe work. After work, Tang Ranran chose to go back to the city, and Xie Xingyun sent her back to the barracks, and then went to the greenhouse to plant military vegetables for more than 2 hours. While planting vegetables, Tang Ranran checked the news. Gu Xia left her a lot of messages. First, Kong Chen, Li Zheng, Zhuozhou, Shen Shen. According to the physical examination of these 4 people, they are currently normal and have no problems. Then Li Weixue and Yu Yu. As expected, both of them awakened their superpowers one after another. Yu Yu's is a relatively rare healing system, while Li Weixue's is a special system. After preliminary research, Gu Xia said that it should be an examination type. Memory exploration. It is a bit similar to Fu Jingyuan's scene review. Li Weixue can view other people's memories and play what the person saw and heard in a certain period of time in a 3D image mode. At present, SS level Li Weixue is still a rookie superpower user. That is, he used superpowers on 2 E-level criminals. The details are still to be studied. It is a very practical superpower for interrogating prisoners. But Tang Ranran estimated that there must be level suppression. Blind box. 2 special models were released. But it's a pity that they are not treasure-hunting mice. Alas. After replying to a message, Tang Ranran also replied to other intelligent brain messages, like reviewing memorials. After planting the military vegetables, she went back to her room to sleep. For the next period of time, Tang Ranran went out early and came back late every day, going back and forth. In the morning, she went out to the Wolf Peak Valley mining area and came back to plant vegetables in the evening. With Xie Xingyun as her exclusive driver, it was very convenient to go back and forth. Tang Ranran was in a continuous good mood, because there were 20,000 people, and the efficiency was fast. The daily output of spiritual stones was more than 5,000 pieces, and it was increasing day by day. In the future, when we dig into the spiritual stone dense area, the daily output will only be greater. A steady stream of spiritual stones. It was just like a dream. Supervising, planting vegetables, Tang Ranran counted the spiritual stones until her hands cramped. 2 weeks passed happily like this, while Li Zheng and Zhuozhou were going back to the institute for a physical examination. Tang Ranran asked Li Zheng to bring the funding she promised to the institute, which was worth 1 trillion white jade fruit, and 100 cubic meters of various low purification value fruit and vegetable seeds. The seeds were brought to Xie Xia. Xie Xia planting project is no longer limited to Su Pingrui's star, but he has his own planting star. At the beginning, Xie Xia acquired Xinliang and obtained the right to use Su Qi Huang's star. I don't know how he negotiated with the government, but he has now taken over Su Qi Huang's star. From renting, he has become the owner of the planet with permanent ownership. Relatively speaking, the environment of Su Qi Huang's star is much better than Su Pingrui, so he vigorously develops the planting industry there. The demand for seeds is huge, because there is a patent fee. It's just to brush some seeds. Tang Ranran used the time when he pretended to sleep to brush a lot. After taking the seeds back, Xie immediately sent a thank you. When Li Zheng came back, he brought back the star diamond raw stone as payment. The seeds with low purification value are not worth much. Tang Ranran didn't look down on this little star diamond raw stone at all, and put it into the farm and recharged it into VB. Tang Ranran continued to open the blind box to earn spirit stones. At the end of October, Xie said a good news that he had successfully ascended to the throne and inherited the throne. The Xie clan elders pressed on step by step, and Xie finally couldn't stand the pressure and advocated. Then, the 51% of the shares that were passed down from generation to generation were transferred to Xie name under the supervision of the clan elders. He is now the largest chairman and the highest decision maker of Hengxin Group, holding 51% of the shares. Oh! The word agent should be added in front. He has not yet officially ascended the throne, so he can only be said to be a regent prince. This year is the 2318th year of the empire. If the profit in the group's annual financial summary report in 2319 is higher than the annual summary in 2317, then the word agent can be removed, and he can officially inherit the throne and ascend the throne. If not, then get out. The Xie clan elders have the strength to kick Xie off the stage. It is already the end of October 2318, and Xie only feels that time is running out. After all, in 2317, the total revenue of the entire Hengxin Group was 2,600 trillion, and the net profit was 720 trillion. So after announcing the good news, Xie, please plant some vegetables. Tang Ranran, planting vegetables every day. Planting vegetables every day. Doesn't she need to rest? Well, she really doesn't need to rest. Tang Ranran can be active for more than 40 hours a day with 2 accounts. In the following days, Tang Ranran, who is Tang Xian, still goes from one place to another every day, either opening blind boxes in the underground mines of the Wolf Peak Valley mining area or planting vegetables in the greenhouse of the military camp. Time suddenly came to mid-November. And then on this day, Yin Qian sent a good news. Yin Qian sent a voice message with a few pictures of spiritual stones. I found a mine here, and some ores have been found. It has been confirmed by a special ability person that it is a special energy stone, which is very similar to the energy stone you need. I will bring it to you when I am free tomorrow. Tang Ranran, oh my god. Another spiritual stone mine. Tang Ranran was so happy that she replied immediately. Okay. After a few more words. After ending the call, Tang Ranran was looking forward to tomorrow. There are still more than half of the spiritual stone mines in Langfeng Valley. And there is news about another spiritual stone mine. She was excited, but it was actually within Tang Ranran expectations. If she didn't tell him about Xie Yin kickbacks, no one would know. But Tang Ranran gave the military district 200 million per block, which was open to the public. After noticing the movement here, interested people found out after checking. 200 million per piece. This value is so high that it's scary. You know, the original value of 1 gram of raw star diamond is only about 800,000. And a piece of energy stone is only about 100 grams at most. Even if it is calculated based on the raw star diamond, it is only 80 million. And she gave 200 million. Recently, Tang Ranran's smart brain has been filled with communication friends asking for relevant information. In response, Tang Ranran always replied, yes, I am collecting special energy stones. 200 million per piece. As many as you want. The charm of money is unstoppable. Everyone is helping her find spirit stones. After receiving the good news from Yin Qian, Tang Ranran continued to grow vegetables in the greenhouse. After growing more than 10 tons, he said to Xie Xingyun, I have something to do. Can you take me back to Suping Ruixing? Yes, Chief. Xie Xingyun seemed to be Tang Ranran exclusive driver, the kind who was on call for 18 hours. After traveling through the universe, the two returned to Tang Xian F1 area. A box of 10 units of red jade fruit. Tang Ranran sent Xie Xingyun back, and told him to go to the mining area every day to give her the latest news. After the people left, the ironclad Tang Ranran stepped on his flying sword and crossed the sky at the speed of a meteor. In a few minutes, he arrived at the newly opened T2 planting area. The T2 protective cover, like T1, has the function of protecting the pure plant breath. That is, it can block the spiritual energy. At present, the T2 area has completed the radiation elimination and terrain rectification of the entire area. But there are only a few pure plants in the entire area. Except for special gas-soluble plants. Only the usable fruit parts that have reached a purification value of more than 30 will emit a strong smell. Purification value of 30 plus is a bit difficult for SS level Wu Ping'an. And he is the only wood-type person on the planet besides Tang Ranran. So he is inevitably busy. So this T2 area is still empty at present, with almost no plants. And as for spiritual energy, there is even less. After a sweep of his spiritual sense to confirm that there is no one, Tang Ranran took advantage of the dark and windy night to throw fairy grass, while throwing fairy grass everywhere, and planting a spiritual fruit tree here and there. Of course, pick the fruit. If you can survive, live. If you can't survive, just treat it as nutrients to nourish the spiritual energy. After working for 5 or 6 hours, Tang Ranran finished work and stepped on the small flying sword again, and went to the fruit forest in the D5 area in a hurry. Tang Ranran stepped on the flying sword and flew over the fruit forest, and the fruit trees below bloomed and bore fruit. And in the blink of an eye, they were full of fruits. Yanqian is coming, so she has to prepare a batch of fruits and vegetables at the last minute. After planting in D5 area, Tang Ranran ran to the next door D4 area. Her green ball can grow vegetables by herself, but the big golden armor bug can't, and it eats a lot every day. Wu Ping'an, who took over the task of feeding the big golden armor, complained bitterly and even secretly suggested, "Boss, kill this bug that only eats and doesn't work. Can you kill your own pet?" Of course not. After returning, Tang Ranran went to the vegetable field in D4 area to grow food for the big golden armor. She was so busy every day. She was on Su Fengmao's Tang Shi and hadn't left the farm to hunt for treasure for several days. She was busy planting vegetables, and time passed unknowingly. And then Yanqian message came. "Yanqian, are you there?" Reply. "Tang Xian, are you there?" The communication came. "Yanqian, I come over now. Is it convenient?" It was early morning over there, and the temperature was probably a bit low. In the video, Yanqian was wearing a long black windbreaker with a navy blue shirt underneath. The neatly made uniform made him look particularly majestic and solemn, and the kingly aura of a high-ranking official was clearly revealed, making him look particularly charming. Tang Ranran was stunned for a second, then came to her senses and nodded repeatedly. "It's convenient. It's convenient. I'm in Supingrui. I send you the exact address." Although she was stunned for a second by Yanqian hormones everywhere, Tang Ranran immediately sobered up after turning off the video, not in a hurry to send the address. Tang Ranran first checked it to make sure there was no problem and there was nothing missing in the space button. And then she sent the current address to Yanqian. As soon as the address was sent, Yanqian arrived in a few seconds. When he arrived at the scene, Yanqian's first action was to take off his coat and windbreaker, and then began to roll up his sleeves. The military shirt inside might be a tight-fitting one, or it might be too small. As he moved, the military shirt became a little tight, sticking to his skin, and the lines of his muscles were particularly obvious. "Suit thug." These 4 words inexplicably emerged in his mind, and Tang Ranran secretly swallowed his saliva. Did this guy deliberately seduce her? I want to touch her, but hold back. Once she touches him, Yanqian will definitely scam her, with a firm will and not to be tempted by male beauty. Tang Ranran silently recited the heart purification mantra in her heart and asked seriously, "Did you find the energy stone? Show it to me." Sharply capturing Tang Ranran's abnormality and concluding that he had succeeded in seducing her, Yanqian was overjoyed. On the surface, he solemnly took out an iron box from the space buckle, opened it, and then handed it to Tang Ranran. "Take a look. Is this it?" Tang Ranran reached out and touched the box, and she was sure that the dozens of pieces in the box, although they were of low quality, were almost all of them. "Yes." Tang Ranran was overjoyed with his eyes shining, and asked quickly, "Where did you find it?" "It's on Lutienda Star in the 16th star system." Yanqian had been secretly looking for spirit stone mines before. Because of Xie Yin interference, the news that Tang Xian bought special energy stones for 200 million per piece was all over the place. Yanqian didn't hide it anymore and started looking for it in a big way. The effect of searching in private without making a sound is definitely different from searching everywhere openly. Now he found a clue and then found a mine. After finding out the approximate location of the energy stone mine through on-site investigation, Yin Qian came to take credit. Lu Tian the star? Tang Ranran's pleasant surprise was met with a little chill. And she frowned slightly. The location is a bit far. Is it inconvenient? Yin Qian originally wanted to take Tang Ranran to the 16th star system. But seeing her expression, he knew it was unlikely. Well, it's really not convenient. If we go there, I won't be able to use any puppets here. I'm worried. Su Pingrui's star is Tang Ranran's home nest. If it's not necessary, she is not going to leave the 3rd star system. Yin Qian was discouraged. But he knew it was difficult to change Tang Ranran's mind. So he could only say, leave the mining to me. The military will do the mining. And you can exchange pure fruits and vegetables for energy stones. How about that? I will try my best to get you the best discount on the price. Sure. Tang Ranran was happy again. As long as she paid, it would be much easier. Don't worry about the price. I will talk to the person in charge of the planet over there. I will offer 200 million per piece. This price is fine. Will you suffer a loss at this price? Of course not. Tang Ranran denied it. I'm not stupid. Why would I do a business that's losing money? Okay. By the way, is there any progress in the research of energy stones? Not yet. It's still the same. Only people with special energy can sense the energy in it. But no one else can use this energy except you. Oh. That is to say, no one is competing with her for spiritual stones at this stage. Tang Ranran secretly rejoiced. And then said, when mining, I sent someone to the scene. Okay. She couldn't go. But she had to send Zhuozhou over. What if she found the treasures without the treasure hunting rat? Of course. No problem. Yin Qian is here. So we can't let him go back empty-handed. Especially since he brought great news, like the Lingshire mine. So, go dig for sugar powder. Relying on the Lingshire mine, Xie Yin got so much sugar powder. So Yin Qian can't be short of it. We must dig some sugar powder. After digging 10 units of sugar powder for Yin Qian, Tang Ranran took him to load fruits and vegetables. This time, Tang Ranran loaded 110 space buckles, 10 of which were for Yin Qian and other friends. And he could divide them up as he wanted. The other 150 for the military region where Yin Qian was, and the other 50 for the military to which Lu Tiandexing belonged. It was a meeting gift from her. Tang Xian. Money makes things easier. After playing in Su Pingrui for 2 days, he was either picking fruits and vegetables, or eating delicious food. The 2-day vacation passed in a flash. After secretly figuring it out, Yin Qian thought that Tang Ranran and Xie Yin were really fine. So he went back with a sigh of relief. Yin Qian had just left. And within 2 hours, Xie Xingyun sent her a message. Xie Xingyun? Chief, I just came back from the mine area in Langfeng Valley. Brother Zhuozhou said he found something. But he couldn't see anything. Do you want to come and see it? Hearing this message, Tang Ranran's eyes lit up immediately. The blind box finally produced a rare item. However, this excitement only lasted for 2 seconds. And it was a bucket of cold water. Xie Xingyun sent a few pictures. It was a few colorful crystal-like stones. Spirit stone. That is similar to jade. And this? If nothing unexpected happens, it is 5-element spirit jade. Rare items, but not useful things. Tang Ranran was discouraged. It turned out to be 5-element spirit jade. This thing has some spiritual power. If it is absorbed directly, it is worse than the upper-grade spirit stone, but better than the middle-grade spirit stone. Of course, most cultivators will not use it directly. It is mainly used for alchemy, refining a special elixir, the 5 elements life pill. In Tang Ranran immortal cultivation world, it is said that only those with spiritual roots can cultivate, while 99.99% of people in the secular world do not have spiritual roots. Sometimes, cultivators will give birth to such an unlucky child without spiritual roots. Of course, the probability of this is extremely small. What should children do if they do not have spiritual roots? They can only be planted artificially. Then, various spiritual root-generating pills were studied. And the 5-elements spiritual pill was one of them. Of course, for ordinary cultivators, such spiritual root-generating pills are not useful at all. The more and more diverse the spiritual roots are, the more difficult it is to improve the strength, which means the more rubbish it is. After all, others only learn Chinese. But you not only learn Chinese, mathematics, and English, but also physics, chemistry, and even politics, history, and geography. Can the learning speed be the same? Therefore, although the 5-element spirit jade is rare, it is not valuable. Oh, it is not valuable in the immortal cultivation world. But here, it should be useful. Do you have the things? Send it to me, if it is convenient. Tang Ranran replied to a voice message. Okay, Chief. I be there right away. Xie Xingyun. I almost forgot. The address? Tang Ranran quickly sent the current address. She is now in D5 area. In about 2 minutes, Xie Xingyun arrived, with a friendship blue bottle given by Tang Ranran. Xie Xingyun, who is running around in the universe every now and then, has become more and more skilled in space shuttle. Practice makes perfect. This saying applies everywhere. Chief Tang, I brought you something. As soon as he arrived, Xie Xingyun smiled and handed over a large-capacity fresh-keeping food box. Brothers Wisho said he didn't know what this thing is. Do you know it? Tang Ranran took it, opened the lid, touched it, and it was confirmed that it was the 5-element spirit jade. A special energy stone. What's the use? Tang Ranran lied. It should be useful. I need to study it in detail. She can refine the 5 elements life pill. But she doesn't know if the auxiliary spiritual plants are complete. If not, she will have to work hard to find a substitute. Tang Ranran asked casually. Is there nothing going on in the mining area recently? Nothing. After thinking for a while, Xie Xingyun added, there was a wave of earth and rock wolves attacking 3 nights ago. But it was not a big problem. No one died. Only a few were injured. And they have been sent back to the military area for treatment. Well, I will take you to pack some fruits and vegetables later. You can take them over and visit the wounded on my behalf. And add a meal to the big guys who are mining. Thank you, Chief. Xie Xingyun chuckled, and then reacted belatedly. Captain, are you not going back? Well, I will stay on the planet for a few days to study this energy stone and grow some vegetables. When you go back, tell Zhuo to try to explore the underground mining area again during this period. If you find anything special in the underground mining area, collect it and store it properly. I will give him another task in a while. Yes. Take Xie Xingyun to the warehouse and take out 10 fruits and vegetables from the space. Before sending him away, Tang Ranran asked him to take her back to his hometown, F1 district. After Xie Xingyun left, Tang Ranran threw the 5-element spirit jade into the farm, switched to the Tangxi in the farm, and began to look through her unlocked spiritual plants, plus the spiritual plants she won in the lottery. That is, all the spiritual plants she had on hand. Most of the auxiliary materials for the 5-element spirit pill were either ready-made or could be replaced. But one ingredient was missing. After searching for a long time in her own private library, Tang Ranran switched to the Empire Pure Medicinal Materials Library. After all, she was a genuine pharmacist, so she had some skills. So after searching for 3 hours, Tang Ranran found 2 replacements. From a functional point of view, both were okay, but the specifics still needed to be studied. Tang Ranran called Gu Xiao, and after asking, she learned that the 2 pure medicinal materials had ready-made seeds on the starship of the Research Institute. Okay, it's done. In less than 10 minutes, the driver of the Research Institute delivered the goods to her. After receiving the seeds, Tang Ranran began to study. First, plant vegetables. 2 local products. One is the yellow-green seed of 43, and the other is the white bitter fruit of 52, both of which are herbs. The yellow-green seed is a bit like soybeans, while the white bitter fruit is a bit like lily. One is 43, and the other is 52. For Tang Ranran, planting is very easy. After planting, take the fruit and study it. After mixing with other auxiliary spiritual plants, Tang Ranran judged that the fusion effect of white bitter fruit is better. Then it's your turn. Take out the 5 elements of spiritual jade and divide it. Tang Ranran cut a portion. Open the furnace and make the elixir. First, melt the 5 elements of spiritual jade. Refine the 5 elements of power. And then add auxiliary spiritual plants and continue to refine. After 3 hours, the elixir is ready. The successful elixir is not of good quality. It is a medium quality one. You know, there are differences between spiritual roots. Artificially planted spiritual roots are definitely not as good as natural spiritual roots. And the lower the quality of the spiritual root pills, not only the lower the success rate, but also the worse the quality of the spiritual roots. In the Empire, The same type of superpowers have very different superpower combat capabilities. And Tang Ranran guessed that this was the case. Well, I thought too much. It's better to have superpowers than not. Immersive alchemy. Tang Ranran, the hard-working emperor, refined the entire 5-element spirit jade in one go, and produced a total of 6 5-elements life-giving pills. 2 mid-grade, 3 high-grade, and 1 top-grade pill. Well, she is indeed worthy of her level. Good, very good. Okay, the pills are ready, and it's time to test them. The 5-elements life-giving pill, as the name suggests, can only allow the user to produce one of the 5 most basic 5-element spiritual roots of gold: wood, water, fire, and earth. As for the success rate, she remembers that it seems to be around 30% to 50%. Anyway, it's quite high. As for people with spiritual roots after taking it, I don't know. Anyway, she has never heard of such a guy who makes trouble for himself. And here, among the S-level spiritualists, only 1% are supernatural. But if you say that the 99% of ordinary spiritualists have no spiritual roots, it's not right. Among SS-level psychics, 90% have superpowers. This is puzzling. After thinking for a while, Tang Ranran gave up decisively and told herself again that she couldn't use the knowledge of cultivators to figure out the subject of psychic power. Anyway, it's right to find someone to experiment with. Practice to test the truth. Only S-level psychics can have superpowers. This is absolutely reasonable. There are only 2 S-level brothers without superpowers: Liang Chongquan and Yin Shouliang. Tang Ranran thought about it seriously. There are a total of 6 pills, and she wants to keep the top-grade one for herself in case of emergency. After all, the 5-element spirit jade is a rare item, and it is unknown when it will be encountered. That is 5 places. Liang Chongquan is the only one. As for Yin Shouliang, she wants to open a blind box. After all, she still has a number 4 potion in her hand. She is worried that after artificially stimulating superpowers, after being promoted to SS level, the probability of stimulating superpowers will be low, and the blind box will be gone. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran called Kong Chen. I remember that you have a subordinate. What's his name? Anyway, he is S-level. I have 4 S-level subordinates now. Kong Chen said. Which one do you want? The higher the strength, the easier it is to convince and follow. Therefore, Kong Chen, who is currently SSS level, has developed 4 S-level subordinates, including former comrades in arms and mercenaries, who came here to join Tang Xian, but had no way to do so, and could only settle for the next best thing. Tang Ranran was surprised that Kong Chen had developed 4 S-level followers. Surprised? Tang Ranran asked. Are they all ordinary psychics? Originally, the 4 were ordinary psychics without any superpowers. One of them took the marrow cleansing potion and stimulated the water-type superpower. But it was just an ordinary water-type, with little attack power. Kong Chen said. Oh, I have developed a new potion here, which has a chance to stimulate superpowers for S-level people. But you also know that newly developed ones may have side effects. Ask them if they want to take it. New potion. Stimulate superpowers. Then, Kong Chen was immediately excited. If you are sure there are no side effects. Stop. 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 Don't think too much. The materials are special. I only have 5 potions in total. Don't think about it. Tang Ranran interrupted directly. Ah? Can't you plan it? Kong Chen was a little unwilling to give up. No. The main raw material is not plants, but the energy extracted from special energy stones, which are very rare. Okay. I send you the picture. If you are interested, you can find it yourself. Tang Ranran simply sent the picture of the 5-element spirit jade. Oh! Kong Chen was disappointed. And then he quickly became energetic. Then let me ask. I am now SSS level. Theoretically, I can have 3 series of superpowers. But I am still a double series now. If I use it, can I activate superpowers? Theoretically, it should be possible. But in fact, I don't know. Tang Ranran told the truth. She didn't even know that having spiritual roots was not equal to activating superpowers. First of all, my medicine is just the product of my theoretical research, and it may not be successful yet. Tell them not to have too much hope. I know. Can I try it? Kong Chen has already mastered his fire system. And as for camouflage and deformation, Let's not talk about it. He wants to stimulate space ability now. SSS level large space system. His current dream. No. It's in the clinical stage. What are you thinking? What if there are side effects? Although Tang Ranran estimated that it would fail at most and there would be no side effects. She had to talk about the seriousness. Okay then, Kong Chen said with a little disappointment. And then asked, when? To your F1 area? To D4 area? To Gu Xiao? I will tell him. Also, ask Liang Chongquan. If he is willing, let him come too. And Liang Chongquan will be under your control in the future. Ah? Kong Chen was surprised. I just feel that he is a person who is always looking ahead and behind. He can't achieve anything great without the spirit of struggle. Although Tang Ranran is a person who lives in compromise. Her younger brother cannot be a person who lives in compromise. It's just a clinical trial and a death contract. If she is so timid and worried about this and that. If the planet is in danger, won't she run faster than her? What's the point of coming here? So in Tang Ranran place, Liang Chongquan has been left out. However, although he won't get the big fish and meat, he still gets the basic treatment of drinking soup. In Tang Ranran eyes, the 5 elements life pill is just a worthless thing like soup. Okay. I know. Although he didn't know what happened to Liang Chongquan, Kong Chen knew in his heart that he was being relegated to the position of marginal people. That's it. You contact me and notify me when you arrive. Okay. After ending the call, Tang Ranran called Gu Xiao. A simple sentence. I have developed a drug that stimulates superpowers. Gu Xiao was immediately interested. After making an agreement with Gu Xiao, Tang Ranran called the driver. Space driver is so fast and convenient. 10 minutes later, she arrived at the laboratory. Because there was no driver, Kong Chen and his group left early. Tang Ranran discussed with Gu Xiao, Zhu Dehai and other pharmacists. There was a little bit of scraps left, which was not enough to refine a pill, plus a few auxiliary materials, including spiritual plants, and a finished medicine, pill dissolving water. Tang Ranran showed them one by one. After 2 hours of discussion on the theoretical level, Kong Chen and his group arrived at the deck cabin of the starship. Gu Xiao gave a go, and the 5 people soon arrived at the laboratory where Tang Ranran was. There was one Kong Chen, one Liang Chongquan, and 3 unfamiliar faces. Tang Ranran took a glance and found that these 3 were not handsome, just ordinary faces, and one was even ugly. Against the background of the 4 passers-by, Kong Chen, the leader, looked even more handsome. Tang Ranran was even satisfied. He was worthy of being her chief confidant. I guess you already know that I asked you to come here this time because I developed a new medicine. Tang Ranran briefly introduced the medicine. After the introduction, Tang Ranran tilted his head to look at Gu Xiao and was about to let him start. After entering, Liang Chongquan, who had been looking very hesitant, couldn't help but interrupt. Boss, will there be any side effects? Tang Ranran was slightly displeased and said in a faint voice, not sure. Any surgery has risks. And any medicine also has risks. If you don't want to take risks, you can withdraw. Gu Xiao said again in a rigid manner. His voice was extremely cold. Let's check first. Kong Chen 3 ordinary-looking subordinates all followed the researcher area for the inspection with eager anticipation. Liang Chongquan seemed very hesitant, but finally gritted his teeth and followed a few steps behind. The 4 mice went to check, and Tang Ranran and Kong Chen whispered. He wasn't like this before. Why does he seem timid now? Ah! Kong Chen sighed faintly and said in a complicated way. I feel that since the birth of the child, Brother Liang has lost his fighting spirit. Then, in the attack of the hailing aliens, you have a personal guard, Fan Ling, whose mental power was wasted. This scared him. And then it was probably related to the pillow talk. And he finally seemed timid. Oh! Then find a suitable time to move him to the retirement position. Anyway, you can do it. Tang Ranran has always been very preferential to those within his wing. I understand. The 5 elements life pill has an immediate effect. All the tests were normal. After taking the pill, the 4 people, including Liang Chongquan, activated their supernatural powers within half an hour. This is the result of Tang Ranran keeping 1 top-grade pill and using 2 mid-grade and 2 top-grade pills. The success rate is really high. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The basic 5 elements. 2 earth, 1 gold and 1 wood. Among them, Liang Chongquan is an earth element, and the other 3 are Kong Chen younger brothers. The earth element is Yi Peng. The wood element is Qi Ren. And the gold element is Wei Shugong. The almost 100% success rate shocked all the researchers. Zhu Dehai took the 4 people to do the examination. Gu Xiao was excited. Tang Xian, this potion is really great. If there are no side effects, it is simply indescribable. You know, there is only one S-level superpower in 100 miles. If all the S-level warriors in my empire can stimulate superpowers, I can't believe how many times our comprehensive combat power can be raised. Don't get excited. This raw material is rare. Tang Ranran poured cold water on him, shattering his unrealistic idea. Even within the major families, the marrow cleansing potion is not popular. Want to popularize the life pill? Ha ha. Unless the main material of the spiritual plant appears. The subsequent physical examination and superpower teaching him nothing to do with Tang Ranran. The research institute took over the follow-up. So after a few simple words, she took Kong Chun and left first. After leaving the starship of the research institute, Tang Ranran went to see her big bug pet, while planting food for the big golden armor, and talking to Kong Chen. I have another set of materials here. Observe them for 3 months. If they have no side effects, and you haven't activated the 3rd system of supernatural powers by then try it. Kong Chen was so touched that he knew he was the most capable subordinate of Mr. Tang. Qi Xingyuan has been left far behind by him. Oh, don't be complacent. And Li Zheng, who is also at the SSS level. That guy is single and handsome, and is a threat. After talking about the elixir, Tang Ranran explained the matter of the spirit stone mine. In the future, someone will definitely find a mine to sell spirit stones. Such trivial matters are of course the responsibility of subordinates. So, leave it to Kong Chen. When necessary, Qi Xingyuan can assist. Relatively speaking, Qi Xingyuan's network of contacts in the army is much larger than Kong Chen. A bunch of other things were arranged. And while talking, Qi Xingyuan came. Boss, I'm so miserable. Look at me. My mental power is still SS level. I was SS level when I came here, and I'm still SS level now. It hurts so much. Qi Xingyuan, who is so shameless, cried miserably as soon as he came. Boss Tang Xian went to the research institute again. So, will there be any new progress? Seeing that Kong Chun and Li Zheng overtook him, their strength was ahead of his. Qi Xingyuan was anxious every day. Recently, he started to suffer from insomnia and hair loss. He was thinking about the research progress of the magic fruit potion, counting on his fingers how many magic fruits were left in the hands of Boss Tang Xian, thinking about the chance of the second magic fruit potion. However, the people in the research institute kept their mouths shut, and he couldn't get any information at all. Okay, stop crying. Tang Ranran rolled her eyes. You blame me for your own failure? No. How dare I? Qi Xingyuan hurriedly smiled flatteringly. I know you are anxious, but there is no experimental data yet. Don't worry. If it is confirmed that the magic fruit potion can be taken twice, Gu Xiao will definitely be the first to try it. I will definitely tell you the first time. Boss, now that everyone is here, Tang Ranran simply assigns him a task. The task is to arrange heavy troops to enter the T2 area. Yes, she is going to plant trees in the T2 area. A few days ago, unable to resist Xiaxia's soft and hard begging, Tang Ranran agreed to a high purification value deal. Well, she decided to sell it for 100 billion. As for being too high profile, it's okay. Anyway, she has so many energy stones. It's legitimate to plant vegetables with energy stones. On the other hand, after she secretly threw fairy grass these days, the entire T2 area has a little bit of, yes, then spiritual energy. So, it is likely that they can be planted alive. Of course, even if they are planted alive, Tang Ranran doesn't expect them to bear fruit. After all, spiritual fruits are not annual. Most of them only grow once every few decades. The ones she unlocked were all basic common spiritual plants with short growth cycles. Which of the rare treasures didn't start from 100 years? I'm getting off topic. After arranging the tasks, they went their separate ways. The 2 younger brothers went to work, while Tang Ranran found a rest stop nearby and went to the leader's VIP lounge to sleep. In fact, She was brushing trees on the farm. After brushing the trees, picking the fruits, pulling them up by the roots, and throwing them directly into the garden of the farmhouse. Well, if they were not planted, they were just thrown there. One night later, Qi Xingyuan had already called up the lightly equipped, with space buckle, mecha troops. On the ground outside the protective shield, there was a circular encirclement. In the air, there were also mecha patrols, flying over the protective shield from time to time. Tang Ranran stepped on a small flying sword and quickly arrived at the T2 area. Then, with the excuse of too many people, it would be bad if the flowers and plants were scared to death, she left all the guards, including Qi Xingyuan, outside and entered alone. With an anti-peeping mental barrier, Tang Ranran continued to brush the spiritual fruit trees in the farm, while moving the trees in the garden out. Digging a pit with magic. It was okay with a bang. Put the tree in. Use the vegetable planting method. And the spiritual fruit tree took root and grew leaves, full of vitality. In order to be on the safe side, after planting the tree, Tang Ranran scattered a handful of flower seeds, and a seeding stimulant formed a large sea of flowers. Gas-soluble flowers release spiritual energy. 1 or 2 flowers can't be felt, but a large sea of flowers has a trace of spiritual energy. Double insurance. So I shouldn't die. After planting one tree, I plant another one. According to the farm specifications, Tang Ranran will plant one tree on an acre of land, and then plant a large sea of flowers around the spiritual fruit tree. Busy. From the sun to the sun, Tang Ranran has created nearly 200 spiritual fruit trees and beautiful flower seed packages. The fruit on the spiritual fruit tree can be worth 5 trillion to 10 trillion, according to the purification value. After counting the value with his fingers, Tang Ranran called it a day. After leaving the protective cover, Tang Ranran did not forget to ask Qi Xingyuan to arrange manpower and patrol inside the protective cover. Still stepping on the flying sword, Tang Ranran went to the trading place, a land space station, the large starship of Hengxing Group. After becoming the Regent Prince, Xie Shihe upgraded his starships to a bigger, stronger, and more majestic starship. A very, very handsome starship. Tang Ranran could hardly imagine the magnificent scene of this starship in the starry skies surrounded by other ships. 2 words, pomp. So, buy it. She has to buy it too. Although she prefers space-based drivers, she can't live without a luxury ship, with several kinds of spiritual fruits as goods. Tang Ranran and Xie Shihe made a big deal. Excluding taxes, 100 trillion. This time, it was no longer the payment for the original Star Diamond Oregon. Xie Shihe, the Regent Prince, directly used the liquid funds within the Hengxing Group, a public-to-private transfer, to pay for this payment, and then paid a large amount of taxes for Su Pingruixing. Anyway, Xie Shihe is very arrogant now. Tang Ranran was envious for a moment. Why didn't she have ancestral land to inherit? Oh, be open-minded. She has a golden finger. She is a female landowner who owns a large farm. After the transaction, Xie Shihe organized a dinner party, and it was still a scene of singing and dancing. After the dinner party, Tang Ranran went home. The first thing to do when you get home is to buy a starship. 100 trillion. It's enough to buy a luxury car. Although there are maintenance fees, fuel costs, etc. in the later stage. It doesn't matter. Money can't buy happiness. Bye. Switch to her real self. Tang Ranran called Kong Chen, who just came back from get off work to her villa number 2. Tang Ranran, I want to buy a starship. Give me some advice. Buy a starship. Kong Chen was particularly excited when he heard that he wanted to buy a starship. When a man buys a car, the main thing is the cost effectiveness. Now buying a starship is the same. Kong Chen talked a lot and listed various large main aircraft carrier models to Tang Ranran. This one is not domineering enough. This one is not good looking. This one is ugly. This one is not majestic. Tang Ranran rejected all the models listed by Kong Chen, and finally picked a model by himself, slamming the table and deciding, this one is domineering and super beautiful. It's it. Kong Chen, So, why ask him? The domineering and majestic starship is only about 300 trillion. After Tang Ranran picked the main starship of the aircraft carrier, the remaining frigates, patrol ships, star battleships, pathfinders, etc., that is, related auxiliary ships, were all thrown to Kong Chen to choose. Kong Chen was so excited to get the control of nearly 700 trillion arms expenses. His ancestors must have been smoking when he met Mr. Tang. Although Kong Chen thought that the main ship of the aircraft carrier selected by 11 was a mere showpiece. But the auxiliary ships were still full of combat effectiveness. Kong Chen happily compared the price-performance ratios one by one. Tang Ranran saw that he was so happy and had difficulty making choices. It would take at least 3 to 5 days to finish buying. The master continued to practice and switched to Tang Xian. He planted vegetables for 2 more days under the identity of Tang Xian. The planet had a very rich inventory and would not be out of stock in the short term. Tang Ranran consulted Gu Xiao. The 4 people who had stimulated their superpowers with the help of the life pill had no problems with their physical and mental strength according to the current test reports. But, according to the various superpower experiments arranged by Gu Xiao, he found that the initial strength of the 4 people's superpowers was weak. That is, among the superpowers of the same level and stage, they were poor students. Artificial ones were not as good as naturally awakened ones. Tang Ranran knew it. Although they were poor students, they were also supernatural people. Qiren, who was from the wood department, was naturally arranged to grow vegetables. As for the water department, Kong Chen could arrange it. Tang Ranran arranged Liang Chongquan and Yi Peng, who were from the earth department, to go on a business trip to Su Xinrong, with her identity as Tang Xian. It was no problem to bring 2 non-system personnel. As for the earth department, of course, they went to mine. After the 2 were ready and packed their luggage to wait in the F1 area, Tang Ranran called Xie Xingyan, and the 4 of them went to Su Xinrong in 2 trips. When they arrived at Su Xinrong, the first thing they did was to collect the spirit stones. After a simple check of the quantity, Tang Ranran signed for it. After collecting the ore in the military area, the group arrived at the mining site in Langfeng Valley. Tang Ranran first said, "The soldiers have worked hard." Leadership-style spiritual chicken soup encouragement, followed by material encouragement. After sending Yi Peng and Liang Chongquan to the underground mining area to find Li Zheng, Tang Ranran found an open space and planted a large area of 20 tons of watermelons on the spot. After Zhuo Zhou came up from the underground mining site, Tang Ranran asked him in detail about the products of the mining area and whether there was anything special that he thought. Unfortunately, apart from a 5-element spiritual jade, Zhuo Zhou did not find any other special minerals, nor any special high purification value pure plants. With a fluke mentality, Tang Ranran and Zhuo Zhou went to the utility room to explore what messy things were dug up in the underground mining area, which looked quite special. But after preliminary testing, they were useless garbage, so they would be temporarily stored in the utility room and pulled back to the Military Region Research Institute in batches for further testing. Every time Tang Ranran came to the mining area, he would ask Zhuo Zhou and take a look at the utility room. Stones, plant roots, animal fossils, living organisms dug out from the mining area. A lot of messy things. Tang Ranran carefully checked the new goods. After searching for more than 2 hours, like rummaging through garbage in a garbage dump, Tang Ranran gave up in disappointment. Okay, it's all garbage. Not finding the treasure, Tang Ranran could only turn to Zhuo Zhou to explain the relevant matters. This Lingshire mine in Langfeng Valley has been dug for 1.5 months. About 45 days since the official start of construction. The number of Lingshire signed by Tang Ranran has reached about 350,000. This mine has entered the final stage. It is currently mining the marginal areas and not letting go of those scattered Lingshire. According to Zhuo Zhou ability, the density of ore in these marginal locations is very small, almost less than 3 pieces per square. With the assistance of professionals, using the perspective ability, Zhuo Zhou has drawn a detailed 3-dimensional mine map. According to statistics, the remaining Lingshire in the entire mine area is about 30,000 pieces at most. These last 30,000 pieces, because the density of Lingshire distribution is small, the workload is very large. So, Tang Ranran asked him to prepare. And after such a finishing touch, he can prepare to leave for the deciduous forest in the next 2 days. After exploring the deciduous forest as soon as possible, we should go to the Chenghe River Basin to look for it. If we really can't find it, there is nothing we can do. But we have to look for it anyway. The stock of spiritual stones in Tang Ranran's hands is enough for her to spend more than a year. After Li Zheng came up from the mining area below, Tang Ranran took the 2 to find Xie Yin and briefly explained his plan to explore the second mine. Xie Yin naturally fully cooperated with this. After staying in the military area for one night, Tang Ranran filled in the information and applied for mining or in the deciduous forest of Dahu Mountain. The 2 trillion yuan promised by Tang Ranran has been planted, and she has overpaid the payment for the goods. She has paid 400,000 spiritual stones for the payment required for mining spiritual stones. Therefore, Xie Yin was very confident that he would definitely give her the approval for mining in 3 days at most. The next day, Xie Xingyin was still the driver. Tang Ranran took Li Zheng and Zhuo Zhou to Dahu Mountain. A hover car. Tang Ranran, who was sitting in the passenger seat, used mental invisibility on the car. Driver Xie Xingyin started the car and set off. With the space movement of the hover car, the group arrived at the Dahu Mountain. However, because there are many pure plants growing in this area, there is no signal. That is, no accurate positioning. And this location is indeed a little far from the deciduous forest, because Tang Ranran was invisible. Even in the air, he did not become a live target and was attacked by flying monsters. After driving the hover car for half an hour, he finally found the deciduous forest in the air, landed, parked, and put away the hover car. Compared with the Wolf Peak Valley with monotonous species and open terrain, the danger level here is obviously several levels higher. In the non-fruit season, there are relatively few creatures in the deciduous forest, but once it enters the fruit season, the competition is fierce. After arriving, Tang Ranran did not rush to enter the ground, but explored the underground with her spiritual sense. Don't let there be any super strong burrowing beasts underground. After in-depth exploration and careful inspection, Tang Ranran made sure that there were no powerful burrowing beasts hidden in the underground area, nor were there any large alien beast nests. Tang Ranran asked Li Zheng to take Zhuo Zhou down from the marked location to explore the distribution of spiritual stones and draw relevant maps. Yes. Yes. Li Zheng used the earth escape technique and took Zhuo Zhou into the ground. Tang Ranran and Xie Xingyin stayed on the ground. And she was not idle either. She continued to explore with her spiritual sense. But this time she did not explore the underground, but changed to explore the surrounding area. This is a mountain forest with many alien beasts. Snakes, insects, rats and ants. For kilometers east of the forest, there is a big alien beast. 3 kilometers northeast of the forest, there is also a big alien beast. 5 kilometers west of the forest, there is a group of large creatures, which are not like ordinary beasts. They may also belong to the category of alien beasts. And they are obviously not vegetarians. 6 kilometers south of the forest, there is a mutant carnivorous plant area. After a large-scale exploration of the divine sense, Tang Ranran became more and more worried. In order to avoid pollution and irreversible damage to the environment, this kind of area will limit the damage of weapons. Mechas, energy cannons, etc. cannot be used. Sea-level psychics, without sufficient weapons, can't beat the sea-level monsters with comprehensive strength. In this area of Dahu Mountain, the strongest monsters recorded have SS-level strength, and there are several of them. In addition to the known dangers, there are unknown dangers. Mining here requires a high-level fighter to guard. Although Li Zheng is SSS level, he is a poor student who is forced to grow. He is definitely a rookie among SSS level, and he may not even be able to beat the old SS-level psychics. It seems that she can only work harder and work in shifts with Xie Yin. 5 hours later, Li Zheng and Zhuo Zhou came back from underground. This is not the first time. Zhuo Zhou topographic map is very professional. Boss, after preliminary exploration, this area is generally distributed in an elliptical shape, with an equatorial radius of more than 140 meters and more than 40 meters, and a polar radius of more than 60 meters. The place with the highest density of energy stones has about 20 to 30 pieces per cubic meter. It is preliminarily determined that the number of energy stones in the entire area should be more than 800,000. After reporting the preliminary exploration results of the underground mining area, Zhuo Zhou remembered Tang Ranran instructions and said, "Boss, I found more than 100 top-quality energy stones below. In addition, there is a strange place." Strange place? Tang Ranran eyes lit up. Is this blind box going to produce rare items? Well, under my supernatural vision, I saw a large sea of fire. I felt a violent flame force. Flame? Yes. I guess it is something related to the fire's supernatural power. I don't know what it is specifically, so I marked the location. Then let's go and have a look. Tang Ranran had some guesses in his mind. Fire Spirit Stone? Most spirit stones have no attributes. But there are special spirit stones. They have their own attributes. Attribute spirit stones are definitely good things for cultivators with the same attributes. Although she focuses on developing with spirit roots. She also has fire spirit roots. With the excitement of opening the blind box, Tang Ranran hurriedly asked Li Zheng and Zuizhou to drink the blue bottle. Although the blue bottle is no longer full for the two, it is still possible to restore to 6 or 7 points. After preparation, the four of them all went underground. Zuizhou relied on the self-made map and supernatural powers to guide the direction. Soon, the group arrived at this location. Li Zheng said, "Boss, we can only go here. If we go deeper into this area, we will feel a burning pain, and the mental constant temperature barrier cannot reach it." Tang Ranran released her spiritual sense and unexpectedly found that this area was actually covered by a natural barrier, similar to a kind of sleight of hand. When she explored with her spiritual sense, it was just a large stone layer, and she could not find any abnormality in it. "Well, dig a hole here first." "Okay." "Yes." The four of them worked together, and soon dug out a space of more than 10 cubic meters. As for the broken stones, they were temporarily stored in Li Zheng's storage space. Having found a place to stay, Tang Ranran decided to find out and continue digging. After digging for less than 10 minutes, a wave of heat came. Tang Ranran directly covered himself with a constant temperature barrier of mental power. And then it turned out that it was useless. It was still very hot. A kind of heat that entered a sauna room. Tang Ranran used a Xiaoxian version of the cooling secret. Well, it worked, because it was inexplicable. Tang Ranran was very unkind and only cooled himself down, while the three younger brothers worked under the scorching heat. After digging a few times, the three of them began to take off their clothes one after another. Although this was probably a kind of spiritual heat. You have to take off your clothes when you are hot. What should I do if I still feel hot after taking off one piece of clothing? Continue. In the end, I will be shirtless. Tang Ranran whistled in his heart. Chest muscles, abdominal muscles, biceps. After appreciating the male beauty for 2 minutes, and seeing the three people sweating so much that they almost spit out their tongues to cool down, Tang Ranran finally felt guilty and said, "You three step back." "I do it." "Captain, are you not hot?" After taking several steps back, Xie Xingyun took out a bottle of ice water and poured it directly on his head, but still felt hot and asked curiously, "If you calm down, you will naturally feel cool." Tang Ranran replied in a pretentious manner, then waved her hand, signaling the three to continue retreating. After the three retreated to the safe zone where they were not hot, Tang Ranran waved the small flying sword and started to chop. 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 After a few chop, she felt that the efficiency was too slow, so she simply used the skill. Where the sword cultivator passes, nothing can be broken. When the skill is used, it immediately becomes the mode of cutting tofu. Swishing. Swishing. Just like an explosion scene. Soon, Tang Ranran opened up a pedestrian passage and dug about 7 or 8 meters inside. With the rumbling of rocks falling to the ground, a hollow area appeared. As the isolating stone wall was broken, a hole like a wellhead appeared at the end of the passage. In an instant, red visible to the naked eye spread out from the broken hole. "Be careful. It's poisonous." Out of professional instinct, Tang Ranran reminded him immediately. While speaking, he did not lag behind in action. Tang Ranran retreated so quickly. Anything red, purple, or black is either poisonous or harmful. Facts have proved that it is not poisonous. But it is hot. As the red mist spread, the originally safe non-hot area gradually began to heat up. Soon, it was like being on the flame mountain. "What is this? It's a bit weird. I feel it's even hotter. Just like being in the crater of a volcano." Isn't it really an underground crater? Is it underground miasma? Li Zheng, Zuizhou, and Xie Xingyun each held up a universal mental defense barrier, and discussed it one by one. Tang Ranran did not participate in the discussion, but took action to explore with his spiritual consciousness. There was a hole, so the natural cover was naturally broken. Tang Ranran looked inside with her spiritual sense. A space of dozens of cubic meters. Red. Red. After seeing what it was, Tang Ranran was instantly disappointed. Oh! She thought it was something good. It turned out to be a fire-red osmanthus. Fire-red osmanthus. A fiery red, palm-sized thing. Looks like flames in color. Looks like a butterfly in shape. Special. Not a spiritual plant. Not a living thing. Not a stone. Species with unclear attributes. Some people say it is a butterfly-like spiritual insect. Some say it is stone layer humus. Some say it is Cordyceps sinensis. And some say... Anyway, there are many different opinions. Tang Ranran took a closer look with her spiritual sense. Although it is slightly different from the pure Shoshian world version of the fire-red osmanthus she has seen. Tang Ranran estimated that this thing should be a close relative of the fire-red osmanthus. Either a direct parent or a direct sibling. Most likely, it is the fire-red osmanthus. After opening the blind box, the result was a bit disappointing. Fire-red osmanthus is a rare item. But what is its effect? For the fire spiritual root? It is indeed helpful. But it is the same as the red breath fire element grass. Tang Ranran is not rare at all. But she is not rare. And it is estimated that someone will be very rare. After all, in addition to improving the fire spiritual root, kneading this fire red osmanthus with auxiliary materials, and refining it can be refined into fire spirit rooting pill. As the name suggests, this is also a pill for artificially planting spiritual roots. Fire spirit rooting pill can only plant fire spiritual roots, but it has a success rate of 99.99%. But once it fails, there is a 0.01% possibility, which is bound to be death from burst blood vessels. Conventional means cannot save it, unless the healing materials are used. The mortality rate is nearly 100%, which is equivalent to death from terminal illness. In the development of the world of immortal cultivation, after several generations of research and summary by our ancestors, a theory of weak spiritual roots was proposed. Some people may have spiritual roots, but they are too weak to be detected by spiritual stones, let alone cultivation. But their bodies have spiritual root attributes. Natural water and fire dual spiritual roots do exist. And even many 4-spirited and 5-spirited people have water and fire. But there will be no ice and fire dual spiritual roots, which is absolutely impossible. If a person with weak spiritual roots has an ice spiritual root that is 1 in 10,000, once he takes the fire spirit rooting pill with the main ingredient of the fire red osmanthus, he will definitely die. This is the record in the sect. Tang Ranran used his existing knowledge to convert it himself. That is, an ordinary S-level spiritual power person who hides the ice attribute will die 100% after taking the fire spirit rooting pill. As for other attributes, stimulate supernatural powers. There is not even a spiritual stone to measure here, let alone detect the supernatural attributes of ordinary S-level. Therefore, there is still a little risk in taking the pill. The red weapon is getting closer and closer. Seeing that the 3 people were steamed and their faces were all red, Tang Ranran waved and ordered, "You go up first. I will call you with my mental power later. And someone will come down to pick me up." Since they have already met, Tang Ranran naturally cannot let go of this piece of fire red osmanthus. Seeing that Tang Ranran was at ease, not only did he not take off a piece of clothes, but he didn't even sweat a drop. Li Zhang and Zhuo Zhou looked at each other and responded one after another. "Yes. Yes." Li Jing took Zhuo Zhou and went up first. "Chief, be careful. I left a space mark here. Call me when you are done. I will pick you up." Having said that, Xie Xingyun also went up. With the space ability, he couldn't go to the solid underground, but it was still very simple to return to the ground. The 3 dragged their legs away. Tang Ranran held the flying sword and flicked her wrist. The hole that was originally as big as a wellhead was blasted into the size of a rural gate by her. Instantly, the red color became more intense. Tang Ranran, who had her own air conditioner, naturally could not feel what Qi's enthusiasm. Changing the weapon to a means of transportation, Tang Ranran flew in on the small flying sword. And the inside was the same as what he saw with his spiritual sense. In a hollow area of less than 100 cubic meters, the stone wall was covered with red fire red osmanthus. Tang Ranran pulled one out casually, with 2 butterfly-like leaves. The main rhizome buried in the stone layer was also somewhat similar to the body of a butterfly. Of course, there were no specific organs, only a bunch of roots that looked like antennae and legs. After pulling out one, Tang Ranran shook it with a look of disdain. As she shook it, it was like powder falling off. A large area of red. The powder of fire red osmanthus. It really lived up to its reputation. This was the first time Tang Ranran saw the original fire red osmanthus. The leaves of this thing were covered with scale powder like butterflies. All the powder had to be removed before refining the elixir. Fire red osmanthus usually grows in closed places with low oxygen or no oxygen. And as long as there is a little airflow, the red scale powder on the leaves will fly everywhere. Not to mention flying everywhere. It will spontaneously combust when encountering oxygen. Of course, this spontaneous combustion process cannot be observed with the naked eye. Anyway, it will burn when encountering oxygen. During the combustion process, it produces something that is scientifically called neurotoxin, which makes people feel very hot. Of course, for cultivators, there is no offensive power, and defensive spells can isolate this spiritual heat. But for mortals, once they inhale the red scale powder, or are surrounded by the red scale powder, they will be scalded to death. Hey, wait, scald to death? The mental barrier defense is ineffective? Special poisonous grass. Tang Ranran's eyes suddenly lit up. And that expression must have seen some peerless treasure. The little heart beat harder and harder. High attack hidden weapon. When you meet someone you can't beat, just throw a handful of red scale powder on his face and burn the enemy to death. Oh my god. She is so smart. Tang Ranran quickly performed a spell to block the door that she blasted out. And the whole area was closed again. The fire was so small that Tang Ranran burned up all the oxygen in the entire area at the fastest speed. Finding an empty space buckle, Tang Ranran began to pull out the fire red osmanthus one by one, and threw them all into the space buckle. Space buckle? Oxygen-free environment. Transformed into a weeding expert, Tang Ranran used spiritual power to pull out the weeds. And soon, the entire area was almost weeded out by her. Tang Ranran conducted academic research on the dozens of fire red osmanthus that were left on purpose. Fire red osmanthus. One of the many unsolved mysteries in the world of immortal cultivation. Today, she, Tang Ranran, will study it carefully and find out the truth. First, the cultivation method. Tang Ranran began to exert force on these dozens of plants. And then, like a stone sinking into the sea, without a ripple, the spiritual power dissipated into thin air. After several attempts, Tang Ranran was sure that it could not be cultivated by immortal cultivation methods. No wonder it was said to be a non-plant. Switch. Superpowers. Using the wood superpowers alone, Tang Ranran planted vegetables again. And then, it still couldn't be planted. Okay. As an unsolved mystery, it is not so easy to crack. Tang Ranran gave up. Found 3 seed storage containers from the space buckle, adjusted to the vacuum mode, and dug down 3 plants together with the stone wall. After the 3 samples were preserved, Tang Ranran dug a large piece together with the stone, a total of about 30, and threw the whole thing into the basement of the farm. Finally, 3 more plants were dug up along with the stone, and they were thrown into the agricultural basement. Tang Shihao, who had been squatting outside the basement, took over, using magic to create a barrier, and using technology to evacuate the air in the barrier. Tang Ranran took out 3 red fire ash, and then covered the vacuum barrier and moved out. After moving and moving, Tang Ranran finally moved to her vegetable field. A miracle happened on the farm. Come on! There was no need to dig a hole or anything, because a large piece of stone wall was cut down, and Tang Ranran directly connected the first red fire ash to the stone wall and placed it on the farm field. Tang Ranran also dug some soil nearby and sprinkled it next to the roots of the red fire ash on the stone wall. After planting number 1, it was still planting vegetables with the method of cultivation and the wood system. But unfortunately, both failed. In experiment number 2, Tang Ranran simply pulled it off the stone wall and planted it in the soil of the farm. Then she used the same method to plant vegetables and the wood system to plant vegetables. But it still failed. Experiment number 3. Dig a pit. Bury the stone wall and the red fire elm in the pit. Completely bury it. And then plant vegetables once with the method. And then plant vegetables with the wood system. Okay. No reaction. She gave up. The experiment proved that the red fire elm is really not a plant. In the small space outside, Tang Ranran searched all the red fire elms very quickly, and then took out an oxygen storage device and started to release oxygen. As soon as the oxygen appeared, the small scales floating everywhere in the space became natural. Soon, all the remaining red scales in the entire space were burned out. Tang Ranran then called it a day, and once again turned into a humanoid bomb, and blasted the door that she had blocked before. After returning to the passage again, Tang Ranran performed several detoxification techniques, and estimated that even if there were still toxins left, it would not be fatal. So he used his mental power to contact the people above. With that shout, Xie Xingyun came down in a flash. Huh? Not hot anymore. Xie Xingyun, who had already prepared for the sauna, was surprised. Well, let's go. Yes. As soon as the two returned to the ground, Li Zheng and Zhuo Shou surrounded them. Boss, what's in there? Li Zheng asked curiously. Is it a special flame-like item? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Tang Ranran talked nonsense, and at the same time took out a seed storage container and showed it to the three people. There is a space of nearly 100 cubic meters, and the stone wall is full of this thing. The three people watched, all with a curious look on their faces. A new variety of plant. Is it a pure plant? Why does it look a bit like a butterfly? Hey, it's losing powder. After letting them discuss for a few sentences, Tang Ranran concluded, I don't know what species it is. It doesn't look like a living thing, nor a plant. Anyway, it can't be planted with wood power. Xie Xingyun's expression was exaggerated. Captain, you can't even stimulate the growth? No way. Could it be a creature similar to cordyceps? Zhuo Shou guessed. Or a special fungus? Boss, what's the use of this? Didn't you feel the burning when you collected it? As for the purpose, I don't know for now. I'm going to send a copy to the Research Institute and study it together. As for the burning, I used an energy barrier to isolate it. Boss is awesome. Captain is mighty. After instructing Zhuo Shou to record the location on the map, marking it as dangerous, and wandering around the area, the four of them set up camp here. At night, two people took turns to be on duty, and Tang Ranran chose to be in a group with Li Zheng. It was a long night, and I couldn't sleep. So of course, I chose the most handsome guy to accompany me. The next day, Tang Ranran watched the sunrise from the top of the tree, and then went to work. Today's work, Li Zheng and Zhuo Shou were in a group, still exploring underground and continuing to draw maps. Tang Ranran took Xie Xingyun to stroll around the surrounding area, looking for pure plants and cutting down threatening beasts. An ordinary day. Continuing, the field survey work lasted for 3 days. Except for the fire-red osmanthus, no other special items were found. The topographic map of the underground or distribution in Zhuo was already very detailed. Tang Ranran harvested dozens of varieties of pure plant seeds and seedlings, plus a bunch of pure meat beasts, and more than a dozen demon pills. But there was only one SS level pill and 5 S level pills. As for those below S level, they were completely useless. Aries, big golden armor, and green Tuanzi were all useless, so they could only be given to blue Tuanchuan. As for those below sea level that blue Tuanchuan couldn't use, Tang Ranran prepared to give them to her queen ants and queen bees as candy beans. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If you eat too many spiritual feeding pills, maybe they will develop into spiritual pets? Because of her extravagance, Tang Ranran now feels that the sugar production speed of ants is a bit slow. Anyway, the harvest is not bad. Finish work and go back to the military area. Take the suspension car, and Xie Xingyun will take the space shuttle, and the vehicle will return to the outer perimeter of the military area's protective shield. As soon as it enters the signal coverage range, the intelligent brain immediately beeps. A lot of messages. Small things. Tang Ranran glanced over. She focused on Xie Yin's message. A day ago, the mine in the deciduous forest was approved and can be started at any time. Good news. Tang Ranran immediately replied to the message, then returned to the room and rested for 3 hours. When Xie Yin came back from work, Tang Ranran immediately talked to him in detail. There is no problem with the spiritual stone mine in the deciduous forest, because the survey work has been completed. Tang Ranran can start work whenever he wants. However, there is a problem with manpower. On the Dongzhou continent, there is a place with high purification value that is about to enter the fruit period, because the risk factor in that area is relatively high. Xie Yin has to go to Dongzhou to take charge. Not only he has to go, but Xie Xingyun, a space system, also has to go. So her driver is gone. What's not too bad is that the S-level driver who is still in the Wolf Peak Valley mining area can be left to her. S-level can't travel through the universe, but it's still no problem to go around on the planet. This is Su Shinrong. All soldiers. Tang Ranran didn't dare to call Ares over at all. Through Xie Xingyun, this honest boy, Tang Ranran already knew that there was an SS-level supernatural being with a special aura on the planet. A bit like a police dog, who could track people by aura, and could also judge whether they were human or non-human by aura. If Ares came, and his alien identity was exposed, he would be doomed. In desperation, Tang Ranran could only curse his younger brothers in his heart. A bunch of unpromising guys. They couldn't even provide a driver. Bad review. Although Xie Yin had to go to work, the mines in the deciduous forest must be dug. Because Tang Ranran was not in a hurry, because she had a lot of spiritual stones in her hands. She planned to wait until the mines in the Wolf Peak Valley were dug, and the mines there were officially closed before starting the mining work in the deciduous forest. After the discussion, Tang Ranran said goodbye and returned to her room. The next day, the 4-member exploration team set off for the Changhe River Basin. Xie Yin set off for the Donzhou continent in 4 days. So Tang Ranran made full use of the space system of Xie Xingyun. The space shuttle arrived at the Changhe River Basin. At Tang Ranran's request, the group first went to the sand mining site. In less than 2 months, the person in charge of the sand mining site collected thousands of stones similar to spiritual stones from the waste stones. Tang Ranran inspected the goods and found that only 50% were spiritual stones. And the quality was not that good. Almost all of them were low-grade spiritual stones. Only a few were medium-grade. And there was no high-grade or top-grade spiritual stones. After receiving the spirit stone, Tang Ranran was not stingy and directly gave 5 space buckles filled with fruits and vegetables, worth about 100 billion. After completing the transaction, from the location of the sand mining field, along the long river upstream, Tang Ranran detected with his spiritual sense all the way, and asked Li Zheng to take Zhuozhou to explore underground every 50 meters, all the way up, searching underground on both sides of the river. On the first day, no spirit stone was found, but a large earth-drilling beast of unknown level was found. Tang Ranran simply tested and assessed the strength of S level or above and SS level, because Zhuozhou was a pure auxiliary, without mecha weapons. He was a scumbag, so Tang Ranran gave it to Li Zheng to practice. Although he was an SSS level superpower, Li Zheng's superpower practical experience was really pitiful. Facing the big beast, the battle seemed very chaotic at the beginning, but as he fought, he found the rhythm of the battle. Moreover, facing the burrowing beast, Earth-type mutants have a natural suppression. In the end, Li Zheng successfully killed the burrowing beast. In addition to the burrowing beast, they also found several unknown insect colonies underground. Tang Ranran simply studied them and found nothing special, so she ignored them. Xie Xingyun reported the relevant information in detail and caught a few samples, enriching the biological library of the planet. The group walked and stopped like this, and set up camp on the spot when the sun set. At night, 2 people took turns to guard the night. The next day, continued to explore. On this day, 8 kilometers upstream from the sand mining site, Tang Ranran found a big hole underground. It didn't look like a natural cave, but more like it was hollowed out by something. But Tang Ranran carefully explored the surrounding area for a long time, and didn't find a large population of insects like termites. Let's go down and take a look. There is space. It's very easy to go down. Led by Xie Xingyun, the 4 of them came to the underground cave in a flash. A very large hole, estimated to be hundreds of thousands of cubic meters. With a glance, Tang Ranran quickly came up with a guess in his mind. Rock Dragon. Zhuozhou, check the surroundings. Tang Ranran's heart was pounding with a little nervousness. Yes. Zhuozhou immediately activated his supernatural power. And in less than half a minute, boss, there is an energy stone here. Sure enough, it was eaten by the rock dragon. After carefully exploring with his spiritual sense, Tang Ranran searched for it, but still couldn't find the location of the rock dragon. You two cooperate. Take a look first, and roughly judge the amount of this mine. Although the rock dragon was not found, it was most likely not nearby. But Tang Ranran still reminded carefully. If you encounter any situation, immediately ask for help and retreat. I suspect there is a big monster underground. Yes. Yes. Zhuozhou and Li Jing immediately took action and started mineral exploration again. Tang Ranran observed the cave, which was a circle in shape. After walking around and feeling the size of the cave, she felt distressed. Such a big cave. I don't know how much the rock dragon ate. At least 100,000 spiritual stones. Tang Ranran had some guesses. The rock dragon ate the spiritual stone, and then pooped in the long river. The undigested spiritual stones in the poop were washed along the water flow, and then reached the quarry below. I have to say that this guess is quite reasonable. After feeling distressed, Tang Ranran thought of a very serious problem. According to common sense, the rock dragon would not be too far away from the food. She was so careless in exploring with her spiritual sense. When she noticed that an intruder had entered her territory, the rock dragon should have jumped out. Could it be that the ore had been eaten up, and the rock dragon had left long ago? No way. 3 hours later, Zhuozhou confirmed Tang Ranran's speculation. Boss, the energy stones here are very sparsely distributed. I have checked all around. In the places with the highest density, there are only 2 or 3 energy stones per cubic meter. In the places with the lowest density, there is only 1 energy stone per 10 cubic meters. According to preliminary estimates, there are only about 20,000 energy stones in the whole surrounding area. After reporting the situation, Zhuozhou gave his advice frankly. Boss, the number of energy stones here is too small, and the distribution density is too sparse. Mining is a bit of a loss. I know. Tang Ranran was in a heavy mood. A bolt from the blue. That damn rock dragon gnawed away the center of the vein and left behind these scraps that it despised. The beast got there first. Tang Ranran was just sad. After feeling down for a while, Tang Ranran adjusted himself. This mine is not a big deal. Yes, there are endless mines behind. After self-enlightenment, Tang Ranran ordered, Xingyun, record it. Yes, Chief. I have recorded the location. Take more photos for information. I am sure that this place was left by a super powerful beast. This beast feeds on special stone mines. Tang Ranran seriously explained the situation of Su Delin's rock dragon, and then concluded, so, it should be at least SSS level. Psychic beast. SSS level? Xie Xingyun smacked his lips. He knew that there were super powerful beasts hidden in the deep mountains and forests of the planet. But he didn't expect that he would encounter them. Oh, he didn't encounter them, but just found some clues to their whereabouts. Do you know Fu Jingyuan? No. Xie Xingyun shook his head honestly. But I've heard of him. Then you should know his special ability. Right? Are there any people with the ability to investigate and track him on this planet? There are definitely people with the ability to track. But I'm not sure if I can track them down. Chief, do you want to? Xie Xingyun stared at Tang Ranran with shining eyes. Although Chief Tang was just a helper in growing vegetables every day, it was rumored that Chief Tang's combat power was at the ceiling level. Will he be lucky enough to see Chief Tang fight? Well, if we can track it down, Xie Yin and I will join forces to kill it. Tang Ranran would kill every boar or beast like a rock dragon. Of course, it would be even better if this rock dragon found a new mine. After confirming that this was a remnant mine that had been eaten away by a rock dragon, the 4 of them recorded and marked the location, and then went home. After returning to the military district, Tang Ranran gave Li Zhang and Zhuozhou a holiday, and he went to find Xie Yin with Xie Xingyun. Tang Ranran didn't need to speak at all, as Xie Xingyun told the whole story in detail. After listening to the whole process and asking in detail, Xie Yin weighed the pros and cons for a while, and decided to track it first. If ordinary troops encounter any beast with comprehensive strength exceeding S level, it will be a disaster. Not to mention the spiritual beast above SS level. Once a high-powered beast is discovered, the military will take the initiative. The next day, Xie Yin took a group of superpowers including Xie Xingyun and Chen Jingjun to the Changhe River Basin. After arriving there, they will meet with superpowers from other military districts, including several special tracking superpowers. Tang Ranran was growing vegetables in the greenhouse in the military district, using the excuse that tracking and searching was a waste of time, so it was better to order more vegetables. In fact, she was worried about being exposed. Almost all the special ability users who were tracking and investigating went there, including the special breath sensing ability user. Although most of these tracking and investigating users were S level, and there were few SS level users, special auxiliary skills did not care about levels. In the world of immortal cultivation, low-level cultivators could never see through the disguise of high-level cultivators. But when it came to superpowers, this rule did not apply. Zhuozhou was a living example. What if someone discovered that she was a non-human? What if someone else sensed her breath? Tang ran. Anyway, there were hidden dangers. She would just grow vegetables quietly. And if she really found the lair of the rock dragon, she would take action then. In this way, Tang Ran grew vegetables in the military district for 3 days. And Xie Yin and his group came back. Xie Xingyun, the chatterbox, reported the results of the trip to her immediately. A group of people went there with great enthusiasm. But in the end, they didn't find the nest. Several investigators followed the clues left in the hollowed-out spiritual stone mine cave. And then, they used their own magical powers to track. Rock dragons are generally earth attributed. But this one must have a water attribute in addition to the earth attribute. Most of the time, they are at the bottom of the long river. Because it is in the water, it is very difficult to track. But traces were still captured. And then, they were chased all the way. Finally, they entered the Sea of Death. The sea embraces all rivers. And the Long River is no exception. Its end is the Sea of Death. On the planet Su Shinrong, the sea area accounts for 53% of the entire planet's surface area. And the Sea of Death accounts for 39% of the entire ocean area. The salinity of the Sea of Death is extremely high. There are almost no living things under the entire ocean. It is an undeveloped map on the planet. The rock dragon entered the Sea of Death and tracked it for a distance. As it went deeper and deeper, the water-based supernaturalists could not hold on. Under the sea, the consumption was too huge. A tube of mental power could not last for a few minutes. After tracking it down to this point, they had to give up. After listening to Xie Xingyun's story, Tang Ran could only sigh. It ran into the sea. There was really no way. So let's save its life for now. Thinking that Xie Yin would leave for Dongzhou tomorrow, Tang Ran hurriedly called the driver and asked Xie Xingyun to take him to Wolf Peak Valley. There were nearly 10,000 spiritual stones in stock. Tang Ran checked, then signed for them, and finally learned about the situation. This mine will be finished in 3 days at most. The porter here is an S-level space driver named Yang Yu. Because of his limited strength, it was too difficult for him to open a space channel to transfer nearly 20,000 troops here back. This is no longer a problem of blue bottles, but a problem of strength. Therefore, Tang Ran left him a communication number and asked him to go back to the military district to pick her up before the large army finished and prepared to evacuate. At that time, she would escort them. After all, a large army of 20,000 people in suspension vehicles would be too eye-catching. Without a strong person in charge, all kinds of flying beasts and supernatural beasts would come to take a bite. After explaining to Liang Chongquan and Yipeng, Tang Ran returned to the military district. After returning to the military district, during the break time after get-off work, after Xie Xingyun sent her to the door and left, Tang Ran went to knock on the door opposite. They were leaving tomorrow, and Xie Yin would be without signal for a long time. If they wanted to communicate, they could only rely on the space system to transmit messages. Tang Ran and Xie Yin had a long talk, mainly about the Lingshire mine. After the discussion, Tang Ran took out a unit of sugar crystal powder, put it on the table, and pushed it in front of him. I just signed for 10,000 spiritual stones today. After giving the things, Tang Ran asked casually, "How is your mother doing recently? Is she still spending money to maintain the relationship?" "Yes." Xie Yin rubbed his eyebrows with a sense of embarrassment. As the saying goes, there is no filial son in front of a long-term sick bed. This is absolutely true. At the beginning, Xie Yin was absolutely worried about his old mother with a pure heart. He sent back the sugar crystal powder he got from Tang Ran as soon as possible, and never asked for a penny. But now, Xie Yin mentality has changed. In nearly 2 months, the research on the side effects of the magic fruit potion has basically been determined. For mental power, most of the side effects are mild, and a few are severe. The severe ones are not only a waste of energy, but also a level lower than the original level before taking the medicine. There are only 2 unlucky ones, who obviously overdose too much and drop 2 levels compared to the original level before taking the medicine. The worst case is that the mental power drops by 2 levels. As for the life-extending potion, no matter how many high purification values are taken, the actual age reduction is less than 30 years. If it exceeds the age limit, it is false and has a time limit. After the time limit, it will be a rapid aging to the real effect. That is to say, with Xie Xinxi's age of nearly 200 and her previous SS level mental strength, if she does not take 80 high purification value to maintain her state, Her age will be about 170 years old, and her mental strength will drop to A level at worst. There is definitely no danger to her life. She is not that young, and will be beaten back to the state of an old man, and her mental strength will drop at the same time. In addition, Xie, who has obviously abdicated and lost power, began to be stingy. She pretended to be confused and accepted the sugar crystal powder, but never mentioned the money. She just gave a few insignificant verbal praises, and there was almost no actual material. First, she will not die after stopping the medicine. Second, Xie still has 2.86% of the shares, plus her personal assets. The total wealth is about 180 trillion. But she does not pay. Third, it is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. Xie is just the youngest, and there are 6 older brothers and sisters. Although it was obtained from Tang Ranran by improper means, it is naturally in his hands. He will pay for all the treatment. Xie was already very uncomfortable and had some thoughts. When Tang Ranran asked him that, he climbed up the pole, pushed the food box on the table back, and said, "I'm a little tight on money recently. Can you help me sell it in your name?" Tang Ranran, good guy. He doesn't want to pay for his mother treatment. Tang Ranran was always generous. So from the time he found the Lingsher mine to the latest unit of sugar crystal powder, Xie got nearly 43 units of sugar crystal powder from her. 1 unit of sugar crystal powder can produce 480 aqueous solutions. Last month, when he got the sugar crystal powder, Xie would contact the driver to give it to Xie as soon as possible. But this month, because he was becoming more and more unbalanced, he was not so active. The total amount of sugar crystal powder Xie sent back was about 20 units. Enough for 80 days. Plus the 10 units purchased before. 1 a day. Enough for Xie to maintain until the end of December. Now 80 plus is completely hyped up at the auction. And a unit of purification value 80 is often auctioned for about 3 trillion. In other words, the total value of 20 units of sugar crystal powder is enough to reach 240 trillion. In order to maintain his mother youth and mental strength, he has paid a full 240 trillion yuan. But what about his brothers and sisters? In addition, his mother, who has regained her financial freedom, never mentioned giving money. It is now basically clear that the side effects of the magic fruit potion are not enough to cause death. Xie told Tang Ranran about his depression and grievances with a sad face. Tang Ranran, a bystander, was confused by him and unconsciously stood on his side. And then, yes, it's not a terminal illness anyway. And Xie can't die. Yes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Xie has 180 trillion assets and is a rich woman. Why don't you pay? It's only natural to pay for your own treatment. Yes. Yes. Your brothers and sisters are too much. They are all children. Why should you? The youngest. Bear it alone? The treatment fee should be shared equally. After that, Tang Ranran felt that Xie was so miserable and pitiful. Finally, Xie asked softly with hope in his eyes, as if he was looking at a savior. In the future, can you sell my share of sugar crystal powder to my mother on my behalf? Tang Ranran said without thinking. No problem. At this moment, Tang Ranran's mind was full of, he is so miserable. If I don't help him, who will? The desire to protect and save is overflowing. Returning to the room, entering the door, closing the door. Tang Ranran leaned against the door. Cover your face. Damn. After she regained consciousness, she could only say, Xie is really good at tea art. The standard is a combination of small white flowers and small green tea. She got carried away and agreed to a troublesome thing. Alas, I was fooled by the beauty of men. Okay. It's just selling sugar powder. It's not like I haven't sold it before. However, Xie is following the path of Xie and is trying to cheat money from Xie. Come to think of it, even the abdicated Xie still has so much wealth. She has 7 children in total, and even more descendants. It's not known how the family property will be divided in the future. Oh, I was wrong. According to Xie attitude of not wanting to give up treatment, she might end up with nothing. Youth and strength were not retained, but the property was lost. It's normal for Xie to plan for himself. Okay, do whatever you want. It doesn't matter to her anyway. It's just a change from sugar powder to cash. The next day, Xie was going to lead a high-level combat team to the East Continent. Before leaving, Tang Ranran, who was going to see him off, pulled Xie, the driver, aside and gave him a small meal. On weekdays, Tang Ranran would feed him a little today and a little tomorrow. With continuous feeding, Xie was almost always in a full mana state. Even if this mission goes smoothly, it will take nearly a month. So the medicine must be prepared in sufficient quantities. 3 boxes. A total of 36 bottles of 50 sugar water solution as blue bottles. He is SS level. And a 50 blue bottle is enough to pull his mana bar to the maximum. In addition, Tang Ranran also gave him an extra box of red ginseng pills and a box of green spirit pills, both of which are 100 pills. Of course, he was seriously told to take no more than 5 pills a day. Space system. Versatile. So those who are capable should work harder. Reconnaissance. Luring the enemy. Covering. And covering the rear. Dangerous work. All priority is given to the space system. Xie Xingyun. This sunny and cheerful boy. Please don't let anything happen to him. After all, he has been her exclusive driver for 2 months. And he has feelings for her. Finally, Tang Ranran also gave him a 10 cubic space buckle, which was filled with various low purification value fruits for him to eat as snacks on the road. For Tang Ranran now, this little bit of stuff is just a little bit flowing out of his fingers. But for Xie Xingyun, awesome. He has never had so many red and blue potions. A sense of security. Tears of joy in his eyes. Woo woo woo. Why isn't he a woman? If he is a woman, he can be her lover. It's impossible for his biological father to give him so much. Wait. Biological father? What's the point of a useless father? Xie Xingyun was filled with gratitude, and then proposed an idea that he thought was brilliant. Chief Tang, I will be your son and recognize you as my godfather. Tang Ranran, go away. Who the hell wants such a big son? Because of this sudden wealth. Xie Xingyun, who was so happy that he became silly, rolled back to the main force, and the smile on his face was like a welded one. And he couldn't stop at all. Xie Yin naturally noticed the movement, and then wondered in his heart. It is well known that Tang Xian is generous to his friends. So why doesn't he have any? If he didn't have any, it would be fine. But why did his nephew receive gifts? And it's obvious that he got a lot. This is partiality. Then, Xie Yin looked at Tang Ranran with a look of longing, with a little silent accusation in his eyes. And he looked like he was abandoned by a scumbag. Tang Ranran pretended not to see it and ignored it. The bowl of water was not balanced. Well, she did it on purpose. Finally, until they set off, Tang Ranran only said, have a safe journey. And have a smooth trip. Xie Yin, he really didn't. Is it because he acted too scheming? And Tang Ranran prefers the clear and stupid type? Damn. Miscalculated. After Xie Yin, the insider, left, Tang Ranran let herself go a little. During the day, she planted vegetables next to the training ground. And at night, she was not idle, going to the most crowded gymnasium to feel the full screen of male hormones. Oh, she said, this is a good place. A paradise for rich women. Oh, she is the majestic Chief Tang. Even if she smiles like an ant in her heart, she still has to pretend to be serious on the surface. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, Tang Ranran was about to go out to plant melons. And a call came in. Yang Yu? Who is this? Does she know him? After her brain short-circuited for 2 seconds, Tang Ranran remembered. Oh, it was the S-level space driver left for her to use. Because he looked like a passerby. Tang Ranran didn't think of him for a moment. The mines in Wolf Peak Valley have been dug up. After connecting the communication, Yang Yu, who had already returned to the military camp, found Tang Ranran according to the address. And then the two went to Wolf Peak Valley together. 20,000 people. A large army traveling. Transported by hovercraft. Tang Ranran directly released the mental power deterrence. Under the majestic 4S level mental power deterrence, no blind beast dared to jump out and rob. The large army went smoothly all the way back to the military camp of the 1st Military District. The mining troops rested and had 3 days off. It was officially decided that on December 5th, the troops would set out for the deciduous forest of Dahu Mountain. Taking advantage of the 3-day break, Tang Ranran took a group of people back to the planet Su Pingrui. The driver was an SS-level driver from the Research Institute. Although the driver's level was not high, He was a skilled worker, and had a good skill in space shuttle. 2 people were taken at a time. And soon the group returned to the D4 area of Supingrui. The physical examination was done for those who needed it. And they had a holiday after the physical examination. On the starship of the Research Institute, everyone else went for a physical examination. And Tang Ranran pulled Gu Xiao and Zhu Dehai to talk alone. I found something strange. What is it? Well, let me see it. The two looked interested. Tang Ranran took out a container of fire red and briefly explained it without mentioning the knowledge of cultivation. Gu Xiao and Zhu Dehai were very curious about this unknown creature that looked like a plant, but might not be a plant, and had strange scale powder poison. After preparing the container, Tang Ranran contributed 20 samples. The 3 of them started to study the fire red osmanthus. After preliminary judgment, Gu Xiao and Zhu Dehai were not sure what it was. Then after using various precision instruments, science showed that it was something similar to a plant fossil. Yes, it was a fossil formed by plants under specific conditions. Of course, this is the result obtained based on current scientific means, and it is not necessarily accurate or not. After all, there are many unsolved mysteries that cannot be explained by science. As for the scale powder, it was initially determined that the scale powder would burn with oxygen to produce neurotoxins, which would cause the somatosensory system to be disordered under the action of the toxin, resulting in a burning sensation. If the poisoning lasts too long, it may eventually lead to death from dehydration. After preliminary research, the healing treatment can detoxify. In one morning, we got this preliminary conclusion. Specific research is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Currently, we are focusing on the miracle fruit and have no time. After a detailed record, the samples of the fire red osmanthus were properly stored. I will study it when I have time, but forget it if I don't have time. After chatting for a while, Tang Ranran learned about the latest research trends. The side effects of the magic fruit potion have basically been determined. Mental power enhancers must be taken according to the level, and the high purification value must be within the limit. Otherwise it is more likely to be beaten back to the original form, or even the strength will fall. As for the life extension potion, there is no limit to the level. 1 trillion can reduce the age by about 30 years. In the case of excessive use, you will have youth for a short time, and then you will be beaten back. Most people basically follow this rule. But there are a few exceptions, probably because of special physiques. And among them, Lu Feng is the special one among the special ones. It is well known that Xie Xinxi is a pseudo 5S level, but Lu Feng, as of now, has not had any side effects. Although his mental strength is much worse than Yin Qian of the same level, he is definitely a normal 5S level. Lu Feng's special case has attracted Gu Xiao high attention. Gu Xiao plans to observe for another 3 months. If Lu Feng is still in a normal state, he will study Lu Feng as a special case. At present, the research results of the combination of mental power promotion and realm-breaking agent are almost out. For example, Li Zheng, Shinshin and Yu Yu. All 3 of them have high purification value overdose. And there are several other clinical trial mice, all of which have no abnormalities. After overdose, taking the realm-breaking agent in the plus state and promoting 1 level with the combination package is likely to be no problem. As for the 2-level promotion, 1 mouse has already shown abnormality. As for the mice promoted from E++ to B level, mouse number 1 has dropped from B level to C level, and the mental power is still continuously weakening. Mouse number 2 has even dropped from B level to D level, and is also still continuously weakening. Clinical trials of low-level mentalists have proved that the combination package cannot skip levels. In other words, the combination package is likely to only guarantee promotion to 1 level. Of course, it will take 2 or 3 months of observation to determine the result. Finally, Gu Xiu revealed that there is a special little white mouse on the starship of the Institute, named Fu Huai. Fu Huai, a young man who has not yet reached the age of 30, is known as the contemporary genius of the Fu family. His original mental power was SSS level. A few months ago, a magic fruit mental power enhancement potion, only 5 trillion. Fu Huai was promoted to 4S level. Because of the 4-winged griffin accident, the Fu family lost a 4S level family first beast master, 2 SSS level and mini SS level and S level, which can be said to be a serious loss of vitality. Therefore, with a little bit of a gamble, their Fu family came up with a plan to impact 5S. That is, Fu Huai. the little genius, has to take the magic fruit potion for the second time to reach the 5S level. Gu Xiao happened to be short of little white mice, and the Fu family had smoothed the relationship, so they hit it off. Fu Huai was the little white mouse, and the magic fruit potion and high purification value were provided by themselves. In addition, the Fu family donated 5 trillion research funds to the institute, and the institute produced a number 5 potion. Maybe it was because of his youth or his talent. With a high purification value of 60 trillion, Fu Huai entered the Gaga state, and then successfully promoted to 5S level with the help of the number 5 potion. At present, because the time is still short, this little white mouse is still in the observation period. Gu Xiao, who is obsessed with the impact of 5S, is particularly concerned about Fu Huai, the little white mouse, and hopes that he can prove the feasibility of taking the magic fruit potion twice. After understanding the situation, Tang Ranran tactfully asked about the inventory of the institute. After learning that there were still 3 finished number 4 potions, she proposed to donate a potion to get a quota for use. Among Tang Ranran direct younger brothers, there are also Chu Hao and Yin Shouliang, 2S level. In line with the principle of fairness, these 2 people should also help them grow. However, she only has 1 number 4 potion. In order to ensure that she needs a spare number 4 potion, Tang Ranran has to donate 1 trillion yuan, and the clinical trial quota for this number 4 potion will be obtained. Calling the 2 younger brothers, explaining the contract, Tang Ranran followed the process, and the 2 agreed without hesitation. Chu Hao and Yin Shouliang rushed to the D4 area as quickly as possible, and Tang Ranran smoothly changed the contract for them. The next day, as soon as the working hours of the institute arrived, Tang Ranran took the 2 into the laboratory. After a set of procedures, it can only be said that these 2 are poor students. Chu Hao used a high purification value of 5.5 trillion, and Yin Shouliang used a high purification value of 4.2 trillion, both of which exceeded the S-level limit of 3 trillion. With the assistance of the number 4 potion, they were promoted to SS level. The result came out. Although Yin Shouliang's blind box has not been opened yet, the time to stimulate the supernatural power is uncertain. Maybe a few hours. Maybe several days. Tang Ranran is too lazy to wait. Anyway, he will receive a report at that time. There is nothing else to do. Tang Ranran chooses to grow vegetables. Pet food needs to be grown. Fruits and vegetables must also be grown. When growing vegetables, Tang Ranran opened a live broadcast. Well, live broadcasting vegetable planting. And by the way, old and new, Kong Chen younger brother, the new wood-style Chiren, is not a handsome guy, but he has regular features and a handsome face. If he puts on makeup and a beauty filter, he will become handsome. So in addition to growing vegetables, Kong Chen planned a live broadcast route for him, copying Tang Mu's style and focusing on advertising for the planet. As Tang Ranran is his own man, he has resources, so he naturally has to guide him. Still borrowing the driver from the institute, Su Xinrong returned. The night before Tang Ranran reorganized the troops to prepare for mining, Yin Qian called. The mine on Lutianda Star has been identified and field surveys are about to be carried out. Wu Buahong, the military leader of the planet, asked to sign an agreement. Lingshur is useless waste stone for others. It takes manpower and financial resources to dig out the stone. But the buyer regrets not wanting it? That's a big loss. Yin Qian set up a video conference. In addition to him and Tang Ranran, there were Wu Buahong and several military leaders of Lutianda Star. After a lot of discussion, a formal contract was finalized. The purchaser Tang Xian paid 20 billion pure fruits and vegetables in advance as payment. And then the military carried out field surveys. In the later stage, for every 10,000 energy stones mined, the military was responsible for delivering and collecting payment. Cash, pure fruits and vegetables, settlement was not allowed to be delayed for any reason. The exchange price of pure fruits and vegetables was based on the purchase price of the General Military Supply Department. Tang Ranran, a mere 20 billion deposit. A meeting with a large army was needed. A contract like a heavenly book was needed. The military of Lutianda Star is really poor. Oh, the 16 star systems. Poverty is understandable. After all was finalized in the video conference, Tang Ranran summons Wisho, made a lot of arrangements, and gave him this business trip mission. Key point 1. Find special items and keep them properly. Key point 2. Personal safety is the most important. Let the troops over there take care of the danger. Tang Ranran explained in detail. And then planted vegetables. Well, planting 20 billion at the last minute. Before leaving, Tang Ranran stuffed a lot of red and blue bottles into Zhuozhou pockets and read his fortune for him. It's not a big omen. And this treasure-hunting rat should not be in danger of life during his business trip. With a full bag of red and blue bottles, and a fresh 20 billion yuan in payment, Zhuozhou left the barracks on a small warship and flew out of the planet to the Starry Sky Station. After waiting at the Starry Sky Station for a while, the driver from Lutianda Star arrived. In just half an hour, Tang Ranran received a message from Zhuozhou reporting that he was safe. And then Wu Buahong and others signed for the payment. And then, there were arrangements for the field survey. Zhuozhou reported everything in detail. With 2 mines and nearly 300,000 spiritual stones in stock, Tang Ranran was very happy. The next day, the large army set out, still in a suspended convoy, with Tang Ranran in charge, leading the way with mental power. It has to be said that it was a bit difficult without a driver of the large space system. From the first military region to Dahu Mountain, the suspension convoy traveled for 13 hours at an average speed of 300 kilometers per hour. It took another half an hour to enter the Dahu Mountain area, and the large force finally arrived at the deciduous forest. After a night of rest, the first thing to do on the second day was to build a temporary base and fortifications. After 2 days of hard work, everything was ready. After a formal opening ceremony, the construction began. There were 3 earth systems, Li Zheng, Yi Peng and Liang Changquan, who quickly built a mine cave under the mining area. As the volume of the mine cave increased, various equipment was transported down, and piles of stone were transported up. There are beasts in the deep mountains and old forests. Tang Ranran stayed in the deciduous forest to guard and keep an eye on the situation in the mining area below. Maybe there are any missed blind boxes? Using force to suppress the scene, counting spirit stones, and growing fruits and vegetables. Tang Xuanhao life is very regular, because there was no signal when camping outdoors. Tang Ranran would ask the driver Yang Yu to take her back to the military area every now and then, pay the military supply department a payment, and check the messages on the smart brain. Every time the signal was connected, there were a lot of messages on the smart brain of Tang Xian. Ignoring the trivial matters, Tang Ranran picked out the key points to check. Chu Hao and Yin Shouyang both awakened their superpowers. Chu Hao, who was originally a water element, had an additional thermal energy control, which means he could control the temperature of water, from 0 degrees ice to 100 degrees boiling water. But it was limited to water. It can be said to be a new superpower, but it is more like a superpower mutation. Anyway, it is quite special, and Gu Xiao can't explain it clearly. Yin Shouyang has an attribute superpower outside the 5 elements, a wind superpower. To be honest, Tang Ranran was quite disappointed because the superpowers of the 2 were not very practical for her. After digging the mines in full swing for more than half a month, a lot of news suddenly poured in when the year was approaching. Xie Xinxi's medicine was almost exhausted. With the help of Xie Shiha relationship, a group chat was set up, and Xie Xinxi went directly to Tang Ranran to ask for medicine. Tang Ranran didn't blame her. According to the original price of 8 trillion per unit, she could exchange it for the original diamond Oregon. She could buy it if she wanted. Xie Xinxi, who was crazy about staying young forever, bought 30 units. Gu Xia left a message. His key guinea pig, Fu Huai, who took the medicine for the second time and reached 5S, began to show symptoms of mental weakness. This phenomenon made him extremely depressed. As for the final result, we need to continue to observe. In addition, Gu Xia said goodbye because it was the new year and the Research Institute's starship was going to set off to return to the first galaxy. As for whether he would come after the new year, Gu Xia did not say it, but revealed a secret to her. This secret was not only told to her by Gu Xiao, but also by Yan Qian, Fu Jingyuan, Lu Xiao and others. After combining so many versions, Tang Ranran knew it in detail. The Imperial General Military Department is formulating a god-making plan. At present, in the Imperial Spiritual Power discipline, the highest level of human beings is 5S level, and most people believe that after 5 seconds level, it is a qualitative change, a supernatural concept, a legend of achieving true gods. It is equivalent to ascension in the world of immortal cultivation. Therefore, The bigwigs in the General Military Department are thinking about whether they can rely on the magic fruit potion package to achieve this extraordinary godhood. Yin Qian is likely to be a guinea pig. The bigwigs think that one guinea pig is not enough and want more. So before the god-making plan, there was also a 5S making plan. Currently, there are no 4S level people who have taken the magic fruit potion in the Empire. Only LV Xiao, Fu Jingyuan, Chen Tiandong and Yuan Wei. Chen Tiandong and Yuan Wei were originally SSS level. Chen Tiandong was promoted by the marrow washing potion, while Yuan Wei was a member of LV Xiao's team that hunted sea spirits and was promoted by the 4S level sea spirit. The plan is to train the 4 people from 4S to 5S. As for how to train, 2 plans are tentatively set. One is to hunt sea spirits, and the other is the white crystal grass on the 8th galaxy, the lake ice and snow planet. Tang Ranran knows about the 5S sea spirit king, but as for the white crystal grass, it involves her blind spot in knowledge. However, her friends were very considerate to give her a popular science. On the lake ice and snow planet, on the north cold frozen continent with the lowest temperature, on the peak of the white frozen mountains in the center, there grows white crystal grass, a pure plant with a purification value of 90. Although the purification value is not as high as the magic fruit, pure ice crystal blue can be made with white crystal grass as raw material. Pure ice crystal blue is one of the epic mental power enhancement potions recorded in the Empire to assist 4S to 5S level. In human history, one of the few 5S level was promoted because of taking pure ice crystal blue. According to historical data, a total of 3 pure ice crystal blues were made at the beginning, creating 1 5S level and 2 4S levels. Almost 100% success rate. The effect of the potion is exaggerated. But, similarly, the legendary things only exist in historical data and have not been found in nearly 1,000 years. It is really uncertain whether there is any. After being popularized with knowledge, Tang Ranran knows without guessing that the legendary things are not so easy to find. You know, the temperature in Lake Ice and Snow Star, the North Frozen Continent, and the White Frozen Mountains is below -100 degrees Celsius all year round, and -150 degrees Celsius may occur from time to time. Even the constant temperature protective cover can be frozen to death there. Besides, it is not certain whether the white crystal grass exists. Spring Festival, the biggest and most important festival in the Empire. For Tang Ranran, who stays at home all her life, it is no different from an ordinary day. Anyway, she will not go back to Sutor. Before the Spring Festival, she went to Xintang, showed up, and attended a year-end meeting. Tang Ranran returned to her small villa and continued to stay at home to practice Su Xinrongdahu Mountain Deciduous Forest. Because the return trip was too time-consuming, Tang Ranran had already agreed with Yang Yu, the driver who was the manager of the mining team. The holiday was on the spot. Except for the staff on duty, the large team rested for 5 days from the 1st to the 5th. On the New Year's Day of January 1st, the capitalist Tang Ranran decided to give a year-end bonus. After all, many mining soldiers were originally going to take annual leave and prepare to go home for the new year. Early in the morning of the 1st, Tang Ranran started to plant vegetables on site. Watermelon, cucumber, apple, grape, orange, tangerine, grapefruit, lychee. All the fruits and vegetables that had passed the clear road were planted. Fruit buffet. Fruits and vegetables are full, and you can eat and take them. Yes, in addition to eating to one's heart's content on site. Tang Ranran also prepared some New Year's goods. Each soldier can choose a set of pure fruit and vegetable meal according to his or her own taste, which is worth 1 million yuan. There are only 20,000 people. Tang Ranran can supply them on site with this consumption. He can fill them up by spending a little time to grow one kind. Oh, of course, they have to be paired with potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes and other crops. They are all big eaters, and they can't be full just by eating fruits. Tang Ranran only grows vegetables a little bit, and all the money from the year-end bonus comes out. Tang Ranran year-end bonus was generous and refreshing. All the soldiers who received the year-end bonus were very excited and happy. The only unhappy person on the scene was probably Yang Yu, the driver. With Tang Ranran in the mining area, pure fruit and vegetables are available to eat as much as you want. So most of the soldiers chose to send the 1 million year-end bonus back home to their families. Then Yang Yu was miserable. He first ran back to the military area and brought enough fresh food boxes. Then he recorded them one by one, and then took a bunch of fresh food boxes back to the military area, submitted and checked the express delivery of the relevant addresses. He really had to run his legs off for the packages of nearly 20,000 large-capacity fresh food boxes. In the next few days of the annual leave, Tang Ranran would plant a bunch of fruits and vegetables every day, which would definitely make every soldier eat enough. After the 5-day holiday, work started and continued. In the entire mine, everyone started mining again in a hurry. Just when Tang Ranran was committed to finding blind boxes, Tang Shi received a message from Yan Qian. Tang Xian had been in the deciduous forest these days, with no signal and unable to contact her. So Yan Qian contacted Tang Shi. Tang Ranran has been practicing Krypton Gold recently. She is worried about accidental obsession and needs to retain some consciousness. Therefore, she has been active online with her original body and a vest account. The deciduous forest is quite dangerous. In less than a month, it has experienced several night attacks by large monsters. It was all thanks to Tang Ranran, a powerful person, that no one died. So even at night when pretending to sleep, Tang Xian was basically online. Tang Ranran would log into Tang Xian F1 area when she had time, and check every now and then to see if there were any blind thieves sneaking into her F1 area garden. Because she was not online all the time. When Tang Ranran logged into Tang Shi, she saw a missed call from Yan Qian, and then a few messages. Yan Qian, not there? Yan Qian, reply when I see it. Yan Qian, is Tang Xian free from the 8th to the 10th? I'm on vacation, and I come to see Tang Xian then. Because the text message was sent, and the one who received the message was Tang Shi. Yan Qian was very cautious to protect her vest. Yan Qian wanted to find her. Tang Ranran's first reaction was, catch him to work. Mine for yourself. Yes. Yes. Work. The second reaction was, what day is it today? Oh, it's the 7th on the imperial calendar. Tang Ranran immediately replied, Tang Shi, Xian is in Su Xinrong. You can go there to find him directly. As soon as the message was sent, Yan Qian replied in seconds. A voice message. I come over now. Ah? Tang Ranran was stunned. Confused. Didn't they say that the holiday would be on the 8th? Isn't it only the 7th now? Oh, it's past 11 o'clock in the evening. Almost the 8th. But, come over. Does this mean Su Pingroe or Su Xinrong? Su Xinrong. Right. But her Tang Xian is still in the wild without signal. The deciduous forest is a deep mountain forest with no signal. It's not easy to find. Just as Tang Ranran was about to switch to the Tang Xian, another voice message came. Yan Qian, I'm in F1 area. Here? Tang Ranran looked surprised, and then quickly checked it again. After confirming that there was nothing shameful, she opened her new protective shield of the Golden Bell cover version. 2 seconds later, Tang Ranran felt Yan Qian's mental power, which was similar to asking, where? Here. Tang Ranran squeaked. Yan Qian appeared in a flash. The higher the rank, the more handsome the military uniform. Yan Qian was wearing his handsome marshal's uniform at the moment. The black, solemn and gorgeous military uniform made him look even more perfect. Tang Ranran's heart was pounding uncontrollably because of the temptation of the uniform. Yan Qian in formal clothes was so lethal to Tang Ranran that he was completely irresistible. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Tang Ranran took a deep breath and said directly, it's not convenient here. I haven't been online for a long time. You can go to Su Xinrong 1st Military District. Yan Qian refused. You need to apply to go to Su Xinrong. You can't go now. Is it impossible? Tang Ranran looked suspicious. With Yan Qian's identity, it would take seconds to pass the entry application. I really can't go. I punched Xia Yin last time. That guy is narrow-minded and will definitely block my procedures. Yan Qian explained, and the reason made sense. Tang Ranran's face suddenly became strange. This is the first time she has seen someone beat someone up and still speak so confidently. If it's inconvenient for you, don't worry about me. Yan Qian's face darkened, with disappointment and melancholy, and silent retention, which was very obvious, because of his lost expression. Tang Ranran was tangled and hesitant. Under normal circumstances, she couldn't let the handsome guy feel sad. But now, it was a special situation. The mine in the deciduous forest had entered the dusk of the off-get-off-work period, and night was about to fall. She just took the time to look at Tang Shihao, and now she had to go back immediately. After all, Li Zhang was a rookie with only a level, and the entire mine relied on Tang Xian combat power to support the field. As for safety, Tang Ranran didn't dare to be careless at all. So, okay, take whatever you like in the yard, and go dig it yourself if you need sugar powder. I have something to do over there, so I log off first. Speaking, Tang Ranran performed a log off on the spot. Tang Shihao sat on the sofa. His head drooped, and the person who was still alive the moment before immediately had no breath, and he looked like a simulated robot. Before he could finish his words, Tang Ranran left, and Yin Qian was stunned on the spot. What happened? Did she lose patience with him because she had a new love? She left before she could even say a few words. She left. A deep sense of crisis swept over her once again, because Tang Ranran left so quickly. Yin Qian, first suspect about his new lover, was Xie Yin. Shameless male vixen. Demon man. With a kind of anger that wanted to crush people to ashes. Yin Qian secretly gritted his teeth for a few seconds. After calming down a little, he chose to go to Tang Xian instead of Tang Ranran. Although Tang Ranran didn't say it, Yin Qian knew very well that she didn't want to disturb her real body. Yin Qian guessed that Tang Ranran should be absorbing energy stones. Only when she absorbed energy, the puppet Tang Xian would have a constant supply of energy to continue growing vegetables. Although there is no specific statistics, Yin Qian also knows that Tang Ranran's recent output of vegetables is indeed high, and it is afraid that it requires extremely huge energy support. Working state. Can't be disturbed. Otherwise it will be annoying. Yin Qian is still aware of this. So, go to Su Xinrong. In the deciduous forest mine, Tang Xian was like a deserter, and returned very quickly. After logging on Tang Xian, Tang Ranran first scanned the surrounding area with her spiritual sense to make sure there was nothing abnormal within 3 kilometers. Only then did she feel relieved. After making sure the environment was safe, Yin Qian, dressed in formal clothes, appeared in Tang Ranran's mind again. Tang Ranran took a long deep breath. She liked him so much. But, worrying about the safety of the mine was only one of the reasons. There was another reason why Tang Ranran ran so fast. Seeing Yin Qian's peacock-like posture, she was not blind. She suspected that Yin Qian had bad intentions. He was trying to seduce her. She guessed that Yin Qian was probably overstimulated by Xie Yin and might want to copy him. Tang Ranran imagined that if Yin Qian, who had just taken a shower, wore a half-covered black bathrobe and seduced her, she was imagining it was over. She would definitely fall for it. But if she touched Yin Qian, she would definitely be held responsible. That would be the end. Love is life-threatening. Marriage is a grave. And being single is the happiest. Yin Qian came prepared, so she could only run. Just as Tang Ranran was secretly glad that she ran fast. She felt an abnormality in her intuition. She felt a strange mental force, which was obviously looking for someone. Similar to someone asking, "Where is it?" Tang Ranran immediately looked around. Within her sight, the soldiers on duty all looked normal, and they obviously did not notice it. Targeted? Targeting 4S level? Huh? Tang Ranran squeaked tentatively, guessing in his heart. Could it be Yin Qian who caught up with him? Facts proved that it was. Yin Qian was not talking nonsense about the process, but he could solve the problem of entry application with just a supervision inspection. Yes, Yin Qian gave himself the supervision power of Su Xinrong planet, just like the Imperial Envoy in ancient times. Absolute power and privilege. There was no problem with the process. Yin Qian arrived at Su Xinrong First Military District and obtained the information that Tang Xian was in the mining area by face recognition. Address: Dahu Mountain Deciduous Forest. He knew where Dahu Mountain was. But deciduous forest? It didn't matter. When he arrived at the Dahu Mountain range, Yin Qian directly opened the 4S level mental power exploration, which means that only 4S level or above can feel mental power. After the mental power code matched, they met. Tang Ranran, it was Yin Qian indeed. Yin Qian, Xie Yin. That evil man isn't here? Chief. Marshal. Chief Yin. Yin Qian suddenly appeared, and the night watchman who noticed the movement nearby saluted. Looking around, Yin Qian waved his hand at everyone, indicating that there was no need to be polite. Who are you looking for? Tang Ranran, who knew what was going on, didn't ask about the formalities, but was surprised that she was such a big living person standing only 1 meter away, and she didn't see him? Looking for Xie Yin. Yin Qian gritted his teeth. Murderess? and his hands unconsciously clasped his fists and clenched his fists. Cracking. The sound of bones cracking. Tang Ranran subconsciously shrank her neck, thinking about the domestic violence issue. Realizing that he had frightened someone, Yin Qian quickly put away his murderous aura and said in a very far-fetched way, "I just went to him to reminisce about the past." Tang Ranran complained in her heart. "You look like you want to hit him." "Oh, hitting Xie Yin has nothing to do with her. So what is she afraid of?" "No need to be afraid." After just a second of cowardice, Tang Ranran stood up again. "He's not here. He went to Donlo on a mission." "Not here?" Yin Qian was a little unconvinced. "Why did you rush to log off if Xie Yin wasn't here?" Of course, Yin Qian only thought about the second half of the sentence in his mind and didn't dare to ask. "After all, I have no status and no position, so I have no right to ask." I felt so depressed. "He's really not here. He went to Donlo a month ago and took the driver away. I only have one driver here now. It's so miserable." Tang Ranran sighed sadly, then looked at him and smiled, with a bit of the meaning of a wolf grandmother in her smile. "You are taking a 3-day vacation, right? If you have nothing to do, please help me here." A laborer who came to my doorstep. "No problem." Yin Qian agreed immediately. It's not that he has a new love, but that he is concerned about the energy stone mine. It's because of his career that he was neglected. It's understandable. The haze in his heart has mostly dissipated, and the sky is clear after the rain. And Yin Qian is in a good mood again. As for work, working for his wife, it's my duty. After chatting for a few words alone, because of the time difference, Tang Ranran learned that Yin Qian had not rested for more than 20 hours. He sent him to bed in a tough manner, and he was on duty. The night is long, and being on duty is definitely a boring thing. Tang Ranran was on duty while growing vegetables. According to Zhuozhou message, the mine on Lutianda Star has a size of 320,000 spiritual stones. Model. Because the Lingshire mine is located in a barren land with no one around, there is no need to consider environmental issues at all. So the military decided to mine with heavy mechanization. It will take at most 1 month to finish the mining. It is now the 8th, and the work is scheduled to start on the 10th. So the payment from the military of Lutianda Star must be prepared in advance. Plant vegetables. Plant vegetables. Plant vegetables. Then, there is movement. Tang Ranran swept his spiritual sense and saw the culprit clearly, and couldn't help curling his lips. Here they come again! It is the Shadow Greedy Wolf Pack. The Shadow Greedy Wolf is a C-level or B-level monster. The Wolf King may have A-level strength. Most of them are physical monsters. But there are wolves with good talents in the Wolf Pack, which have their own shadow skill. Similar to Ares' stealth skill, can achieve stealth when stationary in the shadow. Wolves are creatures with a vengeful heart. Shadow Greedy Wolf is the same, because he killed several pioneer scout wolves in a night raid during the Chinese New Year. This wolf pack comes to harass every now and then. It's not very threatening. Just like a fly. A little annoying. Stopping to plant vegetables, Tang Ranran drew out his small flying sword and went to kill the wolf. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I advance. Tang Ranran went out and killed a few wolves in the open, and those hiding in the shadows all ran away. This wave of night attacks passed easily, but Tang Ranran knew that it would come again in a few days, when the enemy beasts familiar with the terrain launched a guerrilla war. It was very annoying. Tang Ranran had also thought about rushing straight to the enemy's lair to wipe them out, but these beasts were too cunning. Just like a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and they were like having clairvoyance and super hearing. Once she killed them, even if she used the invisibility array, it would be useless. Every time they ran away, and they ran in different places. It was really a headache that she couldn't drive them away and couldn't kill them all. But now she has a super fighter. 7 or 8 hours later, as the morning sun shone brightly, the soldiers in the mine started mining again after a night of rest. Yin Qian also got up. Tang Ranran, had you had breakfast? No. The answer was loud, and Yin Qian's posture was standard for waiting to be fed. There was no fruit in the space buckle, so Tang Ranran planted some corn and sweet potatoes on the spot. Roasted corn and sweet potatoes, and they tasted great. There was no wine, but the food was full. And then Tang Ranran pulled Yin Qian, a strong man, to work. Most of the alien beasts are out at night, and there are few alien beasts attacking the camp during the day. In addition, there is enough light during the day, and the sentinels can easily find danger. Once there is danger, as long as there is an S level, Yanqian and Tang Ranran can rush back to save the situation as soon as possible. So go to the territory of the greedy wolves and kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. Led by Tang Ranran, Yanqian, who is committed to showing himself, took action from a long distance away. Big move, space confinement. This skill is particularly useful. It's like Sun Wukong shouted a fixed, and a large group of greedy wolves were all fixed. Tang Ranran didn't even have to do anything. The wolves that stayed behind were almost wiped out. Tang Ranran, there should be applause here. After killing a wolf, they walked around and pulled some pure plants, and hunted a lot of pure meat beasts. It was not until the afternoon that the two returned to the mine camp. Tang Ranran was going to the logistics department, and the two walked side by side. After walking for a while, Yanqian suddenly stopped, with murderous intent, staring at the right side, as if he had seen prey and was about to hunt. I felt that the air around me was a degree colder. Tang Ranran followed his line of sight, and saw Xie Yin, who was talking to an officer. Yanqian's line of sight was too oppressive, and Xie Yin felt it at the first time. He tilted his head and looked over. The moment he saw Yanqian, his heart immediately skipped a beat. Why is this guy here? Come and beat him up. Ha! Yanqian sneered silently. He knew that Xie Yin, this demon man, had bad intentions. Didn't he go on a mission? He rushed here after completing the mission? He must want to seduce his wife again. Long time no see. Old friend. Yanqian was the first to greet him. His calm tone was full of murderous intent. While speaking, Yanqian took a long step and walked towards Xie Yin. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's have a fight and make friends through martial arts. It was like being targeted by a natural enemy. Seeing Yanqian striding over, Xie Yin felt a little numb on his scalp. He was sure in his heart that he would be beaten. Just when Xie Yin was ready to deal with Yanqian, Chief Tang! Chief Tang! Xie Xingyin appeared from somewhere behind the two of them, smiling brightly with 8 big white teeth, and jogging towards Tang Ranran with a silly and happy look. Hearing the sound, Yanqian stopped walking and turned around to see Xie Xingyin, who was as happy as a husky out of a cage. Yanqian's eyes were like radar, shooting directly over and scanning up and down. Xie Xingyin recognized Tang Xian, the godfather, just by looking at his back. As for Yanqian, who was also standing next to him, he was ignored by him and just regarded him as a passerby. Now Yanqian turned around, and Xie Xingyin was immediately fixed by his sight. Seeing Yanqian face clearly, Xie Xingyin was completely scared like a mouse seeing a cat. He immediately stopped his steps with an emergency brake, stood up properly, and saluted. Hello, Chief Yin. Yeah. After looking at him, Yanqian snorted. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although he looks much worse than him, he is also a handsome guy. And, how should I put it? This kid has a vigorous vitality, just like the bright sunshine, which is easy to infect people. Fresh meat. Yanqian just thought of this word. Chief Tang. After getting a response, after Yanqian retracted his gaze, Xie Xingyin regained his joy and continued to run towards Tang Ranran. It was like a husky rushing towards its owner, then wagging its tail and circling around the owner. Chief Tang. We are back. You don't know that this mission in Dong-O is really thrilling. Xie Xingyin, who was not very smart, didn't feel Yanqian hostility at all. He just thought that Yanqian, the marshal, was born not to smile, and was cold and aloof. Although Xie Xingyin looked silly and didn't look like an insider, Yanqian was still very unhappy with him for chattering around Tang Ranran. His wife was surrounded by a group of men, and he was so upset. Xie Yin looked at his nephew, who temporarily absorbed Yanqian firepower with sympathy. Silly nephew. You are going to be beaten too. During working hours, everything was peaceful. Yanqian was just letting off some cold air. Then, after the mining time was over and the soldiers had a dinner of nutrient solution and fruits and vegetables, Yanqian, who was full of anger, started to fight. There was no signal in the mine camp, and there were no entertainment activities. What should I do with excess energy? Soldiers who were not on night shift would arrange a fight and treat it as exercise. So there was a simple ring in the camp. At this moment, there were 2 people on the ring. Under the ring, a crowd of people, Almost all those who were not on duty gathered here. Xie Yin was reluctant to compete with Yan Qian, but Yan Qian officially challenged him. Even if he couldn't beat him, he had to go up even if he had to. At this moment, it was Xie Yin and Yan Qian who were on the ring. Among the crowd of onlookers, Tang Ranran was naturally indispensable. The leader had privileges, so Tang Ranran occupied the front line of the crowd, the closest position to the ring. She brought a long bench with her, but it was a pity that she was a puppet. Otherwise she would have been bitten by the whole melon. On the ring, Yan Qian wore sports pants and a black tight short-sleeve top. The thin and elastic fabric was like a second layer of skin covering his body, outlining his figure very clearly. Tang Ranran simply loved the lines of the muscles and the vigorous and powerful sense of masculine power. Xie Yin and Yan Qian were dressed similarly, and although they had 8-pack abs, Xie Yin looked much thinner. There was almost no suspense in this fight, and Yan Qian would definitely win. Although she had expected the result, it did not stop Tang Ranran from being very excited. Very excited? And looking forward to it. Yo-yo Cheka now. Fight. Fight. She loved watching. The battle between Yan Qian and Xie Yin was just like the battle between Shimen Chuxue and Yi Guqing at the top of the Forbidden City. It was a battle between two top masters. A battle of the century. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only was Tang Ranran looking forward to it, the onlookers were also excited, waving their flags and cheering. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Su Xinrong is Xie Yin territory, so the onlookers have a high support rate for Xie Yin, while Yan Qian, the legend of the empire, has only a few diehard fans cheering for him. In terms of cheerleading, Yan Qian is far behind. Of course, although the soldiers who support Xie Yin shouted deafeningly, the strong spiritual support from the cheerleading team did not affect Xie Yin beating at all. Yes, Xie Yin was beaten. Just 5 minutes. After a stalemate of more than 10 moves. Bang! Xie Yin was forced to take a punch from Yan Qian. And then he held on for a few moves. And then bang! He was kicked by Yan Qian. Next. Punches and kicks. Back throws. Back throws. Half throws. Not only was he beaten, but he was also thrown all over the place. Tang Ranran, so miserable. I felt a little sympathy, but not much. Tang Ranran was watching with great interest, knowing that Yan Qian was beating him on purpose. After holding on for half an hour, he was in so much pain that he couldn't hold on any longer. After being thrown over his arm, Xie Yin lay on the ground pretending to be dead and admitted defeat. You are good. I am not as good as you. I admit defeat. Xie Yin had already admitted defeat. And in front of a group of soldiers, Yan Qian couldn't continue to beat him. On the surface, he held the demeanor of a winner, took 2 steps forward, and stretched out his hand to pull him. Thank you. He wanted to use the force to get up. But as soon as Xie Yin put his hand on him, Yan Qian exerted force on his hand and squeezed it tightly. Xie Yin immediately felt a pain in his hand bones. Damn it! Xie Yin raised his head and glared. Yan Qian responded with a threatening look, expressing with his eyes, Stay away from my wife, or I will beat you to death. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Xie Yin is flexible, and the standard is a hero who knows the times. He lowered his eyes and admitted his defeat. Okay. Okay. You are awesome. Whatever you say is what it means. Xie Yin left the stage, and Yan Qian stood on the stage with a victorious attitude, looking around. Who wants to challenge me? Yan Qian's momentum was terrifying, and his edge was too sharp. The huge crowd of spectators took a small step back unconsciously. When Yan Qian beat Xie Yin, he was just brutal. So who dared to challenge him? Do you think you are tough and can take a beating? No one took the initiative. Yan Qian called out the name, raised his hand and pointed at Xie Xingyan. You? I give you some guidance. Ah? Xie Xingyan widened his eyes, pointed at his nose in shock and fear. Me? No. Why is he so unlucky? It's not him. Right? Xie Xingyan squeezed to the side, pushed away the people around him, and moved sideways a step, trying to avoid the beating. You? What are you hiding for? Yan Qian pointed at him and moved his finger, confirming that it was really him. Xie Xingyan felt like crying. Can he just admit defeat? Of course not. A group of onlookers got excited again, watching the fun and adding fuel to the fire. Brother Xie. Go! Come on! Captain Xie. Don't lose face for our Su Xinrong military district. Go! Fight! Even if he is Commander Yin. The brothers support you. Captain Xie. It is your blessing to be guided by the marshal. Go! Don't waste time. Xie Xingyun, This blessing. Whoever wants it can take it. Under the encouragement of the old six, Xie Xingyun bit the bullet, took off his military jacket, and went on stage. Then, Tang ran. It's so miserable. Sympathy. But it didn't stop her from watching with great enthusiasm. Although Xie Yin looks soft, he is definitely the strongest fighter in Su Xinrong. As a young man, Xie Xingyun is much weaker than Xie Yin in strength. Now his opponent is Yan Qian, who can beat Xie Yin hard. So the gap is even greater. Well, in just 3 moves, Xie Xingyun was knocked down. Feeling that he lost too hastily, Xie Xingyun got up unwillingly and continued, but was knocked down again in just 2 moves. After several times, the adrenaline of not admitting defeat wore off, and thinking of the terrible beating of Xie Yin in the last game, Xie Xingyun decisively laid down and pretended to be injured after being knocked down by Yan Qian again, crying, "Ouch! It hurts! It must be a fracture. I can't do it anymore. Ouch!" It was a very exaggerated performance. Knowing that this guy was pretending, Yan Qian said insincerely, "Sorry. I didn't pay attention to the degree." It was over. Xie Xingyun stepped down. And then it was time to call the roll again. The onlookers who were waving flags and shouting loudly just now immediately shrank their necks and lowered their heads. And their posture was very much like elementary school students in class, who were afraid that the teacher would call their names. No one raised their hands. Yan Qian called the names again, and pointed his finger, and accurately called out a person from the crowd. The unlucky guy had been chosen, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. And then, their eyes turned over. Tang Ranran also looked over to see which unlucky guy was going to be beaten. The unlucky Li Zheng, who was named by Yan Qian. What? Me? Like Xie Xingyun's expression before. Li Zheng pointed at himself with a confused look. Me? Yes. You? Yan Qian definitely didn't point randomly, but was targeted. Li Zheng. My wife's younger brother. Handsome and single. When he first came to Su Pingrui, he was still an ordinary S-level combat 5 scum. But now, he is an SSS-level dual-system psychic. This rapid improvement in strength. You can imagine how much resources have been spent. I've wanted to beat him for a long time. Brotherly. It's not shameful to lose to the marshal. Go! Yes. If you are a man, go! Come on! Come on! We support you. The old 6 who were not named started to add fuel to the fire again. Li Zheng had to go up even if he didn't want to. And then, unsurprisingly, he was beaten. Compared to Xie Xingyun's cheating, Li Zheng was obviously much tougher and resisted the whole process. So in the end, he was beaten so badly by Yan Qian that he couldn't get up. Tang Ranran, so miserable. Tang Ranran was very happy to see it and secretly sympathized with him. Then, after Li Zheng came down, I don't know which damn guy shouted, "Marshal Yin is too arrogant. Please ask Chief Tang to stand up for us and beat him up." Before Yan Qian called out the name, the fire burned Tang Ranran. Captain Tang. Come on. We support you. Captain Tang is mighty. Chief Tang is domineering. And Chief Tang will win. Captain Tang. Captain Tang. Captain Tang. There are many people with the last name Tang here. But there is only one Chief Tang. And that's her. Tang Ranran, Fight Yan Qian? What a joke. Although she is a puppet with a strong body, she only knows the basics of boxing and kicking. As an auxiliary alchemist, she is not even a magician. How can she fight a warrior? You all. Come on together. Before Tang Ranran could speak, Yan Qian called out names. And all the names were those who were the most enthusiastic in fanning the flames. This is incredible. Dare to instigate his wife to beat him? They must be taught a lesson. The people who were called out were like deflated balls. And they went on stage one by one with their heads down and miserable. There were nearly 20 people. And the stage was full at once. Then, a group fight broke out on the ring. Yes, a group fight. Yan Qian was alone against 20 people. All of them were beaten. And finally they were lying on the ground in all directions. In the next 2 days, after the mining time is over, a large-scale fighting show will be staged in the camp. Yin Qian acts as the defending champion, calling out names one by one. Anyway, picking the handsome ones to fight. Li Zhang and Xie Xingyun are the two people that Yin Qian focuses on. As for Xie Yin, that guy is as slippery as a loach. The next day after being beaten, he went back to the military district on the pretext of having something to do. Xie Xingyun was full of grievances after being beaten several times. When Yin Qian was not at the scene, he secretly complained to Tang Ranran. Does Marshal Yin have a bad relationship with my Uncle Yin? Am I being taken out on? Damn it! I'm just a cousin who has a little relationship with him. It's the kind of cousin who is very distant. It's so unfair. Tang Ranran was full of sympathy for this. Big fool. You got beaten because you always get close to me. Although Tang Ranran knew that Xie Xingyun always got close to her because he simply liked fruits and vegetables. It didn't stop Yin Qian from disliking him and wanting to beat him. In this way, 3 days passed quickly between working and beating people. Seeing that the time was up, Yin Qian could only bid farewell to Tang Ranran, and he had to go back to the first star system to attend the meeting. The god-making plan has been preliminarily approved and put on the proposal. At present, the preliminary rules of the meeting are to be discussed. The first step is likely to be that the entire high-level elite team will go to find rare natural treasures to assist the 4S level to upgrade to the 5S level. Treasure hunting. Tang Ranran is quite interested, but she refuses to participate. Running around. How dangerous. She prefers to wait for the results. Before leaving, Tang Ranran routinely stuffed a lot of snacks and blue bottles into Yin Qian. Yin Qian father, Yin Linghua, was a person who had taken the magic fruit medicine for a while. After the Jia state disappeared, his mental strength stabilized, which means he was still at the 4S level. He hardly used sugar powder to treat his illness. In addition, the border has sufficient supplies recently, so Yin Qian is not short of blue bottles now. The inventory is very rich. However, he accepted all the blue bottles given by Tang Ranran. After all, if he didn't accept them, other wild men would get them. I don't know how much benefit Xie Yin, the bastard, got from Su Xinrong 2 energy stone mines. Yin Qian knew very well that Xie Xinxi was currently maintaining his condition with 180+ bottle a day. His wife is generous and likes to spend resources on handsome guys. Whenever Yin Qian thinks of this, he feels so depressed. He just hates that he has no status. Yin Qian is unhappy, but Tang Ranran is heartless. After sending him away, she continued to sign for spiritual stones and grow vegetables without any sadness of parting. 2 days later, Xie Yin came back. Probably because he knew that Yin Qian was gone and didn't need to hide from the limelight. As soon as he arrived, Tang Ranran pulled him aside and first gave the 30 units of sugar powder, which was the original star diamond or worth 240 trillion yuan, to be resold to Xie Xinxi. After paying a commission, Tang Ranran said, I feel relieved to have you here. I have something to do back to Su Pingrui, so I leave it to you. Xie Yin, No. He wanted to show his presence. Tang Ranran brought the driver Xie Xingyun and Liang Chongquan back to Su Pingrui. The reason why she brought Liang Chongquan was because Kong Chen mentioned that to her. Liang Chongquan's wife, Mi Sha, held her son during the Chinese New Year and went to bother Kong Chen every day, complaining like Xianglin saw that Liang Chongquan was not at home and how hard it was for her as a wife. Kong Chen heard that the implication of her words was that she did not want Liang Chongquan to go on a business trip. Because of the divorce incident, Kong Chen was still in shock and did not dare to have too much contact with Mi Sha. In addition, he was a little worried that Liang Chongquan might be cheating on her. You know, Liang Chongquan and his wife currently live in Fu Xianting, and most of the high-ranking officials on the planet, as well as the high-ranking officials of the garrison, live here. It's like a billboard falling in the capital, and all the people it hits are officials. Those who live in Fu Xianting go out for a walk, and everyone they meet is a high-ranking elite. Fearing that Liang Chongquan's long business trip would cause his wife to make a principled mistake, Kong Chen suggested to Tang Ranran, if there is no shortage of manpower, transfer Liang Chongquan back to the planet? Tang Ranran, okay. Throw him back to the planet. So, Liang Chongquan was brought back. The mining area has Li Zheng, an SSS-level Earth system, and an intern, Yi Peng, an S-level small Earth system. Tang Ranran decided to end Liang Chongquan's business trip and stay on the planet to take care of the land reclamation in the future. Tang Ranran gave Liang Chongkun a vacation. And his job adjustment was Kong Chen job. Take Xie Xingyun to the D5 fruit forest area. And Tang Ranran waved his hand and gave him 10 space buckles. Fill it up. Whatever you like. Fill it up. Of course. Not all of them were given to him. 1 space buckle was his private share. And the remaining 9 were taken to the mining area and distributed to the soldiers who mined. Tang Ranran would never treat anyone who worked for her badly. There were so many fruits to choose from that Xie Xingyun happily installed 10 space buckles. Because Tang Ranran would not be back in the short term. Xie Xingyun, who was also a communications soldier, went ahead and said, Captain Tang, please contact me if you have any questions. Tang Ranran, yes. You will need to make a few more trips to the mining area. If there is any situation, please notify me in time. I guarantee to complete the task. Xie Xingyun happily returned to Su Xinrong. Let Kong Chen arrange someone to take charge of the logistics and picking work. Tang Ranran wandered around the D5 area, planting vegetables while wandering. Soon, there was another fruitful harvest. The picking speed was completely inferior to her planting speed. After planting in the D5 area, Tang Ranran went to the D4 area. Because she kept her pet golden armor in the D4 area. There was almost no one here after the Institute starship left. There was only a guard at the gate. The crops in the D4 area were definitely growing wildly. Tang Ranran scattered the seeds one by one, planting vegetables, and vegetables. Soon, all kinds of vegetables with low purification values were everywhere. Tang Ranran planted all kinds of vegetables. After the D4 area was fully planted, the Iron Will Tang Ranran moved to the T2 protection area. At the entrance of the T2 area, Tang Ranran met Qi Xingyuan, who was full of vicissitudes. Qi Xingyuan, boss, you are back. Yeah. Tang Ranran looked at him a few more times in surprise. It's just that. At most a month since I last saw him. The change is a bit big. The face is still the same face. That is, how to describe it? From an outstanding young man, who was full of hope for life and full of light in his eyes. He became a middle-aged worker full of fatigue and powerlessness. And he was still the kind of worker with a car loan and a mortgage. His back was bent. What happened recently? Have you been hit? Tang Ranran couldn't help but ask with concern. Hey, boss. I'm so sad. Qi Xingyuan began to complain with a sad face. A lot of things. To sum up, because of his poor strength, he missed the promotion that could have been his turn. He missed the promotion. And because his former colleagues were promoted one by one, almost all of them were at the same level as him. Kong Chen and Li Zheng even achieved a curve overtaking. Qi Xingyuan's sorrow was higher than the sky. And he only hated himself for being too eager for quick success. Otherwise, when the combination package came out, promotion to SSS would be inevitable. Unlike now, he is still SS level? From an 01 to the middle level. This feeling, Tang Ranran can understand it very well. Although he sympathizes deeply, Tang Ranran can do nothing. The little white mouse of the Fu family proved with his own experience that taking the magic fruit potion for the second time, even with the breakthrough potion, is ineffective, and may even be counterattacked. The little white mouse has fallen from 5S to 4S level, but his mental strength is still in a weak state, and it is unknown whether it will fall to 4S level. After comforting Qi Xingyuan, the unlucky subordinate, Tang Ranran entered the T2 area. In the T2 area, Tang Ranran planted a total of 200 spiritual fruit trees, and each tree was equipped with a gas-soluble flower. A large sea of flowers. After a month, Tang Ranran took a look. There was basically no sea of flowers. Half of the herbaceous flowers died, and the remaining half were growing wildly and disorderly, with basically no beauty. Although the spiritual fruit trees were born from the farm and had strong vitality, the spiritual energy was too thin. All of them were sluggish, with a lot of leaves drooping, listless and wilted. Tang Ranran turned into a plant doctor and began to rescue them, and secretly threw some fairy grass. After the rescue, the spiritual fruit trees regained their vitality. Tang Ranran felt that the spiritual energy around them seemed to be a little richer. After the rescue, Tang Ranran moved out another 40 white jade fruit trees. 1 tree. About 300 kilograms of fruit. 10 trees. That is, 1,500 kilograms. With a total value of over 15 trillion. After planting, Tang Ranran called Qi Xingyuan and sent him a location. asking him to arrange people to pick the fruit and store it in the planet's inventory. Tang Ranran notified Kong Chen again. The mine on Lutienda Star would have been dug if it was working normally. The highest person in charge of the planet, Wu Baihong, would arrange for the space system to bring supervisors with Zhou to deliver the goods to the door. Tang Ranran filled in Su Pingrui Star as the delivery address. If Tang Xian is in the wild and cannot be contacted, Kong Chen will be responsible for receiving the goods and paying. Relatively speaking, the military needs pure fruits and vegetables with low purification values, but a small part of high purification values above 30 is also needed. The first batch of payment Wu Baihong wants requires a purification value of more than 50. Therefore, 1 trillion white jade fruit was given to the military of Lutienda Star, and the rest, of which 10 trillion was supplied to Hengshin Group, and the remaining 4 trillion white jade fruit was arranged by Kong Chen to be made into nutrient solution with different purification values, which served as welfare for the soldiers in the local army of the planet and children under 16 years old. After working non-stop for dozens of hours, Tang Ranran directly stayed in the camp at the entrance of T2 area and pretended to sleep. Tang Xian was idle, and Su Fengmao's Tang, she was dispatched. It has been a long time since he went treasure hunting. As soon as Tang Ranran appeared, he called Aries. After the reunion, Tang Ranran, have you found any treasures? Aries, yes. Yes, master. I found a lot of good things. Follow Aries to go treasure hunting. What he called good things, 2 SSS level beasts, dozens of varieties with purification values above 50, and a pile of scrap copper and iron that I don't know what they are. With the mentality of picking up leaks, Tang Ranran carefully identified them. In the end, she could only say that there was nothing useful for her. Forget it. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Aries, this guy, has no treasure hunting function. Tang Ranran continued to rely on identifying the concentration of spiritual energy to find possible natural treasures. Busy and busy. She was almost photographed by the monitoring satellite during the period. After 8 hours, Tang Ranran got nothing. Okay. Today is not suitable for treasure hunting. Retreat. Tang Shi returned to the farm and went offline. Tang Ranran continued Tang Xian. At this time, it was still dawn in the T2 area. The sun had not risen yet. There were only a few rays of light, breaking through the darkness of the sky. Online, Tang Xuanji had a lot of messages in his mind. And there were 2 missed calls. The messages were either business reports or wanting to buy fruits and vegetables. Nothing serious. And the missed calls were from Xie Shihe and Gu Xiao. According to the order of the calls, Tang Ranran first replied to Xie Shihe's call. The phone rang for less than 5 seconds before it was connected. Xie Shihe's voice was excited, and his words were hurried and full of surprise. Tang Xian. Yesterday Kong Chen contacted Tao Shen and said that there was stock. Did you return to Su Pingrui? Yes. I came back yesterday. Still on the planet? Where? I come to find you. Xie Shihe's words were obviously full of joy, and a little impatient. In T2 area, Tang Ranran secretly wondered. Why are you looking for her? Ah? T2 area? Where? Xie Shihe was stunned. T2 area is a high purification value spiritual plant planting area, which is a planetary secret and a military stronghold. So this location is highly confidential. Xie Shihe vaguely knew that there was such a place, but he really didn't know where it was. I'm going to D5 now. Let's meet up there. Okay. I wait for you at the main entrance of the D5 shield. Yes. Because the distance between T2 and D5 is only 100 kilometers. Tang Ranran is not in a hurry to fly there, but uses the hovercraft as a means of transportation. He grabbed a handsome soldier from the camp to be his driver. Tang Ranran sat in the back seat of the hovercraft and called Gu Xiao back. Hello. Tang Xian. Gu Xiao answered the call quickly. You're looking for me? Sorry. I was sleeping. It's okay. I have something to talk to you about. This is what happened. He's my uncle in our family. He found me and asked me to ask you if you were collecting a special energy stone. 200 million each. Right? Yes. Tang Ranran's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively guessed that it was good news. That uncle found some, but he wasn't sure if it was the energy stone you needed. You turned on the reject stranger function, and he didn't have any of your friends, so he couldn't contact you. So he found me. How about this? I create a group. And you can chat with him? Sure. Thank you. Hey. It's just a small matter. After the call ended, Tang Ranran was pulled into a group by Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu, chat by yourselves. I have something else to do, so I won't participate. Tang Xian, you're busy. I treat you to dinner next time. Gu Xiao, okay. I won't be polite with you. I order the dishes when the time comes. Tang Xian, no problem. Gu Chengfeng, General Tang. I've heard of you for a long time. Hello. Hello. I'm Gu Chengfeng. I won't say any more nonsense. It's like this. We found some energy minerals. I don't know if they are what you need. Please take a look. Tang Xian, okay. Gu Chengfeng immediately threw a lot of pictures and short videos in the group. Just looking at the video and pictures, it looks like a spiritual stone. Tang Ranran, who was a little excited, sent a voice message directly. Tang Xian, it does look like it in the picture, but I can't be sure of it until I see the ore. After finally contacting Tang Xian, Gu Chengfeng certainly didn't want to miss this god of wealth, and immediately replied, General Tang, how about this? When is it convenient for you? We will send the space system to deliver it to you? Tang Ranran said. Just what she wanted. Sure. I should be in Supingruixing these days. Then, I will recruit the space system now, and leave for you in about an hour. Is that okay? Gu Chengfeng didn't delay for a moment, and was more anxious than Tang Ranran. Sure. Contact me before leaving. I will give you the exact address. Okay. Okay. I look forward to meeting you. After the chat, Tang Ranran was overjoyed. Another mine. Oh my god. The 5th spiritual stone mine. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is the top dream of cultivators to monopolize a spiritual stone mine. And now, she is occupied for. And now there is another one. And there will be more in the future. If all the spiritual stone mines in the entire empire are in her pocket. She never dared to dream of such a good thing before. It's always fun to spend money. Whoever spends money will know. Really. It's too cool. Immersed in the good news of the 5th mine, Tang Ranran's mouth was raised all the way, and she couldn't stop smiling. When they arrived at the D5 area, Tang Ranran saw Xie Shihe waiting at the gate from a distance. After telling the driver to drive over, the vehicle hovered 30 centimeters above the ground, and Tang Ranran opened the window. Tang Xian, Xie Shihe shouted happily, and immediately trotted to the side of the hovercraft. After making sure that he was the only one there, Tang Ranran said, Get in the car. Xie Shihe opened the car door, and sat in the back seat side by side with her. Shaolin. Drive to the vineyard. Recently, the planet launched wine, which was very popular among tourists. So Tang Ranran wanted to go and plant more grapes. Driver Xiaolin, yes. After Tang Ranran finished giving the order, Xie Shi and a mental barrier covered the two people in the back seat, and then said, Tang Xian, help me. Sell me some sugar powder. Please. Tang Ranran was a little disgusted. She thought it was a big deal. Just buying sugar powder is such a small thing? Speechless, Tang Ranran calculated the time. Even if Xie Yin didn't give medicine, it shouldn't be so fast. Right? Tang Ranran asked bluntly. For your milk? Has she run out of medicine? No. Not my milk. It's me. Me. You? Our Xie family. Xie Shi and blah blah. Although the Military Research Institute did not officially announce it, those who were well informed already knew about the magic fruit potion combination package. During the Chinese New Year, the Xie family planted another magic vine in a hurry. In the past week, 100 magic fruits can be harvested, because it has been confirmed that 1 trillion of the life-extending potion can reduce age by 30 years. Most of the magic fruit is planned to be used as a life-extending potion. A small part is a mental potion, and the magic vine energy is the top priority. After various discussions at the general meeting, because the potential SSS level inside the Xie family have all taken the magic fruit potion. In the end, the decision was made to use 2 number 4 potions. There are too many wolves and too little meat. If it were in the past, Xie Shihe really couldn't grab this quota. But now, he is the acting director of Hengshan Group, and because of his cooperation with Tang Xian, he has recently created extremely rich profits. Therefore, he took one of the only 2 quotas for the combination package. The approved limit for the SS level is 12 trillion. But Xie Shihe is afraid that his talent is not enough. So he plans to prepare 30 trillion. So, Sell me some sugar powder. Tang Ranran has only 30 trillion sugar powder. But it won't work. After all, she publicly announced that the sugar powder was obtained by Su Xinrong. It has been so long. And she is still selling sugar powder? Isn't this suspicious? Tang Ranran evaded. There is really not much of that kind of sugar crystal powder. I want to keep it for emergency use. How about this? Or I work overtime and grow some big velvet. Really? There is really not much. Not enough for my own use. Then. Okay. Although Xie Shihe was a little disappointed. It is better to have it than not. For big velvet, the purification value of one water solution is 70. 10 sticks are equivalent to 1 trillion pure energy. 30 trillion is 300 sticks. Equivalent to 30 kilograms. The drug effect is 72 hours. So this little water can definitely be finished. After a quick calculation, Xie Shihe pleaded sincerely. Please, expedite it. The more the better. I'm afraid that my qualifications are not enough. And whether my spiritual power can be promoted depends entirely on this time. Well, I do it as soon as possible. I use energy stones to help you speed up. But this consumption. Tang Ranran raised the price at the right time. Although she was not short of money, she had to pay extra for expedited orders. I know. Having heard that Tang Xian was collecting energy stones, Xie Shihe also knew about the energy conversion and vegetable planting. 200 million for an energy stone is equivalent to knocking on a blue bottle. He understands. In terms of price, the quality of the petals is 12 billion per gram. And I will pay the tax extra. The general price of large chrysanthemum is measured by petals. About 10 billion per gram. Xie Shihe generously raised the price by 20%. Tang Ranran pondered with a little embarrassment for 3 seconds. Then nodded. Okay. The more big chrysanthemums, the better. Whether I can get promoted depends on you. Tang Xian. I try my best. Because of Xie Shihe episode, Tang Ranran promised to plant chrysanthemums. So he changed his plan temporarily. The hovercraft turned around and returned to the main gate of the protective shield. Let driver Xiaoling go back first. Tang Ranran and Xie Shihe found a pavilion to rest near the gate of the protective shield. A simple flower pot was filled with soil dug by Xie Shihe. Tang Ranran found the rhizome of big chrysanthemum from the basement of the farm and pretended to take it out of the space buckle. With the flower pot, plant flowers on the spot. Control the speed. So half an hour later, a vibrant chrysanthemum and a big chrysanthemum slowly bloomed at the top of the branch. After the flower fully bloomed, Tang Ranran cut it off and gave it directly to Xie Shihe, and continued with the second one. When the second chrysanthemum had just formed a bud, Tang Ranran's brain started to beep, and it was obvious that the other party was in a hurry. Estimating the time, Tang Ranran guessed that it was Gu Chengfeng, and then he saw that it was indeed Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng, General Tang. We are leaving now. Is it convenient for you? For fear that she would not see it, Gu Chengfeng sent it 3 times in a row. Tang Ranran sent the current address. Tang Xian, I am at the location of the protective shield door. Gu Chengfeng, okay. I will be there soon. After sending the message, Tang Ranran said to Xie Shihe, the person I met has arrived. If you have something to do, I am fine. I am free. Xie Shihe said immediately, stood up neatly, and hugged the flower pot with the chrysanthemum plant into his arms, indicating that he would follow her. As it concerns her own strength, Xie Shihe made up her mind that she must follow Tang Xian closely these days, and ensure the most large Tian Rongju. Okay. This is because she is afraid that she will slack off at work. Tang Ranran was a little speechless, but she didn't chase her away. After leaving the pavilion, she walked for a while, and walked out of the door of the protective shield. Tang Ranran saw 2 figures in military uniforms. Gu Chengfeng, a middle-aged man over 100 years old. Tang Ranran had seen his appearance through the information, so she recognized him at a glance. And the young and handsome officer next to him. I think he is my driver. Sure enough, after seeing her, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up and ran over quickly. General Tang. Hello. It's an honor to meet you. Gu Chengfeng shook hands with him with both hands in a standard manner. Hello. Tang Ranran simply said hello after shaking hands. Look. Gu Chengfeng didn't waste any words, and went straight to the point. He took out an iron box from the space buckle, opened the lid, held it with both hands full of hope, and handed it to Tang Ranran. This is it. Is it the energy stone you need? Tang Ranran eyes lit up. Just by looking at it, it is most likely a spirit stone. Of course, it has to be tested. Tang Ranran raised his hand and reached into the box to touch it. It was confirmed that it was a spirit stone. And all 5 pieces inside were spirit stones. The 5th spiritual stone mine is secured. Tang Ranran was very happy. Yes, it is exactly the energy stone I need. She nodded. And Gu Chunfeng was overjoyed. His expression was like he had won the first prize of the lottery. After letting him be excited for a few seconds without interrupting him, Tang Ranran asked, "Where did you find this?" "It was found when we were exploring for decades ago. Someone in the exploration team thought the stone was beautiful and kept it as a collection. We also went through many twists and turns to find the place where the energy stone was dug out." Where?" Gu Chunfeng slapped his head and hurriedly said, "Oh, look at my brain. I forgot to introduce it. I am currently the head of the General Military Supply Department of Yunfu Star. This energy stone was found in the Beiping continent of Yunfu Star." Yunfu Star. Tang Ranran murmured and thought for 2 seconds. The word Yun means the 7th galaxy. For Tang Ranran, any place outside the 3rd galaxy is a distant place that cannot be reached. Tang Ranran continued to ask, "Director Gu, I think you have heard about the cooperation between me and Lieutenant Star?" Yes, I know. The planetary military is responsible for mining and delivering the goods to the door. The same price is 200 million per piece. You can exchange pure fruits and vegetables from Su Pingrui Star according to the purchase price of the military supply department. I can pay for these 5 energy stones now. In addition, if the cooperation is confirmed, I can advance 100 billion worth of goods in advance as the initial capital for mining. Do you think it's okay?" "No problem. No problem." Gu Chunfeng was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. "General Tang, if you don't mind, shall we sign a formal cooperation agreement now?" Tang Ranran nodded. "Okay." It took only 10 minutes to go through the process on the intelligent brain, and it was finalized. After the finalization, Tang Ranran asked Wu Pingyang to receive the 2 people, mainly to take people to the warehouse to load fruits and vegetables. 1 billion for 5 spiritual stones, and 100 billion for advance payment. In addition, an additional 10 billion low purification value fruits and vegetables were given as a personal gift from Tang Xian to the military of Yunfu Star. The matter of the 5th spiritual stone mine was finalized. As Gu Chunfeng and the others followed Wu Pingyan to leave, Xie, who had been standing quietly on the side with a flower pot, began to urge, "Plant vegetables. Plant vegetables. Plant vegetables." Although he didn't say anything, the look of your work was like a thorn in the back, and it was difficult for Tang Ranran to ignore it. "Okay. Continue to plant chrysanthemums. 1, 2, 3. 10 flowers were planted in one breath. And Tang Ranran account had an extra 9 trillion virtual cash. Xie is definitely a good buyer who does not owe payments for goods, especially now that he is in power. He is more efficient in paying. He got a chrysanthemum and paid immediately after weighing it, directly transferring it from the public account of Hengxin Group to Tang Xian account. Tang Ranran got 9 trillion. And the planet's fiscal revenue received more than 1 trillion. She is really making a fortune. After showing off for 2 seconds, Tang Ranran pretended to be weak. "I feel dizzy. I need to rest." "Then you have a good rest. I go back first." Although he felt that 10 flowers were a bit too few, Xie also knew that he must not offend the god of wealth. So he didn't dare to ask her to continue working overtime. After sending Xie away, Tang Ranran found an empty room for a leader who was resting in the D5 area. Tang Xian pretended to sleep and went offline. The Tang Shi who always stayed in the farm started to make pills. During the day, because of the farm upgrade, she unlocked a new spiritual plant, Rongling Xiao. With Rongling Xiao, Tang Ranran put together a pill formula. The Juling pill, small Juling pill, assists in cultivation during the qi refining period, while the Juling pill assists in cultivation during the foundation establishment period. Although cultivation has little to do with mental strength, maybe it can enhance mental strength? You know, Kongshan has been eating small Juling pills, just like taking calcium tablets, 2 a day, and persists. Kongshan promotion was achieved by Tang Ranran resources. But long-term use of elixirs and pure plants is definitely effective. After using the farm to brush a large area of rolling grass and preparing auxiliary spiritual plants, Tang Ranran began to refine elixirs. After refining 2 furnaces, the feel of the hand returned. Tang Ranran simply entered the farm by herself, and then started the 1-to-2 alchemy mode, refining 3 furnaces at a time. Each furnace has 3 to 5 pills, which means dozens of pills at a time. In the next few days, during the day, Xiexia ran over early in the morning to keep an eye on the scene. The attitude of fearing that she would be passive and lazy made Tang Ranran experience the mood of a working worker again. Not more, not less. Tang Ranran maintained the frequency of 10 flowers a day, and from time to time, she would perform an energy stone absorption in front of Xiexia, planting chrysanthemums during the day, refining elixirs at night, planting chrysanthemums, refining pills, planting chrysanthemums. 6 days later, Xiexia received news that Xia's 100 magical vines were planted. At this time, Tang Ranran had already given Xiexia 65 chrysanthemums. With such a large amount, if Xiexia still cannot be promoted, then he is really a hopeless case. With a large amount of finished chrysanthemum tea solution, Xiexia returned to the first star system with great anticipation. The supervisor left, and Tang Ranran, who no longer had to go to work, could not help but feel the joy of vacation. She wanted to take a vacation today and do nothing. Yes, vacation. She did not spend Krypton gold to practice. And Tang Ranran made an appointment with Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian, who were also on vacation, to go shopping. After a day of shopping, even if all the expenses of Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian were paid by me, President Tang Ranran only spent less than 30 million. Growing chrysanthemums, she made a net profit of 56 trillion. At this speed of spending 30 million a day, TSK, she can't spend it all even if she dies. Really, too much money is also troublesome. Tang Xian had almost no expenses, so Tang Ranran simply transferred 50 trillion to the planet's finances and let him do whatever he wanted. After a day of rest and relaxation, when he returned to Villa number 2, he found that Kong Chen had already left work. So Tang Ranran went to Villa number 1 to find him. After briefly talking about some business, before leaving, Tang Ranran gave him a box of 100 large Juling pills. The small Juling pills were definitely useless to Kong Chen. And as for whether the large Juling pills were useful, she didn't know. After changing Kong Chen package, the small Juling pills left in Kong Chen's space buckle were in Tang Ranran hands, which was considered a clear way out. Tang Ranran added water to make a potion, then called Tang Chui and Yin Xing. Mysteriously, Kong Chen gave me some potions. Long-term use is very beneficial to mental power. It was given to him by Tang Xian. He doesn't need it now because his mental power level is high. So he gave it to me. I share some with you. Tang Chui and Yin Xing, grateful. I can't guarantee whether Tang Ranran can be promoted, but it will definitely be beneficial to take it. Of course, 1 pill a day. Don't take more. She emphasized this point. On the other hand, Tang Ranran opened a small stove for Qi Xingyuan with a Tang Xian number. It was also a box, but less than 100 pills, 70 or 80. Although it was 1 for 2. Alchemy was time-consuming and labor-intensive after all. She only produced such a few finished products in total. And now it was all distributed. The Great Gathering Spirit Pill that assists the foundation building period should have some effect on SS level. As for whether he can be promoted, it depends on his luck. Of course, Tang Ranran did not forget to give a serious explanation. No more than 2 pills a day. After delivering the pills, Tang Ranran started his own grape planting project again. After planting grapes for 2 days, Xiexia sent a good news. Xiexia, I've been upgraded. The magic fruit potion package, when combined with a high purification value, can almost guarantee a 100% successful upgrade. Xiexia is not the accident. So he successfully promoted to SSS level. Tang Ranran sent a symbolic congratulations. After chatting with Xiexia for a few words, Tang Ranran realized that the intelligent brain has been a little quiet recently. It seems that there has been no news from Yin Qian for several days. On a whim, Tang Ranran decided to send a message to ask Yin Qian if the conference was over. The message was sent, but there was no response. After an hour, Tang Ranran received a reply. Yin Qian, not yet. Is there anything? Tang Xian, nothing. Just asking. Yin Qian, oh. With an O. The intelligent brain returned to calm. After waiting for 5 minutes without any information entering, Tang Ranran stared at the simple messages in the dialogue box, and intuitively became suspicious. Yin Qian's state is a bit strange. Although he is serious and cold to the outside world. Every time Tang Ranran sends a message, Yin Qian always has a lot of words. Just like a chatterbox. And this time, he is obviously too cold. Suspicious in her heart. Tang Ranran simply called. As the communication was connected, Yin Qian's angular face appeared on the communication video. The person is still the same person. But, how to say it? Tang Ranran saw the problem at a glance. Yin Qian's eyes are too cold and indifferent. Tang Qian? Because Tang Ranran didn't speak. Yin Qian spoke first. His voice was majestic and solemn. Is there something? I forgot to tell you just now. Didn't you say you needed linguististanch last time? I planted some when I was free some time ago. Do you think you can come and take it down when you are free? Tang Ranran talked nonsense seriously. I have something to do recently, and can't leave the first galaxy. So, I will come to find you later. The words have not been finished yet. A figure in military uniform broke into the video's screen and shouted loudly. Report? Yin Qian raised his hand, signaling him not to speak, and then said to Tang Ranran, Sorry. I have something to do. I hang up first. Okay. You're busy. After the call ended, Tang Ranran's head was full of question marks. The linguististanch was her test. And she and Yin Qian never talked about it at all. So it was certain that Yin Qian on the other side of the intelligent computer was a fake. Either it was a false picture, or a disguise, such as Kong Chen disguise ability. But someone pretended to be Yin Qian and took Yin Qian's identity as an intelligent computer? This? Tang Ranran thought of a possibility after a quick turn of his head. Could it be that Yin Qian left the Empire? But he couldn't leak the news. So he arranged a substitute to create the illusion that Yin Qian was still in the Empire? Guessing this possibility, Tang Ranran contacted Lu Xiao. When she called, Tang Ranran got a mechanical sound, out of service area. Lu Xiao went to a mountain valley with no signal. Did Yin Qian lead the team to kill the Sea Spirit King? But no one came to her for blue bottle support, which was a bit unreasonable. Tang Ranran contacted Fu Jingyuan again, and the same mechanical sound was heard. Out of service area. Well, it's confirmed. Even if they didn't go to kill the Sea Spirit King, they went to find treasure. I think a lot of 4S level high-level warriors from the Empire went there. And they were afraid that the news that the high-level warriors had left the Empire would leak out. So they kept the operation secret. With a guess, Tang Ranran thought that this was a military secret operation. So she consciously stopped asking and continued to live her life step by step. On Lutianda Star, the delivery driver had come to trade 3 times. This 4th time, in addition to the spirit stones, there was also a space buckle from Zhuozhou. In the space buckle were a bunch of messy things produced by mining. And Zhuozhou couldn't see through it. So he asked the driver to bring them back together. Tang Ranran was looking for treasures in this pile of things, like picking up a bargain in a garbage dump. And then, she really found a treasure. A large piece of heaven repairing stone. Everyone knows the legend of Niwa repairing the sky. In the world of cultivation in Tang Ranran's second life, there is also such a legend of repairing the sky. But it is not Niwa, but a saint of something or other. Anyway, it is a legend, and it is not certain whether it is true or not. But the heaven repairing stone does exist. Of course, it is not used to repair the sky, but to repair the artifact. No matter what it is, there is a wear rate, and the artifact is also the same. During the fight between the 2 ancestors, it is absolutely a routine operation to fight the artifact. And it is also a routine operation to destroy the artifact. This heaven repairing stone is used to repair the artifact. Of course, it is also a piece of cake to repair ordinary magic weapons. The thing is a good thing, but it is useless to Tang Ranran at present. Up to now, she doesn't even have a few ordinary magic weapons. Tang Ranran put it in the basement of the farm and put it away properly. After planting grapes for another 2 days, Tang Ranran received a message from Xie Xingyun that a pure crop in a high-risk area had entered the fruit-bearing period, and Xie Yin had to go on a mission again. Tang Ranran made various arrangements on the smart brain, and then followed Xie Xingyun back to Su Xinrong, to the deciduous forest mining area, to replace Xie Yin. Xie Yin made his presence felt for a day by talking about things. And then, he was ready to leave the mining area, and Xie Xingyun was still going to go on a mission with him. Before leaving, Tang Ranran made a special arrangement for Xie Xingyun as usual. She gave a lot of blue bottles and red and blue medicines last time. But Xie Xingyun was a simple-minded person. When someone was injured or mentally disturbed, he paid for the treatment of the injured out of his own pocket when there was a shortage of medicine. What Tang Ranran gave him was enough for him to use alone. But it would be a drop in the bucket if he gave it to others. After giving away most of it, Xie Xingyun only had a few blue bottles left to save his life. Tang Ranran gave him some more blue bottles. And the focus was on 2 boxes of red medicine and 2 boxes of blue medicine. When inserting the medicine, Tang Ranran did not hide it. So Xie Yin watched the whole process, and then looked at her eagerly. Xie Yin really couldn't figure it out. Losing to Yan Qian was fine. But why was Tang Ranran so good to Xie Xingyun? This silly boy? How was he not as good as this silly nephew? Originally, Tang Ranran didn't want to give it to Xie Yin, a white-cut black-hearted guy. But the moist, dark and expectant eyes like an abandoned stray dog, coupled with his face, she finally couldn't resist. Okay. For the sake of his face, Tang Ranran searched all the stocks in the space buckle and found all the remaining red ginseng pills and green spirit pills. A total of 5 boxes of red medicine and 3 boxes of blue medicine. Each box has 100 pills. Although the stuff was handed over to Xie Yin, Tang Ranran said, "I give it to the task force," hoping to reduce some casualties. Tang Ranran learned from Xie Xingyun that in the last Donggo mission, there were a total of 50,000 people in the collection force, and only 42,000 people came back alive after completing the collection mission, and 1/3 of them were injured. 16% mortality rate. It's really high. Although Tang Ranran also knew that the hundreds of medicines he had could not change the overall situation. He could save one person and do his best to help, which was also a clear conscience. Of course, after the stuff was given to Xie Yin, how much he would give out depended on his conscience. Thank you. Although it was nominally for the troops, it did not prevent Xie Yin from secretly rejoicing that his good impression was not in vain. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on winning a divine weapon, broken. A wonderful day starts with signing in. Tang Ranran was a little confused about the things that came out of the lottery this time. Divine weapon? Broken? What? Is there such a thing in her farm? Tang Ranran immediately looked around with her divine sense to make sure there were no blind beasts. That is, after the camp was safe, Tang Xian was slightly absent, and Tang Xi and the farm rushed to the core computer room. Then, the layers of countless arrays formed a large net bag that looked like a net of heaven and earth. What is this? It is the core mechanism of their Dan Sect's protective array. Tang Ranran suddenly remembered. It is the 2.0 version of the protective array. The entire Dan Sect is so big that it is impossible to guarantee safety by manpower patrol alone. So the protective array is indispensable. The core mechanism is, how to say it, equivalent to the core computer, controlling the entire array. Just set up defensive formations in various places in the sect, and then connect this core mechanism. Then the sect protection formation will be completed. It is like an integrated master control. As for why this 2.0 version is in her hands, that's because this version was hit with a big hole in a monster attack earlier, and it was damaged. Because it was eliminated, the sect replaced it with version 3.0. Before she crossed over, their sect protection formation had been updated to version 8.0. After Tang Ranran stood at the peak of the alchemy, there was a period of time when she suddenly wanted to develop the side business of refining equipment. So she went to the second-hand warehouse to find some damaged items and planned to practice with them. This sect protection formation version 2.0 is one of them. She studied it for a long time at the beginning, and she tossed it around, but it was not repaired anyway. Tang Ranran took a look. It was still the same. Damaged somewhere. Equivalent to a big hole in the cover. Now, hey, wait, doesn't she have the sky repairing stone? Yes. I can study it again when I have time. As time went on, Tang Ranran planted vegetables and made elixirs every day. Time passed quickly, and the mine in the deciduous forest was nearing its end. At the end of February, after nearly 3 months of continuous excavation, the mine in the deciduous forest was officially finished. At the same time, Zhou Zhou, who was still supervising on Lutianda Star, sent a message that the mine on Lutianda Star was also nearing its end because it was a small mine and did not need to consider environmental issues. Therefore, the mining speed was very fast. Tang Ranran simply sent Zhuo to Yunfu Star. It was scheduled that the mine on Yunfu Star could start formal mining work in early March. On March 2nd, the deciduous forest mining area was officially completed. After spending another 3 days on environmental restoration work, the large force set off and returned to the military district in a suspended convoy, with Tang Ranran in charge. It was safe and worry-free, and the journey was smooth. Back to the military district, Xie Yan and Xie Xingyun, who were on a mission, were still out of contact with no signal. So Tang Ranran directly found the military district's quartermaster. Check the bill, refund if there is more, and make up if there is less. Nearly 780,000 spiritual stones. A total of 156 trillion pure fruits and vegetables. Tang Ranran planted more for the military district. Not less. After calculation, she planted nearly 5 trillion pure fruits and vegetables. Tang Ranran donated generously. All the money given to the military district was paid off. And as for Xie Yin's share, almost half of it had been paid. As early as mid-February, Xie Xinzi, who only had more than a month's supply of medicine left, asked for medicine in the group again. Tang Ranran was very firm. There is no sugar powder. After a round of the auction, Xie Xinzi didn't buy much medicine, and turned to nag Xie Shihe. Xie Shihe knew that Tang Ranran didn't like his grandmother, so he tried his best to avoid suspicion. Just sent a message to Tang Ranran asking for medicine, and then ignored it. Entering March, Tang Ranran estimated that Xie Xinzi's medicine could only last until the end of the month. Well, she could sell goods. However, for the safety of his White Queen ants, Tang Ranran is not going to sell sugar crystal powder anymore. Instead, he is selling spiritual fruits. Failed to contact Xie Xingyun. The research institute moved away and could not borrow the driver uncle. And Yin Ming was also out of contact. When no space system could be found, Tang Ranran took Li Zheng and Yi Peng on the warship and returned to Supingrui. During the astronautical voyage, Tang Ranran did not waste time to brush a spiritual plant on the farm, and studied the elixir to potion. At the end of February, Tang Ranran unlocked a new spiritual plant, the 5-color linglong fruit. It looks a bit like a small tomato, with 5 colors. In the world of immortal cultivation, this 5-color linglong fruit is a spiritual plant that is not rare but expensive. It is a herb that normally takes 50 years to mature and harvest. Each linglong fruit has 5 fruits and 5 colors, corresponding to the ordinary 5 elements spiritual roots: gold, yellow, wood, green, water, blue, fire, red, earth, gray. The corresponding fruit is a good tonic for the monks with the corresponding spiritual roots. Of course, it will be more effective after being refined into the corresponding elixir with auxiliary spiritual plants. Because it is a herb, the farm planting is the same as the cultivation world. There are only 5 fruits on one plant, and one fruit is about 20 grams, totaling 100 grams. Although the fruit of a single plant has not increased, it can't stand the growth of a lot of 1 acre of land. One plant grows on 1 square meter, and there are a total of 666 plants on 1 acre of land, which is 666 units of linglong fruit, and its purification value is 81. According to the promise, she will give Xie Yin 624 trillion of the 780,000 spiritual stones in the deciduous forest, which means that 1 acre of land can be done. Not to mention that 240 trillion has been given. Although most people with side effects of the magical fruit have given up treatment, the purification value of 80 plus is still a hot commodity now. And 1 unit at the auction is almost sold for more than 1.5 trillion. The refining of the 5-color linglong pill is relatively simple, and the corresponding auxiliary materials are almost complete. Tang Ranran combined modern technology a little bit and successfully refined the potion version. She is not sure whether it can improve the level of mental power, but it is definitely helpful for people with the same attribute. After returning to Supingrui Star, Tang Ranran contacted people. Tang Ranran first went to poke Fu Jingyuan, but he was still not in the service area, which meant that Yan Xian's side was still fake. Tang Ranran then contacted Xie Shihe. Tang Xian, I have discovered a new fruit with a purification value of 81. Do you want to buy it? Tang Ranran also contacted Yin Jinghao. Tang Xian, Senior Yin, I have discovered a new fruit with a purification value of 81. And I have developed a new medicine with it as the main ingredient. Do you have time to discuss it? The message was sent out, and within a few seconds, there were a lot of replies. Xiexia, yes. Xiexia, 81? So high. Xiexia, how many units in total? Xie. Have you returned to Supingrui? Xiexia, I'm here to see you now. Is it convenient? Yin Jinghao, I'm free. Yin Jinghao, new varieties and new medicines. Brother Tang, you are really awesome. Yin Jinghao, where are you now? Yin Jinghao, if it's convenient, give me the coordinates. I find a driver and come right over. Xiexia is very active in buying and selling high-purity fruits. Yin Jinghao is also very active in new varieties of high-net-value fruits and new medicines. After receiving replies from Xiexia and Yin Jinghao, Tang Ranran checked and found that there were 3 original linglong fruit plants. There were more than 150 units of linglong fruit of various colors stored in the space buckle. There were more than 100 kilograms piled up in the basement of the farm. For the first time, Tang Ranran was going to take out 100 units of goods from the space buckle. Although the news that Tang Xian could absorb the energy from the special energy stone to grow vegetables had spread in a small range, it was still too exaggerated to produce thousands of units of high purification value 80+ fruit at a time. Well, keep a low profile. As for the source of the 5-color linglong fruit, the question is, linglong fruit was found by Su Xinrong. Of course, only one wild one was found, and the rest were all planted by her. After replying the message, Xiexia arrived first. Xiexia, I'm at the entrance of F1 area. Open the door for me. Tang Ranran opened the authority and sent the exact address of the reception room. Soon, Xiexia and a strange driver appeared in the huge reception room. Tang Xian, you're back. Xiexia was all smiles and seemed to be in a good mood. Yeah, guessing that he had made a lot of money recently. Tang Ranran responded. Sit down for a while and wait for a friend. A friend? Xiexia was shocked. Could it be a competitor? A senior? Because it is a new variety. Please let him take a look. In addition, I have developed a 5-element supernatural potion with this fruit, and I want to discuss it with him. New potion? Great. Xiexia praised sincerely, and at the same time he was relieved. It's good that he was not a snatcher. Tang Ranran was sitting in the upper seat, and Xiexia walked to the first seat below her right in a few steps and sat down. The driver who came with Xiexia very consciously walked behind him, standing behind him with his hands behind his back like a bodyguard, looking at his nose and his heart, thinking that he was a piece of wood. It's good to be in power. You can even get an SSS level exclusive driver when you go out. Tang Ranran glanced at the driver and was very envious. She only hated that Aries was a foreign race and that her younger brothers were not good enough. Until now, she still didn't have an exclusive driver. Tang Ranran used her mental power, and the Nani robot started to move, serving tea and fruit plates to entertain the guests. After sitting down, Xiexia eyes fell on the table next to Tang Ranran. On the table, there were 3 pots of plants, small seedlings of more than 20 centimeters, and it was hard to tell what they were. What is this plant? Xiexia was not alienated from Tang Ranran at all, and asked as soon as he had doubts in his heart. This is it. After that, Tang Ranran took out a fresh food box from the space buckle and handed it over with mental power. This is the finished fruit. Taking the fresh food box that flew over, Xiexia opened it and saw 5 colors of fruit. At the same time, a rich and pure breath came to his face. Unable to help but take a deep breath, Xiexia exclaimed, "What a great thing! The purification value of 80+ is definitely a rare variety. The magical vine that is already everywhere is a special product. Even the magical fruit with a purification value of 100 has a kind of artificial synthetic tone, probably plastic gas, which can't make people's eyes shine. And this one in front of him, a pure natural pure breath." Xiexia eyes brightened. Purification value 81? Well, and I found that different colors have a certain nourishing and enhancing effect on the corresponding attribute of the superpowers. Of course, only limited to the ordinary 5-element superpowers. Like me, if it's wood, eating green fruit is the best effect. For water, it's suitable for blue fruit. Superpower attribute enhancement. Xiexia eyes brightened, and his eyes stared at the blue fruit. By the way, have you activated your new superpower? Tang Ranran asked casually. No, I have 2 systems. It's not so easy to activate the 3rd system. After replying, Xiexia asked anxiously, Is this for me? Can I try it first? Of course. As long as you don't mind that it is a new variety that has not been authoritatively certified. You have studied it. There must be no problem. Xiexia has full trust in Tang Ranran. After saying this, he couldn't wait to pick up the blue fruit. After washing it with a water ball condensed by his own supernatural power, Xiexia brought the linglong fruit to his mouth and took a bite. The taste is sour and sweet. And the taste is good. Moreover, as the fruit juice goes down the stomach, you can clearly feel that there is a very friendly power that arises spontaneously, nourishing the limbs and bones of the body. A feeling of eating energy. Unconsciously squinting his eyes, Xiexia was comfortable and enjoying the comfort of this energy-recharging feeling. At this time, Yin Jinghao also arrived at the door. Tang Ranran opened the authority to the coordinates. And a few seconds later, Yin Jinghao arrived at the reception room. The space system expert, who came with him, was a middle-aged man with SSS-level mental power. Seeing the person clearly, Tang Ranran was a little surprised. Coincidentally, she knew this person, Yen Qidong. The person in charge of the magical vine cultivation introduced by Yen Qian was said to be the most powerful grower in the Yin family. She contacted him to buy the magical vine energy. Brother Tang. Yin Jinghao shouted loudly upon arrival. But the next moment, with the smell of pure breath, his words stopped abruptly, and his eyes immediately shifted from Tang Ranran to Xiexia, who was still chewing the fruit. This? Yin Jinghao widened his eyes, raised his hand, and pointed at Xiexia with a shocked face. Or to be more precise, the half-eaten fruit in his hand. Yin Qidong also stared at Xiexia in surprise. Please sit down. Both of you. Tang Ranran coughed and nodded to the two. The Nai robot came forward to entertain them. The two people who realized their loss of composure withdrew their eyes. Xiexia, who was being stared at, did not enjoy it, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it. He took 2 or 3 bites of the fruit into his mouth. Yin Jinghao introduced. By the way, Brother Tang. He is Yin Qidong, one of my cousins, with dual space and with healing systems. Yin Qidong bowed. Master Tang, I have long heard of your name. I have wanted to come to visit you a long time ago. This time I got the chance, so I shamelessly followed you. Please forgive my abruptness. Master Yin, you are too polite. Nice to meet you. Please take a seat. The robot led the two to sit down, and then served tea and fruit plates. When everyone was together, Tang Ranran got to the point, pointing to a seedling on the table next to him and said, This is the high purification value I discovered. It is a herb, and the fruit purification value is the highest 81. I call it the 5-color linglong fruit. After saying that, Tang Ranran did not forget to use mental power to cover up, but actually used the method to grow vegetables and began to catalyze. After dozens of minutes, the seedling, which was originally more than 20 centimeters, doubled in size and grew into a mature plant of more than 40 centimeters. Then, after another dozens of minutes, the process of flowering and fruiting was completed. The 4 people watching the scene were stunned by the 5 different colored linglong fruits on the plant. At this time, Xiexia, Yin Jinghao, and Yin Qidong had all left their seats and gathered in front of the plant. Even Xiexia bodyguards secretly stood closer. The rich and pure smell in the air indicated that the fruit was ripe. But 20 minutes. Xiexia, no. You just planted it like this? Yin Jinghao, you said the purification value is 81? Yin Qidong, ripe? So fast. In their disbelief, Tang Ranran nodded and admitted. Yeah. The 4 people at the scene all took a breath. Don't think I planted it easily. That's because I absorbed a lot of energy stones before. That is, I stored a lot of energy and used energy conversion to promote planting. I consumed the power of thousands of energy stones. Tang Ranran explained, talking nonsense with a serious expression. With her current strength, planting a 5-color exquisite fruit requires the spiritual power of dozens of low-grade spirit stones. Of course, it's better to know the truth yourself. Otherwise others will know her cost price after calculating. Will the price of spirit stones increase in the future? I see. The 3 people suddenly realized and were not surprised. They all knew that Tang Xian bought special energy stones at a price of 200 million per piece, and a few thousand energy stones for 181 plant. That was about right. After my research, Tang Ranran explained the 5 fruits one by one, and then took out the potions corresponding to the 5 properties. and explained again, "This is the potion I researched." After Tang Ranran finished explaining and discussing it. Next, Yin Jinghao studied the potion. Yin Qidong tried to plant it. And Xie Xia talked about business with Tang Ranran. The farm product. The purification value is 81. Neat and tidy. Not more. Not less. 5 colors in a group. Just 1 unit. Tang Ranran sold it for 1 trillion. Exchanged with Star Diamond Oregon. According to the current market, Xie Xia can sell it for 1.5 trillion. Which is still okay. After Xie Xinxi knew it, she would definitely make a plan. As for whether Xie Xia gave it away or sold it, Tang Ranran didn't care. However, she estimated that Xie Xia would not do a loss-making business. He would definitely not be happy to pay the sky-high medical expenses for his grandmother treatment out of his own pocket. After receiving 100 units of linglong fruit, Xie Xia promised to send the payment within 3 days. After the deal was concluded, he asked again, "Please order more vegetables." Just like urging Tang Ranran to grow vegetables. After a long chatter, Xie Xia finally left. On this side, Yin Jinghao, who was still on the scene, came to a preliminary conclusion. There is no problem with the medicine. In theory, it has an improvement effect on people with the same attribute. But in reality, more detailed authoritative certification and clinical trials are needed. After a preliminary discussion, Yin Jinghao, "Brother Tang, do you want to apply for a patent for this medicine formula?" The pharmacist created the formula and can make it public or apply for a patent, depending on personal wishes. After applying for a patent, the company will have to pay a patent fee to produce the medicine. Patented medicines are generally popular, low cost, and can be mass-produced, while high-cost medicines that need to be manually refined by pharmacists do not make much difference whether they have patents or not. No. Make sure the medicine is harmless and has no side effects. And then make it public directly. Brother Tang is so righteous. Senior Yin will worry about the certification of this medicine. No problem. Leave it to me. Tang Ranran generously gave Yin Jinghao the formula for the medicine. Among the auxiliary materials needed, in addition to the substitutes she found in the empire, there are only 2 ordinary spiritual plants, and the purification value does not exceed 40. According to the formula, Tang Ranran performed the medicine refining on the spot. 1 fruit produces a medicine, although the properties are different. The refining process is the same. After learning, Yin Jinghao started to operate and successfully refine the medicine for the first time. In contrast to the success here, Yin Qidong, who tried to plant, failed miserably. He worked hard for a 20-centimeter seedling for most of the day, but the seedling remained the same, with almost no change. The purification value is too high, and the energy required for growth is too huge. In practice, he felt that it was just a drop in the bucket. Without 2 or 3 months of persistent cultivation, it would be impossible to grow it. Yin Qidong shook his head repeatedly and gave up planting. Yin Jinghao sighed. With a high purification value of 80, it's good enough to be able to plant it. After some discussion, the discussion ended. Tang Ranran urged several seedlings. After the linglong fruit bears fruit, along with the death of the old plant, new seedlings will grow from its roots, and the cycle will continue. Tang Ranran vegetable planting method produced 6 seedlings, preserved in a special high purification seedling storage container. 6 seedlings. Tang Ranran also gave an extra mature plant with 5 fruits, and 5 properties of each medicine, samples of auxiliary materials, and raw materials. Well, for the research of the Pharmacist Union, because there are quite a few live plants, a special transport vehicle was used, and then the starship on the planet sent the 2 to Su Shanchang next door. Because they came in a hurry, Yin Jinghao and Yin Qidong went to the planetary headquarters of the Pharmacist Union on the planet Su Shanchang first, and carried out research there according to the principle of proximity. After sending people away, Tang Ranran continued to grow vegetables and make pills. A few hours later, just as Tang Shi, who was about to pretend to sleep, switched to the farm, Tang Xian received a communication from Gu Xiao. Huh? Gu Xiao did not participate in that military secret mission, but some time ago, he also went to the mountain valley without signal. Since the clinical trial of Fu Huai, the little genius of the Fu family, confirmed that the second miracle fruit potion was ineffective, Gu Xiao cast his eyes on Lufeng. After the new year, Gu Xiao took the research team to study Lufeng. At the end of January, Tang Ranran received an invitation from Gu Xiao, inviting her to the 14th star system, the Black Stop Star. The two words stop definitely have a meaning, a concept similar to the Forbidden Zone and the Death Zone. Planets with great danger, almost zero development, and no permanent troops on them will be named stop. There are several stop stars in all galaxies beyond Galaxy 8. Tang Ranran refused to go to Stop Star to search for treasure without hesitation. Then he should have gone there by himself. Gu Xiao lost contact. Is he back from Stop Star? Tang Ranran answered the call. Tang Xian, I heard that you found a new variety of 81 and developed a new potion? As soon as the call was connected, Gu Xiao got straight to the point. You are well informed. Have you returned to Supingroi? Are you free recently? Can I come to see you? Huh? Are you not studying Lufeng anymore? Or have you found something? Tang Ranran asked unexpectedly. You know, Lufeng, which claims to have spent 400 trillion, is still in normal 5S state. This is not in line with the existing theory of magic fruit potions. Oh, don't mention it. Gu Xiao sighed and explained with a melancholy tone. This time I really lost my sister in my army. As Gu Xiao told the story like he was complaining, Tang Ranran was shocked. After Fu Huai confirmed that the second use of the magic fruit potion was useless, Gu Xiao and a group of researchers went to find Lu Feng a year later, taking Lu Feng as a breakthrough point. They conducted in-depth research. Gu Xiao found out some situations and determined that Lu Feng's specialness was due to the auxiliary pure food. Lu Feng couldn't hide it anymore, so he could only reveal a secret that only he knew. Rumor has it that Lu Feng showed off a high purification value of 400 trillion. In fact, Lu Feng only ate 4 units, but the purification value was 100. Well, according to the theoretical price, 1 unit of purification value 100 is worth 100 trillion. So 400 trillion is no problem. Of course, it is not a magic fruit, but a rare pure fruit with a high purification value that only Lu Feng himself knows. Let's just call it a fruit. Originally, Lu Feng was hiding this purification value of 100, but everyone else had side effects. Only he was stable, and Gu Xiao found clues after layers of inspection. So the news could not be hidden. According to Lu Feng, it was found in the southern forest of Black Stop number 2, and he got it by chance. Because this purification value of 100 is quite special and cannot be accelerated. Lu Feng does not have plant samples, only some photos and videos. In the image, it is a super large insect bee similar to a scorpion, and there is a tree on the back of this scorpion. The tree is as thick as an adult's waist, and the crown is hung with aqua blue fruits like small lanterns. The combination of animals and plants, like Cordyceps sinensis. But the big scorpion is not dead, but alive. This big scorpion is usually buried underground, with only the tree on its back exposed. And once a strange beast is attracted by the fruit, it immediately turns into a hunter. The southern forest of Black Stop number 2 has a history of hundreds of thousands of years. There are many mutant plants growing in it, and many green monsters live there. It is absolutely full of dangers. After Gu Xiao reported the situation, even if Yin Qian and others were not there, the military still organized a high combat expedition team to act as a pioneer reconnaissance team, because the wood system has a certain restraining effect on green monsters. Gu Xiao went there in person. In addition to the high combat space system, there was also a high combat attack wood system. There were hundreds of people in the team, all elite teams of superpowers. Then, after nearly half a month of exploration, the situation was not found out much, but more than half of the casualties, 7 people died, including 2 with system. The exploration was suspended, and the group retreated. The failure of the treasure hunt made Gu Xiao very depressed. And then he became even more depressed. After returning to the first galaxy, Gu Xiao suddenly found that Gu Jiejia and Lu Feng had fallen in love with each other, and the two had officially started dating. Gu Xiao, who has a little sister control attribute, was very unhappy. In Tang Ranran opinion, although Gu Jiejia seems a little unreliable, in the eyes of outsiders, Gu Jiejia is definitely a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman. Yin Qian is her cousin. Gu Xiao is her cousin, and her grandfather is a 4S level and one of the top bosses in the Gu family. Absolutely a distinguished family background. Gu Jiejia herself is an SS level wood type, and has not yet taken the magic fruit potion package. It is certain that she will be upgraded to SSS level in the future. Therefore, Even if Lu Feng is a 5S level, Gu Xiao still looks down on him. Of course, it is not because of the mismatch in family background, but because Gu Xiao thinks that Lu Feng is a man with deep scheming and ulterior motives. And also because Lu Feng is too stingy and a stingy ghost. Look at Tang Xian. Found a high purification value and announced it directly. Researched a new potion and announced it directly. Donations to the military are countless. On weekdays, if Tang Xian is asked to help plant something, he will help plant it without saying a word. Generous and far-sighted. It is really admirable. Gu Xiao's ideal brother-in-law is definitely Tang Xian. I just hate that my sister is not good enough and can't catch up with Tang Xian. After pouring out his grievances, Gu Xiao couldn't help asking, Tang Xian, you really don't have any feelings for Jia Jia? Tang Ranran was eating melons, but the fire burned on him. He quickly expressed his position and said very seriously, don't say such words that cause misunderstandings. I have a girlfriend, and I love her very much. I know. Gu Xiao was very disappointed. And then he made a second choice. The research on the magic fruit potion has come to an end for the time being. I am very interested in your new potion. Can I come to Su Ping Ruixing to find you? Of course. Welcome. Come if you want. Tang Ranran doesn't care. Anyway, the D4 area is still empty, and she doesn't want to plant the magic vine for the time being. After a phone call, Tang Ranran continued to grow vegetables and make pills on her own, and studied her guarding Sector Ray 2.0 version by the way. A few days later, the Institute's large starship arrived. Just like last time, the relevant escort ship stayed in the star field outside the planet to serve as a starry sky defense force, while the main starship landed in the D4 area, the old position. As soon as Gu Xiao arrived, he sent a message to Tang Ranran, and then the driver led the way and went to find Tang Ranran as soon as possible. He fed the driver with a bowl of fruit and left him to rest in the lobby. Tang Ranran took Gu Xiao to her garden. She had planted the 5-color exquisite fruit in a corner of the garden. The spiritual energy in the F1 area was enough for the spiritual plants to survive. But if they were to bear fruit naturally, they would have to wait forever. The worst green spiritual grass would take at least 10 years. In the exquisite fruit nursery, Tang Ranran planted more than a dozen plants, nearly 40 centimeters in length. But none of them bloomed. The plants that did not bloom and bear fruit looked like ordinary plants. Is this it? Yes. Yes. Can I try? Of course. Gu Xiao chose a plant on the side and tried to grow vegetables. After 10 minutes, he stopped. It's quite difficult to grow. Can you grow it? Tang Ranran asked, secretly recording the data. It should be possible, but I estimate that it will take at least a month to accelerate the fruition. After saying that, Gu Xiao looked envious. I really envy you. Special energy to grow vegetables. I absorb energy stones and convert energy every day, which is also very tiring. Tang Ranran complained slightly. This is not nonsense. She has been practicing Krypton Gold. Pour her Krypton Gold and hard work. So hard work. The cultivation level has only improved a small realm. Currently in the late Gene Dan. And it will take at least 5 months to reach the peak of Gene Dan. Oh! 5 months is still Krypton Gold throughout the process. Hey! You are taking advantage of it. You are so tired. I don't know how many people dream of it. Gu Xiao expression standard is you are in Versailles. By the way, isn't there a special energy system researching? Have you found any results? Tang Ranran looked around and asked. Because of her vegetable planting, the Research Institute once again studied spirit stones. Of course, because of the professional incompatibility. This project was not Gu Xiao's responsibility. Don't mention it. There is actually some research progress. Gu Xiao revealed. There is a special energy system. He can also absorb the energy in the energy stone. But his other system is the fire system. After absorbing the energy, it is a kind of, that is, using this energy to release the fire system ability, reaching a state where almost no mental energy is consumed. Huh? Tang Ranran was surprised that someone could actually absorb spiritual power. Currently, the person in charge of the project has determined that the energy in the energy stone is a substitute for mental power. Just like we have developed energy weapons with star diamonds. The current research direction is to develop superpower weapons with this energy stone. Superpowers record skills, and then activate them with energy stones. Of course, it is only a concept at present, and I don't know if it can be realized. Tang Ranran was even more surprised. Isn't this concept just a formation plate engraved with various formations? Tang Ranran donated linglong fruit seedlings, mature plants with fruits, and several auxiliary plants to the institute. The subsequent research and improvement of the medicine, etc., will be the responsibility of the institute and the pharmacist union. Tang Ranran continued to grow vegetables and make pills. She made a lot of Dajilingdan and distributed them to several important brothers. Then, good news, through the relationship of her communication friend Chen Yongfeng, someone from the Chen family contacted her, and it was another Lingshi mine. The other party delivered the goods to the door, and after taking a look at the samples and confirming that it was Lingshi, Tang Ranran's 6th Lingshi mine came. The same price, the same advance payment of 100 billion as the startup capital for mining, and the same 10 billion was given to the local military district. After the relevant contracts were finalized, Tang Ranran handed over the docking work to Kong Chen and left a message to Zhuozhou, asking him to rush to the planet where the number 6 mine was located before the end of the month. As early as the end of February, when the number 4 mine on Lutianda Star was not finished, Zhuozhou went to Beiping Continent, where the number 5 mine on Yunfu Star was located, and started field survey work. The Lingshi mine on Beiping Continent of Yunfu Star has a low density of Lingshi. Even in the most dense Lingshi mine center, there are only a few Lingshi per cubic meter. It is the kind of mine with few Lingshi, but wide distribution and large engineering volume. According to the report from the previous few days, Zhuozhou has completed the preliminary exploration and found no special items. The total Lingshi is estimated to be around 280,000. The survey work of the number 5 or field has been basically completed. Therefore, it is seamlessly connected and can go to the new number 6 mine for survey. Tang Ranran felt that she was a bit exploiting the labor, but there was only one treasure hunting mouse at present, and she could not leave the 3rd galaxy, so she could only do more work for the capable. Thinking of the treasure hunting mouse, Tang Ranran was concerned about Kong Chen talent recruitment results. A long time ago, Tang Ranran asked Kong Chen to recruit mercenaries, or poach from the military, to bring in special talents for the planet. Unfortunately, talents are not so easy to recruit. Every time Tang Ranran asked, Kong Chen answer always disappointed her. Those who came to apply were either unqualified guys, or had too high salary requirements, or had mediocre strength and no special features. Anyway, up to now, let alone special talents, Kong Chen has not even recruited a space driver. Really? Tang Ranran felt that it was probably because Kong Chen was too stingy. She always believed that as long as the salary was high enough, there would be no shortage of people to serve. In the final analysis, it all comes down to money. So, Tang Ranran told Kong Chen, find me a few people with clairvoyance or energy sensing abilities similar to Zhuozhou. Apply for the job and get a salary of no less than 1 trillion red and blue bottles per year. Get a marrow cleansing potion upon joining the job. Those with outstanding performance will have the opportunity to get a magic fruit potion with a high purification value package. In addition, I also want to recruit an SS level veteran driver, preferably one who is handsome and pleasing to the eye. And single is even better. The treatment is the same. No, the driver will get an annual salary of 5 trillion. Kong Chen, shocked. Thinking back then, he was so worried about begging for money for 10,000. And now, he is responsible for recruiting with a salary of 1 trillion? Kong Chen was so distressed that he couldn't speak. And he only hated that he didn't meet the recruitment requirements. Isn't this salary too high? Kong Chen tried to correct Tang Ranran's bad habit of always asking for 1 trillion. He has been recruiting younger brothers, and knows the market situation very well. For SS-level space department, the annual salary is usually 500 billion at most. 5 trillion? Don't destroy the market like this. High ass. If you don't pay a lot of money, who will work for you? It's because you are stingy that I don't even have a driver until now. Tang Ranran angrily retorted. She is a 4S bigwig department, a planting boss standing at the top of the empire, and a rich woman who can donate hundreds of billions of dollars. She doesn't have a driver? It's too embarrassing. After being retorted, Kong Chen didn't dare to provoke her, and could only go to recruit people in shame. However, an annual salary of 5 trillion is really too exaggerated. The news released by Kong Chen was a high salary, plus a marrow washing potion. Then, the news spread. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. The driver uncle and the driver boy of the institute were the first to hear the good news that Tang Xian was hiring drivers with high salary. They both came over and said in unison, "Chief Tang, I want to change jobs and work with you." Tang Ran, well, she didn't want to poach people from the institute, and she was caught in a swarm. There were only 2 drivers in the institute. With a little embarrassment, Tang Ran connected with Gu Xiao. "The 2 drivers of your institute want to change jobs to my side. What do you think?" "Hey, water flows to the low places. People go to the high places. They want to change jobs. I can't stop them. Whatever. If you are short of manpower, keep them. Our institute can recruit Space Department from the army again." "Okay. Then I will recruit them." "Well, it's okay. But before the new driver is recruited, if there are special circumstances, we still have to borrow him for use." "No problem." The leader of the original unit didn't mind, and Tang Ran accepted it without any psychological burden. The salary and benefits related issues were discussed in detail by Kong Chen, who served as the Minister of Human Resources. The 2 of them talked with Kong Chen, and the relevant benefits were negotiated. For Kong Chen, 5 trillion is absolutely impossible. The SS-level driver uncle is called Lu Liangwei, who is over 90 this year. Kong Chen offers a basic salary of 50 billion per month. If there are overtime and business trips, additional blue bottle fees will be subsidized. The S-level driver is called Jiang Qian, who is only over 40 this year. According to the interstellar age, he is really a young man. Kong Chen offered a monthly salary of 12 billion. Similarly, overtime and business trips will subsidize blue bottles. In addition, if the contract is signed for more than 5 years, a marrow cleansing potion will be given upon joining the company. Both of them were originally military personnel, and being a driver in the research institute was a leisurely job. It was very idle. But correspondingly, the salary was low, and there was no chance of promotion. Instead of muddling through in the military system, it was better to earn more money. For Ray Louis, 50 billion per month was a shocking salary. Ray Louis immediately signed a 5-year labor contract. Jiang Qian also signed a labor contract on the spot. But he was not satisfied with an ordinary employment relationship. He ran to Tang Ran with a thick face and offered himself to be her younger brother. "Chief Tang, give me a chance." "Driver. Thug. I can do anything. Please cultivate me." Jiang Qian also witnessed with his own eyes how the boss Tang Qian generously spent resources to raise the level of his subordinates. Signing a labor contract is just a marrow cleansing potion. But if he follows Tang Qian and sells himself to him as the boss, he won't have to worry about resources. He is not stupid, so he must seize such a good opportunity. There is a handsome boy crying and shouting to be her younger brother. This, although S-level is a bit weak, she has plenty of resources, and it should be no problem to raise him to SS level and be able to roam around in the universe. Well, I took it. Labor contract, master-servant contract, soul-death contract. Tang Ran has always been a very wise leader, so he gave Jiang Qian the opportunity to choose freely. 3 modes. Any choice. Jiang Qian directly chose the die-hard loyalist, and swore solemnly, "Chief, I am your man in life and your ghost in death. I will work like a cow and a horse just to repay the chief's cultivation." The young man is handsome and sweet-mouthed, and his eyesight is also first class. So tie him up to death. In this way, Tang Ran finally has a die-hard space-based younger brother. That is, S-level, a little weak, and can't jump in the universe. As for Lu Liangwei, who can jump in the universe, because he is old and looks ordinary. Not to mention that he has a family, and he didn't come to hug his legs. Tang Ran naturally won't take the initiative to recruit him. Just treat him as a normal employee. At present, she has enough younger brothers, and there are not enough resources to share, except for the treasure-hunting rats. Tang Ran, who already has a driver, is not going to recruit younger brothers for the time being. After the 2 drivers were taken care of, Lu Liangwei and Jiang Qian retired directly, resigned from the institute, and officially switched to suping Ruishing. First of all, there was a job benefit. 1 marrow cleansing potion for each person. Although more people use marrow cleansing potions as life-extending potions for the elderly, the authoritative research results show that the younger the age, especially those under 30 years old, the better the effect of using marrow cleansing potions. Therefore, Lu Liangwei, who is over 90 years old, had no hope of being promoted by strength, and took a special leave to send the marrow cleansing potion back to his youngest son, who was not yet 30 years old. Jiang Qian marrow cleansing potion was naturally drunk by himself. After the potion effect came out, there was no promotion, but only a plus effect. For this result, Tang Ranran took Jiang Qian to the institute to find Gu Xiao. There was still a small amount of breakthrough potion in stock in the institute, and there were still a few potions of number 4 required for S++ level. Tang Ranran did not let Gu Xiao feel embarrassed. She donated 5 trillion yuan in exchange for a place in the clinical trial of the number 4 medicine. It was a bit expensive, but that was the market situation now. The research institute had already made public the relevant results of the magical breakthrough medicine, so it was no longer possible to collect the magical vine energy at a low price. The family that started to grow the magical vine again regarded the magical vine energy that guaranteed the promotion to the first level as extremely important. The number 4 and number 5 medicines were now extremely expensive, with a donation of 5 trillion yuan. This matter was easy to handle. Tang Ranran won a place very smoothly, while Jiang Qian's S+ state was still hot. The quota for the number 4 medicine came down in batches, and he took the medicine immediately. Tang Ranran harvested a total of 17 of the 100 magical fruits and scrapped 1. So far, she has used 13 and has 3 left. Now another one has been consumed, leaving only 2. Should she plant the magic vine? In the basement of the farm, there are several raw materials of exotic beasts, including blood. All of them were hunted by Ares on the planet Sufinmeo. There are 2 SSS level exotic beasts, for SS level exotic beasts, and even more S level ones. As an alien with spatial talent, Ares has a strong fighting power among his peers of SSS. He is a top hunter among his peers. With him hunting exotic beasts, there is no need to worry about the raw material of exotic beast blood. Tang Ranran brought up the plan to plant the magic vine. After all the inspections, Jiang Qian took the magic fruit mental potion, and Tang Ranran took out a pile of chrysanthemum tea in stock. Then, there are specialists in charge of mental power inspection and data recording. Tang Ranran chatted with Gu Xiao, and the topic revolved around the 5-color Linglong agent. The 5-color Linglong agent, which Tang Ranran improved and refined based on the elixir, has 5 colors, corresponding to the 5 elements, and has an improvement effect on supernatural powers. The efficacy of this potion has been authoritatively certified by the Pharmacist Union and the Institute. Because Tang Ranran gave enough raw materials, Gu Xiao had a sudden idea and referred to her potion formula, combined them, and made a new potion. 5-color exquisite 5-element supernatural power stimulator. In theory, this potion can assist S-level ordinary supernatural powers to stimulate ordinary 5-element supernatural powers. That is, gold, wood, water, fire and earth. At present, 5 finished potions have been produced, and Gu Xiao is already planning clinical trials. However, the quantity of 5 potions is a bit small. This time, Tang Ranran happened to give a donation of 5 trillion, and Gu Xiao was not polite and asked for 5 units of 5-color exquisite fruit. There was a ready-made one in the space buckle, and Tang Ranran gave it on the spot. Then, there was a discussion of the new potion, the 5-element supernatural power stimulator. Gu Xiao explained and refined it on the spot, and Tang Ranran watched and learned. 5 colors of Linglong fruits were refined together, on the basis of the original auxiliary materials. Gu Xiao added 2 pure native plants of the empire. Finally, 1 unit of 5 fruits produced 5 supernatural power stimulants. 5 portions of raw materials, if nothing unexpected happens, will be enough to produce 25 medicines. So Gu Xiao has initially drafted 20 clinical trial quotas. 1 unit of Linglong fruit is worth 1 trillion, plus auxiliary materials. The cost of each medicine is about 210 billion. Such a valuable medicine, and it is clear that there are no side effects. Its clinical trial quota is naturally internal recommendation, and the competition is fierce. Because of Tang Ranran's generosity, Gu Xiao tactfully said that he could give her 3 clinical trial quotas. Although Tang Ranran is not short of fruit, she should not waste it. Her direct younger brothers are all superpowers, but the younger brothers have younger brothers, and there are several ordinary S-level ones. Tang Ranran gave 1 quota to Kong Chen, Qi Xingyuan, and Li Zheng respectively, and they were allowed to allocate and recommend their subordinates ordinary S-level. After talking about the business and chatting for a while, Jiang Qian was in the state of S++. With less than 1 trillion chrysanthemum tea, this S++ was produced. It was quite impressive. Tang Ranran simply let him try it, and tried to directly promote without using the number 4 potion. Then, Jiang Qian did not get promoted until he drank 3 trillion worth of chrysanthemum tea. Okay. Not very impressive. Let's use the potion. According to the original plan, the number 4 potion was added. More than an hour later, Jiang Qian successfully promoted to SS level. In the space system, there is a world of difference between S level and SS level, which is definitely a qualitative change. Jiang Qian was grateful, and almost hugged Tang Ranran's legs, and howled with excitement. He knew that following Chief Tang would have a promising future. Tang Ranran was also very happy. The handsome SS level exclusive driver was finally equipped. The bright stars. The vast universe. Free shuttle. Oh! Not yet. Jiang Qian is still a little new. His driving skills need to be improved. And the internship period is still quite dangerous. After leaving the institute, Tang Ranran decisively threw Jiang Qian to Lu Liangwei, and threw a lot of blue bottles to the two of them. The old and the new. First go to the universe to practice driving skills. Lu Liangwei was so shocked that his S-level colleague was suddenly promoted in one day. If he was not affiliated with the Lu family, and could not sell himself, he would have wanted to recognize Tang Qian as his master and cling to him. There are 20 clinical quotas for the 5 lights 5 elements supernatural stimulant. Tang Ranran took 3. And the remaining 17 were quickly consumed by the institute. Either they were regular staff members of the institute, or relatives of the backbone staff of the institute. A society of favors. The mice provided their own drivers, or paid for the travel expenses out of their own pockets, and were picked up by Lu Liangwei and Jiang Qian. In 2 days, 20 mice gathered at the institute, and the clinical trial officially began. Tang Ranran did not go to the institute to join in the fun, but waited for the results. After half a day, the results came out. 20 ordinary S-level supernaturals. 7 supernaturals emerged. Although they are all ordinary 5-element supernaturals, there are a total of 7. And their 3 mice from Su Ping Ruixing are very consistent with the probability of 3 out of 1. Only Li Zheng's subordinates stimulated the fire supernatural power. Nearly 35% of the supernatural power stimulation rate. 35%. This data is really shocking. When the institute released the clinical trial data, the entire pharmaceutical industry was in an uproar. And then, the ordinary S-class in the entire empire were all boiling. Those ordinary S-class who were over 30 years old, who had not activated their superpowers on their own for 3 years after being promoted to S-class, and were sentenced to death, were wildly overjoyed. However, the ecstasy did not last long. When the institute announced the formula of the medicine and attached the cost of 210 billion, most people were poured with a basin of cold water from head to toe. Forget about this price. For the vast majority of ordinary S-class, 210 billion is a sky-high price. And they can't save that much money even if they work for a lifetime. That is, the second, third, nth generation. Ordinary S-class who have a wealthy elder in their family. Excitedly and actively inquired about the news. Then, Xie, who had sold all the 5-colored linglong fruit, slapped his thigh in frustration. Sold too early. Sold too cheap. On the day the news spread, Xie ran to Tang Ranran, regretting and shouting, "Sold too early! Sold too early! What a loss! Loss of money!" It was only a few days before the 5-color linglong fruit transaction, and Xie sold the goods very efficiently. As a businessman, Xie has a conscience, but not much. So when Xie heard the news and planned to force a sale, Xie directly moved out the elders as a backing, and finally sold Xie 30 units at a second-hand price of 1.2 trillion. The other 70 units were all sold through the auction channel. After deducting the relevant taxes, the average price of the auction proceeds was 1.6 trillion. It was just that Xie had just finished the auction, and the 35% activation rate of the 5-color 5-element ability stimulation potion was sold right after. The 5-color linglong fruit, as the main ingredient, rose in price instantly. Xie slapped his thigh in regret at Tang Ranran. But he felt lucky to buy linglong fruit from the auction. Especially those rich people who bought a whole unit of 5-color fruit, but didn't eat it. It's a bargain. Tang Ranran ignored Xie complaints. Finally, Xie, who had finished complaining, said, "Sell me some more linglong fruit, please. Now is the golden period of price." Tang Ranran understood. Sure enough, no matter what Xie Shihe asked her for, it would always end up like, "I want to buy vegetables." Although it was 666 units at a time, it was necessary to be low-key. So Tang Ranran was a little embarrassed. "I gave all the stocks on hand to the research institute. I really don't have any more." After Xie Shihe various soft and hard persuasion, Tang Ranran finally acted reluctantly. Okay. I will put other things aside for a few days. Work overtime. Absorb more energy stones. And you can come to pick up the goods in 3 days. About 50 units. 50 units? This amount is a bit small. Xie Shihe was not satisfied with the number of 50. 50 units can only produce 250 potions. Xie Shihe analyzed carefully. According to the census data, there are more than 10 million S-level psychic citizens in our empire, of which 99% are ordinary S-level. Excluding those who have no money, there are at least 100,000 people who have the financial strength or whose families have the financial strength to afford the 210 billion medicines. In other words, there are 100,000 potential customers. The market is extremely huge. Tang Ranran rolled his eyes. 100,000? Do you think linglong fruit is a weed on the roadside? It has a purification value of 81. And I am a human being. I need to rest. Xie Shihe, who was shot with a knife, touched his nose awkwardly and agreed. Well, yes, you should pay attention to rest. Physical health and stable mental strength are the most important. Then it's settled. 3 days later. 50 units. Well, as soon as Xie Shihe left, Tang Ranran immediately contacted Kong Chun and asked him to count the data. They, her direct subordinates, can apply for places. They can apply for places as subordinates, relatives or comrades in arms. Anyway, they are applying for ordinary S-level registration. That is to say, it is necessary to count how many supernatural power-stimulating potions are needed. Although this blind box can only produce 5 elements of supernatural power, it is also a good thing to have more wood elements. Kong Chen quickly returned the statistical results. A total of 22 ordinary S-level. The main ingredient linglong fruit. There is stock in the basement, and most of the auxiliary materials are available. She has also taken the seedlings of the 2 pure plants of the imperial land that Gu Xiao added. Plant vegetables. Plant vegetables. Plant vegetables. After the materials are complete, start refining. Tang Ranran recorded the whole process of Gu Xiao refining medicine. So she followed the video and watched it while getting started. The first time, because I was not familiar with it, and there was no practice process. Just one improper operation. It was scrapped because of the special nature of the 5-color potion. One scrap directly scrapped 1 unit, which is equivalent to the amount of 5 potions. 1 trillion was gone just like that. Tang Ranran didn't feel bad at all. Anyway, she had a lot of materials. Keep up the good work and continue. The second time, Tang Ranran was relatively proficient. She successfully refined the first batch of 5 5-color 5-element supernatural stimulants. After the success, the next medicine refining process was much simpler. After successfully refining 3 times, Tang Ranran simply entered the farm, copied the alchemy mode, and started the 1-to-2 assembly line to refine medicine. The assembly line robot Tang she experienced 2 failures, and then got on the right track. It took 2 hours to refine medicine once, and 3 batches were directly produced, totaling 15. Immersed in refining medicine, Tang Ranran came to her senses and found that she had produced a full 80 medicines. It exceeded the quota, and the work was over. After asking Kong Chun and confirming that he was in the Ruili City Administrative Center, which was a bit far, Tang Ranran simply decided to run there by herself. After all, she had a driver. Lu Liangwei was considered a public driver on the planet. Her direct brothers could call him if they had any urgent matters. Of course, they could not use the public car for private purposes. And the handsome boy Jiang Qian was Tang Ranran's exclusive driver. Because there were many potions, Tang Ranran gave 1 to Jiang Qian and then set out to find Kong Chen. Whoosh! They were there. After giving Kong Chen 30 potions in excess, Tang Ranran went to D5 area and found Wu Pingyang, a 20-year-old magical vine seedling that had just been dug up from the farm, plus a lot of raw materials of exotic beast blood, were handed over to Wu Pingyang. Tang Ranran entrusted him with the important task with a serious tone. The task of planting the magical vine is now handed over to you. Wu Pingong, boss. Don't worry. I promise to do my best to cultivate 100 magical fruits. The effect of the 5-color potion is really high. The 22 places reported by Kong Chen maintained a success rate of more than 1/3. 8 people successfully activated their superpowers, including 2 Wood-type superpowers. In addition, her direct younger brother Li Shuowei added a Water-type superpower. In addition, Tang Ranran casually gave Jiang Qian a potion. After he drank it, he originally only had the Space-type, but now he became a Space-type and Gold-type superpower. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Qian was immediately pulled over by Gu Xiao and arranged a complete set of examinations. The results of the examination showed no abnormalities. That is, the newly activated Gold-type superpower, according to the determination of its initial damage, belongs to the level of a poor student with poor talent. The Gold-type superpower is poor in talent, but it is better to have it than not. And Dual-type is better than Single-type. Jiang Qian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth and wanted to worship Tang Ranran as an ancestor. Choosing the right wise master. The future is limitless. Holding Tang Qian Thai is definitely the wisest choice in his life. Just when the 5-Light Pharmacy was making a lot of noise, Xie Shihe, who had received 50 units of the drug from Tang Ranran, immediately released the auction news. Hengguang Auction House under Hengxing Group is about to auction the 5-Light Linglong fruit. Once the news came out, it spread wildly. Just when everyone's eyes were focused on the 5-Light Linglong fruit and Tang Ranran was secretly paying attention to the relevant news, Qi Xingyuan said a good news. Qi Xingyuan was extremely excited. Boss, my strength has been promoted. Tang Ranran, huh? What's the situation? Tang Ranran asked a few questions in detail, and then learned that just this morning, Qi Xingyuan, who had finished his nutrient solution breakfast, took a Dejuling pill as usual, and then he was promoted. So Dejuling pill. Is it really effective? In order to be on the safe side, Tang Ranran contacted Gu Xiao and made an appointment for Qi Xingyuan to have a physical examination. As soon as he heard that Qi Xingyuan was promoted from SS level to SSS level, Gu Xiao did not waste a moment, put aside the planting work in his hands, and directly pulled him into the research institute. Gu Xiao personally used his supernatural power to check Qi Xingyuan, confirmed that there was no problem, and then used instruments to check various mental strength. The results of the hands-on examination and various instrument tests showed that he was in a normal SSS level state, with no abnormal mental strength and a healthy body. After confirming that Qi Xingyuan was truly promoted, Gu Xiao asked various questions. What have you done recently? What have you eaten recently? What special medicine have you taken recently? Faced with Gu Xiao questions, Qi Xingyuan responded with a no-clue attitude, keeping his mouth shut and saying nothing. Unable to get an answer from Qi Xingyuan, Gu Xiao was very keen to guess that Tang Qian was the person behind the scenes, and asked her with a communication. Your subordinate Qi Xingyuan is really loyal and won't say anything, Gu Xiao complained, then asked jokingly, Master Tang, can you tell me something? I'm not sure either. Maybe it's because of the potion I gave him? Mental Strength Enhancement Potion? JS Essence? Similar to JS Essence. Another new potion. Gu Xiao's voice unconsciously rose a degree. Well, probably. After admitting it, Tang Ranran added, I've studied it. It doesn't have any special effects. It has the same nature as JS Essence. Its greater function is to be a blue bottle. Only long-term use can have an effect. Qi Xingyuan has been taking it for 2 consecutive months. 1 pill a day. It can be said that his strength improvement was made by my money. Gu Xiao understood this. All long-term use potions are quite pitfalls. Unless you are extremely wealthy, you really can't afford it. After all, 1 or 2 doses won't have any effect, and trillions of dollars may not even make a splash. Although he guessed that the long-term medicine produced by Tang Qian was only suitable for super-rich people and not suitable for popularization, Gu Xiao couldn't help but be curious. I'm curious. Can I study it? Of course. Tang Ranran gave the younger brothers the pill version, but she can also refine the potion version. I come to you. Gu Xiao, full of academic spirit, couldn't wait. Okay. I'm in the F1 area, but there are no raw materials, so I have to grow them on the spot. No problem. The Research Institute has recruited 2 new drivers. Still an S level and an SS level. The S level driver led the way. Gu Xiao arrived at the F1 area 5 minutes after the communication ended. Another S level driver. But he looked ordinary and not as handsome as Jiang Qian. Although he was not a handsome boy, Tang Ranran was very generous. She gave the driver a fruit plate and arranged a robot to entertain him. Tang Ranran had already obtained some things from the outside world, including the relevant raw materials, and planted samples of them in the garden. She took Gu Xiao through the garden for a while. And then, they came to the planting site of the raw materials for the Darjeeling Rongling grass. Purification value 55. Related auxiliary materials. All 30 to 40. 1 unit of Rongling grass can produce about 2 potions, and the cost is about 3 billion. In Tang Ranran's opinion, it is quite cheap, but she knows that it is not suitable for the general public. After all, Kong Chen has eaten so many small and large Juling pills, but he has not been promoted. So far, there is only one promotion case. Xixing Yuan. Tang Ranran took Gu Xiao around in her garden and came to the planting site of the raw materials of the large Juling pill. This is the main material. I call it Rongling grass. Purification value 55. It tastes a bit bitter if eaten raw. Tang Ranran explained while planting on the spot, catalyzing a mature plant. After Tang Ranran finished planting, Gu Xiao tried to plant the seedling. For more than 2 hours, the two of them planted and discussed at the same time. Finally, they gathered 10 raw materials and dug 3 live samples of each. After getting the formula and the refining tutorial, Gu Xiao said goodbye and hurried back to the research institute to study the new medicine. 2 days later, Tang Ranran received a call from Gu Xiao. After experiencing the Darjeeling medicine personally, Gu Xiao also gave up. It was really not special. The medicine of the same nature as JS Element was not cheap. It needed to be taken for a long time to be effective. After some discussion, Gu Xiao collected the formula of the medicine and the sample live seedlings after seeking Tang Ranran consent, and compiled them into the professional knowledge book of the medicine subject. Because the Darjeeling medicine is not suitable for popularization, the birth of the new medicine did not cause much movement. On the contrary, the Wuguang Linglong medicine is still in full swing and has a great momentum. And Guang Auction House, which owns the source of goods, almost sold each unit of Linglong fruit at a high price of 1.8 trillion excluding tax. As soon as the auction ended, Xiexia called Tang Ranran. He must have come to ask for goods. The goods were so popular that Tang Ranran had a headache. As soon as the communication was connected, Xiexia said, Tang Xian, where are you? Are you free? I come to see you. Tang Ranran simply refused. I'm not free. Don't come. Xiexia, who was turned away, was stunned and hurriedly explained. No, I'm not looking for you to buy Linglong fruit. What's the matter? Tang Ranran was suspicious and obviously didn't believe it. It's not convenient to communicate. So, are you free tomorrow? I have a banquet in Shanghua City and invite you to dinner? I'm not free. I won't go. Shanghua City only has beautiful young ladies. No male models. And Tang Ranran is too lazy to go to the banquet. After all, she is a puppet and doesn't eat. No. We made a lot of money this time. Let's get together and celebrate. Forget about celebrating. I really don't have time. I'm busy growing vegetables. After much persuasion, Xiexia still couldn't invite Tang Ranran. In desperation, he could only tell her the purpose. Okay. I tell you the truth. It's like this. The alchemist in the family looked at the formula and teaching video published by the Research Institute and felt that the process of refining the 5-color supernatural agent was too difficult. Because the value of a piece of raw materials exceeded 1 trillion. And even the number 1 pharmacist in our family didn't dare to start. So they want to visit you and ask for your guidance. Tang Xian, please help me. This is a hard task imposed on me by the elders of the clan. Knowing that he would not come to the temple for no reason, Tang Ranran complained in his heart. Trouble and then said, relatively speaking, Gu Xiao is more professional. You should go to him. Although I can refine, I don't succeed every time. And I also have a failure rate. I have found Gu Xiao, but he ruthlessly rejected me. That guy is very black-hearted. He asked us to donate 2 trillion research funds before he was willing to teach and guide on the spot. This amount of money is not much. Isn't it much? It's a lot. If I agree, The elders will scold me to death. Xie Shihe was a little angry. Although he was in power, 2 trillion was really a lot. Tang Xian, please, just teach me. It won't take much time. Besides, pharmacists are all great doctors. If in the future... Oh, I'm not offending you. But knowing more great doctors will only benefit you. You do me and the Xie family a favor. And we will definitely remember it in our hearts. Tang Ranran took a step back to Xie Shihe endless talk and asked, Is your family top pharmacist Xie Chong? No. Xie Chong is the best planter in the family in terms of planting. And Xie Mian is even better in terms of medicine. Xie Mian is the best pharmacist in our Xie family now. After hesitating for a while, Xie Shihe quietly revealed, He is my grandmother's 5th husband. What strength? Tang Ranran sighed in her heart again. Xie Xinxi, this rich woman, really eats well. Are all the high-strength handsome men in the Xie family her minions? It turned out to be SSS level strength. And he was promoted to 4S level with the magic fruit potion. But unfortunately, there were side effects, and he was beaten back to SSS. Xie Shihe regretted that Xie Mian, the 5th grandfather, was too impatient. If he waited for a while, and the realm-breaking potion was released, the 4S strength would be stable. Oh! Tang Ranran thought about it, and realized that she could handle it with her SSS level strength. So, okay. Or tomorrow afternoon. After 7 o'clock in the Empire time. I will spare 4 hours. I must state in advance that my medicine-making skills are much worse than Gu Xiao. Even with my guidance, I cannot guarantee success. If you are willing to guide me, I will be more than happy. After completing the hard task, Xie Shihe said happily, Okay. I will inform them of the good news immediately. Will I go to your F1 area at that time? Well, if there are special circumstances, I will inform you again. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. You helped me a lot again this time. It's a small matter. The efficacy of the 5-colored Linglong agent is really remarkable. There is a huge gap between ordinary S-level and S-level psychics. The damage caused by mental attacks is more targeted at humans. Strong physique beasts, especially Zerg, are immune to pure mental attacks. In the absence of technological weapons, they can only rely on psychic powers to cause damage. Tang Ranran calculated with his fingers. 9.9 million ordinary S-level, according to the 35% probability, can produce 3.46 million superpowers. And 1 out of 5. 690,000 would type. Wow. It's scary. Okay. 9.9 million copies of the 5-color Linglong agent are pure nonsense. Too unrealistic. But it is necessary to have more. Gu Xiao has secretly revealed that the bigwigs of the General Military Department have already asked about the details of the 5-color superpower agent. And it is likely that they are preparing to reuse the agent. Sure enough, after a day, Gu Xiao came to Tang Ranran for a face-to-face interview with the driver. The cultivation of the 5-color Linglong fruit is too difficult. And at this stage, we can only rely on you. Gu Xiao said a lot of things in a very written way. And to sum up, in order to improve the comprehensive combat effectiveness of the Imperial Army, the military wants to vigorously promote the 5-color Linglong agent, achieve full coverage, and create an opportunity for more ordinary S-level soldiers to stimulate their superpowers. Of course, this is too idealistic. Due to the high cost of the medicine, it is definitely impossible to achieve in the short term. However, one more superpower is a good thing. Therefore, the military proposed to do their best to find minerals and help Tang Ranran search for energy stone mines, and then exchange 2 units of 5-color exquisite fruit for every 10,000 energy stones. Starting from the Yun Fuxing number 5 mine that is currently being mined, all the spiritual stones produced in the future will be exchanged for 5-color exquisite fruit. Tang Ranran only needs to be responsible for planting the fruit. And Gu Xiao will be responsible for the auxiliary materials and medicine refining. Although the auction price reached 1.8 trillion, Tang Ranran factory price was only 1 trillion per unit. So for her, it was the same. It was just that Xie Shihe could not make the difference. When it comes to the country, personal interests must be put aside. Tang Ranran agreed without thinking. The country is helping her find a mine. Wouldn't it be more efficient? After Gu Xiao left, Tang Ranran took the small notebook and reviewed the situation silently. Not counting Su Delin's mine, Su Xinrong Wolf Peak Valley produced 380,000. Deciduous Forest produced 780,000. Lu Tianda Star Mine produced 320,000. Yunfu Star produced currently 150,000. The payment for the goods was settled simultaneously, and it is estimated that the goods will be delivered and the payment will be settled in the next 2 days. A total of 1.63 million spirit stones. She claimed that it took thousands of energy stones to produce 1 unit of linglong fruit. She did not reveal the specific thousands, but the truth is that it only takes 60 or 70 low-grade spirit stones. Let's say 4,000. For 1,000 energy stones for 1 unit. 10,000 energy stones for her to earn 2,000 energy stones for labor fee. Not too much. Right? Well, just this data. Focus on it. So 1.63 million. Only 400 units. She has already sold 150 units of goods. Plus the one she used. Almost 200 units. Minus the pure fruits and vegetables that were used as payment before. That's out of these 1.63 million spirit stones. She can only sell 100 units of 5-color exquisite fruit at most. Yes. 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 Keep a low profile. Can't be too much. Otherwise it's hard to explain. Alas, in order not to expose the golden finger, you still have to keep a low profile. The next day, Kong Chen sent her a report. The deliverman from Yunfuxing arrived. This time it was 20,000 spirit stones. He had signed for it. Obviously, the Yunfuxing military had received the order from the general military headquarters. The goods were delivered, and the deliverman left after getting the receipt. Tang Ranran would never delay the payment for the goods. She pretended to work overtime to plant 4 units of linglong fruit. 2 finished fruit-bearing plants, along with the flower pots, were sent to the research institute by Jiang Qian, and Gu Xi assigned for them. Once the receipt was received, the payment was settled. As for whether the subsequent 5-color supernatural agents would be given to the Yunfu Star military or arranged by the general military headquarters, Tang Ranran didn't care. Anyway, it would not harm her interests.